Decisive in killing, martial soul, system, genius, otherworld, rebirth in the previous life, without the protagonist halo and the support of the system. Meng Ye experienced an ordinary person's life, enduring the sufferings of the world, realizing the helplessness of life, and facing death multiple times. He could not escape that ridiculous fate. In this life, I will not let this sky control my destiny anymore. Chapter 1. I was reborn after the battle of the dual gods. Boom, boom. The magnificent divine might descended alongside the divine dawn, as figures continuously intertwined in the sky, casually unleashing waves of divine power. This was an absolute domain belonging to the gods, where no one could approach. The brilliance of the sun, the evil of the Rakshasa, the vastness of the ocean, the overwhelming killing intent of the Asura. The clashes of the deities seemed to tilt the entire world, causing it to tremble, kill. The shouts of killing on the ground shook the heavens, blood and ash covered by the dazzling light of soul skills. In the center of the plain stood a city exuding an aura of Death-Jialing Pass, the most critical stronghold of the Heaven Do Empire that was breached by the Spirit Empire. This war initiated by the Spirit Empire had reached a point where the roles of offense and defense had seemingly reversed. It was only a matter of time before the outcome of the divine battle in the sky would determine everything. A white tiger, radiating an unparalleled ferocity, leaped over the city walls, crushing the surrounding defenders. The white tiger's gaze swept around, and just its oppressive presence made countless soul masters with weaker soul power tremble in fear, devoid of any fighting spirit. The morale that had already suffered a painful blow was now completely shattered. No one could contend with these legendary figures from the continent's Shrek Academy. They used their talents and opportunities to overturn the legacy and foundation that the Spirit Hall had built up over hundreds of years in just a few short years. One must admit, this world was truly messed up. Coughed in a corner of the city wall, a pale young man in white wore an expression of bitterness and unwillingness. Leaning weakly against the city wall, he could vaguely see the rampaging white tiger and the tidal waves of divine power descending from the sky. In the palm of his right hand was a wound that was not particularly exaggerated, but had turned into a life-threatening injury after being tainted by a trace of the green scale. Serpent King's poison. With his peak soul emperor cultivation, he had only managed to hold on for a day. Am I just here to highlight those guys? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have practiced at all. TSK. As he delved into his spiritual power, he discovered that his internal organs were gradually decaying, eroded into rotten flesh by the terrifying toxin. Meng Ye forced a bitter smile. Unless the gods intervened, he was truly doomed. Recalling the time when he first arrived in this world, although there was no system, he still believed that with his own efforts and foresight, he could succeed in turning the tables. Reality proved him wrong, spectacularly wrong. Every step was taken with extreme caution, every move calculated meticulously, yet he still could not escape the mockery of fate. He sought stability and chose to cling to the leg of Shrek Academy, yet his talents were rejected at the door. Entering an ordinary academy, he found that he couldn't even obtain a century-old first soul ring. Joining the Spirit Hall brought slight improvement through accumulation and effort. He finally gained recognition, but it was merely as a foil to the 3 Golden Generation members. Having walked such a bumpy road, friends he made left one by one, and his beloved partner eventually disappeared without a trace. And now, he was about to die. Well, let's just consider a dream. I just don't know if I can wake up again. The feeling of weakness and despair led Meng Ye to choose to close his eyes, no longer wanted to look at this world. Thump, thump. However, even though his will had accepted the arrangements of fate, the instincts of his body still made him try to mobilize the soul power within. His heart beat twice, as if pitying this Suntadeke corpse. The stagnant soul power unexpectedly broke through silently under this force. Yet it still changed nothing. Even a soul sage could not withstand the poison of the green scale Serpent King, and Meng Ye did not open his eyes. No, he could no longer open his eyes. In this brief moment, as he completely gave up resistance, spots of toxin erosion appeared on the surface of his skin, and his long hair gradually turned gray. Ding! Congratulations, host has broken through to Soul Sage. System activation successful. How could the illusion before death be this? Truly, His parched lips moved a few times, but with the outbreak of the green scale serpent's poison, his body had now become like a dried corpse. He could hardly produce a complete syllable. However, in the end, he still let out weak murmurs, roughly meaning, "Damn it, the protagonist is dead." Detected that the host's soul has not yet perished. The system will reconstruct the host's body. 1, 2, 100. Reconstruction complete. Detected an error in the timeline. Beginning timeline correction. Void in the sky. It seemed as if a flamboyantly styled pervert shouted, and all things in the world fell into stillness. The sky, land, ocean, space, and time. The entire universe fell silent at this moment, with only a body shrouded in invisible laws lingering in the river of time. Then, this body began to swim upstream against the current of time. Everything around began to reverse: the collapsing earth, the surging waves, the blinding divine light. Everything began to reverse before this great power. No life could shake the force of time, not even the gods. In the year 2637 of the Douluo calendar, on the eastern coast of the Heaven-Do Empire, within the territory of the Salical Duchy, as a duchy with a high degree of autonomy, even possessing independent laws, it still nominally belonged to the Heaven-Do Empire, but was practically half independent. Only a name was missing. In the capital of Salical stood a spirit hall, the official institution of the Soul Master community, with branches established in major cities. Depending on their hierarchy, it could also be seen as a symbol of a city's prosperity. Another symbol was the Grand Soul Arena. Buzz. Awakened. Oh my, what kind of martial soul is this? Hey, little brother, wait up. Don't leave yet. We haven't tested your soul power. The spirit hall needs talents like you. A small figure dashed out of the spirit hall and ran towards the city outskirts without looking back. His mind was in chaos, barely grasping his current situation, but Meng Ye didn't want to think too much at the moment. He had returned. He had truly returned to this day. Ha ha! Letting the wild wind whip through his coarse cloth clothes, the rebellious light in his eyes reignited, filled with endless fighting spirit and hope. He had found the feeling he once had. Free from that decaying body, Meng Ye now felt unprecedented ease and exhilaration. He ran freely across a grassy field, unrestrained, enjoying the sunlight and the gentle breeze, venting the frustrations and unwillingness in his heart. Finally, he lay contentedly on the grass while a passing rabbit ran by. "Ah, refreshing," he shouted, expelling the last breath of foul air from his body. "Host, please calm down. This system may be invincible, but you are not. At least not yet." "Invincible? Then explain to me why you only appeared now?" On his youthful face was a hint of an unexpected weariness and calmness. He had already lived 2 lifetimes. The first life was bland and uneventful, dying without any waves, nothing much to say, just a normal person's life. In the second life, he was quite fortunate, although it was not dramatic. He found the meaning of life and paid everything for his youth, his talent, even his life. There were some regrets, but they were not unacceptable. The system refuses to answer this question. Clearly, the system was not invincible, and Meng Ye did not expect it to truly be omniscient and omnipotent. He was already satisfied to be reborn once. At least, it was not too late. Chapter 2. The system is down. Some functions of the system are still not unlocked. Reshaping the host's body and talents, as well as resetting the timeline, consumes a lot of energy, requiring the host to enter a dormant state. Speak human language. Meng Ye lay on the grass, not wanting to get up. Long-standing fatigue and repression made him feel that although he had only lived about 20 years in his previous 2 lives, his mindset had probably exceeded 50. The psychological and spiritual age is influenced by the physical age. Simply put, his physical condition in his last life had likely already surpassed 50. Even if he hadn't died in the War of the Dual Gods, he probably wouldn't have lived past 50. The system can only assist the host this much. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself to cheat the system. Good luck. Meng Ye paused for a moment, but ultimately asked, "Aren't you supposed to be an all-powerful system? Host, do you know how much energy is required to reverse time and causality?" He shook his head in confusion. "Probably. A lot, right? If converted into energy, it would require sacrifices equivalent to 50 god kings from this world, or the extinction of 10 creator gods at the edge of the void, just to reverse time and causality for 1 second. So how long will you need to be dormant?" The system's response echoed in his mind. 50 god kings. That must be a joke, right? But thinking about the untouchable nature of time and causality, even imagining just a fraction of their power was difficult. He understood that the system was probably not joking. According to the current world's time, it will take approximately 63,890,000 years. To say it directly, what conditions are needed to reactivate? Meng Ye rubbed his temples. 60 million years? Even if he became a god, he probably wouldn't live to see that day. The gods claim to be immortal, but in reality, they can't match the lifespan of the universe. Sacrifice. The host needs to offer high-purity energy to the system. Since the system comes from a higher dimension, it needs to connect with the origin of this world. The host only needs to sacrifice one being from the origin. For example, what is a being from the origin? Meng Ye was puzzled. God kings and creator gods are acceptable. All right, now he understood. But it was even more of a headache. It would be better if he hadn't asked. Ordinary gods won't work. As soon as he said this, Meng Ye almost choked on his own words. Ordinary gods, no matter how useless, are still gods. Now that he had been reborn, thinking about killing a god was indeed a bit fanciful. No, the system has already reshaped the host's body and talents, so please work hard to sacrifice a god king. The system will not disappoint the host. Dormancy countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Meng Ye stared at the clouds in the sky, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. It was only at this moment that he fully digested and organized his current situation. First of all, he had indeed been reborn, and the system had appeared. But everything seemed to remain largely unchanged. If not for some issues in his last life, he might have truly proven Yu Xiaojiang's famous theory, which states that there are no useless martial souls. With innate soul power at level 5, he had not entered Shrek Academy, but instead relied on himself to climb up from the bottom of the Spirit Hall, even surpassing the Shrek 7 monsters in cultivation for a time. However, fate did not go his way. A sudden change destroyed his life. A gentle breeze blew, and a familiar figure in his mind seemed to gradually overlap with the clouds in the sky. More than 10 minutes later, Meng Ye got up and returned to Salical City, lost in thought. He was still mumbling to himself. Twin martial souls. Indeed, his talent was much better than before, and this martial soul turned out to be. Found it, right here. Before he could stop to think, several figures dressed in Spirit Hall uniforms quickly approached. Most of them appeared to be middle-aged, with only one older man walking at the back. Judging by the badge on his chest, the man was a soul emperor. According to the standards of the Spirit Hall, those who preside over the main hall must be soul emperors. Kid, we finally found you. Meng Ye actually recognized the man, but the man should not recognize him now. He looked at the man blankly. The people around him, however, looked eager, as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. They surrounded him, afraid he might run away. Kid, don't be afraid. We are from the Spirit Hall. I want to invite you to join the Spirit Hall and train you to become a powerful soul master. The older man had a kind expression. Although his hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were very spirited. All right, then I'll join the Spirit Hall. Meng Ye didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. This old man had a good relationship with him in his previous life. No, perhaps he could be considered his guide. Without the system, Meng Ye found that the web novels he had read were nothing but waste paper in real-life situations, not even good enough to wipe his backside. This also led him to take many detours in his previous life. It was the old man in front of him who pointed him in the right direction, allowing him to become a true theoretical master, rather than the kind of empty theorist like Yu Xiaojiang. Unfortunately, he had not had the chance to shine before the war began, and everything ended without a trace. Good. I will definitely train you to be the best soul master. Although the old man found it a bit strange, he still nodded. The others from the Spirit Hall were also somewhat surprised. After all, Meng Ye's sudden outburst had startled them. A martial soul awakening that erupted with such strong soul power was simply unheard of. Although the soul power had not yet been tested, it still drew the attention of the old man stationed at the Spirit Hall, who hurriedly led his people to chase after him. My name is Lei Xingyang. Come with me. Lei Xingyang, true to his name, was upright and honest. But because of this, he earned the nickname Thunder Old Monster. Most of the titles he received were from the hall masters or the main instructors and deacons of the spirit hall, and he didn't mind. Although he appeared to be wearing a robe that obscured his figure, beneath that robe was a muscular physique. This was one of the few things Meng Ye knew. In fact, Lei Xingyang was not a soul emperor, but a soul sage. The spirit hall's deployment of so many people naturally attracted attention, but most were just there to see the excitement. A figure that flashed through the crowd looked at Meng Ye with curiosity, but did not linger for long before quickly turning away. Entering the spirit hall's main hall, Meng Ye, under Lei Xingyang's guidance, arrived at his residence, an independent courtyard. I'll give you that empty room to live in. By the way, I forgot to test your soul power. Although that kid Sun Hao said your talent is very strong, we still need to test it. As Lei Xingyang spoke, he drew a line from his waist, and a beam of light appeared, followed by a crystal ball for testing soul power materializing in his hand. He handed it to Meng Ye and said, "Place your hand on it. Don't worry, since I brought you back, I will naturally keep my promise." Nodding, Meng Ye placed his hand on it as instructed. He was very clear that the old man in front of him would never harm him. Not only that, but the words he spoke were not just casual remarks. Since he had said it, even if Meng Ye's talent was ordinary, the old man would do his best to train him. Buzz! A strong beam of soul power shot up into the sky, quickly filling the surrounding space. And the overwhelming waves even changed Lei Xingyang's expression. This is actually... He was so astonished that he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a situation before, but the surprise in his eyes clearly showed that he was not entirely unfamiliar with the current situation. Chapter 3. First Spirit Ring, Thunder Beast. Supreme Martial Spirit. Absolutely a supreme martial spirit. Lei Xingyang affirmed Meng Ye's talent with certainty in his tone. His eyes filled with eagerness as he looked at Meng Ye, who seemed to radiate light. The body martial spirit self, this is his martial spirit. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it is the strongest body martial spirit. Moreover, perhaps because the system has reshaped his physical body, the potential of this body is different from that of ordinary soul masters. It seems that he has a full, innate soul power that is overflowing. Old Lei, what is a supreme martial spirit? Meng Ye asked knowingly. It was just like the question he asked Lei Xingyang when they first met, back when he held a sense of contempt and arrogance towards this world. Although he was asking a question, there was a hint of teasing in his attitude. This time was different. Although he already knew the answer, he approached it with a sincere desire to learn. Top-tier martial spirits. Let me put it this way. In the Soul Master world, ordinary martial spirits are generally divided into 3 levels, further distinguished as weapon martial spirits and beast martial spirits. Weapon martial spirits appear in the form of objects, while beast martial spirits manifest in the form of martial spirit possession. Understanding these is enough for you now. Lei Xingyang clearly had a deep understanding of martial spirits and his own unique insights. In Meng Ye's view, Lei Xingyang might not be very famous, but when it comes to understanding martial spirits, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he surpasses Yu Xiaojing several times. Seeing Meng Ye listening attentively, Lei Xingyang nodded to himself and continued. The quality of martial spirits varies. First, there are waste martial spirits, which have extremely low innate soul power and are almost impossible to become soul masters. Then there are ordinary martial spirits, which have decent quality and can become soul masters. Finally, there are top-tier martial spirits, which refer to those with strong innate soul power and very powerful martial spirits, such as those with strong attributes. But Meng Ye continued to look at the old man with a curious gaze. Lei Xingyang stroked his beard with satisfaction and nodded, saying, "I believe martial spirits shouldn't be classified like this. After all, there are tens of thousands of martial spirits discovered so far. It is too one-sided to categorize them in such a simplistic manner. Moreover, the distinction between weapon martial spirits and beast martial spirits is not comprehensive enough. There are quite a few martial spirits that do not fall into these categories, such as you." Lei Xingyang looked deeply at Meng Ye. History is always astonishingly similar. Meng Ye sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he also had a body martial spirit, but it was nowhere near as strong as now. It could be said that Lei Xingyang laid the foundation for him to catch up and even surpass the Shrek's 7 monsters. Based on a regular body martial spirit with only a level 5 innate soul power. If it weren't for that damned sea god inheritance and some unexpected events, he would have had the hope to surpass Tang San. At that time, Lei Xingyang also recognized his body martial spirit at a glance and shared his research and knowledge without reservation. The two people, separated by decades, became both teacher and friend. For a long time, Lei Xingyang was Meng Ye's guide. Your martial spirit is very special. It doesn't fall into the categories of weapon martial spirits or beast martial spirits. Moreover, I prefer to divide talent into two parts, Lei Xingyang said, stroking his beard, his eyes shining. Martial spirit and soul master. The core of Lei Xingyang's lifelong research topic was conveyed to Meng Ye in an incredibly simple and understandable sentence, just like before. Lei Xingyang was not a powerful soul master, nor was he a theoretical master, at least not the kind that is purely hypothetical. He spent his life proving his theories through practice. Whether a martial spirit is strong or not is just one aspect. Whether the soul master can unleash the power of the martial spirit, and whether the soul master themselves is strong enough is, in my opinion, much more important. Perhaps I've said too much getting old, Sai. Seeing that Meng Ye did not respond, Lei Xingyang realized that talking so much to a child was meaningless. He then said, "Follow me. I'll help you familiarize yourself with the environment." Meng Ye followed closely behind. What he did not know was that Meng Ye not only understood, but had already traveled quite a distance on the path he pointed out. In the following period, Meng Ye and Lei Xingyang got along quite harmoniously and gradually gained each other's trust. A week later, Saracle Duchy, Twilight Forest. Due to its coastal location, it was quite a distance from the Star Doe Forest in the center of the continent. The best choice for obtaining a spirit ring was this forest. Of course, there was another option, which was to go out to sea. Meng Ye only needed to acquire his first spirit ring, so there was no need for elaborate arrangements. He followed Lei Xingyang to this place. Hiss! Poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes were everywhere in the treetops. The air was filled with a faint musty smell and thin mist. This was not the morning's humidity, but miasma. The naturally fermented gases in the forest were filled with numerous toxic substances, not to mention the many mosquitoes lurking within, waiting for the right moment to strike. Xiaoye, take this. Remember the soul-hunting matter? Lei Xingyang handed a dagger to Meng Ye. Meng Ye nodded in response. At this moment, both of them were wearing damp cloths over their faces to prevent inhaling too much miasma and getting poisoned. To prevent accidents, Lei Xingyang had also brought detoxification pills. Being very well prepared, after walking for several more hours, Meng Ye and Lei Xingyang finally found their target for this trip, a 100-year-old soul beast. A black soul beast lay asleep under a tree, its body covered in faint blue stripes, resembling flames, giving it an otherworldly appearance. Its pair of elongated ears twitched slightly, and it lifted its head to look around. After a moment of observation, it lay back down, seemingly not noticing anything unusual. The Thunder Beast. A top-tier soul beast among 100-year soul beasts, but it is 800 years old. Xiaoyi, are you really confident? Behind a tree not far away, two figures were hiding, their breath suppressed to a minimum. Lei Xingyang lowered his voice, almost forcing his words into a line as he conveyed them to Meng Ye. Meng Ye responded in the same manner, nodding at the same time. Although Lei Xingyang was somewhat surprised that Meng Ye could also suppress his voice so effectively, he decisively chose to take action. The Thunder Beast's hearing allowed no hesitation, and any delay could lead to failure. Buzz! A surging wave of soul power emerged. With a combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings showcasing the formidable strength of a soul sage. Lei Xingyang's martial spirit was a resplendent golden tiger. After completing the martial spirit possession, he transformed into a massive figure that was half man, half tiger, his robust body exceeding 5 meters. Ordinary soul masters would probably need to unleash their martial spirit's true form, or use large martial spirits like diamond mammoths to achieve such a size. Be careful. Bang! As the warning fell, the figure of Lei Xingyang, having completed martial spirit possession, transformed into a terrifying afterimage that vanished from sight. The violent wave of soul power spread out like a shockwave, shaking the minds of those present. Boom! Roar! The horrifying sound of impact was followed by a piercing scream. Meng Ye covered his ears and stepped out from behind the tree. Have you seen my martial spirit? Lei Xingyang pressed down on a massive creature over 3 meters long with one hand, looking strangely at Meng Ye. His martial spirit's might was so strong that even ordinary soul masters, despite their preparations, could be injured due to the vast difference in soul power levels. Ordinary tiger-type martial spirits and soul beasts were nowhere near as terrifying as his, nor were top-tier martial spirits. Old Lei, your eyes have betrayed you. Cough cough, hurry up and finish it off. After being subtly choked by Meng Ye's calm demeanor, Lei Xingyang awkwardly coughed. He actually did it on purpose. Meng Ye had been tricked many times when they hunted souls together in his previous life, so he remembered it well. In simple terms, this is the way Lei Xingyang acknowledges and wants to cultivate him. In his words, whether the martial soul is strong or not is important. But whether the soul master's will is strong or not is even more important. This is to temper his will. For this reason, Meng Ye endured a lot of hardships back then and almost didn't make it. Chapter 4. Astonishing Growth Rate. With a slash, Meng Ye eliminated the Thunder Beast in front of him and began to absorb his first soul ring. 800 years, very close to a 1,000-year soul ring. Generally speaking, this is the standard for an average soul master absorbing their second soul ring. Lei Xingyang retracted his martial soul and stood beside Meng Ye, acting as his protector, occasionally glancing at him, feeling a bit puzzled. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. More importantly, it seemed Meng Ye understood him very well. For instance, he wasn't surprised at all by Lei Xingyang's martial soul. When Lei Xingyang shared knowledge about soul masters, Meng Ye didn't just grasp the basics. He was already surpassing the syllabus. Many concepts that Lei Xingyang only had a rough idea of, Meng Ye had already begun to put into practice. Just like the soul ring in front of him. For a soul master to forcibly absorb a soul ring of a higher level, as long as one condition is met, ordinary soul masters can do it too. The soul dispersing secret method. By dispersing the majority of the soul power attached to the soul ring, one can absorb the soul ring directly to gain the corresponding enhancement and soul skills, although the increase in soul power will be reduced. And the backlash that a soul master has to endure from the soul ring will be directly halved, greatly increasing the time a soul master can absorb a soul ring. Naturally, Lei Xingyang Wu recklessly let Meng Ye try it. His seventh soul ring was from an 80,000-year soul beast, already reaching the level of an ordinary soul master's soul, Douluo's 8th soul ring. Could this kid be my illegitimate son? Lei Xingyang muttered to himself. Old Lei, you're overthinking it. Cough cough. Suddenly hearing Meng Ye's voice, Lei Xingyang almost choked on his saliva and coughed violently. His old face flushed red as he looked at Meng Ye in astonishment. Has this been completed? It's no wonder he was shocked. Only a few minutes had passed, and no soul master could absorb a soul ring that quickly, unless the soul ring was of very low age. The limit of the soul dispersing method is only double, which isn't that terrifying. Let us go. It's time for dinner. Meng Ye turned around and walked towards the outskirts of the twilight forest with ease. Strange. Lei Xingyang stroked his chin and muttered, but he quickly followed, not paying attention to Meng Ye's address. In his words, it didn't matter what Meng Ye called him, as long as he didn't insult him. Exiting the forest, the sunset's afterglow cast a warm light, with the setting sun accompanied by evening clouds, as if flames were burning into the sky, igniting the forest behind them. The name Twilight Forest was not only due to the dangers within, but also because of this reason. The misty forest looked like a raging inferno under the sunset. Salt Lake City, Martial Soul, Main Hall. Bang, bang, bang. Lei Xingyang squinted one eye, leaning back, watching Meng Ye devour his food. The living area of the Martial Soul, Main Hall naturally had decent facilities, as it was the official institution for soul masters and could not be too shabby. The food was excellent. Roasted suckling pig, fairy cakes, steamed fish, steak, baked potatoes, fruit salad, and thick mushroom soup. Being a coastal principality, seafood was abundant. And most of these ingredients were actually transported from the Tiando Empire. Your martial soul is remarkable. You can eat so much. But that's good. It's the time for growth, and you need to replenish your nutrition. Lei Xingyang attributed Meng Ye's appetite to his martial soul and growth. and he thought it was a good thing. Most soul masters have weak physiques, and even beast martial souls aren't much stronger than ordinary people without their martial souls. So, eating a lot is actually an advantage, with minimal consumption, yet maximum gain. I'm full. I'm going to cultivate now. After finally filling his stomach, Meng Ye began to cultivate. Because he was reborn, he had actually experienced many things and could say he had made all the mistakes one could make. The path he would take next, while not guaranteed to be error-free, at least wouldn't lead to the wrong destination. Strange. Lei Xingyang was still eating, looking puzzled. He had seen too many soul masters. Now in his 70s, he no longer had the youthful ambition, but his experience was rich. Soul masters are still human. No matter how talented, children love to play by nature. That curiosity, stemming from insufficient understanding of the world, is something they cannot control. Very few newly awakened soul masters can suppress this nature, and even if they do, it's not a good thing. It can easily lead to character flaws, such as indifference or introversion. After meditating for a long time, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and a distinct spark of electricity flashed in them. The Thunder Beast was a top-tier soul beast, renowned among its kind for its strong lightning attribute. Besides its extreme attributes, there are rarely stronger soul beasts and martial souls, ranking at the same level as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the toys on the table, Meng Ye blinked. It was already dark outside, clearly nighttime, and he had unknowingly meditated for quite a while. What is this? He scratched his head. Although Meng Ye was a child, he wasn't particularly interested in toys. His physical age greatly influenced his psychological age, but he had lived 2 lives, so he could overcome this instinct. The next day, Meng Ye tossed the pile of toys into a corner and was taken by Lei Xingyang to Salik Academy. Starting today, you will study here. When you turn 12, I'll send you to Martial Soul City. Lei Xingyang patted Meng Ye on the back and pushed him to the academy's entrance. As an academy established by a principality, it was still a primary academy and couldn't possibly compare to the Tiando Royal Academy. No, there was simply no comparison. Meng Ye nodded and walked in, not expecting this place to give him a graduation certificate or anything. In his previous 2 lives, he had never taken school seriously. He directly skipped the Primary Soul Master Academy. The Advanced Soul Master Academy was the Martial Soul Hall Academy, where he mostly slacked off. Fortunately, this world didn't require any profound knowledge. That was merely a hobby. What truly mattered was soul power cultivation. As long as your soul power is high enough. Even if you're a fool, you're still a big fool that people won't dare to underestimate. Why isn't this child crying or making a fuss? Lei Xingyang supported his chin and thought, watching Meng Ye's back, muttering to himself, I wonder if he likes the toys I gave him. Meng Ye, who had already walked several dozen meters away, suddenly stopped. Just don't send any more in the future. His voice reached Lei Xingyang's ears, leaving him even more confused. In his view, no matter how mature a child was, they were still a child. There was no reason they could overcome their nature. Meng Ye felt helpless too. In his previous life, Lei Xingyang had truly treated him like his own. Later, when he got into trouble, Lei Xingyang was implicated and imprisoned. But he didn't know what happened afterward. Next, Meng Ye would show his face at the academy during the day, bully some kids, and then sneak out to find a place to cultivate. At night, he returned to the Martial Soul Hall, and aside from eating, he spent almost all his time cultivating. Under this relentless training day and night, time passed bit by bit. In the first year, Meng Ye smoothly broke through to Great Soul Master, but didn't obtain a soul ring. The same was true for the second year. It wasn't until the 3rd year, after obtaining his 2nd soul ring, that Meng Ye directly reached level 28 soul power. The growth rate was astonishing, and Lei Xingyang lost a few strands of hair trying to find a reason. His method of confirming talent through observing cultivation level was different from that of ordinary soul masters. He had his own understanding. He even suspected that Meng Ye's situation might be due to his potential being excessively stimulated, so he sought out many rare herbs and treasures to supplement him. Meng Ye, however, didn't care at all, just focusing on his own cultivation, and his progress continued to be rapid. Chapter 5. Academy Exchange, Sarikar Duchy. Junior Soul Master Academy. The academy has a decent scale, as most of the disciples are children of nearby nobles or soul master families. It is also quite famous in the neighboring provinces. The principal has contacted several surrounding academies for exchange and learning, mainly to establish connections among the higher-ups of the academies. Although the background of this academy is not as grand as the Heavendoe Royal Academy, it is still taken seriously by the Duke. Meng Ye, have you heard? It seems that disciples from other academies will be coming soon. In a classroom, Meng Ye, who rarely showed up, was approached by a chubby boy. The surrounding kids either avoided him or looked at him with admiration. Yes, I've heard. Meng Ye nodded. This chubby boy, named Wang Shuo, was not simple. He had some royal blood, but it was from a collateral line, so he didn't receive much attention. Nevertheless, he had considerable influence in this academy. As long as it didn't reach the Duke's ears, there wouldn't be much trouble. When Meng Ye first arrived, he had a brief altercation with him, which made Wang Shuo more compliant. Most of these kids who could become soul masters were precocious, so they dared not complain. Getting beaten was minor, but losing and reporting it would be too embarrassing. This boy also had a bit of cleverness and principles, knowing he couldn't win. He didn't seek revenge, but instead followed Meng Ye around. The chubby boy squeezed over to Meng Ye's side, winking. Meng Ye, I've heard there are some pretty girls coming. What do you think? Meng Ye squinted one eye, leaning back slightly to assess the chubby boy. Not bad, considering you're already thinking about girls at your age. What do you want? Meng Ye asked. If the boy had any bad ideas, he could use his righteous iron fist to set him straight. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? Wang Shuo was taken aback for a moment. Isn't it normal for boys to be curious about girls? He wondered if the big guy was. Shaking off his more than 100 pounds of fat, Wang Shuo continued. All right, to be honest, it seems there's an exchange competition this time. You're the face of our academy. You can't ignore it, right? Not interested. What's the point of kids fighting? His soul power was just a step away from level 30, not to mention his peers. Even the threshold of advanced soul master academies was about this level. Moreover, their practical experience was not on the same level. If he truly showed his strength, he could easily dominate most soul masters. Don't be like that, Meng Ye. I'll offer 100 gold soul coins. Just consider it helping me out. Wang Shuo pleaded. He knew Meng Ye had high expenses, as the academy even arranged a chef for him. If he were with others, they wouldn't have anything to eat. This chubby boy often spent his own money to please him. Since the conversation had reached this point, Meng Ye couldn't just refuse because the other was a kid. Fine. You don't need to offer gold soul coins, but I'll only intervene once. Okay, you just point out which pretty girl you like, and I'll use my face to help you win her over. Bang! Meng Ye gave the chubby boy a punch, making it clear that there was no going back on this. Holding his head, Wang Shuo ran out, probably to find those allies. In this academy, the environment was a microcosm of the larger world. Especially for those with backgrounds, they already had their own circles, connections inherited from their parents. Though it seemed silly, Wang Shuo probably also shared a sense of camaraderie from an academy perspective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find Meng Ye. Let's just see how different fate can be. Having agreed, Meng Ye also had his own thoughts. He knew about another trajectory of his life. But unfortunately, while a butterfly's wings could indeed stir up a hurricane, such a storm might not cause any ripples in the eyes of a god. Now that he was reborn, he wanted to see if different choices would lead to different results. On the day of the exchange competition, in the academy's battle arena, due to the merger of junior and senior academies, this academy also had a battle arena and even some simulated training environments. What are you doing here? Meng Ye approached the stands, looking at the old man. I heard this academy is holding some exchange competition and you're participating, so I came to take a look. What's the matter? At this moment, Lei Xingyang was wearing coarse linen clothes, not in the sole master robe of the Spirit Hall, so he wasn't recognized. In the Sarakar Duchy, he was considered one of the stronger individuals, and with his position as the leader of the Spirit Hall, even the Duke wouldn't dare to underestimate him. It's just an exchange competition. Meng Ye didn't know what to say. He couldn't exactly say he felt shy. Could he? It was like when kids had parents' meetings or school sports days. Knowing parents were watching always created a nervous feeling. Meng Ye wasn't really shy. He just felt it was somewhat subtle. No worries. Just keep your composure. Don't make too much noise. Lei Xingyang thought Meng Ye was concerned about hurting others and reassured him. Look at your own weight. What a big talk. A middle-aged man sitting nearby suddenly mocked. Both of their gazes were drawn over, and Meng Ye took a glance and didn't pay any more attention. After all, he was just a soul king. Not wanting to continue chatting with Lei Jingyang, he turned to leave. Fire Academy? Looks like I need to have a chat with that guy, Huoji. Lei Jingyang looked at the other man, seemingly recognizing his identity. The other party was also taken aback, not expecting him to know his academy's principal, and cautiously asked, "May I ask who you are?" In the Soul Master world, there is an almost universally accepted rule. Never provoke a Soul Master with higher soul power, because there were no explicit rules against killing. Taking action depended entirely on the mood of the strong and those optional moral standards. Lei Jingyang. Empty. A faint soul power accompanied by terrifying mental pressure descended, instantly stunning the other person in place. Their eyes glazed over. Lei Jingyang was a pure beast martial soul assault-type soul sage. His soul power hadn't reached its limit, but his strength was undoubtedly at the peak of a soul sage. Meng Ye turned to look at the audience, and aside from the principal with similar soul power to Lei Jingyang, he was the only one who sensed that wave of soul power pressure. Almost done. That's secret technique. In this era, there were no means to develop mental strength, so mental martial souls were quite tricky, even considered terrifying. The best example was the remnant dream martial soul at that time, a mere soul sage, but had a reputation that even titled Douluo wouldn't dare provoke. It was merely bullying others who hadn't practiced mental strength and were unfamiliar with mental attacks. But Lei Jingyang was not among them. His mental strength was very strong. "Meng Ye, big guy, you're finally here. I was dying of anxiety." In the waiting area, Wang Shuo ran over excitedly upon seeing Meng Ye. "If you're anxious, just turn right out the door." Meng Ye pushed him aside and pointed behind him. "No, big guy, we've lost 2 matches already. If we lose again, it'll be utterly embarrassing." Wang Shuo directly grabbed Meng Ye's arm and pulled him toward the arena, saying, "We can't lose again. All our hopes rest on you, big guy." In the battle, the other side undoubtedly lost. Most of them were soul masters, with only one great soul master, who had just graduated from a junior soul master academy. A few years older than Meng Ye, he easily defeated 3 opponents, and Meng Ye felt that perhaps such insignificant choices wouldn't change the overall direction when an unexpected event occurred. After the exchange competition ended, Meng Ye and the others were blocked as they exited the academy. "Are you the one who bullied my junior brothers and sisters?" A tall, red-haired girl stood at the door, and the people around her quickly stepped aside. She had 2 soul rings, and judging by the fluctuations of her soul power, she should be above level 25. However, Meng Ye immediately discerned her specific cultivation level, level 28, approximately 14 years old, fire attribute martial soul. Information that usually requires repeated testing or even bone probing to determine. Meng Ye was able to assess in just a few seconds without any external assistance. Chapter 6. Confrontation Boss. "She's from the Blaze Academy. I heard it's a high-level academy. What do you think?" Wang Shuo recognized the identity of the person, and while Meng Ye was lost in thought, he had already stepped forward. He raised a finger, puffed out his chest, and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. "It's me. Your boss, Meng Ye, we want." Roar. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a grip on the back of his neck. The high temperature and the smell of burnt hair almost made Wang Shuo wet himself. A deep red flame phantom flashed past him, so fast that he couldn't see what it was, but it was definitely dangerous. "Scared me to death." Wang Shuo patted his chest, cold sweat running down his face as he looked at the domineering girl opposite him. He had only casually provoked her, and she had already made a move, which was a bit too overbearing. Even when he bullied others, he only relied on his strength to show off. He didn't dare to really hurt anyone. He was well aware of his own limitations. Offending someone he couldn't afford to mess with could lead to dire consequences. Being a noble meant nothing in front of a high-level soul master. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires had to give the title Douluo some respect. "Huh, she really has some skills." The domineering girl pointed, and a deep red fire shadow appeared behind her, along with 2 yellow soul rings. She looked at Meng Ye and said, "If you can defeat me, today's matter will be settled. Otherwise, you will kneel and bow to me, and I will let you go." "Isn't this a bit too much?" Meng Ye sighed inwardly. It seemed like a case of a young bull not fearing tigers. This wasn't a matter of poor upbringing. It was more like no one had ever cared for her. Being arrogant is fine, but being this arrogant is a huge problem. If everything goes smoothly, that's one thing, but once she encounters setbacks in the future, she might just be finished. This world has never lacked geniuses. What it lacks is geniuses who respect the world. Oomph. Enough nonsense. Release your martial soul. While the girl spoke, she waved her hand and unleashed her soul skill again. A fiery red flame ring expanded and spread outwards. Clearly, this was a control-type soul skill. Generally, a strong attack-type soul skill wouldn't spread so widely and would have no power at all. Just as the flames were about to hit, Meng Ye pushed Wang Shuo aside and charged forward instead. He slightly clenched his fist, and an almost imperceptible white stream of energy gathered in his right hand. Then he punched towards the flame ring. Boom! Flames scattered in all directions, dazzling like fireworks. But the temperature of these flames was nothing like that of fireworks. Pain shot through Meng Ye's hand, and he frowned. He rarely made a move, not because he couldn't win, but because it wasn't necessary. He didn't need combat experience. Moreover, this body was still in a rapid development phase, and injuries could easily lead to bone misalignment, leaving hidden damage. How could this be? The tall girl was taken aback. Her talent was indeed impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so willful and unreasonable. Although this soul skill was a control effect, just this one move made it difficult for soul masters of the same level to approach her, let alone break through it directly. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Meng Ye and asked, "What level of soul power do you have?" Meng Ye didn't answer. Besides Lei Xingyang, no one knew his soul power, and he couldn't let too many people know. "How about we just end it here?" Meng Ye said, standing his ground. He didn't want to stir up too much trouble. And this was just a trivial matter. There was no need for escalation. Oomph, not a chance. To his surprise, the domineering girl seemed even angrier and once again unleashed her first soul skill. The fire shadow behind her charged forward at high speed. Meng Ye naturally wouldn't allow her to hit him. Showing weakness was merely a tactic, not the goal. Since softness didn't work, he could only retaliate with a hard approach. "Boss, be careful." Wang Shuo behind him was somewhat nervous. He had almost fallen victim to this move just moments ago and still felt lingering fear. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, his expression becoming extremely focused, showing no signs of distraction. Just before the attack arrived, he raised his hand and caught the flame at the last moment. Sizzle. His palm isolated the temperature with a weak stream of soul power, and the sweat instantly transformed into white smoke. Then, he turned his hand and redirected the flame's trajectory into a U shape, sending it back. The girl was startled. She had never seen anyone resolve her soul skill in such a way. "Watch out." A figure suddenly flashed in front and blocked the attack, but was quickly sent flying. Although it was just the first soul skill, attacks with elemental attributes were generally hard to receive, especially a fire attribute that had extremely strong explosive power. Boom! The flames exploded, and the two who had blocked it were thrown to the ground by the blast. Fortunately, the newcomer had some strength and was not injured. "Let's go." Calling out to Wang Shuo, Meng Ye prepared to leave. At this point, continuing to make a scene would truly lead to unpleasantness, especially since no one had been hurt yet. "Stop." The one opposing them was a young man with short red hair, looking relatively young but exceptionally sturdy. He got up, wiped the scratches on his face, and said, "Bullying a woman, is that what a real man does?" Meng Ye, "Which eye of yours saw me as a real man? Besides, I didn't strike first. Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" Wang Shuo, this guy, rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Meng Ye, whispering, "Boss, ignore him. This guy is also from Blaze Academy. My butler said he is a soul master. He's quite clever." Meng Ye unexpectedly glanced at Wang Shuo. With this level of wit, as long as he doesn't have bad luck, he won't have too hard a life. The iron law of the Soul Master world is that the strength of soul power basically determines the level of strength. At the very least, without a soul ring, it's hard to compete in a one-on-one fight. Meng Ye shrugged, indicating that he wasn't using his martial soul, which was already a significant concession. He didn't expect the other side to be taken aback, then show a conflicted expression, scratching his head as he looked at the girl. "Sis, what do you think? How about we just let this go? This guy seems to be from a junior academy." "Oomph." She angrily turned her head, clearly unwilling to let it go so easily. Now the red-haired man was in a dilemma and could only turn to Meng Ye, saying, "Brother, how about this? I won't bully you. You can fight me without using your martial soul, and regardless of the outcome, we'll consider today's matter settled. What do you think? Go ahead." He still had some sense, knowing that using martial souls might not end well, so Meng Ye could only nod. He raised one hand forward, palm up, while lowering his center of gravity. Huh. The red-haired man was momentarily stunned, his expression quickly becoming serious. He sensed that Meng Ye's posture was not simple, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. He just had an instinctive feeling of being at a loss. The best word to describe it was indestructible. Indeed, Meng Ye's current state gave off that impression. Even without using his martial soul, he had already reached his peak state. Unless attacked with absolute strength, there were no flaws to exploit. Be careful. The red-haired man charged over, his physique no different from that of an ordinary adult man. And the fact that he had withstood the previous soul skill without injury showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. Realizing that Meng Ye was not simple, he threw a punch, and although he wasn't using his martial soul, the soul power still radiated a scorching heat. Meng Ye's eyes reflected every movement of his opponent, and then he flipped his palm, reaching for the man's fist. Boom! A surge of soul power erupted, spreading outward. Impressive, the red-haired man exclaimed. He had held back a bit, but his martial soul was a fire dragon, and this punch was something an ordinary great soul master would find hard to withstand, even with their martial soul. He naturally understood that he was bullying someone. Meng Ye looked at least 5 or 6 years younger than him. However, after receiving the attack, Meng Ye frowned slightly. He had actually suffered a bit of a loss. His soul power and physical strength were inferior to the opponent's, and he was only able to block the attacks thanks to this combat technique. Take another punch from me. Huh. Bang. Boom. Boom. The red-haired man became more and more spirited as he attacked, while Meng Ye's moves became increasingly unfathomable, effortlessly neutralizing each strike with minimal force. Chapter 7. The Banquet Boom. The intense explosion of soul power distorted the gate of Seracle Academy, and a figure crashed heavily against the wall, leaving a dent. Cough. Brother. The girl who had instigated the trouble at the beginning panicked and hurried forward to check on the injury. By the end of this confrontation, it was unclear what the mindset of that red-haired man was. He couldn't hold back at all, and even used his martial soul. The raging flames fused with power, and in a moment of desperation, Meng Ye could only retaliate with all his strength. Although he was missing a soul ring, he unleashed a terrifying attack that shattered all the flames in an instant, defeating his opponent in one blow. Huff. Breathing heavily, he withdrew his martial soul. Meng Ye had won, but his expression was not good. His strength was exposed, and what made him feel worse was that his right hand felt uncomfortable. His 8-year-old body had not yet fully developed. Originally, he planned to spend this developmental period here, so he intended to act as low-key as possible to avoid conflict. Damn, Meng Ye, big brother, you're amazing. You're my idol. Wang Shaw, seeing the situation was not right, ran over to cheer him on, his face full of excitement. Pushing that chubby face away, Meng Ye looked at the increasing number of people and didn't want to linger. I'm going back first. Please give me a long leave. Big brother, are you okay? Wang Shuo finally reacted, looking at Meng Ye with concern. The feelings of children are the purest, regardless of good or bad. Fine. Shaking his head, Meng Ye turned to leave. Wait. The defeated red-haired man had also regained his composure and, with his sister's support, stood up, looking fervently at Meng Ye, and said, My name is Huo Wu Shuang. I have never been defeated among my peers. You are a powerful opponent. What is your name? Meng Ye was silent for a moment, feeling a bit of anger towards this guy. He had already guessed the other party's identity, the Huo siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang. He initially thought Huo Wu was just a bit willful, but there should be a limit to unreasonable behavior. However, it seemed that the Huo family's thinking was not quite normal. Had their martial soul burned their brains? Turning his cold gaze towards Huo Wu Shuang, he calmly said, Meng Ye, they're 1 TB and next time. Under Meng Ye's gaze, Huo Wu Shuang and his sister inexplicably felt their breath hitch, their hearts skipped a beat, leaving their minds blank. By the time they reacted, Meng Ye had already left. Exchanging glances, Huo Wu Shuang sighed bitterly. Sister, Let us not provoke this guy in the future. He doesn't seem to be joking. Huo Wushuang was not stupid. He just had that kind of personality, like his martial soul, the one-horned Tyrannosaurus. However, such an inability to take things back was a big problem in itself. I will challenge him again sooner or later. Hearing Huo Wu's words, Huo Wushuang's expression grew even more bitter. His sister was great in every way, with looks and figure that were top-notch beauties, but her personality was too proud. The entire Qihua Academy held her as a child of destiny, which was inevitable. But Meng Ye's strength was apparent, and he had a significant age advantage, especially that last glance. Huo Wushuang had a feeling that Meng Ye's strength was probably far beyond what he had shown. Sister, did you see through his soul skills? Huo Wushuang had no choice but to inquire about Meng Ye's strength, hoping to mediate. Didn't you see it? Huo Wu looked at Huo Wushuang in confusion. Huo Wushuang, what is the use of this? After fighting for so long, we still don't know what his soul skills are. He revealed all his trump cards. Back at the martial soul main hall, Meng Ye felt that others were looking at him strangely. But most people usually regarded him as Lei Xingyang's disciple, so he didn't pay much attention. When he returned to his residence, Lei Xingyang was busy grinding something, with a small stove in front of him simmering something. You're back. He greeted Meng Ye, treating him not as a child at all, nodding in acknowledgement. Meng Ye walked towards his room, preparing to rest for a bit. Come over and drink this medicine. It's good for your injuries. Lei Xingyang pointed to the small stove that was steaming. Meng Ye paused, walking to the stove. He sniffed slightly and squinted one eye at Lei Xingyang. Nourishing medicine? This is not a healing medicine, but a supplement. Generally speaking, you shouldn't take nourishing medicine directly after getting injured. If you're deficient, you nourish. And if you're full, you deplete. Not every situation is suitable for taking medicine. Sometimes, not taking medicine is the best choice. Lei Xingyang nodded, wrapping the medicinal liquid from a stone mortar in a piece of gauze to make a medicinal paste, saying, "It's good for you. Drink it. Isn't it good? After downing a jar of this medicine, I definitely want to be able to sleep tonight." Meng Ye didn't say much, directly taking the medicine and drinking it. A warm current surged through his body, quickly spreading and merging into him. Afterwards, Lei Xingyang carefully examined Meng Ye's right hand. Soul masters, especially older ones, understand a bit about pharmacology as they naturally develop some hobbies when their soul power stagnates. He belonged to the type who developed his hobby into a main business. It won't affect the bone formation. I prepared a medicinal bath for you. After soaking, apply this, and you'll recover completely in a couple of days. He left the medicinal paste on the stone table. This courtyard housed just the two of them. It was small but felt very secure. Nodding. Meng Ye bit his lip. It was impossible not to feel touched. Lei Xingyang had always been there, otherwise. The fight at the gate of Circle Academy would have attracted many people long ago. Not to mention, how could the high-ranking officials of Qihua Academy sit idly by while their academy disciples were beaten so badly? This was not just about being injured. It was also about the academy's prestige and face. However, those people, including the high-ranking officials of Circle Academy, were probably blocked by Lei Xingyang. By the way, I've also prepared a celebration banquet for you. Remember to come out to eat after soaking for half an hour. Lei Xingyang pointed outside. Meng Ye, the feeling of being touched, abruptly stopped. No wonder others looked at him strangely. It seemed that the news about that broken exchange competition was known throughout the Circle Martial Soul main hall. Lei Xingyang usually treated him well, but it was always in the wrong direction or overdone. For example, seeing him practice all day, he would bring back some toys. Seeing him engrossed in researching various soul beasts, he even emptied half of the Circle Duchy's library and applied for a batch of books from the Martial Soul City. The most absurd thing was that a year ago, Lei Xingyang even asked him if he liked the princess of Circle. These things were also done by Lei Xingyang in his previous life, and he understood the reason. Lei Xingyang was a young friend of the Duke of Circle and had participated in the Soul Master competition together. Moreover, Meng Ye had shown remarkable talent at that time. So the Duke took the initiative to propose this matter. Got it. Responding, Meng Ye walked into his room to start the medicinal bath. These things were naturally funded by Lei Xingyang. Although he, as the head of the main hall, did not lack money. Many precious things were priceless, and probably obtained from a duke. Half an hour later, as the sky darkened, Meng Ye arrived at the banquet hall. The martial soul main hall was quite large. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. What surprised Meng Ye was that Wang Shuo was also there, and not only that, but many nobles were present as well. Big brother, my old man is here too. That one over there is him. Wang Shuo, dressed in noble attire, looked more like a newly wealthy person because of his physique. He pointed to a plump man in the distance who was conversing with a group of soul masters. Although he was fat, he did not have a greasy feeling. He was just a bit slick, with soul power only at the Soul King level. He moved freely among the nobles and soul masters. What's going on? Meng Ye inquired. It's just a broken exchange competition. With such a show, one might think it's a noble banquet. Boss, you might not know, but you're quite the hot commodity now. Everyone wants to come and take a whiff of you, Wang Shuo said with a chuckle. Meng Ye felt a chill in his heart and moved a little further away from the chubby guy. Even my old man told me to hang out with you more, saying you're definitely going to be a big shot in the future. Well, I appreciate that, Meng Ye replied. He guessed the reason behind it. It was likely arranged by Lei Xingyang, but mainly those nobles wanted to curry favor. The scene at the academy's entrance must have caught the attention of many. After all, most of the students at Salakar Academy were children of nobles. Their parents could easily gather information about Meng Ye, whether it was Lei Xingyang's identity and strength or Meng Ye's talent, both of which were worth their investment. They just lacked a reason, and now it was just right. Chapter 8 has comments. Share some so I can copy them. This must be the genius disciple you mentioned, right? Meng Ye was eating, and his food intake was proportional to his soul power consumption, so he needed to replenish well. As for the injuries on his hands, they were more like hidden injuries. Using one hand didn't affect his eating. At this moment, many eyes were on him, but Meng Ye, having lived 2 lifetimes, was used to such things and didn't pay much attention. Lai Xingyang nodded. Next to him was an elder in formal attire, who appeared to possess a bit more scholarly and noble demeanor than him. Truly a prodigy. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation on that matter? You've watched that girl Lin grow up. Doesn't her talent match his? Doesn't match?" Lei Xingyang glanced at his old friend with no hint of politeness. "You." The middle-aged man almost choked, looking angrily at Lei Xingyang, then laughed and scolded, "You old tiger. I've saved you once. I've saved you 9 times, and your wife once. Really can't negotiate? If that kid doesn't like it, what can I do? Should I tie him up to marry your daughter? That might not be impossible." The middle-aged man had a thoughtful look, seemingly genuinely considering this possibility. Meng Ye, who was eating, almost choked. His senses were sharp, and with just a little concentration, he could detect many pieces of information that ordinary people couldn't catch. This was thanks to his main body martial soul. Naturally, he heard Lei Xingyang and the middle-aged man as conversation. What kind of situation is this? A princess of a nation is worried about not being able to get married? Or is it that she must be very ugly? Looking at Wang Shuo beside him, it seemed this guy also had royal blood. The princess probably isn't that great. "Boss, what is wrong?" The fat man was holding a roasted suckling pig, ready to stuff it into his mouth, but stopped when he noticed Meng Ye looking at him. "It's nothing, just eat." This wasn't a real noble banquet. Most soul masters, although not commoners, didn't like the nobility's etiquette. Just eat well without fussing about raising cups and turning around. Lei Xingyang didn't like that either. So most people who came understood his temperament and didn't fawn over him. The atmosphere was fairly harmonious. Ding ding ding. After a hearty meal, Meng Ye felt about 70% full and planned to go back to meditate. His time was precious. More importantly, he felt he was about to reach level 30, just a few long meditation sessions away, and he had just requested a long leave from the academy. "Lord Lei, sorry to disturb you. This is a small gift from a principal." Just as Meng Ye was about to leave, several familiar figures walked in, drawing most of the attention in the room. "Boss, it's them." Wang Shuo leaned over to Meng Ye. "I see." He looked at the newcomers, a pair of red-haired siblings, who also spotted him. Their eyes met. Both sides were not very friendly, but there was no hostility. Meng Ye's warning had worked. These two were both proud and impulsive due to their martial souls, which he could understand. However, this understanding had its limits. As long as they didn't come looking for trouble again, it was fine. Otherwise, He would be so understanding. "Hey, brother, we meet again." Huo Wushuang waved and walked over, acting very familiar. Meng Ye nodded, his reaction indifferent. He didn't want to have any interaction with Huo Wushuang for a simple reason. It was unnecessary, and there was no reason to. "I have things to do, so I want to entertain you." After greeting, Meng Ye turned to leave. "Hey, don't go." Huo Wushuang stepped forward to block him, reaching out to grab Meng Ye's shoulder. He did have a purpose, but there was also a personal motive. He wanted to gauge Meng Ye's strength. Suddenly, the next moment, a mental pressure struck Huo Wushuang's mind without warning, freezing him in place, unable to move. It felt like hundreds of pounds of weight instantly pressed down on his shoulders, and a flash of shock appeared in Huo Wushuang's eyes. He didn't continue to block, and couldn't even if he wanted to, at that moment. He fully realized that Meng Ye's true strength was probably far beyond his expectations. Are you angry?" Lei Xingyang looked at the departing Meng Ye in confusion. He was currently the only one who understood Meng Ye's strength, so he also understood his desire not to expose it. The higher-level soul masters were often dismissive. Not everyone was inherently arrogant. Rather, they saw through things clearly. No matter how talented a genius is, without sufficient background, there's no room for growth or opportunity. The stronger the talent, the greater the threat to other forces. If they cannot use them, they will naturally eliminate them. The principle of the tree that stands out is easily cut down applies at all times. Thus, no high-level soul master would genuinely respect or look up to a genius. No matter how friendly they appeared on the surface, they could turn hostile in the next moment. Lei Xingyang undoubtedly hoped Meng Ye could grow smoothly. Although his life was not famous, he had no regrets. After years of interaction, despite no blood relation, there was a deep bond between the old and young. Lord Lei, this is our principal's son. I apologize for the rudeness." The teacher from the Qihua Academy responsible for delivering the gift paused for a moment. He was actually here to resolve misunderstandings. He had seen the conflict during the day and initially wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Lei Xingyang. After all, he represented the Qihua Academy in this exchange, the 5 element academies within the Tiando Empire. Qihua, Leiting, Tianshui, Xinfeng, and Xiangjia had always had a competitive relationship. Each refused to yield to the other, but they also had a tacit understanding. They were the strongest within the Tiando Empire. While Tiando Academy might occasionally suppress them, it couldn't do so every time. They could accept mutual victories and defeats due to martial soul restraining. But losing to a local academy was absolutely unacceptable. It would greatly impact the reputation and prestige of the elemental academies. Although it wasn't an official challenge or public duel, if Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, as main candidates for the next elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent, lost to a younger boy, it wouldn't be a trivial matter if it spread. At least, it wouldn't be trivial for the Qihua Academy. However, Meng Ye had Lei Xingyang backing him, and the teachers from Qihua Academy understood that this person was on the same level as their principal and couldn't be offended. They could only soften their stance and try to minimize the impact of this matter. Inside the martial soul hall, Wang Shuo followed Meng Ye eagerly, almost driving him away. "Boss, wait for me. Is there something else?" Meng Ye turned and stared at this guy. With a soul power less than level 20 and innate soul power level 7, theoretically, if he worked hard, he should at least be at level 15. Although Meng Ye was a cold-hearted person, he was the type to be overly familiar and cheerful. He had few people around him in his previous life. Wang Shuo pulled out a bag and handed it to Meng Ye, smiling as he said, Boss, this is the 100 gold soul coins I promised you." After weighing it a couple of times, Meng Ye looked at him and suddenly said, "You earned quite a bit." "Huh? No, just a few hundred gold soul coins." "All thanks to you, boss." A few hundred gold soul coins was not a small amount. A soul master at level 40 only received 100 gold soul coins a month from the Martial Soul Hall, and it stopped at that level. This money could cover a regular family's expenses for several years, and they might even have some surplus. Fighting in the soul master community was quite normal, so there were often activities like betting accompanying it. It satisfied the audience's curiosity about battles between soul masters, allowed them to enjoy the spectacle, and let many speculators profit from it. The most intuitive example is the Great Soul Arena, a huge organization that is present in almost every major city. Comparable in scale to the Spirit Hall, which indicates the immense profits involved. All right, it's fine, just go back. Don't forget about my leave of absence. Got it. Don't worry. Boss, I've taken care of everything. After sending Wang Shuo away, Meng Ye displayed a thoughtful expression. To be able to earn several hundred gold soul coins in a junior academy just from a single exchange competition is quite impressive. Although most of those students are young and from noble families, it is still commendable that Wang Shuo could achieve this. At least on the surface. While this guy may lack talent and perseverance in cultivation, he certainly has a knack for making money, which is also a form of talent. Chapter 9. The Troubles of Youth. Wuhuan City is located in the southeastern part of the continent. Although the Wuhuan Temple is only an official organization for soul masters in name, the power represented by soul masters forces the two great empires to acknowledge the vast territory of the Wuhuan Temple. Moreover, due to its nature leaning more towards an institution rather than an empire, there are no kingdoms or provinces within its territory. The Wuhuan Temple holds absolute power and has control over the military forces in these areas. Let's go, I'll show you the way. Lei Xingyang, dressed in the standard uniform of the Wuhuan Temple, walked ahead, with Meng Ye following behind. I know the way, Meng Ye replied somewhat helplessly, after several years. Did he still think of himself as a child? There was a hint of sharpness and brilliance in his brow. Although he was only 12 years old, soul masters tend to mature early, making it difficult to judge one's age based on appearance. With his shiny black short hair, slanted and handsome sword-like eyebrows, long and sharp black eyes, and clearly defined features combined with a tall yet not bulky build, he resembled a hawk in the night, exuding a cold and proud aura that discouraged strangers from approaching. Of course, to others, unless they were heavily invested in looks, they would probably just find him intimidating. His height was already comparable to Lei Xingyang's, standing just over 1.80 meters, neither too skinny nor bloated, which was a benefit of the enhancements brought by his martial soul. The theory Lei Xingyang had mentioned, separating soul masters and martial souls for individual classification, resonated deeply with Meng Ye. Excluding martial souls, ordinary people would never develop so quickly, nor would their minds be so mature. Well, old man will take you here. Lei Xingyang took out a card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "There are 10,000 gold soul coins in it. It should be enough for you. If you need anything, go directly to the Academy's dean. That old man has a good relationship with me, so he will help you solve any problems." Did this kid think the old man would be embarrassed to send him in? Forget it. He has grown up. Let him be. Meng Ye accepted the card, knowing that Lei Xingyang wasn't too short of money, at least not this little. As the head of the Wuhuan Temple, especially in a place like Salakal, combined with his own strength and connections, as long as he wasn't obstinate, there were plenty of people willing to send money his way. Okay, I'll remember that. By the way, that girl from Tianshui Academy came by a few times before, and I stopped her. Are you really not considering it? Lei Xingyang had brought this up several times over the years, feeling it was a common ailment of aging. Meng Ye had always rejected it based on his age. If he agreed, it wouldn't just be a first love, it would directly be considered a BT, bizarre love. It wasn't that he had to go on blind dates or anything, but somehow, since Meng Ye defeated Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, his talent had spread among the major elemental academies. After all, there was already a competitive relationship between the elemental academies, so he could understand this point. However, the development of events was somewhat unexpected for him. The other academies naturally ridiculed Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang for their defeats, which infuriated Huo Wushuang, who immediately challenged them repeatedly during the academy exchanges. The Fire Dragon martial soul was still formidable, resulting in 2 wins and 2 losses. The Qihua Academy had a slight advantage over the Tianshui Academy in attributes, especially in one-on-one combat, where they suppressed the Shui Yueter sisters. Then there was the Elephant Armor Academy, known for its strong defense and power, but with its limbs developed, it also lost to Huo Wushuang. The Wind Laughing Sky from the Shangkong Academy and Yu Qianxin from the Thunder Academy were too strong, defeating Huo Wushuang one after the other. But they also recognized his strength. This way, all 4 elemental academies became familiar with Huo Wushuang, indirectly getting to know Meng Ye. The Elephant Armor Academy and Tianshui Academy, humiliated by Huo Wushuang, couldn't take it anymore. Unable to defeat him, they turned to Meng Ye, hoping to prove their strength indirectly. After several attempts, Meng Ye did not show up, as he was quite busy at that time. Eventually, he could no longer tolerate the annoyance and broke Huo Wushuang's arm as a form of punishment. Tianshui Academy's advantage lay in their martial soul fusion technique, which naturally overwhelmed in one-on-one combat. But who knew that Shui Yuer was a heavy beauty lover? After being defeated, she often came to the Wuhuan temple under the pretext of sparring. In the end, Meng Ye had no choice but to have someone block the door, not even going to the academy anymore. However, the higher the path, the greater the demons. He didn't know what kind of background she had, but in the end, even the dean of Tianshui Academy was brought over by Shui Yuer, a soul Douluo. Lei Xingyang was at a loss and could only forcibly pull Meng Ye out to talk to Shui Yuer. In summary, the result was simply that they were not suitable. Although it was cruel, Meng Ye genuinely did not want to create any inexplicable ties, so it was better to cut it short. Do not disturb my path. I won't consider it. After saying this, Meng Ye directly walked towards the city gate of Wuhuan City. Remembering something, he turned back and said, "Don't say I'm here." "Ah, being young is really great." Lei Xingyang sighed and shook his head. Naturally, he hoped Meng Ye would meet a woman he truly loved. Although it was a bit early, who didn't indulge in their youth? In a world of soul masters, apart from some families with legacies, even if powerful martial souls occasionally appeared, it was difficult to pass them down. The fundamental reason lies in the paradox itself. To cultivate to a deep level, focusing one's mind is naturally the best method. Being unencumbered in youth ensures that one's cultivation progresses vigorously. However, as soul power increases, so does age, and not to mention whether one has the energy to seek a partner after reaching that age. Even if one finds someone, they may not necessarily be together. The reasons are simple. Experience, age, status, and even affiliations create barriers. Directly robbing someone they fancy? It's not unheard of. But apart from a few soul masters with particular preferences who don't care about reputation, most people really can't do that. In Lei Xingyang's view, with Meng Ye's talent, even if there were some ties, it wouldn't be a big deal. He was destined to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo. Inside Wuhuan City, Meng Ye was naturally unaware of Lei Xingyang's thoughts as he made his way to the Wuhuan Temple Academy. As the only academy of the Wuhuan Temple, it was built within Wuhuan City, boasting the most advanced scale and facilities on the entire continent. The students were naturally exceptional as well. Unlike the other two great empires that had resources but could only select from the leftovers of the Wuhuan Temple, the Wuhuan Temple selection system, while not perfect, at least ensured that there were plenty of talented disciples. Over 60% of the Soul Master resources on the continent were no joke. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin, Dina Ways. Here is a student with a recommendation letter from the main temple. He says it's for you. Oh, Meng Ye, holding Lei Xingyang's letter, arrived at the dean's office. It wasn't that a letter alone could prove anything, as it hadn't been opened yet. It was because he had Lei Xingyang's token, which, although not comparable to an elder's token, could generally be used in places other than the Pope's Hall and the Holy Hall. An old man with graying beard walked out from behind the desk, waved his hand, and the feather pen in his hand vanished. He approached to take the letter, glancing at Meng Ye outside the door, nodding and smiling as he said, "Indeed, that old fellow, haha." Meng Ye was somewhat taken aback. He knew Lei Xingyang's strength was formidable, but he was surprised by his connections. In his previous life, Meng Ye knew that he had ties with many nobles and bishops of the Wuhuan Temple. But that wasn't all. His connections could even be said to span the two great empires. The exact number was unclear. Chapter 10. The Golden Generation. Ovis placed the letter in his hand on the table and turned to look at the young man in front of him with a strange expression. Meng Ye was puzzled, but with his extraordinary senses, he casually scanned the letter and caught part of the information on it. The more noticeable words roughly conveyed the meaning. This kid is a prodigy. If anything goes wrong, I'll expose your little gambling den. Meng Ye. I can only say, as expected of you, old man. Lei Xingyang's way of doing things was characterized by two words, rough and straightforward. However, he took great care of him. Although there were no words of concern, he basically did everything he could for him. It seems old Lei really values you. But he wants to reveal your talent, which makes things a bit tricky. Ovis smiled as he stroked his beard. Ovis looked meaningfully at Meng Ye. His cultivation was extremely high, a soul Douluo level expert, so he could vaguely sense some of Meng Ye's cultivation level. However, he couldn't see through everything, so he could only use this method to test him. Soul Master. Meng Ye looked at the other party, a fleeting dark gleam appearing in his eyes, and his soul power aura was completely retracted. Soul Masters usually emit fluctuations of soul power like breathing. A highly skilled Soul Master can use this to gauge another's level. However, Meng Ye could completely hide or disguise this aura. Oh, Oba's eyes lit up, and he showed more eagerness. But he quickly regained his composure and hesitated, saying, although he's recommended by Old Lay, but Buzz. Meng Ye naturally understood his meaning. The Soul Hall Academy represents the Soul Hall, and if there were any issues with someone sneaking in through the back door, it would be difficult for even the principal to explain to the Papal Hall. 3 soul rings flashed by, and Ovis's words were stuck in his throat, a look of surprise and doubt constantly changing on his face, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. All right, I'll get you enrolled. Someone will take you to the dormitory shortly. MHM. With a smooth enrollment, Meng Ye's goal was basically achieved. Next, he needed to continue his studies here, though there were still some things to attend to. Following a teacher to the dormitory and classroom, Meng Ye's gaze wandered around. Although many years had passed, his memory was excellent, and he still felt a sense of familiarity with everything here. Here we are, just find a seat. Nodding, Meng Ye walked into the classroom. The architectural style of the Soul Hall Academy was very simple yet grand. Even just a classroom could easily accommodate over 100 people. Upon entering, he naturally attracted quite a few gazes. However, in a high-level Soul Master Academy, especially one like the Soul Hall Academy, there was no process for self-introduction. As the name suggests, a high-level Soul Master Academy is a place for Soul Masters with considerable talent and bright futures to further their studies. It's not like the 2 major empires, where over 90% of the students are a bunch of useless noble brats. Those who come here definitely have some talent or background, and it's easy for them to learn about each other's identities. Relationships are mostly already established. Either that, or they approach each other with specific intentions. Wow, he is so handsome. MHM, he is my type. Meng Ye's appearance was practically perfect, but his expression gave off a vibe that he might not be easy to approach. His gaze lingered briefly on a seemingly delicate girl, and while ordinary people might not notice, she quickly glanced over. Shrinking her head a bit, she resembled a frightened rabbit, with shoulder-length short hair, bangs covering part of her forehead, and her head lowered. It was hard to see clearly, but one could still catch a glimpse of her fair skin. Not disturbing her, Meng Ye casually found an empty seat and sat down. The courses at the high-level Soul Master Academy were particularly simple and brief, mostly consisting of common knowledge or precautions, with the rest of the time allowing them to meditate on their own. After all, for a Soul Master, cultivation is the foundation of everything. Time to go. Let us eat. Charge. When mealtime arrived, a wave of students surged forth, not because there wasn't enough food, but due to the psychology of fearing that if they were late, they'd miss out. On the way, Meng Ye glanced at the girl, who was greeting her friends before heading outside the academy. Rather than a formal class, it was more about checking in. Though simple, it was crucial. Otherwise, Soul Masters, especially young ones, would find it hard to persist in their training without a competitive atmosphere. A year, or even years of grueling practice, is something that not only these academy disciples, but even many high-level Soul Masters struggle to maintain. This is also one of the reasons why it's difficult for Soul Masters to cultivate. Meng Ye left the academy, and just as he reached the entrance, he saw a tall woman walking towards him. Her graceful steps seemed to carry a unique rhythm, drawing attention to her long, shapely legs. Every smile and frown exuded a breathtaking charm, causing the surrounding males to stop in their tracks, some nearly tripping over themselves. Merely passing by left a strong wave of pheromones lingering in the academy long after she was gone. Meng Ye, however, recognized the situation with just one glance. Didn't pay it any mind and walked straight out of the academy. This was a manifestation of a martial soul ability during the cultivation of a Soul Master. Certain traits of their martial soul are displayed, which is also one of the hallmarks of a Soul Master's talent. The woman seemed a bit surprised. Under normal circumstances, Not only males, but even other females would lose themselves when she walked by. This was a charm talent effective on any living being. It was also her most powerful weapon. Meng Ye's reaction, however, seemed completely unaffected, even at such close proximity. This intrigued her. "Nar, what is wrong?" Two young men walked out of the academy and saw the woman, greeting her. One had red hair and a sturdy build, while the other appeared somewhat indifferent, scanning the surroundings and crushing the gazes directed at them. "It's nothing, just met someone interesting." "Huh." Unexpectedly, the casual remark made the red-haired man furrow his brow and ask, "Is it a guy or a girl?" "A guy." The girl, who had just enchanted everyone moments ago, now responded blandly, her charm aura retracting. She merely enjoyed the feeling of being admired, not wanting to be vulgar, and certainly not intentionally projecting her charm on anyone. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed as the red-haired man, filled with a bit of malice, asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Yen. You'd better stay out of my business." The woman was somewhat angry, coldly stating this before turning to leave. Yen stood there, furious, while the other young man, Xiaoyu, glanced at him with a helpless shake of his head before following his sister. As core disciples of the Soul Hall, the three of them held a status different from ordinary students, but they were still a bit short of the peak of their reputation. Yan's feelings for Hulaina were no secret, but it was also clear to everyone that Hulaina did not reciprocate those feelings. A woman's standards for a partner usually require the other party to be attractive in certain aspects, or, to put it bluntly, they need to be stronger than her, in terms of looks, talent, perseverance, or certain qualities. Correspondingly, men often require themselves to be absolutely stronger than the woman, which usually refers to strength and ability, as only then can they protect the other. This isn't just a human trait. It's a rule of evolution for all animals, with only a few species in special environments being exceptions. Yin was strong, but Hulaina valued by Dong more, and with better talent. She naturally wouldn't look at Yin. Oof. With a cold snort, in his anger, Yin turned and left the academy. Chapter 11. Encounter with Yin in a restaurant in Seoul Master City. Meng Ye ordered a table full of dishes and began to eat alone. Those that didn't know might think he was treating someone, but in reality, he was just eating by himself, probably enough for more than 10 people. On the second floor, in a private room, the girl that Meng Ye had been paying attention to was also present. "You, again making things difficult for your mother." A perfectly proportioned, beautiful woman elegantly raised her hand and tapped the girl's forehead. A pampered expression appeared on her fair face, and the girl just closed her eyes, leaning closer to her mother with a spoiled expression while secretly opening one eye to look at the food in front of her. Her cute and mischievous demeanor was charming, but she still seemed a bit fragile. In front of her were exquisite dishes, rich in aroma and tempting in color. "But there are too many people in the academy. I might get scared if I go alone," she said timidly, looking at her mother with a pitiful expression, like a little kitten. "Didn't you say you made a few good friends? Spend more time with them. It would be good for changing your personality," the mother said, helplessly patting her daughter's head. "But I'm still scared," the girl said with her delicate white hands nervously pointing at each other. "Sigh. All right, just eat quickly. Don't let yourself go hungry." In the end, the beautiful woman sighed helplessly and began to serve her precious daughter. Although she ran a restaurant and was in Seoul Master City, it was still not a good idea for her daughter to always be like this. After all, how could she get married in the future if she continued to refuse to meet people? Thinking with worry, but seeing her daughter's happy and silly face, her heart unconsciously softened. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. After knocking on the door, a figure walked in directly. It was a middle-aged man, well-dressed and elegant, yet exuding charm. "My precious daughter, what's wrong? Are you not used to the academy?" Seeing his daughter eating, the middle-aged man spoke with a pampered expression. "Enough. Your daughter is almost turning into a quail, and you're still indulging her." The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at her husband, changing from her earlier gentleness to a slightly annoyed tone. Although she said so, the couple usually cared for their daughter meticulously, even if it was just a meal. She had to personally cook. "Ahem, I'll go deal with that kid Luo Chuan later," not helping his sister in the academy. The middle-aged man coughed awkwardly. "When in doubt, just scold the son." The girl was happily enjoying the food in front of her loving parents, and if nothing unexpected happened, she should be able to live a carefree life forever. After Meng Ye finished a table full of food and filled his stomach, he walked out of the restaurant under the terrified gaze of the staff. After leaving, Meng Ye walked on the street, feeling a sense of relief. Soul Sage, Soul Emperor. So they were indeed hiding their cultivation. It seems my speculation was correct. In his previous life, his lover was that girl, Luo Xian, an unforgettable woman for him. Just like her life, wrapped in happiness since childhood, she could bring joy to those around her. At that time, Meng Ye was in a period of dormancy, always thinking he should be different from everything around him, believing that one day he would reach the pinnacle of this world. Looking down on all beings, although his talent, environment, and even opportunities limited him, he did not give up. However, being in adversity for a long time, he inevitably felt exhausted and powerless. It was Luo Xian's appearance that helped him get through that low period, becoming an indispensable light in his life. But later, that girl suddenly disappeared, and it felt as if his world collapsed. Titles like Douluo and godhood no longer mattered. He searched day and night, sparing no effort in gathering information, yet it was like a lone wolf running in the rain at night. Even after exhausting his last bit of strength, he couldn't find that ray of dawn. Until the end, he was drained and fell down. He didn't come away empty-handed. Luo Xian's parents were his only clue. In his previous life, his talent was not as strong as now, so he could only vaguely feel that this couple was not simple. But he didn't know how strong they were or what kind of background they had. Now he knew. One was a soul sage and the other a soul emperor, and one of them was food type. They couldn't possibly be nameless. Conservatively, they should be under 40 years old. Even in Soul Master City, they were considered geniuses, and among Soul Masters, they were an enviable couple. How could they have no background? But the Meng Ye of his previous life had not reached that level. It could be summed up in one sentence. He was too weak. The desire for power in his heart was gradually ignited. He wanted to know the truth of that year, but he didn't want to rekindle old flames. Over the years, he gradually came to understand that while emotions can be nostalgic, they also come with risks and responsibilities. Without sufficient power, it's better not to get involved with such things. Meng Ye had his own convictions and despised harming others to satisfy his desires. He simply focused on cultivation. The reason he came here was just to clarify the doubts in his heart. Yin, who has offended you? After leaving the academy, Yin encountered a few teammates. As representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy, they were all selected elites, although they weren't as valued by the Papal Hall as Yin and his companions. Their talents were still considerable, nurtured as future pillars of the Spirit Hall. Especially a man with a brilliant golden staff martial soul named Su Yu, who was valued by Yin and his companions, because besides having supportive abilities, he also possessed very powerful healing capabilities, making him even more useful to the proud Golden Generation trio. Yin glanced at Su Yu beside him. He had touched a sore spot, and Su Yu immediately understood he had stepped on a landmine and could only shrink his neck obediently. However, Yin continued, has there been any man appearing around Nara recently? Impossible, boss. Don't joke around. Who doesn't know that Miss Nara is a disciple of the Pope? Who would dare? Su Yu laughed with cold sweat. This was not a smart comment. If things went wrong, all three of them would offend someone, and they'd be caught in the middle. But there was no choice. Xie Yu and Hu Laina looked down on him, and Yin only treated him as a tool, as a weak support type. He definitely needed a battle soul master as a backing. It wasn't that he had to be a friend or partner, but there had to be some mutual benefits at least. Like now. Now you find someone to keep an eye on Nar. If there's any suspicious character, tell me immediately, Yin said coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Su Yu's words. He liked Hu Laina. The reason he didn't dare to be too aggressive was precisely because she was the Pope's disciple. Although they were all geniuses valued by the Pope, there was still a difference. The Pope's disciple was cultivated as a successor. He was at most treated as an elder. Which elder would dare to covet the Pope's disciple? That would be courting death. What if we get found out? Su Yu cautiously looked at Yin. Although he wanted to please Yin, if he offended Hu Laina because of this, that would be counterproductive. Then let them all shut up forever. Yin looked darkly at Su Yu. You can't even handle this little matter and still expect my protection? I'll do my best. Su Yu, caught in a dilemma, could only grit his teeth and agree. As for how to do it, he could only see the situation. Just then, Meng Ye walked over. He was initially angry, but upon seeing Meng Ye, perhaps out of instinct or the intuition of a soul master, he felt a sense of rejection at first glance. Simply put, jealousy. Although he was not short, Meng Ye did not have the bulky build and somewhat flashy hairstyle that the other person had, and he also carried an air of aloofness like a majestic eagle. Who is he? Can ordinary students leave the academy at this time? Looking at Su Yu, he pointed at Meng Ye and asked, "This seems to be a new student this year. They can move about freely today. Normally, these disciples need to attend classes to some extent, but there are very few classes that actually teach something useful. After all, for soul masters, cultivation is the most important. They have already been taught meditation, and as for some secret techniques, those are reserved for core disciples or family legacies. Ordinary disciples have no chance of accessing them. Members of the Wuhuan Hall representative team, however, are not included in this category. They basically do not need to attend classes, as long as they ensure their cultivation does not fall behind." Chapter 12. Incomprehensible strength. Meng Ye had never seen Yin before, but he could tell at a glance what his cultivation level was, and thus guessed his identity. A faint glimmer flashed in his eyes. Through the soul power aura unintentionally emitted by the soul master, he could roughly judge the cultivation level, and the deviation would certainly not exceed that of a soul ring. This was also something Lei Xingyang had taught him, but seeing through the soul power aura and even perceiving the cultivation level through certain barriers was another kind of secret method. You come here." Yin suddenly pointed at the direction where Meng Ye was standing, his attitude arrogant and overbearing. As a core disciple, he had privileges that surpassed ordinary students. Of course, such things were more about honor and did not carry actual power. His arrogance stemmed from the basic rule among soul masters: strength is paramount. Meng Ye gave him a faint glance, showing no concern and not indicating any intention to stop or approach. The street was wide enough. He was not blocking Yan's path. Moreover, even if he were blocking, it would be Yin who had to yield. After all, he was just a soul master. "Stop!" Yin felt a surge of anger rising to his head upon seeing this. The terrifying soul power began to rise ominously. His soul power was at level 48, and he also possessed the dual attributes of fire and earth as a flame Lord Martial Spirit. Such strength, placed within a high-level soul master academy, indeed stood out among this generation. He immediately strode towards Meng Ye, his hand reaching back to grab Meng Ye's shoulder. However, the bizarre scene that followed made Yin question his life. He clearly quickened his pace, yet he was always half a step slower than Meng Ye. As he reached out to grab, he caught nothing but air. Looking again, Meng Ye had pulled ahead by another half step. "Yin?" With his mind filled with confusion, Yin refused to give up and raised his hand to grab again. Once more, he grabbed nothing. "You dare to play me. Once might be a mistake, twice could be considered an accident, but it couldn't be his fault. At least it shouldn't be. As a genius, his pride would not allow him to admit to 2 consecutive failures. And even if it were, he would make it seem like it wasn't empty. In a fit of rage, his soul power surged dramatically and faintly. Flames and earthy yellow light enveloped his entire body. His physique seemed to swell a few degrees. Although he did not reveal his soul rings, it was clear that he was genuinely enraged and would not hold back, throwing a punch towards Meng Ye's back. If this punch landed on an ordinary soul master, it would be enough to heavily injure a soul master in an unguarded state. Yin, Su Yu and the others panicked and quickly reminded him that fighting in the streets of Soul Master City could have serious consequences. It didn't matter if he was a core disciple. Even elders would have to think twice. In a place where almost everyone was a soul master, if there were no restrictions, any outbreak could lead to major issues. At this moment, Meng Ye finally stopped, turning around to look deeply at Yin. Roar! It was as if the roar of some terrifying beast echoed in his mind like thunder, instantly causing Yan's soul power to dissipate completely. He stood rigidly in place, unable to move. Not only that, but his eyes seemed to lose their soul, and it was only after a moment that he returned to his senses. Mental attack. Although it was merely a very basic mental attack, given that the disparity in both quantity and quality of mental power exceeded at least 2 levels, it was impressive that Yin could still be standing. It won't be so easy next time. Meng Ye's voice clearly reached only Yan's ears as he chose to slightly restrain himself, not wanting to embarrass him publicly. There was no need to slap his face or publicly humiliate him during their first meeting. Moreover, doing so would mean standing completely opposed to Yan. Meng Ye's principle was that there were no living enemies. Either you do not become enemies, or you die. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not strike hard. Of course, if it came to that point, he certainly would not hold back. After doing all this, Meng Ye turned and left. He needed to train. The improvement of a soul master's cultivation was not achieved overnight, but required years of accumulation. Su Yu and the others hurriedly approached, looking at the recovering Yin, and said, "Boss, it's good you held back, or things would have escalated." Yin shot a fierce glance at them, feeling very aggrieved and angry, but he could only nod in agreement. He understood that Meng Ye had left him some face, and more importantly, he realized that Meng Ye's strength was terrifying. Realizing this, and having saved some face, Yin no longer had thoughts of causing trouble, as if the anger in his heart had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Investigate his identity. He glanced in the direction Meng Ye had left and instructed Su Yu. "Okay, don't worry, boss. I'll definitely find out for you." Su Yu patted his chest in assurance, saying that it was a trivial matter, just investigating a student's identity. "Wait," and called out to stop him, then continued, "Don't provoke him. Just get the information." It was evident that he knew what Su Yu and the others were like. It was normal for them to bully ordinary people or lower-grade disciples. As long as it wasn't too excessive, the academy would turn a blind eye. But the most important thing in such matters was to understand who could be provoked and who could not. Yes, Su Yu was puzzled, but did not ask further. He just hurried to handle the matter, as he was worried Yin would give him some difficult tasks again. Yin stood there with a gloomy expression, feeling somewhat confused. When did such a monster come to Soul Master City? At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. Although he was confident, he was well aware that there were always stronger individuals out there. The path of Soul Master cultivation was one where if you did not advance, you would regress. If you train slowly, perhaps you will be surpassed by others and replaced. In the center of Soul Master City, in the Pope's Palace, revered as a holy place by all Soul Masters. Your Holiness the Pope, this is the letter of recommendation from Master Lei. The principal of the Soul Master Academy, Ovis, had arrived here. Although he was the principal, he was also a cardinal of the Soul Master Hall. It was necessary to report routine matters, as many geniuses were recommended from various branches, sub-branches, and the main hall of the Soul Master Hall each year. There were even quite a few recommended from the two great empires' capitals, which was a blatant competition for talents with the two empires. Unless the talent was truly exceptional, it rarely attracted attention, as Soul Master City really did not lack geniuses, at least not the average ones. The recommendations from the master of the Soul Master Hall were already few. More importantly, Lei Jingyang's identity was very special. The noble figure sitting on the throne in the Grand Hall looked at the envelope in his hand and quickly finished reading it. Sol Zun, 12 years old, quite impressive. He nodded in satisfaction after expressing his appreciation. Bibi Dong naturally would not mind having more geniuses in the Soul Master Hall. To be precise, while the Soul Master Hall did not lack geniuses, it was in dire need of top-tier geniuses. Having only Hu Laina and the others was far from enough. "Teacher." Hu Laina walked in from outside the hall and bowed when she saw the principal. "Nana is here." Bibi Dong rarely showed a smile, then turned serious and said, "Not focusing on your training. Have you come here for something?" Although she was her most valued disciple, Bibi Dong did not want Hu Laina to become arrogant and complacent due to this honor. "Today as training is over, so I came to see you, teacher." Hu Laina was also quite clever, knowing how to say what Bibi Dong liked to hear. For certain reasons, Bibi Dong had no relatives by her side. It could be said that Hu Laina was favored not only because of her talent, but also perhaps partly due to personal reasons. "You." Indeed, Bibi Dong only slightly shook her head, showing no intention of blaming her. "Your Holiness the Pope, I shall take my leave now. There are many matters at the academy." Ovis also understood that his presence here was somewhat unnecessary, so he clasped his hands in farewell. "Go," waving to let Ao Wei leave. Only the master and disciple remained in the great hall. Bibi Dong walked up to Hu Laina, put the staff in her hand into the soul guide device, and then patted Hu Laina's head. Chapter 13. Hulaina's test speak, what is it? Bibi Dong said with a hint of indulgence. She treated this disciple as her own daughter, while she was reluctant to acknowledge her real daughter for certain reasons. Tilting her head slightly, a touch of enjoyment appeared on her captivating face as she said, Teacher, my soul power has broken through another level. Oh, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. For this stage, each breakthrough was much faster than after the age of 20. This was the golden age for soul masters, but at the same time, every level was crucial. The length of intervals between breakthroughs could more clearly indicate talent. Occasionally fast, occasionally slow, or increasingly fast, or increasingly slow. All of this could serve as a direct basis for judging talent strength and whether one was slacking off. Well done. Do you want a reward? Bibi Dong complimented. Nana just wants to make the teacher happy. Nothing else. You girl, haha. Bibi Dong smiled again, which was also the reason why she was so fond of Hulaina. Teacher, what is this? After pleasing Bibi Dong, Hulaina noticed the envelope in her hand and asked curiously. Since she was training her as an heir, Bibi Dong didn't hide it from her and said directly, a disciple who has reached the soul respect level at the age of 12 should be able to catch up with you in the future. In the records of the Spirit Hall, there were not many soul respects at the age of 12, only a few. Among the current young disciples, even Hulaina and her two companions did not meet this standard. The only one who might be was Qian Renshua, with innate soul power of level 20. If she hadn't wasted her cultivation, starting at level 40 at 12 would be very normal. Isn't that even more powerful than us? Hulaina was a bit surprised. Perhaps there were not many people she remembered, so a figure quickly surfaced in her mind. Not necessarily. It depends on future developments. If she can break through to Soul Master by the age of 15, she should be slightly stronger than you. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Bibi Dong said with a smile as she withdrew her hand. For someone of her level, genius didn't mean much. It was important, but not irreplaceable. Just like the Golden Generation, they represented the face of the Spirit Hall, which gave them a unique status. In Bibi Dong's view, if only talent were considered, besides Hulaina, the other two were not irreplaceable. There were plenty of geniuses in the Spirit City, and many more wanted that position. Can you tell me who the disciple is? Hulaina finally asked out of curiosity. Bibi Dong smiled lightly, not caring, and said directly, her name is Meng Ye. If you're interested, you could try to recruit her. With your capabilities, it shouldn't be a problem. There are some things I should pass on to you. Thank you. Teacher, as the Pope, Bibi Dong had absolute dominance over the Papal Hall, even making Qian Douluo feel quite apprehensive. Although her strength was the foundation of everything, the means of managing people were equally important. Otherwise, when Qian Xuandao died, her strength alone would not have been enough to suppress those elders. It was impossible for her to have the current status without it. One of the reasons Hulaina was valued by her was also due to her unique talent. Charm was also the easiest ability to influence the mind, belonging to mental attacks, and there were no effective countermeasures in this era. At the Spirit Hall Academy, Meng Ye continued to cultivate as usual, because he rarely spoke and had an impressive appearance. Some female students referred to him as the cold-faced male god. They were all in their prime, full of youth and vitality, and few could calm down to maintain a monotonous training routine. Meng Ye was undoubtedly an alternative existence, and due to the attention he received, many regarded him as a training fanatic. I want to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? Looking at the shy girl with a beautiful face, Meng Ye's gaze was very calm, even chillingly so. Sorry, I have something to do. In just 1 week, this was not the first time. Occasionally, a letter or two would appear on the table where he sat. Although being popular was a good thing, to him, it was just a waste of time. Watching Meng Ye leave, the girl sighed helplessly and returned to the classroom. It still doesn't work. It seems that the male god doesn't prefer looks. I really like him, a slightly plump girl said, covering her cheeks in delight. I think I should be not pretty enough. What did you say? No, Xiaoyu. I didn't mean that. I'm so mad, I'm not satisfied. It's my first confession. Speaking of beauty, the several girls, discussing, turned their attention to the corner, where a girl was sound asleep, perhaps too deeply, completely unaware of the gazes around her. Occasionally revealing a silly smile, it made people unable to help but chuckle. Luo Xian should be the prettiest in our class, but she's so mysterious, I wonder if she has someone she likes. Hey, do you think? Gossip ignited like a spark quickly catching fire with great momentum. Meng Ye originally planned to act as low-key as possible, but due to his unique style, he drew a lot of attention. This also led to some hostile or ulterior motives, and even if he noticed, he felt somewhat helpless. This made him feel very frustrated, often being affected and unable to concentrate on meditation, ultimately having to spend a high price to enter the Academy's advanced mimicry zone for meditation. It was essentially a small forest. He didn't know how it was done, but the elemental energy within was extremely rich, greatly benefiting meditation. However, it was not open to the public, nor to the vast majority of students. Meng Ye spent 1,000 gold soul coins just to rent it for a month. In the advanced mimicry zone, Meng Ye sat cross-legged by the edge of a lake, surrounded by brilliant light spots that spread out continuously. Buzz, releasing his mental power, he forcefully absorbed the surrounding elemental energy into his body and then transformed it into soul power to accelerate his cultivation speed. Ordinary soul masters relied on speeding up the flow of soul power, continuously refining the soul power within to absorb the external elemental energy. Meng Ye, however, took a dual approach, actively stirring the elemental energy to drill into his body through his mental power. As a result, the efficiency of meditation nearly doubled. Roar! A beast with a faint, thunderous aura suddenly appeared behind Meng Ye without warning, growling as it looked towards the bushes ahead. Who? The next moment, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and the beast emitting terrifying thunder also vanished. Crack! Although the soul power dissipated, the violent lightning snakes still scattered, creating ripples on the lake's surface. You can actually detect me? A graceful woman stepped out, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Meng Ye felt that just breathing in a bit made the blood in his body surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, his body was a martial soul, and the blood within was part of the martial soul, which he directly suppressed. This was also one of the reasons he was completely unaffected by Hulaiina's martial soul, primarily due to the difference in mental power. His physical body had died in his previous life, but his soul had not. Most of his mental power cultivation had been preserved genuinely at the soul saint level. Moreover, he had secret methods for mental cultivation and even mental attack techniques. Chapter 14. Temptation. Can one freely enter the advanced mimicry area during the rental period? Meng Ye's expression was calm, but the aura of his soul power was anything but. A suppressed atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. He was interrupted during meditation. If it hadn't been a shallow meditation and not a critical period for breaking through his soul power, this backlash would have been enough for him to suffer greatly. Interrupting a soul master's cultivation is a major taboo. Moreover, this is the Wuhuan Temple Academy, not a place like the two empires that nurture weaklings. The rules should be more stringent. Hulaiina did not expect Meng Ye to react so violently. No, she should say she did not expect to be discovered. Although she was a disciple of Bibi Dong, looking at Meng Ye's expression, she felt inexplicably fearful and could only say, "I'm sorry for the disturbance. My training area is nearby. I took a wrong turn." After observing for about a quarter of an hour, it seemed that this wrong turn was quite thorough. Meng Ye did not intend to give her an out. From the moment she stepped into this mimicry area, Meng Ye had sensed her presence. At first, he thought she had made a mistake, but later he realized it was definitely not the case. A sudden chill ran through her heart as she looked up at Meng Ye, whose deep eyes seemed to contain the vastness and mystery of the stars. Hulaiina did not expect to be so thoroughly exposed and was somewhat speechless. After taking a deep look at Meng Ye, her pride prevented her from backing down, and she could only grit her teeth and say, "I'll compensate you. But you need to tell me how you discovered me?" However, Meng Ye did not care about her compensation. He simply took a deep look at her and walked directly towards the edge of the forest. "No need, you can have this place." He just wanted to find a place to meditate. Hulaiina's purposeful approach to him, regardless of her intentions, made him not want to waste time entangling with her. It was just a matter of changing locations. If that didn't work, he could take a long vacation back to the Sacral Wuhuan main hall. This place was not worth staying in. As long as it wasn't the Wuhuan temple, it wouldn't be a big problem. "Stop right there." A sharp cry rang out, changing from her earlier weakness. Hulaiina frowned and said, "I admit I was wrong just now, but the Academy will not intervene. I'll be direct. I want to know your martial soul and cultivation level." Let me introduce myself. Hulaina, Fox Spirit Martial Soul, Level 48 Control System Battle Soul Master. Self-exploding soul power and martial souls are a way for soul masters to greet each other, and it is also a necessary procedure before soul battles. After all, soul battles are not about mutual slaughter. The basic difference in martial souls and cultivation levels must be ensured to be not too great. If it weren't for the soul battle, this would also serve as recognition of each other. After all, no title Douluo would actively report their soul power and martial soul to an ordinary person. Looking back at Hulaina, Meng Ye calmly replied, Meng Ye, main body martial soul, Soul Zune. Soul Zune. Hulaina's brows furrowed slightly. Although she was reluctant to believe that a 12-year-old soul master could reach the level of Soul Zune, she found it even harder to believe that a Soul Zune could exude a terrifying pressure that made her heart tremble. At the moment that anomaly appeared, she even had the illusion that her martial soul was trembling. Her Fox Spirit martial soul was a top-tier martial soul, adept at mental power. Even if his soul power was a level higher than hers, it would be very difficult to directly suppress her. There are few martial souls in the world that are stronger than hers, and those that can completely suppress her are definitely not many. Was the main body martial soul? Was that the strange beast just now? Not all goodbye. After responding once more, Meng Ye directly walked out of the forest. Continuing the conversation would not resolve the misunderstanding. They were not that familiar yet. The concept of a main body martial soul in this era may be closer to a variant branch of beast martial souls rather than a separate category. As for that anomaly, it was his mental secret technique, visualization technique. By visualizing things he had seen in his mind, from a vague outline to detailed lines, and finally to every little detail. Each step required countless mental effort and time, but the improvement it brought was also astonishing. The most intuitive manifestation is that upon completing the final step, the mental power would directly reach a qualitative change level, tangible yet intangible. Mental attacks would be materialized, even projected outward. If the existence of visualization is something with offensive capabilities, like a weapon or a fierce beast, it could directly transform into a means of mental attack. In his previous life, Meng Ye reached this step before breaking through to Soul Sage. Unfortunately, it was still a bit late, but it was enough to give him the capital to compete with ordinary Soul Sages. Of course, he couldn't do that now. His cultivation limited his mental power output. Until Meng Ye left, Hulaina did not stop him, nor did she have any reason to continue stopping him. What exactly is the main body martial soul? Half an hour later, in the hall of the Pope, Hulaina, filled with doubts, reported everything to Bibi Dong. Main body martial soul? Although Bibi Dong had never heard of it, as one of the strongest in the world, she could naturally deduce many things. After pondering for a moment, she said directly, it should be a martial soul based on one's own body. Currently, the records in the Wuhuan Temple regarding this aspect all come from the main hall of Seracle. Meng Ye was recommended by him, so it's not surprising that he knows about the main body martial soul. I see, but teacher, that Meng Ye's strength seems quite extraordinary. I'm afraid I'm not his match. Although her pride was somewhat unwilling to admit it. As Bibi Dong's disciple, she did not hide it. Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised and asked eagerly, Nar, are you saying his cultivation is above yours? Hulaina hesitated upon hearing this, but still said solemnly, disciple. I'm not sure, but that pressure is definitely not something a Soul Zune can possess. Interesting. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a black shadow appeared silently beside her, which quickly solidified into a form, standing respectfully beside her. Bibi Dong instructed, Elder Ghost, go take a look. Yes. The voice was somewhat hoarse and low, and with it, the shadow dissipated, moving at a speed that could be described as eerie. Ghostly. Ghost Douluo. Title Douluo represents a qualitative change and is the final realm for soul masters. For those who have not broken through to the title Douluo level, they possess absolute dominance. Even soul power cultivation, unless it can be hidden or there is some secret technique, can be seen through at a glance. After a moment, Ghost Douluo appeared in front of Bibi Dong and respectfully reported, he is indeed not an ordinary Soul Zune. He is suppressing his soul power. The age is not an issue, but his soul power is overflowing severely, making it impossible to determine his cultivation level unless he acquires a fourth soul ring. Furthermore, upon hearing the earlier remarks, Bibi Dong's eyes brightened even more, signifying that Meng Ye's talent far exceeded everyone's expectations. Ghost Douluo hesitated before continuing. It seems he has noticed my presence. His tone was very uncertain, but this uncertainty brought him great shock. Who is he? Titled Douluo, Elder of the Wuhuan Temple, with a cultivation level of 95. Not to mention, with a ghostly martial soul, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary soul master, even a soul Douluo, to detect his spying. Interesting, this is truly fascinating. It seems Lei Zhengyang has concealed a lot. No need to alert him. Yes. After instructing Ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina and said, Nar, you did well. If possible, continue to investigate his background. There's no need to force it. I understand, teacher. After giving instructions to Hulaina, Bibi Dong seemed to think it was somewhat demanding for her to go, and also spoke to Ghost Douluo, Elder Ghost. Go find someone for me. Chapter 15. Visualization of Power, Thunder Beast Destruction. At night, Meng Ye was meditating in his dormitory. The Spirit Hall Academy was not a noble academy, and even the trio of Evil Moon did not have significant privileges. The high-level mimicry training area was certainly off-limits, and Hulaina's appearance made Meng Ye a bit alert, but he was not overly worried. The Spirit Hall was not a sect or a family. There was no factional struggle to betray one's own. The only conflict between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo was regarding Qian Renxue, unrelated to others. The former aimed to unify the continent and achieve dominance, while Qian Douluo was wholly focused on attaining godhood. After realizing his own hopelessness, he placed his hopes on Qian Renxue and would naturally not allow Bibi Dong to harm her, which is why he agreed to her plan to invade the Heaven-Do Empire, rather than wanting to conquer the Heaven-Do Empire without bloodshed. It was more about Qian Douluo wanting to protect her. Suddenly, Meng Ye opened his eyes during meditation and looked around. In the darkness, a distinct fluctuation of soul power was subtly present. This weak and diffusing soul power would likely go unnoticed by ordinary people, but Meng Ye was very familiar with it. It was a sign of unrefined mental detection. It should be a soul skill. If it were purely the use of mental power, it would require at least level 70 and a certain understanding of the nature of mental power. Surprisingly, he wasn't caught. It seems this is indeed not simple. A shadow cloaked in black gradually revealed its form from the corner. Meng Ye glanced at him with clear eyes, a faint killing intent flickering within. Before the other could speak again, Meng Ye calmly stood up and said, Soul Saint, Residual Dream Martial Soul, is that you, Shernyan? The figure under the black robe paused, looking at Meng Ye in surprise, seemingly astonished that he knew his identity. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by greed and brutality. The inherent defect of the residual dream martial soul had already twisted his personality, so he could not think too much. I didn't expect you to recognize me. It seems today I cannot let you go. Kid, remember to mention my name in hell to avoid toll fees. Buzz. 7 soul rings emerged from his body, confirming that he was indeed a soul saint, but unfortunately, his soul power was weak. Compared to Ghost Douluo, he seemed more like a ghost himself. Roar. Suddenly, a beast flickering with lightning appeared behind Meng Ye, and a terrifying roar echoed, followed by a bolt of lightning directly striking Shernyan. Even though the cultivation level difference was immense at that moment, the lightning pierced through Shernyan's soul power defense and struck him instantly. Boom! Crash! Pua! The intense booming sound resonated. The first was the clash in the mental realm. The second was the sound of the building being smashed. Shernyan was sent flying as if struck by lightning, landing with terror etched across his face, his mind blank. No one had ever been able to break his mental attacks. Even titled Douluos had to be wary of his bizarre abilities. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to suffer a thunderous blow more terrifying than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, and his martial soul nearly collapsed. Residual dream, residual dream. This was due to his martial soul having significant defects, which also led to his personality flaws. Inflicting torment on others to the point of death to gain pleasure and compensate for this mental defect was his method of cultivation, akin to the evil martial souls of later generations. Because of this, Shernyan was notorious in the spirit master world. Grr! A low, beastly growl accompanied by thunderous rumbling and footsteps approached. Meng Ye stepped out through the gap, and under Shernyan's terrified gaze. The young man before him resembled the Grim Reaper. Sorry, I won't help you avoid the toll fees, but don't worry because... As Meng Ye reached Shernyan, his eyes erupted with intense white lightning, and 3 soul rings appeared. The beast behind him fully unleashed its power, its body covered in blue lightning patterns transforming into a ghastly white. The aura of destruction enveloped everything, yet it was supported by fragile mental power, achieving a perfect blend of ultimate hardness and softness. Roar! In the next moment, the phantom of the thunder beast roared and lunged at Shernyan. No! Amidst his screams, the destructive mental power gradually tore apart his sea of consciousness, followed by his martial soul, and ultimately, his soul. You probably won't have a chance to go to hell. Meng Ye looked coldly at the charred corpse before him, the expression of terror seemingly frozen on his face, never to fade. Watching this scene, a ripple appeared in Meng Ye's eyes. He had encountered Shernyan in his previous life and bore considerable hatred towards him. At that time, he had not yet grown up and had not shown any talent when he met Shernyan. Although he had narrowly survived, Shernyan left a deep impression on him, and it was likely that half of his later cultivation bottlenecks were caused by the hidden injuries left at that time. Unfortunately, he never even had the chance for revenge. Seeing his former enemy again, although the outcome was completely opposite this time, hatred does not require many reasons. He even forcibly mobilized his still unstable mental power to kill Shernyan. With the same level of mental power as a soul saint, Meng Ye's control and realm utterly crushed Shernyan, so killing him was naturally not difficult. Conversely, he might not have been able to deal with an ordinary soul saint. Shernyan's martial soul had defects, so his sea of consciousness also had flaws. He excelled in mental attacks, but was also most afraid of them. Coupled with Meng Ye's mental attack secret technique reaching great mastery, Shernyan was seeking death by coming to him. What happened? The teachers of the Spirit Hall Academy and the responsible guards quickly arrived at the scene. Such a terrifying commotion should never occur here. This was the foundation of the Spirit Hall for decades to come, and the protective forces were substantial. Just among the teachers and principals, there were more than 10 soul saints and over 5 titled Douluos. This shows how much importance was placed on it. If anything went wrong and there were casualties among the students, they would be held accountable by the Pope's Hall. Crack! Meng Ye casually took Shernyan's head spirit bone, storing it in his storage soul guide. Then his figure blended into the surrounding shadows. This was just a simple use of mental power. He could directly manifest a thunder beast, so this was naturally even easier. However, he was still discovered. As he walked to the academy's entrance, Meng Ye revealed himself. It wasn't his intention, but someone was already waiting for him, cloaked in black robes. Even his face seemed to be genuinely obscured by a mass of black mist. The terrifying and stable soul power was not something like Shernyan's similar to an evil martial soul. It was genuinely cultivated through hard work. It was proven that dark and undead martial souls were not necessarily weak and unpredictable. Sufficiently stable soul power could also exude overwhelming pressure. Quite impressive, being able to take down Shernyan. It seems I underestimated you. Flattery. The residual dream martial soul backfired, and I won by luck. Meng Ye had no thoughts of being lucky. A title Douluo, especially one reaching level 95, left him with no room for struggle, not even a bit. However, he also knew that the other party would never kill him. Ghost Douluo was not Shernyan, and everything he did had traces to follow. Like Ju Douluo, wherever they appeared could be seen as Bibi Dong's will. Ghost Douluo frowned slightly, initially thinking of taking advantage to gain some benefits, such as that spirit bone. Although it was Bibi Dong who sent him, Meng Ye's strength and composure made it hard for him to gauge, so he had to give up. Come with me. Following Ghost Douluo, Meng Ye arrived at the Pope's palace. In his previous life, he had naturally been here before, but the experience was not very pleasant. The saying that the world feeds on ordinary people is certainly true. Chapter 16. Meeting Bibi Dong after seeing Bibi Dong. Meng Ye had already adjusted his soul power and emotions to a stable state, at least not losing control due to forcibly using mental power. The ghost Douluo silently appeared beside Bibi Dong and whispered something. Even though he was less than 50 meters away, Meng Ye didn't hear a thing. The gap in cultivation was too great, and no soul skill or means could bridge it. Jian is dead? Bibi Dong looked up at Meng Ye, seemingly a bit surprised. Jian's dream soul was somewhat famous in the Soul Master world, albeit notorious, but notoriety is still a form of fame, enough to prove he had considerable strength, especially with his troublesome mental attacks. Even though Jian's methods were looked down upon by the Soul Master community, surviving until now was not easy to deal with. Meng Ye remained silent. He knew Bibi Dong had likely investigated him before calling him here. Moreover, if nothing went awry, Jian was also someone she had sent for. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could Meng Ye not realize this? The timing of the ghost Douluo's appearance and the fact that someone like Jian could directly enter the Spirit Hall Academy were all suspicious. It seems I underestimated you. You indeed have some extraordinary qualities. Ding. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, a terrifying and eerie light emanated from her eyes. The once noble and imposing Pope instantly transformed into a messenger of hell. The dark and oppressive aura almost instinctively forced Meng Ye to release his martial soul. Buzz. 1 yellow and 2 purple, 3 soul rings surrounded him. Although his soul power was still far from being able to resist Bibi Dong's pressure, it was not immediately crushed. Crack, crack, crack. Hiss. White blood energy like smoke signals emitted from his body, barely allowing Meng Ye to avoid being pressed to the ground by combining it with his soul power. Dual martial souls. The ghost Douluo suddenly exclaimed in uncertainty. Exceeding the optimal soul ring configuration and multiple consecutive soul rings at that. This situation was almost impossible for ordinary soul masters. Dual martial souls were the best explanation. Although their rarity was well known in the soul master world, absorbing soul rings beyond one's level was playing with fire. No one could guarantee a 100 success rate every time. Not really. It seems Lei Xingyang has taught you quite a bit. The light in Bibi Dong's eyes receded, and her soul power gradually dissipated. She looked at Meng Ye with appreciation, knowing many things, discovered and nurtured by the Spirit Hall from a young age. Few could rival her understanding of martial souls across the continent. After all, in terms of experience and cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle. I wonder why the Pope called me here. Meng Ye also retracted his martial soul and blood energy. Having just overdrawn his mental power, he was not feeling well at the moment. There were signs of his blood energy and soul power going berserk. Not humble, not arrogant, calm and composed. Very good. After appreciating him again, Bibi Dong waved her hand, releasing a soul power that entered Meng Ye's body, helping him sort out the chaotic soul power within. Just this ability alone, even if Bibi Dong didn't understand the use of mental power, her control was likely beyond that of ordinary peak Douluos. I ask you, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brows. This was not a good thing. In this world, the significance of master-disciple relationships went far beyond casually taking a master or finding a protector. It was mutual. To put it simply, once a teacher, always a father. It is not an exaggeration to say that sometimes it could be even more important than one's biological parents. It's a matter of perspective. If one were to betray, it would not only be disgraceful, but perhaps impossible to shake off the stigma for a lifetime. Lei Xingyang had never made Meng Ye his disciple, nor had he ever mentioned it, only devotedly nurturing him. Stupid boy, His Holiness the Pope is only taking you as a disciple because he values you. Why are you in a daze? The ghost Douluo urged, seemingly worried about angering Bibi Dong. Even as an elder of the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong's right-hand man, he instinctively felt fear. The Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King were both top-tier martial souls with terrifying dark attributes. No matter how perfect and noble Bibi Dong appeared, the intimidation from these 2 martial souls alone was enough to instill fear. As far as I know, Your Holiness the Pope should have a disciple. If I were to take you as my master now, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Meng Ye genuinely did not want to take a master. He could use Lei Xingyang as an excuse, but given Bibi Dong's temperament, it was likely she would involve Lei Xingyang. However, he also understood the consequences of openly refusing Bibi Dong. It might not lead to immediate trouble, but things would not go smoothly afterward. He could only find an excuse to change the topic. Nana wouldn't mind, but what you said does make some sense. Bibi Dong hesitated upon hearing this. She had been training Hulayina as her successor, not only because of her talent. If talent were the only criterion, Hulayina could never have grown to this point. Controlling the Elder Hall might be sufficient, but in the future, she would need to have Xiaoyu grow to assist her to keep Yin in check. It was not something she could do alone, directly suppressing the Elder Hall, even making the worship hall wary of her. While Qingdao, Lu dared not confront her head-on. Taking Meng Ye as a disciple also implied that she wanted him to assist Hulayina. However, judging purely by talent, Meng Ye would likely still overshadow the Golden Generation trio. This made things a bit tricky. Her desire for Hulayina to inherit her position was driven by considerable selfishness. Forget it, you can temporarily be my registered disciple. Tomorrow, Elder Gui will take you to obtain soul rings. Thank you, teacher. Meng Ye was not inflexible. Being able to adapt was already quite good, especially since his strength was still too weak at the moment. A registered disciple was merely a nominal relationship, naturally not as close as an officially accepted disciple. And he wouldn't need to visit Bibi Dong frequently. He could still cultivate quietly on his own. Bibi Dong only needed to occasionally pay attention to his progress, and she could even expel him from the sect at any time. Go! She waved her hand, signaling Meng Ye could leave. Without even a symbolic identity, Hulayina was able to move freely here, and she even had an elder token in her hand, which was one distinction. After Meng Ye left, the ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment and then asked in confusion, Your Holiness, why take him as a registered disciple? With his talent, wouldn't it be better for him to inherit the Pope's position in the future? Boom. To his surprise, as soon as this was said, Bibi Dong, who had just been very calm, suddenly had a murderous glint in her eyes. Her staff thudded to the ground as she cast a glance at the ghost Douluo, who was as quiet as a cicada in winter. Nana's position cannot be replaced by anyone. Is my expression not clear enough? Ghost Elder? Yes, I understand. He lowered his head, filled with some fear, not even daring to raise it. Even as a titled Douluo, he could not lift his head at this moment. The oppressive aura was hundreds of times stronger than when facing Meng Ye. This was Bibi Dong's true, terrifying strength. Once enraged, even titled Douluos would feel dread. Moments later, the ghost Douluo walked out of the Pope's hall as if granted amnesty, only to encounter a feminine figure in a white robe with golden threads. Oh dear, little Meng Ye is still so careless, angering His Holiness the Pope. The newcomer spoke in a soft voice, raising an orchid finger. The only person who could freely enter and exit here in such a manner was another titled Douluo, equally renowned as the ghost Douluo, Haju Douluo, Yuguan. Godi. The ghost Douluo, in a bad mood, didn't bother to entangle with this Jew Douluo and left directly. The next day, he had to take Meng Ye to hunt for soul rings, and he also needed to deal with the movements of the Spirit Hall Academy. Little Meng Ye is truly cold to others, isn't she? Chapter 17. Soul hunting the next day. Meng Ye arrived at the academy's entrance and immediately spotted the figure of Ghost Douluo. During the day, his all-black attire was too conspicuous. Fortunately, not many recognized him. Only the high-level soul masters who occasionally felt his terrifying aura kept their distance. Old Ghost, Meng Ye cupped his hands in greeting. As one of the elders, ordinary soul masters would usually kneel upon seeing him. No need for such formalities. I don't like that. Just wait here. Others will be joining us. Ghost Douluo's voice seemed somewhat hoarse, as if disguised. Huh? Meng Ye said. Who else could it be? The three from the Golden Generation should not have broken through yet. In fact, they were likely stuck at a bottleneck. Meng Ye had calculated the time. Despite the three appearing to be at level 48, it would take at least another year for them to reach level 50, possibly even longer. The cultivation speed of soul masters was never uniform, influenced by various factors such as age, talent, opportunities, and even state of mind. Titled Douluos were the most extreme examples, lacking opportunity and mental state. It was normal to stagnate at the same level for years or even decades. Conversely, with the right opportunities and mindset, it was not uncommon to leap from soul sage to titled Douluo within a few years. This was also why Meng Ye always sought to avoid external influences. Having an obsession was not necessarily a bad thing. It could even be a source of strength. But lacking an obsession at least could not be a bad thing. Old ghost, sorry to keep you waiting. Meng Ye turned to see Ovis approaching, followed by several teachers and students, a total of about 10 people. Seeing this, Meng Ye understood that a collective soul hunting would undoubtedly greatly enhance safety, which was why many people chose to hire soul masters for protection during their hunts. The Soul Master Academy would form teams for soul hunting, and the Spirit Hall would do the same. With a large number of high-level soul masters providing protection, a truly luxurious lineup. Just among the soul sages, there were 3, along with 2 soul emperors. In addition, there was Ghost Douluo. Although it was unclear how he agreed to join them, given his temperament, it seemed they would be traveling for quite some time. The more people there were, the slower their pace would inevitably be, unless everyone's soul power was high. Let us go, Ghost Douluo said succinctly before turning to leave. Ovis gave a few instructions, and several teachers quickly led the students to catch up. Meng Ye followed as well. However, what caught his attention was that there were a few familiar figures in this soul-hunting team, although he knew it was likely just a coincidence. The presence of Luo Xian still made him uneasy. Besides her, there were 3 students from soul master families, Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Meng, a total of 5 people, 4 of whom he knew. This coincidence surprised him, as these were among the few people he had known in his previous life. They were siblings from the same family, all possessing light attribute martial souls, which could be considered the same origin martial souls, complementing each other very well. Their compatibility was higher than that of the students from Tianshui Academy, almost comparable to martial soul fusion techniques. In Meng Ye's eyes, if their soul power were a bit higher, their combined strength could even surpass that of the 3 from the Golden Generation. Of course, in individual combat, that wouldn't be possible. Perhaps Liu could find a way to deal with mental control and compete with Hulayina. As the group walked, they exited Wuhuan City, and Ghost Douluo began to quicken his pace. Keep up. The teachers urged the students to hurry. Meng Ye, however, was momentarily stunned. A timid figure had unknowingly walked up behind him, seemingly seeking shelter like a cat, staring up at him with wide eyes, unable to move. After turning his head, she continued to follow. Meng Ye wanted to shake her off, but he found it hard to convince himself to do so. Some things couldn't be forgotten just because one wanted to. In the end, he could only quicken his pace while the figure behind him closely followed. An hour later. Big sister, I can't go on. One of the auxiliary system students, apart from Luo Xian, was Lu Meng. The Sunflower Martial Soul had decent support abilities, but was also quite frail. Teacher, Lu Yu, the oldest among the 3, wore the Spirit Hall Academy uniform. Her tall figure was very eye-catching, and her somewhat frosty demeanor naturally inspired a sense of trust. Teacher Lu, you all go ahead. I'll stay here with these kids and catch up at the next town. All right. The teacher nodded, continuing on the path. Having only walked for an hour, it was indeed a test for the auxiliary system soul masters, as battle soul masters had just started. Lu Ji, you go ahead. I'll stay here with Meng to rest for a bit. Okay, big sister, be careful. The 3 exchanged farewells. Although there was little chance of danger on this journey, it was always best to be cautious. The 2 great empires occasionally had frictions, and small-scale wars had erupted in previous years, leading some locals to become bandits, living by robbing travelers. Even some with average talent or congenital defects among soul masters had turned to banditry. The Spirit Hall naturally wouldn't register these soul masters, and they would also rob other soul masters, as soul masters were certainly much wealthier than ordinary people. After 3 more hours of walking, one of the unfamiliar soul masters among the group looked somewhat pale. To be precise, his face was white. Apart from the auxiliary soul masters, battle soul masters would also feel fatigued after such a long journey. Several teachers were high level, so they were fine, but the others were mostly soul respect level, naturally struggling to keep up. Many showed signs of fatigue. Luo Xian, who had been following Meng Ye, was already drenched in sweat, but still gritted her teeth to persevere. She was the weakest in soul power and also an auxiliary system soul master. Logically, she should have been the first to reach her limit by now. Just hold on. We should reach the town in an hour. We aim to arrive at the Stardow Forest within 3 days, a soul sage teacher at the front reminded. Yes. Meng Ye didn't speak, slowing his pace a bit. Traveling for 3 days from Wuhuan City to the Stardow Forest meant they had to push ahead day and night. Perhaps because the actual leader was Ghost Douluo. These teachers knew they were likely exceeding the students' limits, but could only proceed. Teacher, I need a rest for a moment. That student ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and stopped, leaning on his knees. One of the teachers immediately walked over and grabbed his arm to help him keep up. Just a bit longer. We're almost there. It wasn't that these teachers were treating him differently. It was just that Lu Meng was a girl, and they couldn't be too harsh. The student grimaced and then shot an unfriendly glance at Luo Xian, who was following Meng Ye. An auxiliary system soul master actually dares to embarrass me. How infuriating. He had thought that Luo Xian would also take a break. If that were the case, stopping temporarily wouldn't matter, and he could take a breather. In this soul hunting team, he didn't know anyone, so he naturally felt somewhat isolated. Luo Xian also sensed this, and her already pale face looked even worse as she edged a bit closer to Meng Ye. At that moment, the student suddenly felt a gaze and looked up to see Meng Ye calmly watching him. For some reason, an inexplicable thump raced through his heart, causing it to skip a beat, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look again. Chapter 18. The clever little girl Lu Meng. Recently, the cities surrounding the Spirit City have been over 100 miles away, and the group has been traveling for most of the day, naturally feeling very tired. They stopped to rest temporarily, which also allowed others to adapt. It would be much better afterward. Huff. I'm exhausted. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out hunting souls with the academy. Inside the inn, Lu Yu brought Lu Meng along. What nonsense are you talking about? The teachers at the academy are helping us. Obtaining soul rings will be very safe. But the elders of the family will help us get soul rings too. Lu Meng pouted, a bit unhappy with what Lu Yu said. At this moment, she found a basin of cold water and placed her fair jade legs in it to relieve the pain. That's because the elders pamper you. You can't always stay in the family. You should come out and train. Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. Her little sister was good at everything, but she was spoiled by the family and couldn't endure hardship. As a soul master, even if one is an auxiliary soul master, if they think they can just eat and wait to die, then their life is basically over. If it were an ordinary family or a noble one, it wouldn't be a big deal. As long as they didn't provoke those they shouldn't, living a stable life would be fine. But their family doesn't allow it. The soul master world has not been peaceful these years. Let's go eat something. Among the people who came out hunting souls this time, that one who didn't come with us is quite extraordinary. If there's a chance, we could get to know him. Saying this, Lu Yu picked up the storage soul guide on the table and turned to leave the room. Hey, big sister, wait for me. Bang! Splash! As a result, Lu Meng accidentally knocked over the basin of water and hurriedly put on her shoes. By the time she walked out of the room, the water on the floor had evaporated and a strange heat permeated the air. Although the inn had food, those who came out of the Spirit Hall Academy naturally weren't short on money, so they all went to the restaurant to eat. Several teachers sat at one table, while the nameless student sat with Lu Ji at another table. It wasn't that Lu Ji didn't fit in. It was normal for teachers and students to sit apart. After all, there wasn't much to talk about, and it was easy to lose propriety. But they were even less daring to approach Meng Ye's side. What taboos did the ghost elder have? Meng Ye glanced at the menu and then at the ghost Douluo sitting across from him. He wasn't tired from the journey, but the weather was really hot. Wasn't the ghost Douluo's black robe style hot? No worries. Nodding, he handed the menu to a nearby waiter and said, "That's good. Bring out 2 servings of your top 10 signature dishes and 1 serving of elbow meat." Okay. The waiter was stunned, thinking he had misheard. However, seeing Meng Ye and the others' attire, along with the Spirit Hall's identification badge, he didn't dare to be negligent and directly reported the order to the kitchen. "I can't eat that much." The ghost Douluo seemed either bored or quite interested in how much Meng Ye could eat. Meng Ye explained. The elder misunderstood. "This is what I want to eat. Ghost Douluo, this should be a meal for 10 people, right?" Soul masters are generally known to eat a lot, especially those with power-type soul rings. Strong vitality means they eat more. Meng Ye, being a body soul master, had reached a non-human level in using vitality, so he naturally ate more, and this was also a secret technique he developed in collaboration with Lei Jingyang. It was similar to visualization techniques, but this was a method of refining vitality. The benefits were obvious. Their physiques were very strong, and at advanced levels. It was similar to Lei Jingyang's, even capable of causing soul transformations. The downside was that it required a lot of food and was easy to get. Luo Xian felt a bit intimidated by the ghost awe, but sensing that she still felt out of place, she unexpectedly sat next to Meng Ye. Not long after, the dishes were served. Meng Ye had no habit of wasting food and started eating directly. The ghost Douluo ate a little, but seemed more interested in how much Meng Ye could eat. Luo Xian didn't move. Being out in the world made her even more timid. She lowered her head and didn't speak, her hands folded over her jade legs. At that moment, Luo Xian was thinking, "Oh, I'm so hungry. I miss the meals my mother made. The elbow meat is here. Guest, your dishes are ready. Enjoy your meal." The waiter wiped the sweat from his face. Although he didn't recognize them, he felt an inexplicable chill as he passed by the ghost Douluo. Nodding, Meng Ye had no intention of being polite with the ghost Douluo. After all, he didn't expect the ghost Douluo to treat him. What is there to worry about when it's his own money? Glancing at Luo Xian beside him, he sighed inwardly and said, "Eat, you should." Really? This little girl looked at the elbow meat pushed in front of her by Meng Ye, saliva almost dripping down. Her bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Meng Ye. The simple-minded girl seemed not to have noticed that Meng Ye ordered her favorite food, almost letting it slip. Meng Ye also realized his mistake and nodded, continuing to eat quietly. Wow, so lavish. At that moment, Lu Yu and Lu Meng walked in. Scanning the room, the little girl seemed to have spotted Luo Xian and Meng Ye and walked directly over. As for her brother, she chose to ignore him selectively. The two boys in the corner were huddled together. Meng, don't be rude. Lu Yu, still relatively composed, grabbed her somewhat rambunctious little sister and cupped her hands to the ghost Douluo, saying, "Disciple greets the elder." Oh, a little girl from the Lu family, not bad. The ghost Douluo's black robe glowed with two faint blue lights as he looked at Lu Yu. It was as if he could see through her soul and cultivation. Also knowing her identity, a soul ring could be considered a symbol of some soul master families. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Lu Yu bowed again. While courtesy might not mean much, it was better than nothing. After speaking, she prepared to take her little sister to another table. But this little girl was disobedient and kept fidgeting. "Ah, big sister, don't mess around." She gave her sister a stern look. She was very aware of the ghost Douluo's identity. "No worries, sit down." The ghost Douluo suddenly spoke. Lu Yu was nervous, but managed to maintain her composure on the surface. "I apologize." Thank you, Elder Grandpa." Lu Meng, of course, didn't know the ghost Douluo's identity, but was very good at taking advantage of the situation. With her sweet smile and a voice that was endearing but not overly coy, she almost melted the ghost Douluo's bones, instantly eliciting a more pronounced laugh from him. "Little girl, call me Ghost Grandpa. I'm not called Elder." Hello, Ghost Grandpa." The little girl nodded obediently. The way she looked would make anyone feel protective. Not just the ghost Douluo, and this little girl was not just a cute face. Although she had been flattering the ghost Douluo, she knew there had to be a limit, so she didn't rush over to get close. Instead, she glanced at Meng Ye, remembering her big sister saying that this guy was not simple, but he seemed hard to approach. With a quick thought, she finally looked at Luo Xian beside Meng Ye. When one person is hard to approach, the best method is undoubtedly to get close to the person next to them. Hello, Lu Meng." Luo Xian, who was eating elbow meat, blushed, not expecting someone to greet her. She hurriedly tucked away her slightly out-of-place actions and shyly said, "Hello, I am Luo Xian." Luo Xian, you're so pretty. Is it okay if I sit next to you?" Nodding. She didn't refuse. However, after that, Luo Xian seemed to eat more reservedly, even feeling a bit shy about eating. Lu Meng kept chatting with her, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Meng, don't talk while eating." "Oh." The little girl finally quieted down, but still chatted intermittently. If she had this energy earlier, she probably wouldn't have needed to rest halfway. Chapter 19. Soul fragrance would after a hearty meal, although it was still early. It was impossible to continue on the road, as they wouldn't reach the next town. Hunting souls was not a matter of life and death, so there was no need to rush. Several teachers from the Spirit Hall Academy asked Ghost Douluo for his opinion, and after a plea from Lu Meng, they decided to rest for a day. Ghost Douluo nodded, and the others did not dare to say anything. Phew, that was a satisfying meal. Luo Xian, How do you eat so much and still have such a great figure? After eating, Lu Meng directly invited Luo Xian to go shopping with her. Since both were support-type soul masters, Lu Yu, feeling worried, followed them. She was a control-type battle soul master with considerable strength. I don't know, Luo Xian said, lowering her head. She actually wanted to refuse, but Lu Meng was too enthusiastic, leaving her with no choice. Comparatively, she would rather follow Meng Ye, as she sought a sense of security in unfamiliar environments. Although they were not acquainted, Meng Ye gave her an inexplicable sense of safety. I really envy you. Lu Meng looked at Luo Xian with envy, then glanced down at her own feet. Smack! Ouch! Why did you hit me, big sister? Lu Meng turned her head to look at her sister, holding her head after being suddenly struck. You are being rude. Be careful, or I'll tell mother. And you'll be in trouble when we get back, Lu Yu said, seeing her younger sister's reaction, feeling a bit speechless. She could tell that Luo Xian was a bit shy, and Lu Meng was becoming more and more reckless with her words. After all, they came from a soul master family, and if this continued, they might attract trouble. She turned her head to the side and murmured a couple of complaints softly. After wandering for more than an hour, the three returned to the inn. But another situation arose. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked curiously when she saw Luo Xian stop in front of the counter. Luo Xian said awkwardly, I seem to have no place booked, having rarely gone out, let alone traveled far. She had been following Meng Ye all the way and had forgotten to find a place to stay. Is that so? Lu Yu turned to the counter and asked, Boss, do you have any vacant rooms? Well, actually, the soul master who came with you has already booked a room. Here is your... The boss behind the counter handed the key to Luo Xian. The others were a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it, guessing that perhaps the teacher had helped book the rooms. After a night, the group continued on their journey. Since Douluo was not in a hurry, their schedule was delayed a bit. This relieved the group, as reaching the Douluo Great Forest within 3 days would be exhausting even for battle soul masters. They hired several carriages and planned to arrive within a week, which was already quite fast, as it normally took half a month. During the journey, they occasionally encountered some troublemakers, but they were mostly dealt with. Lu Meng was indeed quite likable. During this time, she not only became familiar with almost everyone, but also made Douluo laugh from time to time. Phew! After a few days, the group finally arrived at a small town outside the Douluo Great Forest, and the horses that pulled the carriage were sent to the post station. Finally here, I'm exhausted. Lu Meng stretched lazily, revealing her youthful curves, and said wearily, Yes, we are a bit later than expected, but we should still have time to enter the forest. Elder, what do you think? The leading soul sage, named Gao Cheng, was a powerful assault-type bear spirit master with a soul power level of 74. Even if Douluo didn't come, he would have brought these students to hunt souls, as obtaining soul rings is an essential step in a soul master's training. However, since they were going to the Douluo Great Forest, the Dean, Ovis, who knew Douluo, naturally hoped that he would lead the team for added safety. Well, since everyone is tired, it's fine to take a break, Douluo said, having had the easiest journey, and he quite liked Lu Meng. Yes, sure, Cheng did not dare to say much. There were still 2 hours until dark, and it would take about 30 minutes to enter the forest from here. It was conservatively estimated that they would need to stay inside for a few days, as hunting souls did not guarantee finding suitable soul beasts immediately. It depended on luck. If luck was poor, they would have to settle for whatever they encountered. Resting here for a night wasn't a big deal anyway. Ultimately, it would still depend on luck. Sure, Cheng was mainly worried about Douluo getting impatient. Hooray! Long live Grandpa Ghost! The others were somewhat tired, but Lu Meng, who had been complaining about tiredness all along, suddenly jumped up with a joyful expression, showing no sign of fatigue at all. Long-distance travel might not tire the body much with transportation, but the psychological strain could not be avoided. Even several Soul Emperor-level teachers felt a bit fatigued, let alone the others. Meng Ye was the one in the best condition, showing almost no signs of fatigue, while surprisingly, Luo Xian was also in good shape. Luo Xian, let's go shopping. I saw some beautiful clothes over there. I want to go. Come on, just accompany me. All right then. The two went shopping again, while the others found an inn to temporarily stay at. Meng Ye headed towards a medicinal herb shop, as the towns around the Douluo Great Forest had many precious soul beast material for sale. Many soul masters who were unwilling to join the spirit hall and had no background would choose to form mercenary groups, taking on tasks or collecting soul beast materials and rare treasures to sell. Among these items, there were often extraordinary treasures with special effects, though the chances were slim. In the years Meng Ye had been around, he had encountered a 1,000-year grade rare treasure only once, which had directly raised his soul power by 2 levels. Such things often had a large element of luck involved. Even if many precious herbs were brought back by lucky soul masters, they would often lose their potency due to improper preservation, making them difficult to use effectively. Boss, didn't you say last time that this is the finest soul fragrance wood? Why has the price dropped this time? Are you messing with me? How could that be? The last batch didn't sell well, so we didn't dare to charge too much. You know, who in this place will buy something for noble lords? We have to wait for the merchant caravan to come and take it to the main city. Oof. What a hassle. Just give me 50 gold soul coins. I'll sell it to you. All right, I promise not to drop the price next time, but I can't sell too much. It might be better next month. Okay, I believe you. As Meng Ye reached the entrance of the medicinal herb shop, he overheard the conversation inside, and then a figure dressed in coarse cloth walked out. He was not particularly strong-looking, but he emanated a fierce aura that made him seem quite unapproachable. Moreover, the strong smell of beasts on him was unmistakable, likely having just come out of the starred Douluo forest. Hello, what can I help you with? Feel free to look around, said a small bearded, shrewd-eyed boss as he escorted the person to the door and happened to see Meng Ye, greeting him. Meng Ye's gaze swept over a piece of wood in the boss's hand. The wooden grain was clear, but it had a somewhat glazed sheen. Not only that, but the surface of the wood emitted a faint, exotic fragrance. Meng Ye had an extraordinary sense of smell. Even without getting close, he could detect it. As the exotic fragrance entered his nose, Meng Ye suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of soul power within him, causing his pupils to constrict. Boss, how much is this soul fragrance wood? Meng Ye pointed at the wood in the boss's hand. He had heard the conversation between the two and knew that this small piece of wood, about the size of a pen holder, was being sold for 50 gold soul coins, a price more outrageous than ordinary rare treasures. However, compared to its value, it was quite cheap. This item was similar to sandalwood, valued for its rarity and its calming and soothing effects, helping soul masters enter a meditative state quickly. However, it is mostly something used by nobility or royalty to showcase their status. No soul master would expect to cultivate with this. The guest has a good eye. The boss didn't expect Meng Ye to take a liking to this soul incense wood at first glance, and without much thought, he directly placed it in front of Meng Ye, boasting, "This soul incense wood just arrived. Look at its quality, it's at least 20 years of good stuff. If you're satisfied, I'll give it to you at cost. How about 500? The boss raised his hand, spreading out 5 fingers. 100. Meng Ye looked at him expressionlessly. The value of this item could fetch over 1,000 at an auction house. But that requires someone to buy it. And the distance from here to the nearest main city is not short, which is the price calculated including transportation costs. If sold nearby, this old geezer only spent 50 gold soul coins to acquire it, and now he's flipping it by 10 times. To say it's robbery would be somewhat mild. Even outright theft wouldn't dare to be this bold. Chapter 20. Information acquired. Shopping. Alright, today is the grand opening. Consider me, old boy, making a friend with you. Pay up. The boss smiled reluctantly, knowing that Meng Ye must have heard his earlier words, so he decided to close the deal directly. A quick exchange of 50 gold soul coins, and he had made a killing, with payment in one hand and delivery in the other. Meng Ye successfully obtained the piece of soul incense wood. Then, without a glance, he dashed past the herb shop to chase after the person who had just left. Hey, customer, is there anything else you need? The boss was momentarily stunned. It was rare to encounter such a straightforward customer, and he wanted to see if he could make another profit. No need. Meng Ye was too lazy to get entangled with him. That piece of soul incense wood was not simple, and he wanted to see if he could find its source. As for buying it at double the price, it could be considered a win-win. The boss felt satisfied enough with his profit. A few minutes later, Meng Ye caught up with the middle-aged man, and, after inquiring, the man decisively told him where he found the soul incense wood. Specifically, it was in a marsh. This thing had soaked in the marsh. but there seemed to be powerful soul beasts inside, so I didn't dare to approach the center and could only pick up this piece from the edge. Thank you. Here, as your reward. Meng Ye casually handed the man 2 gold soul coins as compensation for the information. You're too polite. If you have any other questions, feel free to come find me. My name is Li Si, and I live just ahead. Li Si was very happy to have pocketed 2 gold soul coins for nothing. Nodding, Meng Ye didn't say much and directly headed back. This trip to the Stardow Great Forest was not just about soul rings. He now had another goal, to find the source of the soul incense wood. No, this thing might also be called soul incense wood, but perhaps another name is more suitable, 10,000-year soul incense. This item itself has calming properties, but if it has existed for over 10,000 years without rotting, then there is only one possibility. It was consumed by a soul beast, and before it could be digested, the soul beast was killed. The soul power would be absorbed by this soul incense wood over time, and this process would last for at least several years. Moreover, it must be a 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, the soul power of an ordinary soul beast would quickly dissipate along with the soul ring, and the soul incense would rot away in a short time. To achieve a true 10,000-year level, this process would need to be repeated multiple times to form such a level of soul incense. Such high-grade soul incense wood is truly a treasure. Soul masters cannot directly absorb soul beast soul power for their own use unless they have an evil martial soul. But this 10,000-year soul incense wood can. It can accelerate the soul power condensation speed by at least 30%, which is the effect of 10,000-year soul incense wood. This piece would probably be enough for Meng Ye to use for over half a year, roughly equivalent to a free upgrade of about 2 levels of soul power. If he could get a little more of this, its value would be immeasurable and can't be measured with money. Just this piece in his hand, if discovered by a high-ranking soul master, could easily be sold for over 10,000 gold soul coins, and at an auction, it could even rise to several tens of thousands without surprising anyone. Oh, Meng Ye, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? On the street, Meng Ye encountered 3 girls who had come out shopping, buying some things, just about to head back. He nodded to the other 2. Lu Yu smiled slightly, having a good impression of Meng Ye, while Luo Xian looked at him with a bit of a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Originally, he didn't want to have any interaction, but Lu Meng's personality was the type that could get along with anyone. Unless someone was inherently cold, it would be hard to completely avoid her. So, would you like to join us for a stroll? Lu Meng winked at Meng Ye. All right. Meng Ye had intended to refuse, but doing so at this moment felt a bit deliberate in distancing himself or appearing cold. Being low-key and being indifferent are not the same concepts. Meng Ye didn't want to interact with too many people, simply to avoid affecting his cultivation. Then the group began shopping. Lu Meng was quite enjoying herself. Although there weren't many good items, she seemed to find everything novel and was delighted. Occasionally, she would buy some trinkets or decorations. The Lu family was not weak in the Soul Master community, so all 3 had storage soul tools. After seeing Meng Ye, Luo Xian instinctively moved closer to him, while Lu Yu intentionally sought his advice on cultivation methods, which made the atmosphere quite harmonious. The 4th soul ring? Meng Ye, did you also obtain your 4th soul ring like us? Nodding, Meng Ye didn't hide anything. This was a big deal. No matter how good a soul master's talent was, if they weren't famous, it didn't mean much, just like the trio of Evil Moon. Dubbed the Golden Generation, it was more for the martial soul hall to create hype and solidify its prestige. If we really talk about talent, the 3 of them combined wouldn't compare to Bai Dong from back in the day, nor would they match Qianren Xue. I remember Meng Ye. You should be in the same class as Luo Xian, right? May I ask how old you are this year? Lu Yu knew it wasn't appropriate to ask, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. It's fine, I'm 13. So, does that mean you're younger than me? Lu Meng, who was in front, suddenly turned around, holding a ribbon and putting it into her storage soul tool. Meng, Lu Yu turned and glared at her younger sister, then turned to Meng Ye apologetically, saying, Sorry, my sister is a bit impulsive. It's all right. Waving his hand, Meng Ye said casually, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Lu Meng's eyes turned, and she suddenly said, And you look pretty good too. By the way, you... Ouch. Before she could finish, Lu Yu raised her hand and hit her, making her curl up with her head in her arms. If you don't fix this habit of speaking without thinking, You'll run into big trouble sooner or later. Lu Yu shot a stern glance at Lu Meng. Sticking out her tongue, Lu Meng didn't dare to say more. She actually wanted to ask Meng Ye if he had a partner, but that topic was a bit too sensitive and too direct. Meng Ye was just young. He was inexperienced. At least Lu Yu could see that. Someone whose maturity doesn't match their age, unless they have some congenital disease, is likely a genius. The world of geniuses is different from what ordinary people see. It's about time to head back, right? We have to go soul hunting tomorrow. Meng Ye shook his head. He recalled some events from his past life. Lu Yu was indeed right. Lu Meng's lack of discretion had caused quite a bit of trouble, nearly implicating the Lu family. Although it didn't lead to their ruin, they still paid a painful price. That's true. Lu Yu nodded, extending her hand. By the way, let us formally get to know each other. My martial soul is light, and I'm currently going to obtain my fourth soul ring, but I've been suppressing it for a while. My main body martial soul should be similar to yours. Calmly extending her hand to shake, Lu Yu's talent was quite good. If nothing unexpected happened, she would likely become the head of the Lu family in the future. The current head of the Lu family was Soul Douluo, and their family lineage was among the top tier in the Soul Master community. Compared to the three sects, they might not be able to compete. But among the lower four sects, they were indeed stronger than most Soul Master families, only lacking in numbers. And Lu Yu was only 18 years old. She was completely capable of reaching the title Douluo level in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, you're too humble. The gap isn't small at all. A wry smile appeared on Lu Yu's fair face. Both parties withdrew their hands at the same time. Her hand felt warm and smooth, like warm jade, providing a very comfortable sensation. An 18-year-old at level 40 is not on the same level as a 17-year-old at level 40. The difference in talent is immense. Not to mention there's a 6-year gap between them. 6 years is the golden age for Soul Master talent to explode. Even if one improves 3 or 4 levels in a year, that's a gap of over 20 levels. This is also why Lu Yu was willing to interact with Meng Ye. In the world of Soul Masters, 2 types of people are most sought after: strong individuals and geniuses. The former goes without saying, while the latter has the potential to become strong. Chapter 21. Thunder God Bamboo. The Star Doe Forest, recognized as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, is an area that humans have explored less than half of. It can only be roughly divided into outer and inner regions, essentially separating the areas dominated by 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. As for 100,000-year soul beasts, not many have been seen and survived, so there is little significance in categorizing them. Crack! The sound of crushed underbrush echoed, and mottled light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, making the already deep forest appear even more fantastical. Don't get lost. Stay behind us. Several students nodded silently at Gao Cheng's words. In such a place, they, who had hardly experienced life and death battles or even soul fighting, felt somewhat nervous. Lu Meng, who had been chattering all the way, now fell silent, following Lu Yu with a pale face. In fact, even Lu Ji was nearly the same. This was not their fault. It was a normal reaction for ordinary people facing unfamiliar environments. As for those who were a bit more carefree and naive, their survival would depend on luck. Soul beasts do not need reasons to attack humans. Their priority targets are naturally those who attract their attention. Little girl, you two better stay close to me. The voice of Ghost Douluo came from the front. He led the way, his eyes occasionally emitting a ghostly glow, capturing every movement in the surroundings. Whether they could quickly find suitable soul beasts depended on him. The several teachers might have some detection abilities, but they surely could not match his. Meng Ye's mental strength was exceptionally high, and his precision might be slightly better than Ghost Douluo's, but in terms of range, he could only maintain a detection radius of about 1 kilometer. Moreover, it could not last long, as it consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Relatively speaking, he was more adept at mental attacks rather than mental detection and control. Lu Meng glanced at Lu Yu, who gave her a look and nodded. Only then did she walk behind Ghost Douluo, which was certainly the safest for her. Luo Xian, on the other hand, kept following Meng Ye, which left him somewhat speechless. It wasn't safe to follow him either. 1,000-year soul beasts were manageable, and those over 5,000 years were still okay. But if a 10,000-year soul beast appeared, he could only avoid confrontation. Given his cultivation level, even if he could defeat it, he would have to pay a certain price. Luo Xian, you should come over too. Lu Meng turned to remind her. I don't need to. Luo Xian directly refused her kindness. Heh. Ghost Douluo let out a strange laugh. Then said in a low voice, the first target has appeared. A 3,000-year light tiger and a 4,000-year sunworm. You three should be able to handle it, right? I want to. Lu Meng excitedly raised her hand, then quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes looking at Ghost Douluo. Speaking loudly in such a place was not a good habit. If they encountered an attack, she would be the first to suffer. And my martial soul is the sunworm. I'll trouble the elder and the teachers. Lu Ji also suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice. They came from the same family, but their martial souls were different. Strictly speaking, only Lu Yu inherited the orthodox family martial soul among the three. With both parents having equally strong martial souls, the probability of inheriting a mutated martial soul was quite, but it was also the most likely time for twin martial souls to appear, if one was strong and the other weak. It went without saying that over 90% of the time, they inherited a powerful martial soul, with only minor mutations occurring. Elder, where are those two soul beasts? Gao Cheng asked. Just ahead, about 800 meters away. Also, there is an 8,000-year bear about 1,000 meters to the left. Who? Gao Cheng slightly nodded. And the two soul emperor-level teachers behind him understood, quickly leaping into the forest. It was the safest approach to capture them. Otherwise, if everyone moved, it would be slow. And as they delved deeper into the increasingly complex primal environment of the Stardow forest, a careless encounter could make it difficult to ensure everyone has safety. Kid, are you not interested? Ghost Douluo's voice suddenly appeared by Meng Ye's ear, not attracting anyone else's attention. He deliberately mentioned the 8,000-year soul beast just for Meng Ye, knowing that Meng Ye had always absorbed soul rings beyond his level. Ordinary soul masters would absorb their fourth soul ring, even for top martial soul, beast martial souls. At most approaching the 5,000-year level, with few exceeding that. Auxiliary systems could only absorb within the 3,000 to 4,000-year range. Even if Meng Ye doubled his absorption, 8,000 years was basically the limit. At least that was what Ghost Douluo thought. However, Meng Ye's response was too weak. Oh, interesting. How many years are you looking for? Ghost Douluo asked with curiosity. He was intrigued to know where Meng Ye's limits were, as it was part of his task to report to Bibi Dong later. 20,000 years, not exceeding 25,000 years, preferably with lightning attributes. A top-tier large soul beast will be fine too, Meng Ye replied. Ghost Douluo glanced back at him, and through the shadow of his cloak. It seemed he could see the surprised expression in his eyes. Kid, are you sure? Sure. Meng Ye's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo's surprise was normal, not to mention ordinary soul masters, even among those recorded in the Martial Soul Hall, including Bibi Dong. He had never seen a fourth soul ring reach 20,000 years. That was the standard for the sixth soul ring, equivalent to a soul emperor. Each tier of soul ring is significant. The refinement of physical strength, mental power, and soul power is crucial. In practice, a soul emperor's 30% soul power is enough to crush a soul master with full soul power. That is the gap. Meng Ye was also quite helpless. His physical strength was limited by his age and had not yet reached its peak. If it weren't for being summoned by Bibi Dong, he would have planned to suppress his soul power until he turned 16 before obtaining a soul ring. By then, he would even have the confidence to absorb a soul ring over 50,000 years for his fourth ring. Now, it was definitely not possible. The Martial Soul Hall would not allow him to make such a superficial move that wasted his talent. All right, I'll find you a 20,000-year soul beast. Ghost Douluo seemed to be getting interested, wanting to see how Meng Ye would absorb a 20,000-year soul ring. Bang! Soon, the two soul emperors returned with two soul beasts, throwing them on the ground, looking like they were losing air. Lu Ji and Lu Meng stepped forward to deal with them and began absorbing the soul rings. Just entering the Stardow forest and resolving two soul rings was undoubtedly good news. Following Ghost Douluo's deliberate guidance, they successively found soul beasts for the other three. Lu Yu acquired a mutated light-winged moth for 1,800 years old, gaining a powerful single-target control soul skill, which was quite good. Luo Xian obtained her third soul ring, getting a colorful deer with the ability to purify, which was very suitable for an auxiliary soul master's abilities. Finally, there was Jeremy, who was the only one everyone didn't know and was somewhat of an outsider on this journey, carrying some emotions and already feeling dissatisfied. However, he successfully obtained his fourth soul ring, the Ghost Vine Martial Soul, which could also be considered control type, but was much weaker compared to Luo. Having already surpassed 20 years of age, he would likely only be able to serve as a steward in the future unless he was exceptionally lucky and ended up in the main hall. The soul hunting was basically over. Ghost Douluo let the others return first while he took Meng Ye to continue hunting soul beasts, as they needed to delve deeper into the Stardow forest. Be careful. Before leaving, Luo Xian looked at him with some concern and said in a voice that was almost inaudible. Although it was just a simple sentence, Meng Ye felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he had returned to that period. Hee. Ghost Douluo stood aside and said with a smile, "Kid, it seems that girl is interested in you. Elder, you said you didn't find a thunder attribute soul beast, right?" Meng Ye did not answer, but turned to Ghost Douluo and asked, "TSK, it's just that there isn't one that meets your standards." Clearly, Ghost Douluo was a bit displeased when this topic came up, as being a title Douluo, he still cared about his pride. Unexpectedly, Meng Ye casually said, "But I have found one." Impossible. Ghost Douluo naturally didn't believe it, but still followed Meng Ye with a skeptical attitude as they continued walking through the forest. Before long, the two pushed aside the bushes in front of them and saw a steep stone pillar. The area around the pillar was clear, as if grass and trees could not approach it, and the ground even exposed a large amount of rock layers. The cliff wasn't high, only a few dozen meters, but the most critical part was the object at the top that faintly shimmered with purple light. Just getting close, Meng Ye felt a tingling sensation on his body. ZZ. Ghost Douluo also had a spark of electricity appear on him, as the thunder power was blocked by his protective soul power and could not invade. What is this? Even Ghost Douluo, with all his experience, couldn't identify what this soul beast was for a moment. Thunder God Bamboo. Chapter 22. Absorbing the Soul Ring. The Thunder God Bamboo, a rare variant of Thunder Bamboo, has been struck by heavenly tribulations, and among tens of thousands of Thunder Bamboo, there exists only one top-quality Thunder attribute plant-type soul beast. Meng Ye's tone even carried a hint of excitement. The reason he wanted to find a Thunder attribute soul beast was simple: to continuously enhance his own attributes to reach the pinnacle. The adaptability of his main martial soul was very strong, allowing Meng Ye to choose various soul skills for comprehensive development, including attack, close combat, AoE, defense, and control, except for support. His dual martial souls also gave him the capital for this, but being a jack of all trades without specialization was meaningless. So he chose to specialize in one or two areas. He ultimately chose power and thunder attributes. With maximum explosive power, his combat style would become incredibly efficient and terrifying. The Thunder God Bamboo before him was the perfect soul ring he pursued, and he could almost be certain that absorbing this soul ring would grant him mastery over the ultimate thunder attribute. What a domineering power! Such a rare object exists in the world. Ghost Douluo exclaimed. He was not surprised by the age of the Thunder God Bamboo, which was just over 20,000 years. Not significant to him. What truly astonished him was the domineering nature of the Thunder God Bamboo's attributes, which could directly affect his protective soul power, even giving a vague feeling of his martial soul being suppressed. Normally, not to mention a 20,000-year soul beast, even a top-level 50,000-year soul beast could not do this. After his astonishment, Ghost Douluo looked at Meng Ye and asked, "Is this the soul beast you want? Are you sure you can absorb it?" Meng Ye did not dare to be overly confident. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I have a 60% chance. I want to take a gamble." In fact, even if it were over 30,000 years, he would still attempt it with only a 30% chance. Ultimate attribute soul beasts were exceedingly rare. Aside from some specific soul beasts, ultimate attribute soul beasts were rarer than 100,000-year soul beasts. Among the soul beasts Meng Ye knew, even the 10 great ferocious beasts of the later generations were not all ultimate attribute. 60%, huh? Ghost Douluo was somewhat surprised. In his view, even a soul emperor might not succeed in absorbing this soul ring. He then said solemnly, "Very well. If this succeeds, you'll be unprecedented. I will assist you this time." He was also taking a gamble, betting that Meng Ye could succeed, and he could almost foresee that Meng Ye would inevitably reach, or even surpass, the current pope. At that time, his position would be incredibly secure. Having already assisted 2 popes, Ghost Douluo's foresight was naturally not low. Whoosh! After speaking, Ghost Douluo transformed into a shadow and rushed toward the stone pillar, soaring dozens of meters high, passing by in an instant before the title Douluo. Boom! Just as Ghost Douluo reached out to uproot the thunder god bamboo, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky without warning. An oppressive aura began to spread throughout the world. Crack! In the next moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning fell without warning, striking directly at Ghost Douluo. This was true heavenly might. Unlike the soul skills released by soul masters, which required time, there was no way to avoid it. Even for a title Douluo, a mere trick dares to show off in front of me. Get away! Ghost Douluo snorted angrily, relying on his powerful cultivation to block the thunder, seizing the main trunk of the thunder god bamboo. At the same time, 9 soul rings appeared around him, and a chilling, ghostly shadow spread from within him, as if thousands of ghosts were released, enveloping even the blinding lightning. The cultivation of a title Douluo was already fearless against most natural disasters, so ordinary lightning was hard to pose a threat to them. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. The blinding lightning actually cut through the layers of mist, and the soul rings on Ghost Douluo's body shone brightly. Under Ghost's night walk, the chilling, ghostly aura spread out, and amidst the dark mist that obscured the sky, more ghostly figures began to rush wildly, continuously devouring the lightning power within. However, the thunder god bamboo still emitted a terrifying aura, and the lightning within the ghostly shadows showed no signs of extinguishing. The sky continued to unleash bolts of lightning, trying to break through the dark mist. This is attribute suppression. Meng Ye had already retreated quite a distance. The lightning falling from the sky was no joke, and he could not withstand it with his cultivation. Seeing that Ghost Douluo had yet to succeed, his expression grew increasingly grave. Even as a title Douluo, facing ultimate attributes, he could only be suppressed. For a time, he was unable to capture it. After waiting for several minutes, Ghost Douluo finally managed to pull up the thunder god bamboo along with its roots, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Ziz! Ziz! Even after suffering heavy damage, the thunder god bamboo still occasionally sparked with lightning, and faint white smoke emanated from Ghost Douluo's entire body, his eyes glowing red. "Kid, what kind of soul beast is this? My ghostly aura has been considerably shaken off by it," Ghost Douluo said somewhat angrily, genuinely unaware of this soul beast. What surprised him even more was that this lightning power actually restrained his martial soul. It was not just attribute suppression, but direct restraint, causing his cultivation to be reduced by at least a year or 2. Although it did not lead to a drop in cultivation, it still pained him greatly. "Elder, don't worry. This lightning, though it restrains you, is indeed the purest and most masculine force of heaven and earth, which has a refining effect on soul power. Your martial soul is extremely yin and lacks yang, and now using this lightning to eliminate its impurities will greatly benefit your future cultivation." Meng Ye stepped forward to take the thunder god bamboo while explaining to him. "Kid, don't think you can trick me." Ghost Douluo still somewhat irate, calmed down slightly upon hearing this, but remained skeptical. "Of course not. I believe that Elder and Elder Jew must be like this, right? Yin and yang complement each other, which is why you have cultivated to this point." While speaking, Meng Ye directly broke open the core of the thunder god bamboo, completely cutting off its life force, and a pitch-black soul ring emerged, even carrying a faint aura of thunder. Ghost Douluo's pupils constricted, and he immediately believed half of what Meng Ye said. He and Douluo had a martial soul fusion skill, and the reason for this was that their martial souls complemented each other, the extraordinary pure yang herb. The sky-opening chrysanthemum, when consumed, could enhance the blood flow through the body, refining an indestructible body. Naturally, the ghostly charm was an extremely yin martial soul. If they could cultivate together and even exchange soul power, they would achieve twice the result with half the effort. even though they had only been close over the years. They had both reached the level of 95. "Thank you, Elder," Meng Ye said, and began to sit down to absorb the soul ring. Ghost Douluo saw Meng Ye starting to absorb the soul ring and did not say much. He focused on dispelling the restless lightning within his body while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Jipa. Just as Meng Ye drew the soul ring to himself, he felt a sharp pain in his skin, followed by pain in his flesh and internal organs. He had already absorbed 2 top-level thunder attribute soul rings. He was not far from the ultimate thunder, but the gap was still not small. Even so, absorbing it was arduous. The scattered soul secret method and blood energy were all in operation, and even his mental strength was mobilized to suppress this thunderous might. Huh? Ghost Douluo looked at Meng Ye's actions with suspicion. Seeing Meng Ye starting to absorb, he had initially been somewhat nervous, as this was not just an absorption across levels, but 2 major tiers. However, upon seeing the soul power continuously emanating from Meng Ye, Ghost Douluo's eyes lit up, and he roughly understood the mystery of this scattered soul method. This method could even allow ordinary soul masters to achieve level-crossing absorption of soul rings. Hiss! White mist gradually spread from within Meng Ye, rising like smoke signals. Blood energy like smoke. "This kid has an astonishing physique," Ghost Douluo exclaimed. He had previously seen Meng Ye unleash incredible blood energy in front of Bibi Dong, but at that time, he was under immense pressure, and it seemed normal to him. However, now it appeared that it was more than just that. This substantial blood energy smoke could not be achieved solely by relying on potential. A strength-type soul master may not necessarily reach the soul sage level and above. Physical strength and vitality are 2 different matters. Chapter 23. Titan Giant Ape. Stardow Forest. Inner Area. This world, ruled by 10,000-year soul beasts, is filled with an invisible killing intent in the quiet and deep forest. By a swamp. A baboon searching for water raises its head warily, knowing that dangers lurk beneath the swamp, but comparatively, it feels the least secure from behind. However, beneath the swamp, a shadow emanates an even more terrifying aura of danger. Huh? Taking a breath, it continues to lower its head to drink, but the next moment, roar! With a thunderous roar, a massive creature comes crashing through the deeper parts of the forest. Its terrifying momentum causing the ground to shake even in this territory ruled by various giant beasts. Countless flying soul beasts scatter in all directions. The dreadful aura belonging to an ancient beast startling soul beasts within a radius of several dozen miles into a frenzy. On a walking mountain, 2 distinct light sources shine like lighthouses, becoming the only source of light in this dense forest and simultaneously the source of fear. The hidden predator beneath the swamp no longer dares to show itself, and the surrounding soul beasts that came to drink also flee in panic. However, many still suffer the misfortune of being crushed under fallen trees. Not good. A 10,000-year soul beast is on the prowl. Hurry up. Those who originally planned to leave the Stardow Forest, like Shurcheng and others, are still far away, but the scope of this disaster is too vast. Just those soul beasts driven out from the inner area have formed a small-scale beast tide. Several soul saints and soul emperors do not dare to linger for even a moment, quickly fleeing with a few students, but they are ultimately overwhelmed by the beast tide. On the other side, another group of hunters is camping under the night sky, completely unaware of the approaching calamity. Deep in the forest, Meng Ye has finished absorbing the soul ring, and the flickering lightning around him gradually dissipates. Just a single stray lightning strike hits the ground, leaving a charred mark and cracks even on the rocks. The extreme attributes of dominance are fully displayed. The high temperature and force accompanying ordinary lightning are not enough to instantly shatter the rock. It really worked. Ghost Douluo has already dispersed the thunderous power within him. Looking at Meng Ye in surprise, he had prepared to save him and verified what Meng Ye had said earlier. The thunder has benefits for his cultivation, considering whether to find Douluo to try it out when he returns. Senior, do you hear anything? Meng Ye, however, is not too excited, calmly looking into the forest. He vaguely hears some sounds. It's too far away, but that previously unseen terrifying aura still gives him an instinctive heart palpitation. Sounds? Perhaps it's a soul beast. There are too many soul beasts in the Douluo forest, so it's normal to have some commotion occasionally. Ghost Douluo pays no mind. He did not hear anything. Nodding, Meng Ye says, I have discovered a place of opportunity and want to explore it before we return. Opportunity? What is it? Ghost Douluo asks Meng Ye. The treasures recognized in the Soul Master world are actually quite rare. If one had to say, there are probably only two types. Soul bones, and then the rest. It's not that there aren't any, but the actual value is there. Every treasure has a price, but soul bones are priceless. In the black market and auction houses, even people have prices. This is not convenient to discuss. But if the elder is willing to help, I will not disappoint the elder. Meng Ye does not tell Ghost Douluo what it is. Very few people know the value of this item, and he has only once received a small piece of it. It was given to him by that brat Wang Sha. Those nobles did not understand the value of this item, so they naturally could not tell the difference between 10,000-year soul incense and ordinary soul incense wood. Good things that can enhance soul power start at least in tens of thousands of gold soul coins in the auction house. Oh, Ghost Douluo is also intrigued, saying, fine, I will go with you. It would take a while to return to Spirit City anyway, and it is not an urgent task, so he is not in a hurry. After confirming the direction, Meng Ye heads toward the place he inquired about. According to Li Si's words, it is likely already close to the edge of the inner area, where 10,000-year soul beasts appear regularly. A mere Grand Soul Master running to such a place is not an exaggeration to say he is risking his life for money. Even though Meng Ye has now risen to Soul Master, this place is still very dangerous. What is this? After walking a few miles, they discover fallen trees and a ground covered in soul beasts, soul rings, and huge footprints. Even Ghost Douluo's expression changes at the scale of destruction. 100,000-year soul beast. Quick, let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Ghost Douluo grabs Meng Ye and swiftly rushes toward the outside of the Douluo forest. The speed is so fast that one can barely see a shadow flash by, and it is even harder to see clearly in the dark. Elder, Meng Ye feels uncomfortable. At this speed, combined with the branches and leaves hitting his face, he can't utter a complete sentence. He wants to tell Ghost Douluo not to run that way. The terrifying traces remind him of something. At this time, if it is coincidentally enough, the 100,000-year soul beast appearing on the outskirts of the Douluo forest can only be one. Titan Giant Ape is here to find Xiao Wu. If nothing unexpected happens, it is probably already on its way back now. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, under Ghost Douluo's rapid pace, they soon hear footsteps coming from ahead. Both sides are moving at high speed, and upon colliding, when Ghost Douluo looks up again, a massive foot has already descended. Ghost Douluo flings Meng Ye away, and at the same time, his terrifying soul power begins to explode with full force. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Chimeras and monsters. Out. Roar. The Titan Giant Ape sees Xiao Wu again, its mind filled with finding her and then bringing her back to see the sky blue bull python. As two of the fierce beasts adopted by Xiao Wu's mother, they can be considered family. Knowing Xiao Wu chose to transform and go to the human world, they naturally worry. Now that Xiao Wu has returned, it makes sense that the Titan Giant Ape is looking for her right away. However, the sudden appearance of Ghost Douluo angers the Titan Giant Ape, as Ghost Douluo's area attack might harm Xiao Wu. With no time to think further, Meng Ye mobilizes all his blood and energy, then, without hesitation, directly throws himself to the ground. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying shockwave spreads, flattening everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Ghost Douluo is not a power-type martial soul, but he is still a title Douluo, facing the Titan Giant Ape head-on. The aftermath of this strike is enough to kill 1,000-year soul beasts. A mouthful of blood is spat out. Meng Ye's mind goes blank, and his internal organs groan. Without time to check his injuries, he directly gets up and runs away. His only thought at this moment is to escape. Ghost Douluo definitely won't die. It is almost impossible to kill him with physical attacks. But he surely can't withstand this kind of aftermath for long. If it happens a couple more times, he might not even be able to escape. Roar! Beasts, do not be reckless. The Titan Giant Ape's furious roar and Ghost Douluo's angry shouts echo over the Douluo forest. After running over 1,000 meters, Meng Ye's ears buzz, and he can only think of cursing. Damn it. The Titan giant ape is likely enraged for Xiao Wu. Ghost Douluo probably didn't expect to collide head-on with the charging Titan giant ape, and, in panic, acted without hesitation. Now, well, without a common language. They might as well just continue fighting. I need to find a place to heal. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Ye inwardly examines his injuries and then feels a wave of despair. The injuries are not severe, only very evenly distributed, but some fragile organs are also injured. Even though he has a martial soul as his main body, this kind of injury still requires a few days of recovery. It is impossible to continue exploring deeper into the starry forest. Who knows if bad luck will strike and encounter a beast tide or something. Without Ghost Douluo, he can only run away. After nearly half an hour of walking, he finally distanced himself completely from that battlefield. Fortunately, the surrounding soul beasts had been scared away by the terrifying presence of the Titan great ape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Rustle, rustle. There's a movement in the bushes in front of him. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened, and he released his spiritual power. It's you guys. It's Lu Yu and Lu Ji, accompanied by Luo Xian and a soul emperor teacher. The few of them appeared somewhat disheveled. It seems they were just unlucky. Chapter 24. Dragon Lord and Snake Lady Meng Ye. Where are the elders? We got separated. The teacher looked at Meng Ye and asked. They had been hiding nearby for a while and only came out after the beast tide had passed. But even Shi Cheng's group had been scattered, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Upon seeing Meng Ye, they instinctively thought that Ghost Douluo was nearby, igniting a glimmer of hope. Faced with the terrifying beast tide that was like a natural disaster, they could only lament their own weakness and the fact that they had survived. Unable to do anything else, they encountered a powerful soul beast that was currently engaged in battle. Where? I'll go support the elders. The teacher was startled and quickly said, Ghost Elder should have already escaped by now. There's no need for you to go. We can leave this place first. You glanced at the other person and said, Help? Your build can't even feed a Titan great ape. The other party was taken aback and then awkwardly stopped talking. At this moment, Lu Yu looked at Meng Ye and asked, Meng Ye, have you seen my sister? We got separated in the beast tide. No. Meng Ye shook his head slightly and said, The direction I came from should have no living creatures daring to approach. Where did you get separated? Lu Yu fell silent, and it was Lu Ji who took the initiative to speak. After we got separated in the beast tide, we lost our bearings. And with this terrain, it's already. Where the beast tide passed, it's hard to distinguish not just the environment, but even the terrain. Plus, this is a primitive forest, not a street where you can find a signpost. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye still asked, So what are you planning to do? Right now, there are only two choices. Leave the Stardow Forest first, regroup with Shi Cheng and the others, and then come back to search. This method is undoubtedly more prudent. If we search directly, the risk is too high, but it also has the highest probability of finding them. The changes in the Stardow Forest are too great. If we are not careful, it might not just be a matter of whether we can find them, but dragging it out might make it very difficult for a support-type soul master to last in the Stardow Forest until they are rescued. I want to find my sister. Lu Yu's gaze was firm, and Lu Ji stood beside her. As siblings, they naturally would not give up. Nonsense. Right now, we should regroup with the elders. You all come with me. The Soul Emperor teacher would naturally not allow them to act recklessly. Teacher. Meng Ye looked at the other party and suddenly said, Why don't we search nearby? Since we've already obtained the fourth soul ring, we have some self-defense capability. Plus, the beast tide has just passed, so there shouldn't be any danger now. I oppose. We should leave this cursed place as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for another moment. Jeremy, who had been following the group, suddenly shouted and wanted to leave. At this point, he was still pale and trembling. Clearly, he was terrified and did not want to stay here a moment longer. The others had no intention of blaming him. This was a normal reaction. In fact, the group was only forcing themselves to muster their spirits. The Lu siblings were holding on with the obsession of saving someone. The teacher also noticed the disagreement among them and comforted. Perhaps they have already left the forest, and with Senior Shi Cheng protecting them, they should be fine. This statement wasn't wrong. After all, not discovering anything was the best news. Lu Yu ultimately bit her lip, her face pale, and insisted. Teacher, I want to search a bit. If we don't find anything after half a day, we will leave. If you want to search, go find it yourself. Teacher, I want to go out. You know my father. He is a noble. You must take me out. Jeremy had lost his senses, grabbing the Soul Emperor teacher's arm. This action naturally displeased the Soul Emperor, but it was indeed a fact. Nobility could not influence Soul Masters, especially the judgment of Soul Emperor, but human feelings could. The Lu siblings could only lower their heads at this point. They had no reason to make everyone accompany them. They would definitely stay, even if there was danger. Teacher, Meng Ye looked at the Soul Emperor teacher and said, why don't you take the others out first? Leave markers along the way, and I'll help them search nearby. If the others have already left, you can return here and use a signal flare so we can leave in time. How about that? The Soul Emperor teacher hesitated for a moment, realizing that this disagreement would be hard to resolve, and finally nodded. All right, but you must not take risks. If there is danger, you must escape at the first moment, understood? The Lu siblings finally felt relieved and thanked him. Thank you, teacher. They also looked gratefully at Meng Ye, knowing that he was helping them. You should come with me. It's dangerous to stay here. The teacher looked at Luo Xian. This girl had quietly snuck up behind Meng Ye without saying a word, making it hard to tell whether she was scared or not. I also want to help find people. You. After several rounds of persuasion, Luo Xian remained exceptionally persistent and refused to leave. In the end, the teacher could only sternly remind her several times before taking Jeremy away. It wasn't that he didn't want to forcibly take people away, but the time was pressing, and hesitating even for a moment could delay the chance to save others. Moreover, he couldn't take everyone at once. Meng Ye, thank you. No need to say it. Meng Ye knew what the siblings wanted to say, shook his head slightly, and directly said, come with me. I might be able to find some clues. But if we go deeper, I'm afraid the teacher won't agree, so we can only resort to this last measure. The two siblings stopped talking, nodded seriously, and followed Meng Ye. Luo Xian also followed closely, not daring to stay too far from Meng Ye. After walking in the direction they came from for a while, Meng Ye found a fallen tree and discovered a piece of fabric from its branches. His memory was excellent. This was a piece of clothing belonging to Lu Meng, and there were many tracks left by soul beasts around. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yu, who was standing silently in place, trembling slightly, and said, eldest sister Yu, I'm fine. Let's go quickly, search along this way. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she directly walked towards the direction where the soul beast tracks led away. Meng Ye noticed that her eyes were red, but she was only trying to suppress her emotions. She probably had already given up on the idea of leaving without finding Lu Meng. Sighing, Meng Ye could only follow. The reason he was able to find such subtle clues was naturally due to his spiritual power, but the range was too limited, so he couldn't pinpoint the location. Along the way, Meng Ye discovered many soul beasts, but perhaps because the Titan Great Ape had just passed through, these soul beasts basically dared not move. Half an hour later, Lu Yu was anxious and nearly went the wrong way several times. Fortunately, Meng Ye would occasionally find some clues, gradually bringing them closer to their destination. This should be a clue intentionally left by Meng Meng. Yes. At this moment, Lu Yu also calmed down. Once was an accident, but several times definitely wasn't. Although the clues along the way were not obvious, they were all systematic, clearly intentionally left by Lu Meng, the little clever girl. Wait, there's a situation ahead. Meng Ye suddenly raised his hand, signaling the others to stop. However, at this moment, his expression was somewhat grave. Lu Meng had been found, but she had encountered a bit of trouble. This is obviously what we discovered first. Why should we give it to him? Still you, Dragon Lord and Snake Lady encountered Tang, San, and the others for the second time, as if by fate. Meng Ye only wanted a suitable soul ring. However, she had been outpaced by Oscar in capturing the Phoenix Tail Chicken Crown Snake. And the human face demon spider was also killed by Tang, San using the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Dragon Lord Meng Shu was naturally not easy to deal with and wanted an explanation. However, after Zhao Wuji told him about Tang San's father's identity, he hesitated. He initially thought that it was fine for Tang San to be the master's disciple, a theoretical master. In the Soul Master world, strength is ultimately respected, but the strength is really something one cannot offend. The reputation of the Hao Hian Dao even after many years, makes it so that the formidable individuals who dare to single-handedly kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall, like the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, simply do not dare to provoke him. Sister Meng, it would be better to let them help you find a soul beast. If they can't find one, then let them pay. This little girl Lu Meng, for some reason, ended up hanging out with Meng Ye, and at this moment, she whispered to encourage her. Her eyes were rolling around, clearly plotting something, as she looked at Tang San and the others. Chapter 25. Buying Soul Rings. Yes. Meng Ye heard Lu Meng's sweet voice and directly looked at her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, I want them to find me a soul beast that is on the same level as a human-faced demon spider." That's not too much to ask, right? Well, that is indeed not too much. Meng Shu pondered and then looked at Zhao Wujie. The faces of the Shrek team turned serious. Such soul beasts are hard to find. They had been wandering in this Stardow forest for over a week just to gather these two soul beasts. Speaking of which, they had to thank Meng Ye, as both soul rings were contributed by her. Why? Ugh. The troublemaking duo, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, had their mouths covered by Dai Mubai and couldn't say anything. Senior, I'm afraid we cannot meet this condition. We have been exploring this Stardow forest for a long time and still have important matters to attend to, Zhao Wujie said with cupped hands. However, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had just used his martial soul true form to counter the Titan Great Ape, and his internal organs were heavily injured. At the moment, he didn't want to help Meng Ye find a soul beast. He just wanted to find a place to heal. And that little rabbit, Sai, then you'll have to pay at least 100,000 gold soul coins. Lu Meng, this little girl, was also making trouble. After being picked up by Meng Shu and his wife, she had been acting spoiled, and since they were of similar ages, she quickly became good friends with Meng Ye. Right now, she genuinely wanted to stand up for Meng Ye, but her concept of money was clearly a bit vague. 100,000 gold soul coins, enough to buy a whole academy or a 10,000-year soul beast. Oof. The people from Shrek Academy also noticed that Lu Meng was causing trouble and glared at her. Zhao Wujie snorted coldly. He didn't dare to be rude to Meng Shu, but what qualifications did a mere soul master have to bargain with him? Lu Meng's face turned pale, and she staggered back to Meng Ye's side. As an auxiliary system soul master, she was inherently weak. Plus, she had been injured during the beast tide earlier. If it weren't for her naturally lively and optimistic personality, she would have already been crying in a corner by now. Without her usual elder sister and second brother taking care of her, she had learned to be strong. Meng Ye got along well with Lu Meng and treated her like a good friend. Seeing this, she hurriedly supported Lu Meng and turned to look at her grandfather. "Grandpa, Zhao Wujie, don't be unreasonable. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Meng Shu slammed his dragon-headed staff, releasing a menacing aura. He was a soul Douluo. The higher the level, the harder it was to overcome the gap in soul power between soul masters. So Zhao Wujie had to endure. Senior, 100,000 gold soul coins is really too much. I can't provide that. So please, have mercy. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth and bowed, keeping his head down, almost biting his steel teeth in half. What had the dignified, immovable king ever been so humiliated? But there was nothing he could do. He was outmatched and in the wrong, so he had to lower his head. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, and the others gritted their teeth. The impulsive Ma Hongjun could hardly contain his anger, but in the end, he was stopped by Tang San. At this moment, Tang San took a step forward and proactively cupped his hands, saying, "Two seniors 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed impossible. But I can offer this secret manual in exchange. I believe the seniors will surely be satisfied." Tang San took out a secret manual from the storage soul guide at his waist, on which were inscribed 4 large characters: Secrets of Hidden Weapons. As Tang Sek's unpassed secret, this book gathered almost all the techniques for using hidden weapons. Of course, aside from the core types of hidden weapons recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, this Secrets of Hidden Weapons could only be considered a third-rate manual even in Tang San's previous life. Some techniques require sufficient internal strength to support them and are highly reliant on talent. They are tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. Although it is called a manual for soul masters, it can only be seen as a hobby to cultivate. Hidden weapons? Meng Ye was somewhat tempted. Her martial soul was average, so she practiced some hidden weapons to make up for it. Just now, she actually wanted to compete with Tang San in hidden weapons. But she didn't expect him to offer this. Meng, little sister. At this moment, Lu Yu and a few others walked out of the forest. Meng Ye also spotted Tang San and the others and raised an eyebrow. He had already observed the situation and confirmed that there was no danger at the scene. So he did not stop Lu Yu. If things went south, the 4 soul masters plus 1 soul master would not be particularly safe. Even if he exerted all his strength, it would be the same. Zhao Wujie and Meng Shu were not to be trifled with. Elder sister, Luo Xian. Great. I finally found you. Lu Meng, who might have been scared, was able to hold on earlier, but at this moment, she directly hugged Lu Yu, her little face scrunching up as she was about to cry. All right, it's okay. Lu Yu patted her younger sister's head. Although she usually scolded her at this moment, she felt a bit of heartache. Seeing Lu Yu being held up, Meng Ye sighed and could only step forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Respected seniors, I am Meng Ye, a disciple of the Spirit Hall. We came to hunt souls and got separated from our companions. We did not mean to disturb you. I hope you can forgive us." Spirit Hall, Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Zhao Wujie all changed their expression slightly, even looking warily at Meng Ye's back until they realized there was no one there and breathed a sigh of relief, perhaps realizing he had lost composure. Meng Ye did not act rudely either. Meng Shu, maintaining his authority, nodded and said, "Since you are disciples of the Spirit Hall, why did you come here alone to hunt souls? Where are your elders?" Meng Ye, are you deaf or just not too bright? Didn't I just say we were separated? Did you not see the commotion earlier? Beside him, the snake lady Chao Tianxiang also felt her husband was a bit hard of hearing, causing a misunderstanding, and poked him. Our teachers are currently outside the forest waiting for us. They were scattered by soul beasts, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Thank you for your concern, seniors. Meng Ye knew he couldn't make the old man lose face. With one sentence, Meng Ye resolved the awkwardness. Meng Shu, who initially wanted to gain something, suddenly found Meng Ye much more agreeable. Not bad, very polite, unlike some people. He glanced at Zhao Wujie and the others, implying something, then nodded and said, "As a family disciple, I can escort you out later. Come with us." Meng Shu was also quite angered by the Shrek group. The first time, his wife and granddaughter were bullied by Zhao Wujie, and the second time, he personally took action and was intercepted. He would not have swallowed this anger if not for the situation. With a comparison, he found Meng Ye increasingly agreeable, even if it was just a first impression. However, it is not easy to leave a good first impression. In this perilous Stardow forest, having a strong expert escort was certainly much safer, and Meng Ye and the others exchanged glances and agreed. This is not a big deal. Then thank you, seniors. Meng Shu nodded and continued to look at his granddaughter, only to find that this little girl was a bit dazed upon seeing Meng Ye, and suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Chao Tianxiang, being an old hand, could see through it, but she still raised her hand to poke her old man. Cough, cough. After a somewhat awkward cough, Meng Iran came back to her senses, and Meng Shu asked, "Iran, what do you think?" May I take a look?" The blushing Meng Iran quickly regained her composure and asked to see the secrets of hidden weapons. Of course, Tang San handed the secrets of hidden weapons to Meng Iran. Although this unhesitating demeanor seemed quite extraordinary, if one considered that this manual was merely an entry-level foundation for outer disciples of the Tang sect, that would be another matter entirely. Getting a free item in exchange for a suitable top-grade soul ring. TSK. Soul rings are valued not only by their age, but also by their suitability. For Tang San, this was a top-grade soul ring. To be honest, Meng Ye was also quite interested in the 8 spider lances. As for the soul ring, it didn't matter much. It's just a mere soul ring of 2,000 years, and the face demon spider is known for its poison attribute, which is vastly different from the power and attributes he pursues. Senior, I am willing to pay 100,000 gold soul coins to buy this soul ring. Meng Ye's sudden statement caught everyone off guard, even causing surprise, followed by shock. Chapter 26 Challenge for Soul Masters. Hidden weapons are ultimately just a minor path. Meng Iran practiced to the end merely as a hobby, far from achieving any enhancement in strength. Hidden weapons must be combined with poison to effectively defeat enemies. Otherwise, What could possibly be small, yet have a killing power comparable to that of swords? Bullets? However, the gold soul coins are different. The amount of 100,000 gold soul coins was something Lu Meng casually mentioned, but if it were truly produced, it would not be a small figure. This is the same even for the families behind Long Gong and Shi Pe. What did you say? Meng Shu, who was hard of hearing, looked at Meng Ye in surprise. The younger generation is willing to spend 100,000 gold soul coins to buy this soul beast. Meng Ye simply wanted the 8 spider lances. This soul bone is worth far more than 100,000. In the soul master world, there's a concept of soul bones being priceless. However, his actions clearly caused some misunderstandings among others, such as Meng Ye, whose face turned red. She had lost 2 soul rings and was quite angry. Meng Ye's face was not the type that attracted the opposite sex, but rather it exuded a spirit and energy from deep within, and after absorbing the 4th soul ring, his already sharp features gained a few more elements of domineering coldness. Such a temperament can sometimes attract the opposite sex more easily than anything else, so it was inevitable that she thought in a wrong direction. Long Gong and Shi Pe also had similar misunderstandings, believing Meng Ye was doing this to vent for Meng Ye, not to mention their deeper perceptions. What is Meng Ye's background? In the soul master world, having high cultivation does not necessarily mean wealth, but those who are wealthy surely have an extraordinary identity. Eager to save someone, Tang Xin placed all his hopes on the soul ring of this human-faced demon spider. At this moment, already injured, he almost had a blood attack upon hearing this, his face turning pale as he trembled and pointed at Meng Ye. Xiao San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others hurried forward. Knowing Tang Xin had just gone through a fierce battle, the human-faced demon spider was evidence, so they all glared angrily at Meng Ye. I'm fine. Raising his hand to signal he was okay, Tang Xin quickly forced himself to calm down, his gaze still cold as he looked at Meng Ye and said, I have no grievances with you. Why must you make things difficult for me? Although this soul beast is useless to me, its value cannot be something nonsensical like a manual, right? Moreover, a flicker of electric arcs flashed in Meng Ye's eyes. Although his expression remained emotionless, a terrifying aura of unyielding authority spread out. And those from Shrek Academy who met his gaze inexplicably felt a heavy pressure, their breathing stalling. This was not a pressure from soul power or mental pressure, but a kind of spiritual sublimation or an aura unique to someone who has long resided in a high position. It was also the first time Meng Ye revealed his sharpness, and Zhao Wujin's eyes showed a look of shock. What a terrifying little ghost. Looking directly at Tang San, he said in a deep voice, the cultivation of a soul master is a path of refining the heart, which requires time for accumulation. Practicing hidden weapons can be a hobby, but neglecting cultivation for this is not putting the cart before the horse. His words were powerful and without any hesitation or doubt. The important part was not the words themselves, but the spirit he infused within them. That vigorous and domineering momentum seemed to directly strike the hearts of everyone present. Even Zhao Wujin and Meng Shu revealed a look of enlightenment after their shock. They were already of an age where their progress in cultivation was minimal. In fact, aside from physical reasons, what they lacked was simply this youthful vitality. After being bombarded by Meng Ye's enlightening words, they even felt the soul power that had been stagnant for a long time show signs of loosening. And their hearts were filled with even greater shock. Meng Ye's ideology was extremely pure, even to the point of being extreme. Since one is cultivating soul power, one should act like a soul master. At least in his eyes, Tang San was not a pure soul master. Yu Xiaojiang claimed to be a theoretical master, but Tang San's soul rings did not fully develop towards poison attributes, and his control abilities were limited to certain restrictions against soul masters of the same level. In the soul master competition, if it weren't for those 2 immortal herbs making him immune to ice and fire, the blue-silver grass absorbing soul rings would have been just that. 3 whole immortal herbs placed on any soul master could produce a similar genius. Humph! Compared to the shock of others, Tang San's eyes were filled with endless anger. He had a special affection for the Tang sect, so, in his eyes, hidden weapons were absolutely not a minor path, and he would not allow anyone to insult them. Xiao San calmed down. Dai Mu Bai, who was closest, noticed Tang San's abnormal state, But just as he wanted to stop him, Tang San dodged past him. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. I want to challenge you to prove that the hidden weapons in my hands are not a minor path. If it were a normal time, Tang San would not act so foolishly, but with Xiao Wu in danger, his rationality was already minimal, and being provoked to lose control was within reason. Stepping forward to meet Meng Ye's momentum, he retorted, "If I lose, I will voluntarily give up this soul beast. If I win, I hope you can retract your previous words." Meng Ye frowned slightly, not because he feared Tang San. At this moment, Tang San had not yet reached a level that made him wary. It was just that the kind of gaze Tang San had was very unpleasant to him. To outsiders, it might seem neither humble nor arrogant, but only those targeted by him could feel a chill as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. Ignoring him, Meng Ye turned to Meng Shu and asked, "What do you think, senior?" Tang San had lost his rationality, but he had not, and given the current situation, nothing was beyond his expectations. The ownership of this soul beast was not yet in Tang San's hands. As long as Meng Shu did not relent, he could not take it away. Tang San actively proposed a challenge, putting that soul beast as a wager, which was already a transgression. Good. This is your Shrek Academy's disciple, the disciple of the master? Glancing angrily at Tang San, the terrifying soul power aura made everyone present feel fear. This was genuine soul Douluo level power. Meng Shu looked at Meng Ye and said directly, "If the young friend is confident, then teach this boy a lesson on my behalf. If you win, this soul beast will belong to you, and I will take not a single coin. No one can take it away. With the senior's trust, I will certainly do my best." With a bow, Meng Ye turned and looked at Tang San, his eyes calm. Zhao Wujin's heart tightened. He hadn't yet reacted, not understanding why Meng Shu suddenly changed his attitude. But seeing Meng Ye's gaze, he seemed to realize something was off. Everything was too sudden and too strange. Originally, it was a struggle between them and Long Gong and Shipo. So how did it suddenly turn into a wager against a disciple of the Spirit Hall? The key was that everything seemed to connect without a flaw. Since I proposed it, I will not use my martial soul, only hidden weapons to battle with you. Tang San spoke without giving Meng Ye a chance to respond. His palm brushed over the 24 bridge, bright moonlight at his waist, and a variety of hidden weapons appeared at his fingertips. Even the action of grasping them was imperceptible, as if the hidden weapons had automatically rushed into his hand. Tang Sek's ultimate skill, controlling the crane and catching the dragon. This was one of the core methods of using hidden weapons. Without this, the various hidden weapon techniques would probably be worse than third-rate manuals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fast to the extreme, hidden weapons excel in being unpredictable and compact, swiftly subduing enemies. Tang San's speed and technique in launching hidden weapons were impeccable. The only thing lacking was probably strength. The onlookers' expressions changed slightly. They initially thought it was just Tang San acting impulsively, but this dense metal torrent would likely give even a typical soul master a headache. The shimmering sharp blades did not seem like something one could casually touch. Quick retreat. Lu Yu and others, who were already behind Meng Ye, quickly reacted and retreated. Lu Yu grabbed Lu Meng, but overlooked the stationary Luo Xian. Meng Ye did not dodge, merely standing in place, with obvious electric arcs flickering on his body, continuously knocking down the hidden weapons. But with so many hidden weapons, it was difficult to dodge, let alone standing still and taking them head-on. After a golden hair crystal pierced through the soul defense, a dark needle followed closely and pierced Meng Ye's skin. His expression darkened, and in the next moment, the soul rings on Meng Ye's body appeared. Yellow, purple, black. An extraordinary soul ring configuration that surpassed limits. The flickering pale thunder was far more shocking than the torrent of metal. Boom! Accompanied by the shining of the first soul ring, a terrifying thunderstorm gathered into a shockwave that swept out. Wherever it passed, not only were the hidden weapons completely knocked away, but the weaker ones were also directly shattered. First soul skill, thunderstorm. Third brother. Tang San did not expect Meng Ye's counterattack to be so fierce. It wasn't just him, but everyone else was caught off guard as well. In the previous moment, they still held the upper hand, but in the next moment, they could be facing life-threatening danger. At this critical moment, a pink figure flashed in front, pouncing on Tang San and knocking him down, thus avoiding a disaster. Boom! Chapter 27. The trade, a terrifying thunderbolt struck the distant tree trunk, causing a tree that required 2 or 3 people to embrace to crash down. The side struck by the thunder was completely charred black. Not only that, but the grass on the ground nearby also displayed a similar scene. The dominance of this thunderous power had surpassed that of an ordinary martial soul. It even exceeded that of a top-tier martial soul. This was an ultimate martial soul. Even the weakest first soul skill, only 800 years old, still instilled fear in everyone present from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun, whose attributes were closest to the ultimate attributes, also turned pale at this moment. The evil fire surging within him was suppressed to the point that he couldn't lift his head. It wasn't just the Shrek group. Even Lu Yu and the others, seeing Meng Ye strike for the first time, were shaken. Although they were also soul masters, they feared they wouldn't be able to withstand that blow if it came down to pure strength. No, they absolutely couldn't withstand it. The outcome was already determined. It was a concession. Meng Ye expressionlessly reached to the wound on his chest and brushed past it, extracting a twisted golden needle as fine as a hair. He slightly furrowed his brow. This thing had little lethality, but it was quite disgusting. The dragon whisker needle needed to be infused with soul power using a special technique to become as hard as iron, specifically designed to break the protective energy barrier. For soul masters, this meant breaking their protective soul power. If Meng Ye had used his martial soul from the start, this thing would have been directly shattered by the ultimate thunder. Once it burrowed into flesh, it would curl up due to the loss of soul power and remain stuck within the flesh, causing excruciating pain as the flesh twisted. This could easily affect a soul master's strength. As a being with a body martial soul, Meng Ye could rely on his control over the flesh to force it out. But for ordinary soul masters who were hit, it would be a problem unless they amputated the entire piece of flesh. Ziz! At the same time, an arc of electricity erupted from his body, followed by a puff of white smoke. Attribute suppression. The poison attribute was ineffective against him. Cough. Overwhelmed with emotions and the drastic ups and downs he had just experienced, Tang San, who had just gotten up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother San, are you okay? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San anxiously, thinking he had sustained a life-threatening injury, but in reality, it was mostly internal injuries compounded by emotional fluctuations that worsened his condition. Xiao Wu, you finally came back. Tang San suddenly hugged Xiao Wu tightly and didn't get up for a long time. Meng Ye did not interrupt. He held no particular animosity towards Tang San. Of course, he had no fondness either. Walking up to the 3-meter-tall corpse of the faceless demon spider, which still emitted an unsettling aura even in death. The soul ring was also gradually dissipating. Buzz. Meng Ye stored the faceless demon spider in his storage soul guide, which was a bracelet with a much larger space than ordinary storage soul guides. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. He walked up to Meng Shu and slightly cupped his hands in respect. Meng Shu was still a bit shocked and did not react immediately until Chao Tianxiang reminded him. Oh, yes. With a serious expression, Meng Shu said, Young friend, you are too polite. It should be I who thanks you. I will keep my promise and send you out of this Dardo forest first. Old man. Chao Tianxiang whispered a reminder and then subtly glanced at her granddaughter. How could the two elders not see their granddaughter's feelings? Moreover, Meng Yiran had yet to obtain her third soul ring, and leaving like this would surely make her sad. Senior, I happened to discover a 1,500-year-old mandala snake on my way here. I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Meng Ye suddenly spoke up. Oh, where? This time, Long Gong and Shi Po's reactions were finally in sync. Meng Ye genuinely did not want to waste time and led the 3 of them back down the path they had come. Lu Yu and the others quickly followed, though they were puzzled. Had they encountered a mandala snake on their way here? Luo Xian felt a bit guilty following Meng Ye. She noticed he had blocked for her when he was injured, even though there was only a slight possibility of injury. Meng Ye did not choose to dodge and did not even release his martial soul. The dominance of that ultimate thunder was not something an auxiliary soul master could withstand. After about 10 minutes of walking, Meng Ye took a detour and led Meng Shu and the others to find a 1,500-year-old mandala snake. All along, he had been using his mental power to detect his surroundings in search of people. And this mandala snake was indeed quite lucky. After hunting the soul ring, it took more than half an hour for Meng Ye to absorb it, and eventually even Shi Cheng and the others arrived, and the group finally exited the Douluo forest. Thus, this soul hunting expedition came to an end. This time, I must thank you, young friend. Not only did you help my granddaughter vent her frustration, but you also found a suitable soul ring. Truly, sigh. The three of them already had a good impression of Meng Ye. Originally, Meng Shu intended to send Meng Ye and the others out of the Douluo forest. But in the end, he found himself owing Meng Ye a favor. This left him at a loss for words, so he could only sigh and say, "If you ever need anything in the future, just send a letter. To the best of my ability, I will certainly help." Senior is being polite. Meng Ye cupped his hands in return. Long Gong and Shipa held a certain reputation in the Soul Master world. Although they couldn't compare with title Douluo, they were not to be underestimated. While he might not need it now, it might not be the case in the future. These connections were also a foundation. Farewell. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged serious glances at Ghost Law before leading their reluctant granddaughter away. Ghost Law was also the reason Meng Shu was willing to set aside his status as a Soul Law. Having an elder, especially one of Bibi Dong's right-hand men, assist in hunting for soul rings was a symbol of status. It also made them more certain that Meng Ye's identity was not simple, which is why they were eager to befriend him. It seems your recent encounters have been quite exciting. The Dragon Gong and Snake would not usually pay so much attention to a mere soul master. Ghost Douluo, unable to discern emotions, stood beside Meng Ye and said with a smile, "Senior must have sustained significant injuries, right?" As soon as the words fell, Meng Ye felt a chilling gaze shoot from the side, and Ghost Law coldly said, "How did you see that I was injured?" "I originally did not know, but now I do." Meng Ye turned to look at Ghost Law expressionlessly, meeting his gaze. As a powerful figure at the title Douluo level, even if injured, they should not let others know. Every one of them had experienced decades of hardship, climbing up from countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If they weren't cautious enough, they wouldn't have survived to this day. Fortunately, at this moment, Shi Cheng had returned with the others to the previous town to recuperate. So only the two were left here, and Ghost Douluo gradually retracted his aura. Buzz. Meng Ye took out a jade box from his storage soul guide and handed it to Ghost Douluo, saying, "This item can help Senior recover some of your injuries." What could you possibly have? Ghost Douluo naturally looked down on it, but the next moment, a strange fragrance wafted from the corner of the open jade box. The words Ghost Douluo was about to say were stuck in his throat and never came out. He reached out to take it and directly asked, "Speak. What do you want in exchange for this blood ginseng?" "Senior only needs to help me enter the Douluo forest one more time. It would be much appreciated." Agreed. Ghost Douluo seemed to recall the scene from earlier with the Titan giant ape, fell silent for a moment, and ultimately agreed. Although this blood ginseng was not of the 1,000-year level and was not a rare treasure, it was still a holy item for healing. Ghost Douluo's own vitality was already low, and this ginseng would be enough for him to quickly recover, saving a lot of time. For Meng Ye, this blood ginseng was precious, but it was also dispensable. He had previously consumed a 1,000-year-old one, which not only greatly enhanced his vitality, but also raised his soul power by 2 levels. Chapter 28, 10,000-Year Soul Incense. Soul Bone. Deep in the Douluo forest, under the escort of Ghost Douluo, Meng Ye successfully found the swamp. He pulled out a piece of glass-like wood from the mud, and his eyes lit up. It was indeed 10,000-year soul incense, but the quantity seemed a bit unusual. Although there were quite a few decayed pieces, the ones he could see were enough for 4 to 5 years of use. With his talent, a 3-fold increase in soul power over 4 or 5 years would at least elevate him by more than 10 levels. It may not seem like much, but a 10-level soul power is sufficient to make up for the innate gap between full innate soul power and a 6-winged angel. The difference between a top-level martial soul and a divine-level martial soul. Is this what you came here for? Ghost Douluo stood by without taking action. He didn't know what these things were, or rather, he couldn't tell the difference between them and ordinary soul incense wood. Please help me collect that wood. I will be very grateful. There is a soul beast below, So please be careful. Ghost Douluo frowned and looked at the place Meng Ye pointed to, which was in the central area of the swamp, where no flying-type martial soul could get close. Title Douluo could naturally fly, and as he was not one to refuse a request, he flew over. Roar! As soon as he got close, a pitch-black giant python shot out from the swamp, its massive mouth capable of swallowing Ghost Douluo whole. Even more terrifying was that a vortex expanded from the snake's mouth, pulling Ghost Douluo downwards a little. Beast! D. Ghost Douluo, somewhat angered, raised his hand and struck down. Bang! Boom! The terrifying soul power directly pressed the center of the swamp down, forming a giant pit several dozen meters in diameter, forcing Meng Ye on the shore to retreat. He quickly collected the 10,000-year soul incense that had been blown out, as even if it was shattered, it would not affect the value of the material. It was not a rare treasure, so it wasn't that delicate, which was also why this thing remained unknown. Ghost Douluo landed on the shore, holding the soul beast. A thick snake body with a diameter of over half a meter and more than 20 meters long. A pitch-black soul ring appeared, revealing that it was actually a 10,000-year soul beast. This beast was likely a mutated soul beast. However, it was worth the trip. Saying this, Ghost Douluo swiftly peeled away the flesh from the snake's body, quickly revealing a portion of dark snake bone, which turned out to be his soul bone. Congratulations, Senior. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised but without much thought, continuing to collect the surrounding 10,000-year soul incense. Aside from the growth-type external soul bones and the 100,000-year soul bones, he had little desire for other soul bones. It was better to enhance his cultivation with his martial soul development level. Reaching level 80 would make obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring not too difficult for him. His main body martial soul still had great potential. Not interested. Ghost Douluo glanced at Meng Ye. What soul master could resist the temptation of soul bones? This is a senior's opportunity. I wouldn't dare covet it. Watching Meng Ye collect those broken woods with a blank expression, Ghost Douluo's eyes narrowed under his cloak. What a deep scheme. What exactly was this kid up to? Along the way, he had interacted with Meng Ye more, which was part of BB Dong's task, to understand Meng Ye's circumstances, strength, cultivation, and temperament as much as possible. However, even at this point, he felt he couldn't see through Meng Ye at all. Not only that, but he also felt like he was being led by the nose by Meng Ye, yet he couldn't find a reason for it, which made Ghost Douluo somewhat frustrated. However, he was still very happy to obtain a soul bone, so he didn't continue to dwell on it, and even helped Meng Ye collect the 10,000-year soul incense that he couldn't reach. In the end, Meng Ye confirmed that there were no more left, and his storage soul guide was nearly full, even taking out his spare one before leaving satisfied. He had collected decades worth of 10,000-year soul incense. This trip was not in vain. With these, he was confident he could at least elevate to the rank of Soul Douluo within 10 years. Of course, this was just the most basic foundation. Having enough soul power wasn't enough. Suitable soul rings and other opportunities were also necessary. If possible, he even wanted to get a few immortal herbs from Douluo. After all, Douluo didn't know their value, so obtaining them wouldn't be difficult, but it would require some effort. As Ghost Douluo and Meng Ye left, a massive shadow gradually rose from the center of the swamp, and a terrifying aura caused everything around to tremble slightly. Gurgle. Bubbles began to rise beneath the swamp, and soon a large number of soul bee skeletons floated up, many of which were larger than that black giant python. Boom! The muffled thunder made Meng Ye, who had just walked out of the forest, feel a bit strange. But he only turned his head to take a glance. The Stardow forest was vast, and the climate was humid and hot, so rain was naturally frequent. Occasional weather changes were not unusual. Otherwise, it would be difficult for this forest to maintain such a large area. Elder, you have finally returned. Shi Cheng stood outside the forest waiting. He had originally sent others to the town to rest first. But since Ghost Douluo and the others had not returned for a long time, he came to check. Ghost Douluo nodded calmly, saying nothing more. Teacher Shi is injured? Meng Ye glanced at Shi Cheng in surprise. He shouldn't have been injured so soon after they left. Regarding Meng Ye's occasional ability to see through others' cultivation, and even more information, Shi Cheng had also become accustomed to it, treating it as his talent. Ah, I was a bit careless while fighting an old rival. Shurcheng nodded, speaking with some embarrassment. Ghost Douluo didn't pay it much mind, but Meng Ye looked deeply at him. This gaze made Shurcheng's heart tighten. He wasn't telling the whole truth, at least he was hiding something. The injury was internal, and there was a palm print on his chest, indicating that the opponent's strength was astonishing. As a bare spirit martial soul, few could defeat him with strength alone, and Meng Ye roughly guessed who it was. Zhao Wujie. Moreover, Shurcheng likely also knew that Zhao Wujie had some conflicts with the Spirit Hall in the past, and he could possibly be one of the Soul Emperors who encircled Zhao Wujie. With such a reaction, this guy either had a bet with Zhao Wujie or had some connection with him. Otherwise, if he had said it, Ghost Douluo wouldn't let the Shrek group return. Meanwhile, the Shrek group, having already left the Stardow Forest, was resting in the town. Meng Ye might not have thought that Tang San's luck had not diminished because he intercepted the human face demon spider. He still obtained a soul ring from a human face demon spider, but it was unknown if he had obtained a soul bone. Mu Bai, how is Teacher Zhao's injury? In the inn, Tang San walked up to Dai Mu Bai, who was guarding the door. It's fine. Teacher Zhao said he would return to the academy tomorrow. Dai Mu Bai smiled and said, but you're still clever, little San, to make that soul sage from the Spirit Hall place a bet. Otherwise, even if Teacher Zhao forced him back, it would have been troublesome. After all, Teacher Zhao's title as the King of Clear Mind was achieved through the Spirit Hall back in the day. Cough. Tang San coughed, as his own injuries had not fully healed. Dai Mu Bai frowned and said, little San, you should rest too. I can keep watch here. Thank you. What kind of talk is that? We're brothers. Tang San turned and returned to his room. He also needed to meditate to speed up his recovery. Not long after, others came to ask about the situation one after another. Boss Dai, by the way, what do you think about that guy who used lightning before? I was scared to death. Ma Hongjun still had lingering fears about what happened earlier. I don't know. Dai Mu Bai shook his head, his gaze focused as he said. Neither Xiao San nor Teacher Zhao could tell what kind of martial soul that was, but it was very strong. This is his more tactful way of saying it, because he habitually judges his opponents in two ways, whether he can beat them or not. If he can't win, he naturally can't say it. That soul summoning technique almost scared me to death. Are the geniuses of the Spirit Hall that strong? Oscar said somewhat pessimistically. After all, they had been training for so long, and the concepts that Flinder instilled in them were somewhat mixed, but they also established a kind of fearlessness, which is very important. Now that confidence has been somewhat shaken. What can I say? That guy is probably among the strongest geniuses, even in the Spirit Hall, and he should be older than us. Dai Mu Bai said irritably. Dai boss is right. I've been to the Spirit Hall, and those disciples are not even as good as me. Ning Rongrong chimed in at this moment, helping to restore everyone as confidence. Enough of that. I'm off to have a big meal. Don't just eat for yourself, bring some back. All right. Chapter 29. Lei Xingyang has arrived him? Is there something wrong? Meng Ye returned to the inn and found Luo Xian waiting for him. The girl had her hands nervously clasped in front of her, looking a bit lost. Ghost Douluo gave him a meaningful glance as he walked by, and Shurcheng also moved away. What left Meng Ye speechless was that at least two pairs of eyes were watching them, which he noticed even without using mental detection. Are you all right? Luo Xian finally mustered her courage and looked up at Meng Ye with concern in her eyes. I'm fine. The poison has been expelled. Just a bit of skin damage. His physique would recover easily, and it wouldn't take long even without deliberate meditation. Instead, he felt quite tired from the mental energy he had expended while searching for Lu Meng. That's great. Luo Xian finally showed a relieved expression and continued, thank you. By the way, wait a moment. Luo Xian clasped her hands together, and a large white bun appeared in her hands. This was her martial soul, the simplest food-type martial soul. However, the effects of this martial soul were anything but simple. The standard talent for food-type soul masters, besides soul power, also includes how long the food they create can last. Oscar was praised by Flandra as a once-in-a-century genius, with his sausage martial soul lasting 12 hours, or 1 day, and it would increase over time. Luo Xian's martial soul could last over a week. Her soul power hardly diminished, and she had innate soul power at level 9, having already broken through to Soul Sovereign at just 15 years old, with a bright future ahead. Thank you. Meng Ye took a few bites and felt a warm current flow through his body, restoring both his soul power and physical strength, even his mental energy. The first soul skill was to heal injuries, restoring both physical and soul power, which was quite comprehensive. I should be the one thanking you. Luo Xian quickly made buns with different effects. The second soul skill was detoxification, and the third skill had a purifying effect. The first two were standard abilities for food-type martial souls, nothing out of the ordinary, but the third was somewhat different. The purification ability could break soul power and soul skill suppression, even attribute suppression. This ability was crucial in practical combat, capable of dispelling even strong control soul skills. That's enough, Meng Ye said when he saw that Luo Xian had no intention of stopping. These buns also had filling effects, and he couldn't eat too many at once. Of course, given Luo Xian's soul power, she couldn't make too many either. Thank you. Luo Xian hurriedly stopped, bowing her head. Her ears were flushed. Sigh. Meng Ye sighed deeply. Although he had made up his mind to give up on the ties of his previous life, it was truly difficult, especially every time he saw Luo Xian. He found it hard to suppress his attention on her. It's all right, go rest. We should head back tomorrow. Luo Xian finally lifted her head and hurriedly ran off, her swaying figure exuding a faint, enticing fragrance. Although it wasn't as captivating as Huliana's allure, it still made Meng Ye's gaze somewhat unfocused. Crack! A flash of electricity flickered in his eyes, startling Meng Ye awake. He looked around in confusion, wondering what had just happened. Losing focus was normal, but for it to happen to him was not. Meng Ye had never lost his concentration without being aware of it. Now, as a half-mental type martial soul master, being mentally scattered was a serious taboo. Not giving it too much thought, he finished the bun in his hand and returned to his room to continue meditating, while the others gradually began to rest. The next day, the group rented a carriage and set off on their journey back to Soul Master City. The return trip was much smoother than the outward journey, and after gaining some experience, everyone was more harmonious, except for Jeremy, who still kept his distance from the group. That soul skill that knocked the opponent down with a bang was amazing. Inside the carriage, Lu Meng spread her hands and struck an exaggerated pose as she spoke. With this little girl around, the journey wasn't too boring, and the others often smiled. After she finished speaking, the little girl looked at Meng Ye with admiration, seemingly having forgotten the dangerous situation they had almost encountered earlier, despite the fact that she was actually a few years older than Meng Ye. A week passed quickly, and upon returning to Soul Master City, the group received a short break, with the teachers and Douluo also leaving. Back at the academy, Meng Ye looked at the storage soul guide in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. The 8 spider lances was a good external soul bone, and when it grew, it could rival 100,000-year soul bone. However, in terms of value, it was actually just a 1,000-year soul bone, which only had slight value for him at present. Once he truly grew to become a soul doll, or even a title doll, a 100,000-year soul bone would not be hard to obtain. More importantly, he realized that the 8 spider lances were not suitable for him. He didn't need the poison attribute, and before the 8 spider lances fully matured, it was too fragile, not aligning with his pursuit of power. It had broken several times just on Tang's sand. It was tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. His own martial soul was the strongest weapon. This external soul bone, never mind. In the end, Meng Ye chose to give it up. He remembered what Lei Xingyang had told him. As long as one continuously stimulated their own martial soul's potential, it could rival any divine weapon. If it were an external soul bone with flying capabilities, Meng Ye might have considered it, but the 8 spider lances was truly a waste for him. However, its value was still not low, and he could utilize it. He didn't need it, but the value of the soul bone was undeniable. He needed to find a way to convert it into resources he could use. The best target would undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall, with so many title Douluo. Even Bibidon would likely be interested in this soul bone. But the Spirit Hall didn't have the resources he wanted, and he wasn't interested in Bibidon's attention. Knock, knock, knock. In the morning, there was a knock at the door. Meng Ye opened his eyes for meditation, sharp light shooting out and leaving a faint electric arc around him. Crack! The room was filled with a light fragrance. The effect of the 10,000-year soul incense was excellent, and his soul power increased faster than usual. Of course, It could actually increase even faster, but he had now transformed into a state of extreme attributes. So his soul power was rising a bit slower. Getting up to open the door, he found it was Liu Ji. This guy's silent demeanor made it hard to imagine he was a disciple of a soul master family. Generally speaking, soul master families were considered aristocrats among soul masters. They weren't excessively arrogant, but they should have some extraordinary presence, like Liu Yu's calmness. Is there something wrong? The dean is looking for you. Oh, thank you. I'll head over now. After expressing his gratitude, Meng Ye nodded. Liu Ji also nodded and turned to leave. Among the three siblings, Liu Yu was undoubtedly the most stable, calm in the face of events. Liu Ming was a bit too lively and had some childlike temper. Liu Ji seemed somewhat mediocre, even gloomy, rarely speaking voluntarily. However, Meng Ye actually understood all of them because he had known them in his previous life. Liu Ji was not an ordinary person. A few minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the dean's office. After knocking and entering, he saw Wei's sitting at his desk, chatting enthusiastically with a burly old man. Dean Yu, what brings you here? Meng Ye originally wanted to ask what was going on, but his attention was drawn to the figure sitting in front of Wei's. A silhouette he was all too familiar with. Oh, you're here. It seems you've been doing well here. Lei Zhengyang turned to look at him, his eyes filled with appreciation and emotion. Although they had lived together for 6 years, it was hard to notice any differences day by day. Yet, after being away for a little over a month, he felt that Meng Ye had undergone some noticeable changes. Meng Ye rarely experiences intense emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, he is still somewhat unable to suppress his feelings and can only try to calm himself down as much as possible. The Pope values him highly and has already accepted him as a named disciple with a bright future ahead. Ovis looked at Lei Zhengyang with a smile, his tone tinged with envy. By the time they reached this age, there was basically not much hope left, and there was little chance of breaking through in soul power. The only wish was probably for the younger generation to grow up. In Ovis's view, Meng Ye naturally counts as Lei Zhengyang's disciple, even if there is no official title. And in fact, that is indeed the case. How could he not be a direct disciple? Lei Zhengyang frowned slightly. He was very clear about Meng Ye's talent. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem even if he became the Pope's direct disciple. Chapter 30 Teacher The Pope has direct disciples, but there can't be 2 popes, right? Meng Ye spoke casually with Lei Zhengyang. There was nothing they couldn't talk about. He then continued to smile and asked, by the way, how did you end up here? Just came to see how you're doing. Meng Ye suddenly regretted asking such a question. Lei Zhengyang was always very casual in his speech, saying whatever came to mind without caring about others' opinions. Have you obtained your 4th spirit ring? Lei Zhengyang asked about Meng Ye's recent situation. He really did seem to be here to check on him, while as for Wei's, he probably just came to say hello. Yes, I've already obtained a suitable spirit ring. Meng Ye nodded. The 4th spirit ring had indeed met his expectations. The ultimate attribute was an important part of the training plan he had set for himself. He originally planned to obtain it before the 7th spirit ring, so that his subsequent training could proceed smoothly. Moreover, the ultimate attribute had limitations on the speed of spirit power enhancement between levels 30 and 70. After all, to maintain that terrifying power, the quality of spirit power naturally required higher standards. He was also collecting 10,000-year soul incense to eliminate this limitation. That's good. Lei Zhengyang nodded, then pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "This is your living allowance for this month." Meng Ye, he really didn't lack money. Wang Shuo had a good business mind, and ever since discovering that, Meng Ye had given him some advice. Through the soul fighting arena, the black market, and the auction house, along with his noble status, he had earned quite a bit over the years. When he previously wanted to buy the 8 spider lances for 100,000 gold soul coins, it wasn't just talk. He had over 200,000 gold soul coins on him, and several tens of thousands were from Lei Zhengyang's living allowance. This amount was enough to cover the expenses of some smaller spirit master families for over a decade. He didn't refuse it. Lei Zhengyang didn't lack money either. Although he spoke freely, he was not a simple person. Just the connections he had were an immeasurable fortune. By the way, there's also this. Lei Zhengyang took out a jade box from his storage soul guide. Such packaging usually contained precious materials, and the jade box could prevent the loss of medicinal properties. Oh, Wei's also became interested. He was curious about what Lei Zhengyang had brought from Meng Ye. Having known each other for many years, he understood Lei Zhengyang's temperament. Either he wouldn't act, or he would be absolutely generous. Take a look. Meng Ye casually opened the jade box, and a faint red light caught his eye, revealing the object inside. It was a fruit the size of a cherry, emitting a soft red glow, shining like a magnificent gem. Always couldn't immediately recognize what it was, but soon widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "Phoenix blood fruit. What a pity it's only 9,900 years old. If it were just a bit older, it could have been a true treasure of heaven and earth." Lei Zhengyang sighed. You. Always stood up in anger, pointing at Lei Zhengyang and trembling. "You're wasting a precious resource. This item will become a true spiritual object in just 100 years. Although 10,000-year plant-type soul beasts could no longer leave their growing environment, they possessed a certain degree of spirituality, even intelligence, and could indeed be considered wonders of heaven and earth. To put it plainly, in 100 years, this thing's effects would be no different from those of the celestial herbs found in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Or even better, 100 years? What use will it be in 100 years? Lei Zhengyang glanced at him dismissively. But Owaze was left speechless by the retort. This was not an exaggeration. When spirit masters encounter precious materials, they generally don't care about the age. If they could eat it right away, they would. Most things circulating in the market aren't considered real treasures, but merely valuable herbs. It is indeed a bit regrettable. Meng Ye also expressed some regret. Missing it by 100 years was indeed a pity, but even if it was 100 years short, this thing could at least enhance his spirit power by 3 to 4 levels. More importantly, it had the effect of cleansing the marrow and strengthening the foundation. He closed the jade box and stored it in his storage soul guide. His philosophy was largely similar to Lei Zhengyang's. Rather than wait for it to be consumed by someone else in 100 years, he might as well eat it himself now. All right, I should be heading back. Lei Zhengyang stood up, preparing to leave. He had no particular business here. Unless the Pope was dismissed or promoted, he generally wouldn't leave the Spirit Hall. There was also no need for regular reports to the Spirit Hall unless it was a special period. Wait a moment. I have some gains from the soul hunting this time. I should be able to summarize them tomorrow, and they should have some value. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly said, Lei Zhengyang paused, glanced at Meng Ye, and then nodded. All right, then I'll wait another day. Owaze didn't know what the two were talking about, but he did know that Lei Zhengyang had a hobby of studying martial souls, and many of the documents in the Spirit Hall were provided by him. Thus, although Lei Zhengyang was not an elder and only had the cultivation of a soul sage, his status in the Spirit Hall was not low, second only to the elders. Meng Ye also had this interest, which he found unsurprising, so he didn't ask further. As they exited Owaze's office, Meng Ye prepared to see Lei Zhengyang out of the academy, remaining somewhat silent along the way. Having the Pope as a direct disciple isn't a bad thing. With your talent, even if the Pope values her more, you still have your chances. Too lazy to compete. In response to Lei Zhengyang's blunt words, Meng Ye replied straightforwardly. Lei Zhengyang continued, You don't need to mind my attitude. I have never taken you as a disciple. Hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brows, knowing that Lei Zhengyang meant well, but still feeling a bit uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You said it yourself. The Pope values her direct disciples more. Besides, even if I really sat in that position, what is the point of just standing in one place all day? Like a statue? You dare to say that? Lei Zhengyang shook his head. His unfiltered speech was part of their communication style. He sighed. As long as you have your own thoughts, it's fine. If you don't want to compete, then don't. The two continued walking and soon encountered several familiar figures. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where are you going? Lu Meng was currently linking arms with Luo Xian, who looked like she wanted to escape, but couldn't. Although Luo Xian was a few years younger than Lu Meng, she appeared tall and perfect, looking much more mature than Lu Meng. Just out of the academy. Lu Meng's eyes darted around. Knowing that Meng Ye was not very talkative, he would answer whatever was asked and remain silent if he didn't want to answer. So she turned to Lei Zhengyang and asked, Is this senior year? Hehe, I'm Lei Zhenjian. Lei Zhengyang smiled. My teacher. Before Lei Zhengyang could introduce himself, Meng Ye calmly stated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they continued walking out of the academy. Lei Jingyang had a residence in Spirit City, although it wasn't too large. It was definitely not small either. Meng Ye was too lazy to run around, so he hadn't stayed there before. Living directly in the academy saved a lot of time. Meng Ye's teacher? Luo Xian, you say he's so powerful. His teacher should be strong too, right? Lu Meng continued walking while linking arms with Luo Xian. I feel Meng Ye respects his teacher a lot. Luo Xian felt uncomfortable. She originally wanted to go home and have a small feast while acting cute to her mother, but ended up being caught by Lu Meng and dragged back. It was fine to chat along the way, but Lu Meng was the one doing all the talking. At this moment, Luo Xian's heart longed for the pastries her mother made. I see. Not knowing what else to think, Lu Meng spoke much less afterward, dragging Luo Xian to her class. Chapter 31 Concern from Lei Jingyang Bang. Ouch! After being hit on the head, the little girl Lu Meng covered her forehead and put on a pitiful look, looking aggrieved at Lu Yu in front of her. Lu Yu, with her fair face still carrying a hint of sternness in her tall figure, said with a serious expression, "What happened?" Hee, big sister, I was wrong. Knowing she had made a mistake, Lu Meng didn't dare to make a fuss and obediently admitted her fault. After being scolded countless times, Lu Yu could only helplessly look at Luo Xian beside her and apologetically said, "Luo Xian, I'm really sorry. Lu Meng has caused you trouble." "No, it's okay." Luo Xian hurriedly waved her hands. When she suddenly walked into the unfamiliar classroom earlier, her mind went blank, and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. It was Lu Yu who noticed in time and rescued her. "Big sister, we just met Meng Ye and his teacher." Meng Ye's teacher? Lu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly at the mention, but then relaxed and directly asked, "You didn't do anything disrespectful, did you?" "What are you talking about, big sister? I'm the most obedient." Umph. Lu Meng knew that although Lu Yu was quirky, she wouldn't mess around when it was time to be serious. After sending Luo Xian back to her class, Lu Yu once again asked about Lu Meng's situation. "The main hall master? Yeah, I saw the badge. And Meng Ye respects him a lot," as Luo Xian said. Lu Meng said to Lu Yu with a proud look. She was indeed not stupid at all. Although she had some small cleverness, it suited her well, given her naturally deceptive appearance. Meng Ye is so strong, it must be related to his teacher, so it's only natural for him to respect him. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Meng, tapped her forehead, and said irritably, "Don't be so pleased with yourself. Your little cleverness has probably been seen through already. Go prepare. The test will start next week." "Huh? What tests? I hate tests the most." Upon hearing about the tests, Lu Meng wilted, saying somewhat listlessly, "Comprehensive tests. I heard it's to select the reserves for next year's Soul Master competition." Just kill me. The tests at the Spirit Hall were naturally very strict. It wasn't just a matter of filling out a form. They needed to assess soul power progress, soul rings, and physical fitness. Although there was a lot of freedom, usually the tests were quite strict and failing could lead to expulsion. With 60 of the Soul Master resources in hand, the Spirit Hall certainly didn't lack talent, and many wished to squeeze into the Spirit Hall Academy. Inside Lei Jingyang's mansion, Meng Ye actually finished summarizing the necessary information in just 1 hour and handed it over to Lei Jingyang. "Extreme attributes? You've completed it?" After just a glance, Lei Jingyang looked up at Meng Ye in astonishment. Nodding, Meng Ye released his martial spirit. The terrifying vitality on his body condensed into substance. And his original martial spirit was himself, which actually had a very broad range. Flesh, bones, meridians, hair, and even blood and organs counted. Ordinary original martial spirits were just one of them. So he had a huge advantage that no ordinary original martial spirit possessed. Even his brain was included. So he had a greater advantage in developing and practicing mental secret techniques compared to his previous life. Crackle. A white arc of electricity shot out from his body, and as it merely landed on the ground, the bluestone paved ground cracked. Lei Jingyang also clearly felt that domineering thunder power, and his soul power momentarily stagnated, but quickly recovered. In terms of vitality, he was much stronger than the current Meng Ye. What a domineering attribute is this extreme attribute. Lei Jingyang looked at Meng Ye with excitement in his eyes sparkling. He had researched various aspects of martial spirits, and even proposed separating martial spirits and soul masters for cultivation. Meng Ye's mental visualization secret techniques and vitality secret techniques were all developed based on Lei Xingyang's research results from his previous life. It was a pity that they hadn't spread widely. Lei Xingyang had no intention of making a name for himself on the continent, nor did he have ambitions to dominate it. He just wanted to verify his results and watch Meng Ye grow, just like now. For him, this sense of achievement was far more important than anything else. Extreme attributes are indeed stronger, but there are some small issues. I've written them down. If you're interested, you can look for similar martial spirits. As for soul beasts, don't even think about it. Meng Ye reminded him, worried that Lei Xingyang might impulsively run into the Stardow Forest or the depths of the extreme north to find soul beasts with extreme attributes for research. He could really do that. Not to mention how rare those extreme attribute soul beasts were. Even if found, they were mostly fixed soul beast overlords, which could easily provoke terrifying soul beast groups. For example, the Ice Emperor Scorpion or the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. Meng Ye's encounter with the Thunder God Bamboo was largely due to luck. I have a sense of proportion, but these extreme martial spirits are indeed hard to identify. Looking at the information in his hand, Lei Xingyang nodded in agreement. He was persistent but not stubborn. He could take risks, but he wouldn't go to his death knowingly. Do you believe that with so many soul masters awakening every year, there are those with innate, full soul power but useless martial spirits? Meng Ye reminded him. At the bottom level of the Spirit Hall, the martial spirit division and subdivisions were basically staffed by great soul masters and soul respected, with limited vision. They couldn't identify talent in slightly more complex situations. In fact, innate soul power was generally proportional to martial spirit quality. A useless martial spirit with innate level 10 soul power was pure nonsense. That's not wrong. Lei Xingyang nodded, preparing to return and start trying. He controlled the main hall of the Salikel Duchy, which was equivalent to controlling the entire duchy's soul master resources. Not to mention all, but 90 would definitely pass through his hands. As long as he could find the detailed list and information of the soul masters awakening each year, even if there were a few thousand people, he would definitely find a couple with innate full soul power. As for the 1 in 10,000 probability, it was merely a metaphor. The flaw in the Spirit Hall system lay here. Although the first step was to help civilians awaken martial spirits for free, it was also the easiest way to miss most geniuses directly. By the way, that girl named Shui Yuerer seems to be quite persistent. I heard that the Water Academy was stirred up quite a bit by her that day. Lei Xingyang suddenly said as he put away the information. Let her be, as long as she doesn't cause trouble here. Meng Ye rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of headache, and he didn't care. He had no intention of considering Shui Yuerer. Right now, he didn't even want to think about any matters of men and women. Just wanted to quickly raise his cultivation level. You young people shouldn't be so heartless. You'll eventually start a family. Is there someone you have in mind? Lei Xingyang felt it wouldn't do for Meng Ye to keep this up, although he didn't want to interfere in Meng Ye's emotional issues. It seemed a bit abnormal for a young person not to have any thoughts at all. Could it be that there's something wrong with your body? No, I'm going back first. I won't see you off tomorrow. Meng Ye stood up to leave, not wanting to discuss this topic. Lei Xingyang sat in place, lost in thought. He knew that Meng Ye was focused on cultivation, but having lived to this age, he was naturally somewhat aware of young people's thoughts. Simply put, at that age, curiosity and thoughts about the opposite sex were normal, as it was a natural reaction caused by physical development. If nothing were expressed, it could instead lead to psychological issues. Human instincts weren't that easy to suppress. Looks like I need to let Ovis put in some effort. Muttering to himself, Lei Xingyang stood up and went to the Spirit Hall Academy again. But this time he didn't show his face in the academy. Chapter 32. Dinner 1 week later. After a week, Meng Ye's soul power has once again increased by 1 level. Originally, after obtaining the Thunder God Bamboo, he had already reached level 44 soul power. Coupled with the 10,000-year soul incense and his own secret method, his cultivation speed was still faster than before he gained the ultimate attributes. Now, he has reached level 45 soul power, which also reflects the results of his previous suppression of soul power. Zizizi. Dense arcs of electricity flashed around him, and Meng Ye frowned slightly as he opened his eyes for meditation. These arcs of electricity were not a good sign. After all, he was not a martial soul with innate ultimate attributes. and his main martial soul had no attributes. His second martial soul was not lightning attribute either. These arts were more like a manifestation of his inability to fully control that thunderous power. Ultimate attributes are not the end. There is still room for growth. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor of the Extreme North are both ultimate ice, but the latter has mastered not just ice, but a power close to the laws. Therefore, there are strengths and weaknesses even among ultimate attributes. If Meng Ye wants to obtain a stronger thunder power, the prerequisite is naturally to completely master this power. He got up and left for the classroom. Although he usually just showed up to clock in, he couldn't skip it, as the Spirit Hall was quite strict about this aspect. There was a high degree of freedom, but that didn't mean the atmosphere and system were lax, especially with the tests approaching. It had been over a month since the new students officially enrolled, and the college tests had officially begun. Many were cramming at the last minute and working extra hard. Meng Ye was a transfer student who entered with a recommendation letter from Lei Zhengyang, arriving a bit later than the new students, but he still had to take the tests. The tests would start 3 days later, taking place at the No. 2 Soul Fighting Arena within the academy, with 2 days off for everyone, but all students must attend the tests. Otherwise, the consequences would be theirs to bear. Do you all understand? Understood. The students responded in unison. The rules of the Spirit Hall Academy were indeed very strict, and no one dared to be too careless. Except for one person. The teacher on the podium was a middle-aged beauty responsible for managing this class. She appeared to be in her 40s with faint wrinkles, yet she had a noble aura and charm that remained. Her martial soul was the Red Snake Whip, a very powerful weapon martial soul, with a soul power of 60 levels. It was said that on the first day, to establish her authority, she directly dismantled the classroom door and expelled a troublemaker student on the spot. Meng Ye had come in later and didn't witness it, but that made her quite unhappy. Whoosh! Bang! Ugh! Luo Xian, who was sleeping in the corner, was hit by a piece of chalk. She raised her hand to scratch her head then. Didn't wake up. Luo Xian. Huh? What? What's wrong? The terrifying roar that sounded like a lion finally woke Luo Xian up. Her face showing panic as she lifted her head, her fair skin showing marks from her hair pressing down. You come to my office, and you too. The teacher suddenly pointed at Meng Ye and called the two out of the classroom, then said to the others, class dismissed. A few minutes later, Meng Ye stood calmly in the office, while Luo Xian kept her head down beside him. Luo Xian, you have great talent. But can you explain to me why you keep sleeping in class? I was wrong, she weakly replied, and if it weren't for the surrounding silence, one might not even hear what she said. The teacher frowned and continued to look at her. This is not the first time. You must give me an explanation today. Seeing the teacher's serious expression, Luo Xian's mind went blank, unable to organize her words, and her eyes turned red. As a soul master, even if she was a weaker support type, she shouldn't be behaving like this. But this seemed to be a congenital issue for Luo Xian, partly due to her martial soul. Teacher, Meng Ye glanced at her and ultimately felt a bit sympathetic, saying, Luo Xian's martial soul cultivation method seems to be related to sleeping. The teacher naturally didn't believe it and said directly, ridiculous. I've never heard of such a meditation method. It's not meditation, but assistance. I believe the teacher should have seen some information about devouring or mutated martial souls, as there are many martial souls that require special methods to assist in cultivation. Devouring martial souls eat things. The evil fire phoenix needs to suppress or vent its evil fire to cultivate, and evil martial souls go without saying. There are many such martial souls. They are not necessarily disadvantages. Martial souls that require assistance in cultivation can actually be an advantage. After all, while it may be a roundabout way, it can also be a shortcut depending on how it's used. Hearing Meng Ye's explanation, the teacher was clearly taken aback. Whether she had seen that information or not, working at the Spirit Hall Academy, she couldn't have never heard of it. She looked back at Luo Xian and asked, is what he said true? Luo Xian nodded. Fine, I won't punish you this time, but it won't be a second time. Remember to participate in the tests at the No. 2 Soul Fighting Arena in 3 days. Luo Xian, still not fully processing it, was eventually sent back by the teacher. In the office, the teacher looked at Meng Ye with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. I've looked at your information. Your talent is excellent. Even better than those talented students in higher grades. However, your strength is yet to be tested. Have you been to the soul fighting arena? This was a standard. Soul masters rarely had the courage to go to the soul fighting arena alone before they came of age. After all, the soul fighting arena was only a word different from the beast fighting arena, and the distinction was nearly the same. Of course, being experienced or not was two different concepts. Soul master battles are not turn-based games. When you hit me, the damage depends on defense and evasion. Without any practical combat experience, facing a seasoned opponent, you might not even be able to unleash your soul skills before losing. Meng Ye nodded and said, I barely obtained a purple gold soul badge. The teacher looked at Meng Ye with uncertainty, thinking she might have misheard. Yes. Meng Ye nodded to confirm that according to the rules of the soul fighting arena, this purple gold soul badge was not his limit, but the limit for the rank of soul master. Previously, there were hardly any soul masters and soul elders at the funding level, and even soul kings were rare. He originally didn't want to go to the soul fighting arena, but to get Wang Shuo to help him make money, he spent 2 months obtaining this badge. Then the teacher took Meng Ye to the soul fighting arena, of course, to the one used for sparring within the spirit hall to test his strength. Then, she gave Meng Ye a task to be among the top 5 in the academy. Currently, the most talented and skilled individuals in the entire Spirit Hall Academy are undoubtedly Hu Liena and her 2 companions. No one can compete with them. And this is a recognized fact. However, if others are strong enough, they can also enter the Spirit Hall representative team, standing on the stage that all talented soul masters on the continent dream of, which is an honor and an opportunity to make a name for themselves on the continent. Fame is a tricky thing. Its actual effect may not be obvious, but it cannot be ignored. Aside from the sense of honor, significant fame can also be a deterrent to others, as well as a form of backing. Of course, it can easily become someone else's stepping stone. So it's a double-edged sword. After leaving the soul fighting arena, Meng Ye planned to go eat outside the academy. Although the Spirit Hall Academy also provided meals, they would definitely be cold after the mealtime. Just as he reached the academy gate, Meng Ye saw Luo Xian waiting there. Thank you. She gathered her courage and walked up to Meng Ye, bowing. It's nothing. I'll treat you to dinner. I still haven't thanked you for last time. A deeply buried memory in his mind was awakened by that familiar voice. The surrounding scene seemed to overlap with similar past moments, but that figure had not changed at all. The shy girl in front of him turned back and smiled, and everything around seemed to dim in comparison. I'll treat you to dinner. Okay. He almost instinctively agreed. When Meng Ye came to his senses, there was no opportunity to think or refuse, and he followed Luo Xian to her home. Chapter 33. Luo Xian's parents. Luo Xian brought friends home, which surprised her parents. After all, they were quite familiar with their daughter's temperament. It was already good enough that she could communicate normally. Nice to meet you, seniors. In meetings between soul masters, this kind of address is generally used and is considered quite formal. No need to be polite. Since you're Luo Xian's friend, we can call each other uncle and niece. The elegant man paused for a moment, then smiled. He was dressed in a long robe with neatly combed long hair and had an extraordinary appearance. Luo Xian's mother was equally stunning. She was not just holding on to her beauty, but had maintained it well even at 40, looking vibrant and youthful, with a gentle warmth in her brows that could make any man's heart flutter. It seemed that Luo Xian's beauty was inherited from both parents, but her personality was a bit hard to describe. I'll take Luo Xian to change her clothes first. Xiao Yi, you can chat with your Uncle Luo. Luo Xian's mother said, pulling her bewildered daughter away and giving her husband a knowing glance. The couple exchanged several glances in an instant, and even nodded slightly at the end. A soul saint and a soul emperor. Such subtle actions would generally go unnoticed by most people. Hey, Xiao Yi. How old are you this year? Where are you originally from? By the way, do you have someone you like? Meng Ye. His eyelids twitched. He didn't refuse Luo Xian's invitation for dinner, but he had forgotten about this. Luo Xian's father was named Luo Zekin, with an unclear background, suspected of having ties to a certain soul master family. Her mother was named Xian Yao, and like Luo Xian, she was a food-type soul master at the soul emperor level, which was already quite strong. In his previous life, when Meng Ye was with Luo Xian, they were very enthusiastic, even eager to arrange a marriage for the two of them. However, with what happened later, Meng Ye even developed a hatred towards them at one point. In the end, he came to terms with it, but ended up dying. As Meng Ye chatted with Luo Xian's father, another discussion was happening on the other side. Well, my daughter is bringing boys home now. She's grown up. At first, pretending to be somewhat angry, she pointed at Luo Xian's forehead, but a smile could not help but show on her face. What parents are not concerned about their children? Luo Xian's gentle personality made them even more attentive. Mom, what are you talking about? I just invited him for dinner. Luo Xian leaned closer to her mother, her face slightly flushed. What's this all about? It's just inviting someone for dinner. Why does it feel like a marriage proposal? All right, I still don't know you well. Tell me, when did you meet? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xian finally looked up and said, last time during the soul hunting, he treated me to something and saved me. Well, after all, our little princess is so adorable. And then, Xian Yao nodded, feeling there was nothing wrong, and continued to ask. Hero saving the beauty is not a glitch, it's a principle. No matter how sweetly one speaks or how excellently one performs, if they lack the courage to stand up at critical moments, it's all meaningless. What then? Luo Xian looked at her mother innocently, blinking her bright eyes. You dare speak to your mother like that? Have you grown wings? She raised her hand and pinched Luo Xian's face, which was so delicate it seemed she could pinch water out of it. Quickly say, do you have feelings for him? Or is it just lust? Mom, what are you saying? Luo Xian's face instantly turned red, even to her earlobes, struggling and panicking. After a moment of playful banter, feeling it was enough, Xian Yao helped Luo Xian change into another outfit and return to the living room. Naturally, bringing a friend home for dinner did not mean going to a restaurant, but to their family residence. Owning a residence in this Soul Master city is not simple. It's not just about having money. For example, Lei Jingyang, as the master of the Soul Master Hall, despite his numerous connections, could only buy a moderately sized residence. Of course, it might also be because he does not stay there much, so he didn't acquire a larger one. Luo Xian's family was similar. It was enough for living, and there was ample space. The servants quickly prepared the dishes, and being in the restaurant business, the food was naturally excellent, full of color, aroma, and taste. Xiaoyi, it's your first time here. Quickly try Annie's cooking. By the way, this is also one of Luo Xian's favorite dishes. Nodding. Meng Ye, although he didn't restrain himself, didn't fully let go either. Usually, he was too rough when eating, but one could imagine that consuming the portions meant for more than 10 people in just over 10 minutes wouldn't look good. Looking at the elbow meat pushed in front of him, Meng Ye felt speechless. Wasn't this a hint? Luo Xian, who was looking down and silent, paused for a moment, glancing at Meng Ye with some confusion. The dinner went quite well, but the couple occasionally hinted at their thoughts through subtle comments, making Meng Ye uncomfortable. Finally, he vaguely changed the topic, and after a long time, they were nearing the end of the meal. Father, mother, I'm back. A voice came from outside the courtyard, and then a figure walked in. Noticing the several people eating, he initially didn't pay much attention, but his expression darkened noticeably when he saw Meng Ye. Who is he? Chuaner is back, just in time for dinner. This is your sister's friend, Meng Ye. My sister's friend? His face immediately became somewhat gloomy, even with a hint of anger directed at Meng Ye. How come my sister? Just as he was about to express his displeasure, he caught a glimpse of his parents' eyes, which sent chills down his spine, and Luo Chuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak. He obediently walked over to sit next to Luo Xian, lowering his head to eat. He was Luo Xian's younger brother and understood his sister's personality. It was rare enough for her to bring friends home, let alone a boyfriend. Just being able to speak normally with someone was already a feat. Although they were not in the same class, he would occasionally sneak over to observe Luo Xian from a distance. He would only leave once he confirmed she was okay, and Meng Ye had noticed him a few times. Meng Ye, why are you staring at me while eating? Feeling even more uncomfortable, Meng Ye quickly finished his food and excused himself to return to the academy. Luo Chuan, listen up. After sending Meng Ye off, the couple returned to the main hall, looking seriously at Luo Chuan, who stood to the side. Luo Xian was pulled aside by her mother, looking confused. Here, Luo Chuan stepped forward half a step, respectfully bowing. I command you to investigate this Meng Ye thoroughly. No mistakes allowed. Be sure to cover every detail. Yes. After the stern order, the atmosphere around them grew colder, the frost-like tension making it impossible to feel any warmth. Mom, why are you investigating Meng Ye? Luo Xian asked curiously, looking at the three with an innocent expression. Oof. Little did you know, it's all for you, you little enchantress. To prevent you from being deceived without realizing it. But why would I be deceived? Luo Xian looked pitifully at her mother, her face being pinched. Sigh, silly daughter. Always giving your parents a hard time. Luo Zekin sighed, saying, with his talent and intelligence, how could he possibly be interested in you? Not understanding this. How could your mother and I dare to let you be with him? Dad, what are you talking about? I've said it's just to repay him for saving me. Luo Xian continued to explain, her face turning red again. Stretching out her hand to turn her daughter's face towards her, Xin Yao said with a hint of a smile. All right. You promise your mother that you won't associate with him anymore, lest you get sold and not even know it. Luo Xian felt a bit hesitant to meet her mother's gaze. With your personality, you need not just someone who can protect you, but your brother. Never mind. Standing aside, Luo Chuan's eyes twitched slightly, feeling indignant but not daring to say anything. He continued in a gentle tone. You also need the other person to be willing to protect you for a lifetime. Otherwise, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Do you understand? I understand. Leaning in her mother's embrace, Luo Xian felt an incomparable warmth. Chapter 34. Poison Douluo, Purple Record Badge. After leaving Luo Xian's house, Meng Ye returned to the Wuhuan Temple Academy and encountered Xiaoyu, who had come to find him. When there was nothing happening, everything was fine, but when there was something, it came one after another, making Meng Ye feel somewhat eerie. Is there something going on? He looked at Xiaoyu, and the people around them quickly avoided them. Meng Ye already had a proud and cold temperament, with perfect looks, but that only attracted some people who were fond of appearances. However, at this moment, facing Xiaoyu, there was a sense of a clash, as Xiaoyu's aura also had a chilling and piercing quality, and the sharpness of the moon blade Wuhuan indeed brought a bone-chilling coldness. Usually, Xiaoyu's working style was somewhat similar to Meng Ye's. His Holiness the Pope has summoned you, Xiaoyu said calmly. Meng Ye frowned, unable to think of why Bibi Dong would look for him at this time. He wasn't someone who could predict everything. Understood, I'll go there now. Regardless of his confusion, he definitely had to go when summoned by Bibi Dong. The two left the academy and headed toward the Pope's palace. On the way, it seemed that Bibi Dong had issued orders in advance, so no one stopped them. As they walked, a figure dressed entirely in dark green approached them. In this Pope's palace, almost all Soul Masters wore the standard Wuhuan Temple uniform, from the guards and stewards to the Soul Douluo and elders. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were somewhat special, but their styles were generally similar. This was also the most straightforward way to distinguish members of the Wuhuan Temple. The dark green figure was an old man with dark green hair, exuding a dangerous aura. Upon seeing the two, he merely smiled, causing Xiaoyu to feel a skipped heartbeat and look at him in horror. Although Meng Ye remained calm, he also felt a momentary stagnation in his internal energy. It was Tidal Douluo, and specifically the Tidal Douluo known as Poison Douluo de Gobo. Why is this old poison master here? Meng Ye was somewhat surprised, but not so intimidated by the casually released soul power pressure. The richness of his own internal energy was not something ordinary soul power could shake, unless it was directed specifically at him or if a direct attack was made. Poison Douluo couldn't do anything to him. Poison Douluo, seeing the two pass by, turned to glance at Meng Ye's back and murmured, interesting. A green snake emerged from his wrist, flicking its crimson tongue as it gradually slithered to the ground and quickly hid into the shadows. Meng Ye's reaction intrigued him. He was known for being unpredictable in the Soul Master world. Dugu Bo acted very casually, and even in the face of the Wuhuan Temple's might, he refused to join the Elder Hall. This individuality, while not well received among Tidal Douluo of the same rank, also meant that no one dared to provoke him. It's not that Poison Douluo was particularly strong. In terms of strength, he ranked at the bottom among Tidal Douluo, and his poison was also difficult to inflict fatal injuries on other Tidal Douluo. In terms of Wuhuan strength, even some top attack-type Soul Douluo could directly compete with him. However, his green scale snake emperor poison had an extremely domineering characteristic. It could continuously spread infection through the corpses of those who died from poisoning. As long as there were enough people who died from the poison, he alone could create a natural disaster. On the other side, Meng Ye and Xiaoyu arrived at the Pope's palace and saw Bibi Dong. Hulaina and Yin were also present, and, at this moment, Meng Ye could roughly guess the purpose of Bibi Dong calling him. Besides the three of them, two figures stood beside Bibi Dong, one white and one black. Yuguan, Hui Mei, they greeted. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong nodded and gestured for the two to rise, then said, I summoned you here today because there are some matters you should be aware of. The Soul Master competition in a year is very important. It concerns the face of our Wuhuan temple. You four are the elites of our generation, bearing not only glory but also a mission. Therefore, I have only one requirement of you. Within a year, Nar and the three of you must break through to the Soul King level. Yes, the three responded in unison. Their eyes filled with excitement. Even if Bibi Dong hadn't said it, they would have done it. They were already standing at the forefront of this special era, and their fame had spread to the two great empires even before winning the Soul Master competition. Meng Ye's appearance was relatively late. He wasn't initially in Bibi Dong's line of sight, so he wasn't aware of the three's fame. But that was only temporary. Once the Soul Master competition began, Bibi Dong wouldn't hide him away. This Soul Master competition was less about making the three famous and more about building momentum, pushing the reputation of the Wuhuan Temple to a higher peak alongside the three. At that time, they could carry the momentum and pressure the two great empires, gradually eroding them. Unfortunately, according to the development of the original work, the appearance of Shrek interrupted the plans of the Wuhuan Temple. The Golden Generation was exalted as high as it was, and they fell just as hard. The dignity of the Wuhuan Temple was also damaged because of this, which could be seen as one of the causes of the soul hunting plan. After all, if they couldn't be used for their own purposes, eliminating them was naturally the best approach. Additionally, Meng Ye, I now grant you the purple record badge, proclaiming it to the world. The originally indifferent Meng Ye suddenly froze, and not just him. Hulaina and the others looked over as well. The three had different expressions, but both Yin and Xiaoyu showed signs of anger and surprise. They had not yet been awarded the purple record badge, which symbolized the honor of the Wuhuan Temple. That was the highest honor, and if they successfully broke through to the Soul King, their reputation and talent would reach the level where they could receive the purple record badge. But why Meng Ye? Don't you thank the Pope? The ghost Douluo, standing beside Bibi Dong, reminded him. Only then did Meng Ye react, as a steward approached him with a tray, upon which lay an ancient-looking badge engraved with the emblem of the Wuhuan Temple. Thank you for your grace, Your Holiness the Pope. Even at this moment, he still couldn't comprehend the reason. Was it to make Xiaoyu and the others resent him? That was impossible. Bibi Dong had the absolute power and confidence to command the Wuhuan Temple and had no need to do so. Bibi Dong waved her hand and said to Xiaoyu and Yin, You two should return now. Practice diligently. 3 days later, I will have someone conduct a separate assessment for you. Yes. Although Yin felt dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it and could only respond sullenly. Understood. The two then turned and left. After they left, Bibi Dong looked at Meng Ye again. Her unfathomable cultivation level carrying a hint of authority in her voice as she said, Are you wondering why I granted you the purple record badge alone? Even my direct disciple Nar hasn't received one? Your Holiness, the Pope has her own considerations. It's inappropriate for a disciple to ask too much. Hulaina could openly call her teacher directly because she was a direct disciple, but he couldn't. At least Bibi Dong hadn't acknowledged him to that extent yet, and he was unwilling to. A cold smile appeared on the noble face, continuing, I know you are unwilling to take me as your master. That Lei Xingyang does have some abilities, and I won't force you. Your talent deserves this honor, and the Wuhuan Temple will not let a true genius be tarnished. Meng Ye bit his lip, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. It wasn't that Bibi Dong released a pressure, but rather her attitude made him feel the pressure. To be honest, if it were just a matter of exchanging benefits, like having the ghost Douluo help him find soul rings and collect 10,000-year soul incense, he had directly given the ghost Douluo the blood ginseng, and the subsequent soul bones without saying anything. That was a fair trade. His principle was also like this. He didn't owe others, and he didn't want to be indebted to others. If Bibidon asks him to complete a task that he can accomplish and offers benefits, he will accept it calmly. However, if he is given something without any requirements, he feels a bit at a loss. Of course, starting today, you need to teach Neru how to use the method of mental power. I won't force you to give up your secret technique. You only need to teach Neru alone, and this request shouldn't be difficult for you. Understood. Although it's troublesome, Meng Ye feels relieved at this moment. He is not surprised that Bibidon knows about his mental secret technique. It's just teaching a secret technique. The mental secret technique is not so easy to cultivate. Talent, perseverance, and time are all crucial. In fact, even directly handing it over to the spirit hall wouldn't be a big problem, as it's a secret technique he developed for himself and is not suitable for everyone. Chapter 35. Meng Ye's disappearance. As Meng Ye walked out of the Pope's palace, he clearly felt a gaze upon him but did not pay it any mind and continued to leave. Hulaina followed closely behind. Bibidong had also assigned her a task. Nar, Meng Ye is a true genius. Although you have your natural advantages, you may still fall short of him. You need to learn from him humbly. Yes, Nar will not disappoint the teacher's high hopes. Though somewhat unwilling, Hulaina had learned a lot from Douluo. She had a premonition that she was not Meng Ye's match. This intuition came from her outstanding spiritual power. Meng Ye's spiritual power was far stronger than hers, so it was natural for her to feel danger. Hiss. On the way back to the academy, Meng Ye glanced at the corner by the street, where a small green snake was hiding in the shadows, currently flicking its tongue at him. What does Douluo want? Meng Ye was not in the mood to consider how to teach Hulaina. He was more concerned about why this old poison master was fixated on him. Being targeted by a venomous snake was not a pleasant experience. Meng Ye, I want to talk to you. Hulaina caught up and walked alongside Meng Ye, not noticing anything unusual. Go ahead. After glancing at her, Meng Ye did not refuse. Most of his attention was focused on sensing his surroundings, trying to locate Douluo. Noticing Meng Ye's apparent indifference, Hulaina frowned. She had decent perceptual abilities, but her pride made her reluctant to seek advice from Meng Ye. However, due to Bibidong's orders, she had to accept reality. In terms of spiritual power, even Bibidong could not offer her much guidance. She could only focus on cultivating her martial soul. However, while the fox spirit martial soul was considered a spiritual type martial soul, it was not pure enough. I hope to exchange secret methods related to spiritual cultivation with you. What do you have? Meng Ye suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at her. Hulaina was born with a seductive aura. Despite her frown, she exuded a unique charm. I have a secret method that compresses and amplifies the power of soul skills. Is it the fusion ring? You? How do you know? Hulaina was startled, looking at Meng Ye with some panic. If I'm not mistaken, among your peers, you should have never encountered anyone who can resist your charm soul skill, right? Hulaina's most practical soul skill was indeed charm, which was also its core. This soul skill was a form of compulsory spiritual control, and those with weak spiritual power could not resist it at all. Moreover, it was different from the kind of illusion that could be escaped through strong stimulation. That kind of illusion involved a combination of spiritual attacks. Once caught, a person would instinctively want to escape upon realizing it. Hulaina's skill, however, triggered the innate desires within a person, making it easy for those with weaker willpower to fall victim. This was also why Bibidong regarded Hulaina as the most promising among her peers. Of course, Hulaina still did not understand what Meng Ye meant but nodded. Well, if I close my eyes, can you still make someone fall for it? This. A soul respect can. Hulaina hesitated before speaking. Her soul skill could exert its effects through scent. What about blocking the sense of smell? Oomph. How can one fight then? Hulaina suddenly realized, unwittingly following Meng Ye's line of thought. Indeed, if both eyes were closed, a soul master would basically be incapacitated and unable to fight. However, there were exceptions. If spiritual power was used properly, it could replace other senses and essentially ignore Hulaina's soul skill. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean others can't do it. Secretly shaking his head, Meng Ye initially wanted to give her some guidance as per Bibidong's orders, but that seemed unlikely now. Buzz. He took out a secret method from his storage soul guide and handed it to Hulaina, saying, "This is the secret method you wanted. If you believe your talent is sufficient, you could try to cultivate it. Of course, it's best to have someone you trust assist you. There are certain risks involved. Are you sure you're giving this to me so easily?" Hulaina was somewhat hesitant. She did not expect Meng Ye to give her such a precious secret method. "This is the Pope's order. Since you are unwilling for me to guide you, it can only be this way." After saying that, Meng Ye quickened his pace and continued walking, making it unnecessary for him to waste time with Hulaina. This secret method was difficult to grasp, extremely challenging. If he had to teach Hulaina bit by bit, even with her talent, it would take a long time, and if she couldn't learn it, all his efforts would be in vain. This way was better. As for Bibi Dong, saying she wouldn't force him to hand it over, that was merely a polite way of speaking. He wasn't so oblivious. Whether he offered it willingly or not, Bibi Dong would find a way to obtain it anyway. It was better to be proactive, as he could also gain more benefits. Looking at the visualization method in her hands, Hulaina bit her lip lightly, her gaze gradually becoming determined. At worst, she could return the favor to him in the future. Meng Ye was focused on finding where the poison dough was, and strangely, he noticed that the number of gazes on him around had increased. At the other end of the street, a figure quickly disappeared. Damn bastard. Within the Spirit Hall Academy, just returning to the academy from outside, Luo Chuan rushed down to the dormitory to find Luo Xian, sneakily pulling his sister to a secluded place. "Sis, is what father-mother said true?" Luo Chuan's face was filled with anger. How could his sister possibly like someone else? Huh? Luo Xian had just woken up from sleeping in the dormitory, and after being dragged out by Luo Chuan, she was still somewhat dazed from being nagged by their parents all morning. "It's that bastard named Meng Ye. By the way, I just saw him walking with a woman and giving her something." Blinking her eyes, Luo Xian finally reacted and suddenly said with a slight blush, "Meng Ye treats me very well. He doesn't need to give me anything." Luo Chuan, No, I have to stop my sister from being fooled by that bastard. Father and mother will definitely stand by me, right? I should go tell father and have him take care of that bastard." While Luo Chuan was planning how to deal with Meng Ye, Hulaina had also returned to the academy, but Meng Ye, who had walked ahead of her, had not returned. Curious about the visualization secret method, Hulaina immediately tried it out, but not to mention mastering it. She found the annotations on it somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. In her confusion, she could only go find Meng Ye, but after not finding him, she went to ask her teachers and the dean. "He hasn't returned?" "Yeah, in the dean's office." Always nodded, looking at Hulaina curiously, and said, "The academy's steward also reported not seeing him. Earlier, Seiyu came to find me, saying the Pope summoned Meng Ye." "Thank you, Dean." Since they were in Spirit City, Hulaina did not think much of it, assuming Meng Ye had gone out for some reason. The academy itself had a high degree of freedom, and there was no prohibition on entering or leaving. However, without Meng Ye's guidance, Hulaina could only return and continue studying the visualization method on her own. 3 days later, the academy's assessment officially began, and the new students were eagerly anticipating Meng Ye's arrival. But he did not show up, drawing Owase's attention. He then reported this to the Pope's palace. Boom! Missing. Inside the Pope's palace, a terrifying and eerie pressure spread, and Ghost Daw and Ju knelt on the ground, trembling in silence. Cold sweat continuously dripping down their faces. Yes, the steward guarding the city also found no suspicious signs, and it is speculated that he went missing on the way back to the academy 3 days ago after leaving the Pope's palace. Ghost Douluo reported the investigation results truthfully. But this result was not what Bibi Dong wanted. A cold gaze filled with murderous intent flashed across her face, and faint, dark green net-like patterns flickered across her forehead. So, where was the ghost elder at that time? Gulu, the ghost Douluo, did not dare to speak. In fact, Bibi Dong had already instructed him to follow Meng Ye and the others, with the goal being the secret method in Meng Ye's hands. Although Bibi Dong spoke in a grand manner, that kind of thing was a secret method that the entire Spirit Hall did not have detailed records of. Halfway through, Meng Ye directly handed the secret method to Hulaina, and the ghost Daw followed closely behind Hulaina as he did not want Meng Ye to discover him. This also directly led to him not realizing how Meng Ye disappeared. On that day, who had the ability to enter and exit the spirit city and silently take someone away. Bibi Dong had not completely lost her rationality. Having been in a high position for many years, she could control her anger very well. It was Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo spoke up at this time, as he had a bit of a personal relationship with Douluo. You take my Pope's order and personally go to the Heaven-Do Empire to bring the person back for me. If you can't bring them back intact, then bring back Douluo, regardless of his life or death. Bibi Dong's cold voice echoed through the Pope's hall. Understood, Su Rong replied, and the two title Douluo's figures disappeared from the spot. Chapter 36. The Eye of Ice and Fire. After the two title Douluo left, Bibi Dong raised her head to look outside the papal palace, as if she could see through layers of obstruction to another hall located behind the papal palace, slightly elevated. The Douluo Hall is situated on Spirit City Mountain, where the tombstones of title Douluo who have made their names in the history of the Spirit Hall over the past few centuries are honored, symbolizing the Spirit Hall. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong was not looking at the Douluo Hall, but at the Hall of Offerings, originally considered the core of the papal palace. Every offering in it is a title Douluo of level 95 or above. The grand offering has been famous across the continent for decades, and is now one of the few remaining peerless Douluo. The six-winged angel martial soul, Douluo. Bibi Dong had considered the possibility of the Hall of Offerings intervening to take Meng Ye away, but being so close, she did not believe anyone could accomplish such a feat right under her nose. Unless Douluo acted personally, but he wouldn't dare to do so. After years of mutual restraint, although his strength always suppressed Bibi Dong, Douluo did not dare to excessively test her limits, because he would not allow any unexpected events that could threaten Rinchua's safety to occur. The Tiando Empire is located in the northern part of the continent, surrounded by many autonomous provinces and principalities. Its ruling position is no longer as strong as in its heyday, and it cannot fully control the administrative and military powers of these places. The Xingluo Empire now faces a similar situation. The two empires are more like the two largest hegemons rather than empires ruling the southern and northern parts of the continent. Local fragmentation, warlords vying for power, the imperial national strength is gradually declining, and with no successors, collapse is only a matter of time. To the east of Tiando Imperial City, in the center of a not-so-small hidden forest, it is isolated by a deadly poison, becoming a forbidden zone for humans and soul beasts. Year-round, thick fog spreads, but it does not emit a nauseating miasma. Rather, it is poison. Kid, you don't seem very afraid of me? Douluo looked at the boy brought back in front of him, with a curious glint in his eyes. Meng Ye remained calm. To be precise, he didn't even pay attention to Douluo's attitude. Instead, he was looking around. With his martial soul, it was not easy to enter here. He didn't care much about the poisonous mist emitted by the green-scale 7 deadly flowers outside, but being scratched would still be troublesome. He could break it through attribute suppression, but if the toxin spread too quickly, he would still face certain death. All sorts of exotic flowers and herbs were scattered throughout the valley, although there were many highly toxic plants under the nourishing power of heaven and earth. It had quite a bit of fairyland feeling. Douluo was also momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand, and a small green snake directly lunged towards Meng Ye's neck, flicking its tongue at his face. Hiss! Just by smelling the sweet aroma of the venom, Meng Ye felt a heaviness in his brain, proving that the toxicity of this thing is no joke. Senior, don't joke around. This little thing can not only kill me, but its poison is also a double-edged sword. He casually pinched the snake's head, and an arc of electricity flashed, instantly stunning it. This 9-section emerald is a world-renowned poison. If he accidentally got a bit on him, even with the resolve to sever his own wrist, he probably wouldn't be able to bear the cost. Whoosh! He casually threw the 9-section emerald to Douluo, who caught it with a raised hand and put it into his sleeve. Oomph! With a cold snort, a chilling pressure spread out, and Douluo looked grimly at Meng Ye's back, angrily saying, "You have some guts. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? That won't happen. I fully believe Senior has the strength to kill me, but I'm just afraid the price is something you wouldn't want to accept." Meng Ye walked forward a couple of steps under Douluo's soul power pressure, then turned to find a chrysanthemum emitting a rich medicinal fragrance under a tree. Celestial great herb. Wondrous mushroom chrysanthemum. This item held the same importance in his eyes as the looking through autumn water dew, a treasure he was determined to obtain. Douluo was somewhat amused by the anger, almost moved to act, but his curiosity grew due to Meng Ye's repeated disregard for his pressure. He asked, "Why don't you tell me, what price would I pay? Senior should be familiar with this item." Meng Ye took out the purple emblem. This item has a similar recognition level to the Elder Order, although it is rarer. As a title Douluo could not possibly be unfamiliar with it. The purple emblem? You are the Pope's disciple. Douluo seemed to have stepped on a tail. The pressure surrounding him dissipated in an instant. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Currently, Hulina and the others have not yet obtained the purple emblem. Once this item is issued, it is usually publicly announced to demonstrate the Spirit Hall's importance and authority. To put it simply, if you casually killed a disciple of the Spirit Hall, with no identity or status, you would only be hunted down at most, and if the price was too high, they would simply give up. But if it is someone with a purple emblem, killing them would be slapping the Spirit Hall's face, let alone the significance this emblem represents in Bibi Dong's eyes. According to the original plot, a year later, the Golden Generation lost in the soul fighting competition, and Bibi Dong nearly ordered the annihilation of Shrek on the spot. There were personal grievances, but it was also to restore the Spirit Hall's face. Douluo initially thought Meng Ye was just an ordinary disciple. Since he could withstand his pressure, he must have some secrets, so he captured him back. Bringing someone back from Spirit City to the Sunset Forest only took 4 days. This distance is not shorter than from Spirit City to Stardew Great Forest. It seems now I cannot afford to keep you. After pondering for a moment, Douluo looked at Meng Ye with a vicious gaze, preparing to strike and kill him directly. Senior, are you perhaps injured by your own poison? Dying alongside a small disciple of the Spirit Hall seems a bit unwise. Meng Ye still had no intention of resisting. He just looked up at Douluo and calmly stated the facts. If I let you go today, I would be walking a path to death. Is that so? Seeing the soul power gathering in Douluo's hand, Meng Ye knew he could not resist and could only continue. But does Senior think that killing me would go unnoticed? The only one who could quietly take me out of Spirit City that day seems to be you, Senior. Do you think the Pope is foolish? Or do you think those more than 10 titled law are mere decorations? At this moment, even Douluo couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Not because of Meng Ye's boldness, but because the situation did not allow him to relax. Meng Ye was reminding him, deliberately emphasizing Bibi Dong and those titled law to make him see reality clearly. Douluo was unpredictable, but not a madman. Being among the bottom tier of titled law, he had offended other titled law before and even refused the Spirit Hall's invitation. However, if he completely offended the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't dare. With more than 10 titled law and the unfathomable Pope, just thinking about it made Douluo feel a chill run down his spine. I will let you go. Douluo maintained his posture, but still spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Seeing the situation, Meng Ye secretly felt lucky. He knew his earlier words had taken effect. A person like Douluo, if he was not suppressed in momentum, would not qualify to have a conversation with him, let alone negotiate terms. Thank you for not killing me, Senior. Meng Ye cupped his hands, and no matter how calm he appeared, he was still human. How could he remain indifferent to life and death? So this sentence carried a bit of sincerity. In the world of soul masters, the strong are the ultimate truth. Meng Ye never believed there was such a thing as true fairness in this world. Douluo naturally thought Meng Ye was mocking him, snorting coldly but ultimately held back, saying, I will now escort you out. Don't get greedy. The Senior misunderstood. It's just that since the Junior has come, there must be a suitable reason. Otherwise, it would be the Junior's fault for letting the Senior bear the accusation of kidnapping the Junior, which would unnecessarily offend the Spirit Hall. Douluo suddenly found it a bit hard to understand. The way it sounded, it seemed like he was considering him, and his tone was very sincere, looking like he wasn't faking it. Hesitantly, he asked, What do you want to say? Chapter 37, The Big Horn. Inside the ice and fire two-een eye, Douluo looked at Meng Ye with a peculiar expression, a ridiculous thought lingering in his mind. This kid wouldn't be deliberately making me capture him. would he? Holding on to this doubt, Douluo glanced at the soul bone in his hand. 8 twisted soul bones wrapped around a spine, with a peculiar shape, but indeed an external soul bone. The 8 spider spears. The strength of this soul bone was far too lacking for Meng Ye, and its poison attribute was not compatible, plus he didn't lack money. Always thinking about how to make the best use of it, Douluo's appearance gave him an opportunity. Douluo wasn't wrong. Meng Ye did have the intention of deliberately leading him to capture himself, but it was merely an attempt. Fortunately, the process went more smoothly than he expected. Senior, this soul bone should be enough for you to exchange for 50 of the medicinal materials, right? Cough. Douluo almost choked, waving his sleeve and glaring at Meng Ye. Do you know the value of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of my ice and fire eye? This he didn't know, but Meng Ye shook his head, pointing at the soul bone in Douluo's hand, and said, I know this soul bone is compatible with your attributes, and considering the growth potential of external soul bones, it wouldn't be wrong to see it as a 100,000-year soul bone. Soul bones are priceless. Can you tell me how much a 100,000-year soul bone is worth? Meng Ye looked at Douluo leisurely, intending to make him reluctant to let go of this soul bone. There aren't many soul masters who can resist the temptation of a soul bone, especially one that is almost a perfect fit for them. The characteristics of this 8 spider spears are even more compatible with Douluo than with Tang San. Cough, cough. Douluo discreetly stored the soul bone in his storage soul guide. Forget it. I'll take a bit of loss. How about you take 30? 50 isn't a loss for you, and I want to take some of the spring water from the ice and fire eye. If you agree, I can tell you how to solve the poison of the green phosphor snake in your body. Deal. Douluo agreed without a second thought. The method of detoxification was even more precious to him than that soul bone, as his poison could even affect his descendants. The toxin in his body could only be suppressed by soul power. There was no other way. Even as a titled Douluo, he could only hold on for a few more years, but he would still be tormented by the deadly poison. More importantly, his granddaughter was also affected by this poison, and he feared she might pass before him. In the original work, Tang San's solution was actually to force the poison out, not to detoxify it. Meng Ye could do this too, and he didn't even need to do it himself. Douluo could do it himself. Of course, the premise was that he had the 8 spider spears first. Meng Ye quickly picked all the immortal medicinal herbs in the ice and fire eye, leaving a portion of the roots and stems, which would regrow in a few years within the ice and fire eye. In addition, there were many kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, and he took some of those as well. Although they couldn't compare to immortal grade, they were still considered heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Finally, Meng Ye walked to the spring that contained both ice spring and fire spring. Douluo followed behind with a pained expression and reminded him, You kid, be careful. If you fall in, I can't fish you out. The springs of the ice and fire eye flow with extreme fire and extreme ice. Not to mention falling in. Even ordinary soul masters would feel the bone-chilling cold and deadly heat just by getting close. Douluo didn't offer to help. He was curious how Meng Ye was immune to his pressure, so he wanted to see how he approached the ice spring water. Rest assured, Senior. After saying this, Meng Ye walked straight to the ice spring and reached out his hand toward the cold spring. Don't. Douluo was almost scared to death. He couldn't let Meng Ye die here. However, the next moment, his rushing figure stopped half a meter behind Meng Ye, looking ahead with a ghostly expression. When Meng Ye touched the cold spring, he was neither frozen by the extreme ice nor burned by the nearby fire spring. Instead, the substantial ice and fire power began to gradually gather toward his palm and merge into his body. This bizarre scene was enough to leave Douluo stunned. He didn't dare to touch this spring water easily. Not only was there attribute suppression, but even the deadly poison in his body would be completely dismantled by this ice and fire power. His entire cultivation was closely related to his poison skills. He only wanted to avoid being poisoned to death, not to ruin his own cultivation. This process lasted for a quarter of an hour before Meng Ye retracted his hand. The ice and fire in the spring seemed to be drawn out, and Meng Ye waved his hand to disperse it. These pure heavenly and earthly elemental powers were compatible with his second martial soul, so he could absorb them directly, but it had already reached its limit. Thank you, Senior. He turned to look at Douluo, seeing that Meng Ye showed no signs of injury. Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly are you, kid? After you fuse that soul bone, you can transfer the deadly poison in your body into the soul bone. Not only can it neutralize the strange poison, but it can also enhance the quality of the soul bone. Meng Ye achieved his goal and didn't want to linger here, directly telling Douluo the method. Douluo was momentarily stunned, then circulated his soul power to try it out, looking at Meng Ye with a gloomy expression. You aren't fooling me, are you? I also have a soul bone, and the deadly poison in my body has long since seeped into my bones. How could it be that easy to force it into the soul bone? I'm talking about the soul bone I just gave you. Once you fuse it, you'll know. I believe it won't disappoint you. Although still skeptical, Douluo took out the 8 spider spear soul bone and began to fuse it. He wasn't worried about Meng Ye suddenly attacking. He was absolutely safe here. Half an hour later, Douluo completely fused with the 8 spider spears, during which his expression changed several times, clearly troubled by the green phosphor snake poison. Hiss! 8 sharp, crystal-like soul bones protruded from his back. Douluo curiously looked back, revealing a satisfied expression. He already understood the effect of this soul bone. It could absorb soul power and also absorb poison. Although not all poisons could be absorbed, he had already integrated it into his body. The man-faced demon spider and green phosphor snake poison fused into one. And calling it the world's first strange poison was not an exaggeration. Naturally, it could absorb the deadly poison in his body. If you want to quickly resolve it, you can use this ice-fire spring to suppress some of the toxins. The effect will be even better. Good. Ha ha ha. Douluo suddenly laughed wildly, relieved from the affliction that had troubled him for many years. The countless days and nights of torment were healed. How could he not be ecstatic? This matter even excited him more than a breakthrough in cultivation. The terrifying sound wave stirred a gust of wind that swept through the valley of the ice and fire Tuinai, and Meng Ye stepped aside. After thinking for a moment, he packed a cubic meter of the surrounding soil into his storage soul guide. This thing might be useful. It took a full minute for Douluo to calm down, but his eyes were still filled with excitement. Looking at Meng Ye, Douluo solemnly clasped his hands and said, Young friend, I will remember the favor today. In the future, if you need help, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, just ask, and I will definitely assist you. There's no need for that. This is just a transaction between me and Senior. Meng Ye waved his hand. He didn't feel at a loss and didn't want to take advantage of Douluo's goodwill. This kind of thing was hard to repay. Other things could be compensated at market value. But how could one repay a favor? I only do things based on my feelings. Since I said it, I'll do it. You don't look down on my cultivation, do you? Douluo glared a bit angrily. Douluo was very principled. The reason his reputation was poor outside was largely due to his martial soul. Holding a kitchen knife in hand, people would avoid him. Moreover, Douluo was a terrifying existence who could, in a fit of rage, kill millions. I wouldn't dare. Meng Ye did not continue speaking, letting the matter rest. Perhaps it would be useful. Empty. At that moment, 2 terrifying soul power pressures descended from above the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Old poisonous man, are you seeking death? The furious shout of Ghost Douluo echoed through the sky. It was a terrifying pressure akin to heavenly might. The full force suppression of 2 tidal Douluos targeting Douluo. Meng Ye let out a muffled grunt, caught off guard and unable to bear for a moment, but quickly recovered. Douluo frowned, preparing to make a move, but was stopped by Meng Ye. Let me handle this, Senior. Your intervention may lead to misunderstandings. After saying that, Meng Ye channeled his energy into his dantian, soul power flowing to his throat. And with a loud roar, 2 seniors have misunderstood. Please come down for a discussion. Empty. The terrifying sound wave spread out from Meng Ye as the center. The ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye in the valley shaped like a trumpet, gathering the already fearsome sound, and then erupted. Buzz. The 2 tidal Douluos, who had just flown to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye without catching their breath, almost lost their footing under the impact of this sound blast. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 38. Return to Wuhuan City Humph. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, who had descended from the sky, locked their aura onto the poison Douluo, who at that moment had also retracted his spirit bones, looking defiantly at the two. Cough, cough, Meng Ye cleared his throat. This move was a sudden inspiration of his. It had no offensive power, but it was a marvelous technique for intimidating others. Walking up to the two, he said, "Elders, I appreciate your trouble. There seems to be some misunderstanding. I heard that Senior Douluo has mastery over treasure land, so I propose to purchase some heavenly materials and earthly treasures from him. Would that old poisoner be so kind as to sell to you?" The chrysanthemum Douluo, dressed in white, elegantly pointed his orchid finger at Douluo. Chrysanthemum, stop pointing your finger at me. Who knows if you've washed it or not? Douluo. As they were old rivals, naturally unwilling to back down. Who are you cursing, Chrysanthemum? You. What about it? All right. Let's see if I won't destroy your ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye today, Chrysanthemum, he said sharply, as he prepared to unleash a powerful move, with his spirit rings already appearing. However, the ghost of all quickly took Meng Ye into the air. Chrysanthemum, if you dare to destroy my treasure land, I will not rest until I take your life. Roar. Douluo was also somewhat furious, directly summoning his martial spirit true body, pushing the chrysanthemum Douluo into the air. The two tidal Douluos were entangled, golden light spreading everywhere, with poisonous mist obscuring the sky, a terrifying sight comparable to a natural disaster. The ghost Douluo carried Meng Ye far away. Elder, aren't you going to stop them? Meng Ye did not want to put Douluo in a difficult position, after all. He had already gained considerable advantage, and if this continued, the chrysanthemum Douluo would also pay a hefty price. The ghost Douluo calmly said, "It's rare for them not to fight when they meet. I can easily join forces with you to take down Douluo, but it wouldn't be worth the loss. However, we need to teach him a lesson this time, so that in the future, no one thinks our Wuhuan Hall can be bullied." Having been scolded by Bibi Dong, the two tidal Douluos were also filled with anger with no place to vent, and, after rushing here, even they couldn't help but feel a bit tired. In simple terms, the ghost Douluo could endure, but the chrysanthemum Douluo had a past grievance with Douluo, and he could not tolerate it. This place was not far from the Tiando Imperial City, and the battle between the two tidal Douluos quickly attracted attention. But fortunately, the fight did not last long. "Old ghost, come help me." His Majesty, the Pope, said not to care about life and death. Although the chrysanthemum Douluo had stronger spirit power, he couldn't take down the poison Douluo in a short time, so he could only call on the ghost Douluo to intervene. I'm going back to report first. You can play with that old poisoner slowly." The ghost Douluo, uninterested, simply took Meng Ye and left. He knew that what the Wuhuan Hall needed was deterrence. If they truly killed Douluo outside the Tiando Imperial City, it would likely provoke the sensitive nerves of the Tiando Empire. Douluo was a guest elder of the Tiando Royal Academy, and naturally had a cooperative relationship with the royal family. Although the Wuhuan Hall was powerful now, taking action prematurely would put them in a very passive position. Bibi Dong would never allow it. Even this time, if it weren't for Douluo taking Meng Ye away, which had completely enraged Bibi Dong, she wouldn't have ordered the killing of Douluo without hesitation. Damn it, Douluo, do you really want me to destroy this ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye? Chrysanthemum, if you dare touch my ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, I will expose your business of selling chrysanthemums to the world. You're talking nonsense. You shameless one. You. Knowing that a clear victory was unlikely, the two tidal Douluos refused to admit defeat verbally, but it was impossible to continue fighting. Inside the Tiando Imperial City, in the palace, Your Majesty, scouts report that it should only be two tidal Douluos sparring, not causing any major disaster, so there's no need to worry. That's good. Your Majesty, I believe we should send someone to the Wuhuan Hall to ask for an explanation, as this involves two tidal Douluos and cannot be taken lightly, said Prince Xinghe, who had stepped forward among the officials. Then let Xinghe handle this matter. It just so happens to set the regulations for next year's Soul Master competition. You can take a group of personal guards to the Wuhuan Hall and discuss it with the Pope. How about that? Emperor Shui smiled as he saw Xinghe take the initiative to step forward. Among the officials, most were now supporting Xinghe. Although the emperor was still present, he no longer had much influence over the larger situation. In simple terms, he couldn't even exercise the right to abolish the crown prince. Unless he could present sufficient evidence in front of everyone to completely expose Xue Qinghe's identity and conspiracy, he would be helpless. I accept the command. After bowing, Xue Qinghe returned to his position, having gone through some thoughts in his heart. This was exactly what she wanted. Xian Ti returned to the Wuhuan Hall for a long time. After years of being away from home and even hiding her cultivation and appearance, it was all to prove herself to her mother with this plan to usurp the country. One could say that having infiltrated the Tiando Empire since childhood, she was even beginning to find it difficult to recognize her own identity. Am I the young master of the Wuhuan Hall or the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? All right, let today's court meeting conclude here. I'm a bit tired. Long live your majesty. No matter how much internal and external troubles there were, the Tiando Empire was still an empire, possessing absolute military power to suppress many provinces and principalities within its territory. So the dignity of the empire could not be infringed upon. For example, right now, a tidal Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall had appeared near the Tiando imperial city, and the Tiando Empire had the right to demand an explanation from the Wuhuan Hall. Of course, whether the Wuhuan Hall would provide an explanation or be completely unyielding was another matter altogether. Wuhuan City. Meng Ye and the ghost Douluo had returned here after 3 more days. The chrysanthemum Douluo had also chased them halfway and, after returning to Wuhuan City, went to the Pope's palace to report to Bibi Dong. As long as there are no issues, it's fine. Duga Bo's title of poison is the #1 poison user in the world. It's better not to have too much interaction with him. Disciple understands. Bibi Dong nodded and continued. Nana seems to have encountered some difficulties while practicing the secret method you gave her recently. Go guide her a bit. Yes. Disciple will take my leave. It was likely that it was more than just difficulties. Bibi Dong's cultivation was high, and she had probably seen that visualization secret method, but found no solution or even an entry method. In this era, there are no complete mental secret methods at all. The secret method that Meng Ye had created in his lifetime combined the understanding of mental power from later generations. One could say that the gaps in between were enough to bring despair. Without his guidance, truly learning, it would depend on luck. Returning to the academy, Meng Ye originally wanted to check on Hulaiina's situation first, but he unexpectedly ran into Luo Xian, originally walking out the door with a cheerful face. Upon seeing Meng Ye, this girl suddenly became quiet, walked up to him, and happily said, "You're back. I heard you went missing." You. As she spoke, she could not continue, her fair face turning red all the way to her ears. Meng Ye felt as if smoke was rising from her head. I'm back. This scene felt very familiar. He bitterly smiled in his heart, thinking he could forget about it. I brought you a gift. Come with me. Saying this, Meng Ye pulled Luo Xian to the academy's advanced training area and then took out a jade box from his storage soul guide. Opening the jade box, there was an 8-petal orchid, completely crystal white and free of dust. This is so beautiful. Although Luo Xian was still a bit shy, upon seeing such a beautiful flower, she couldn't help but lean down to sniff the flower's stamens, saying, "So fragrant. I've never seen a flower like this before." Yes, it's for you. Remember, don't show it to others easily. This is a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure. When using it, just absorb it with your soul power. I feel this is very precious. I don't want it. Luo Xian didn't answer. She instinctively felt that this thing was very precious, but she didn't know its specific value. Remembering that she vaguely heard Luo Chuan say that Meng Ye would give her a gift, Luo Xian's face turned red again. Having been pulled here in a daze, she felt even more shy now that she had come to her senses and hurriedly said in a low voice, "I need to go back, goodbye." Meng Ye, seeing this, didn't stop her. He wasn't very clear-headed either, with memories and reality overlapping, making it hard for him to distinguish between what was real and what was an illusion. A faint, unusual fragrance wafted through with the breeze, and Meng Ye frowned slightly. Chapter 39. The Reappearance of the Thunder Beast. Luo Xian's gift was not delivered, and Meng Ye had no choice but to continue looking for Hulaiina. Problems with mental cultivation were quite serious. If things went wrong, he might not be able to save her, which would be troublesome. With his mental power not yet stabilized, it was normal to suffer backlash from hastily visualizing living beings. But what exactly did you visualize? Meng Ye saw Hulaina outside the teaching building. There was a hint of charm in her eyes, and her alluring aura was uncontrollably radiating in all directions. I imagine my martial soul. It should be much easier. Struggling to control her state, it indicated that at least Hulaina's mind was still relatively clear, and the problem was not major. Starting from something simple was best. The simpler, the better. Ideally, it should begin with a point, then a droplet or a flame, and it was best not to visualize living beings. As Meng Ye spoke, he raised his hand and lightly tapped Hulaina's forehead, quickly retracting it. Zing! A faint arc of electricity flashed by, but in Hulaina's mind, it was like thunder roaring, accompanied by the roar of a thunder beast, completely shattering the vaguely distorted demon fox she had visualized. I'm fine now. Hulaina came back to her senses, and the charm in her eyes vanished as she looked at her hands in confusion. MHM. Meng Ye nodded and continued. In short, this secret method is only difficult at the entry level, but one must not make mistakes. My suggestion is that you should first improve your mental control using basic methods before attempting deeper practices. Basic methods? Hulaina frowned. Are there really basic methods for mental power cultivation? Meditation has always been this way since ancient times. Everyone starts the same, but the paths differ according to their meridians and personal martial soul talents. There are no mental secret methods. It all relies on natural improvement through cultivation. The visualization method Meng Ye provided was already a further development of mental power, enhancing both offense and defense, even adding attributes. Even 1,000 years later, this would still be considered top-tier mental secret methods. I mentioned before that gradually closing off the 5 senses helps with mental control and perception. You can try it, and if you encounter any problems, come find me. With most of the issues resolved, Meng Ye turned to leave. Teaching step by step was impossible, and he had never done that, even for Lei Zhengyang. To be precise, Lei Zhengyang understood quickly. More than half of the secret methods Meng Ye developed were thanks to Lei Zhengyang, so he could use those methods. And even the blood and chi secret methods were much more profound than his. Wait a moment. Turning to look at Hulaina, Meng Ye felt a bit puzzled. Is there another problem? Hulaina first frowned, then looked directly at Meng Ye and said, I want to see your strength. Let's go to the soul fighting arena. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and while problems that could be solved with force might not be the best way, they were certainly the fastest. This aligned with Meng Ye's style of not wanting to waste time. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the soul fighting arena. After Hulaina showed a token, she directly led Meng Ye inside. Hey, Nar, what are you doing here? Xie Yu and Yin were also present and looking around. There were quite a few students likely engaged in practical training, as this was a part of the Martial Soul Hall's curriculum. The Great Soul Fighting Arena was quite risky, but mutual sparring between students was also good. However, it wasn't cheap, mainly because someone was needed to maintain the scene to prevent serious injuries. The 8-arm fist was useful, but fists and feet have no eyes. Inexperienced novices were the most dangerous. Yin, it's none of your business. Step aside. Hulaina ignored Yin and continued toward the largest soul fighting arena. Although Yin frowned, he did not obstruct her. He wouldn't clash with Hulaina. What are you doing here? However, upon seeing Meng Ye, Yan's attitude turned less friendly, glaring at him with hostility. They had encountered each other a few times before, and although they hadn't spoken much, he knew Meng Ye had been getting close to Hulaina recently, which made it hard for him to suppress his anger. Is there a problem? Meng Ye paused. He hadn't wanted to waste time here, as he needed to consider how to use the immortal herbs. The fact that Yin had popped up to cause trouble naturally put him in a bad mood. What are you following Nara for? You should ask her. Why are you asking me? As he spoke, an electric glint appeared in Meng Ye's eyes, and a sharp aura blasted toward Yin. Ugh! The Flame Lord was not a mental-type martial soul, but he instinctively took a step back under Meng Ye's terrifying mental pressure. Enraged and embarrassed, Yin unleashed his martial soul. There, flames surged, and a violent aura erupted, the earthy yellow glow adding an impenetrable feeling, with 4 soul rings appearing. A top-tier martial soul with dual attributes of fire and earth, the Flame Lord. Typically, martial souls with elemental attributes could be classified as top-tier because their lethality was generally higher than that of regular martial souls. The name of the Five Elements Academy also came from this. To onlookers, Yan's martial soul was indeed fearsome, controlling two elements simultaneously and possessing incredible destructive power. Oomph. I challenge you. Yan huffed coldly, raising his hand to point at Meng Ye. Yan, what are you doing? Stop. Hulaina had not waited long for Meng Ye and turned back to see this scene. Yan was now furious, completely disregarding everything, still glaring at Meng Ye. Forget it. Dealing with this together is fine too. Meng Ye sighed. 1 or 2 made no difference, and he walked toward the soul fighting arena. Moments later. In the largest soul fighting arena, Meng Ye and Yan stood 50 meters apart. This arena was not as large as the great soul fighting arena. It was only about 1 meter high and had a diameter of roughly 100 meters, but it was sufficient. Are you really going to fight? The teacher in charge of managing the soul fighting arena looked at the two with some tension. As a genius of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, Yan's reputation was not low, while Meng Ye's might not have fully spread yet, but as a teacher of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, he still knew a few things. The purple record badge almost meant that, at present, Meng Ye's value and status in the Martial Soul Hall had even surpassed Yan and Xiaoyu. If anything happened to either of these two, he would have a hard time explaining. Unfortunately, he was just a soul emperor. He could intervene in a battle between two top-tier soul sects, but whether he could intervene in time was uncertain. Let us begin. Thank you for your trouble. Meng Ye nodded at the teacher, wishing to save time as much as possible. Less nonsense. Boom. Yan, now blinded by anger, didn't wait for the teacher to call for the start and directly unleashed his soul skill. Terrifying lava erupted from under Meng Ye's feet without warning. At a distance of 50 meters, the power of this soul skill was not to be underestimated, and its range was absolute. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. What? The teacher acting as the referee was shocked, thinking Meng Ye had been hit. The high temperature of this move was something no ordinary soul master could withstand. However, Meng Ye stepped out from behind the lava. Just before this nearly instantaneous soul skill was unleashed, he had taken a step back, perfectly dodging it. His timing was impeccable. TCHD. Seeing that Meng Ye showed no signs of using his martial soul, Yan became even angrier. He slammed his hands on the ground, and his fourth soul ring lit up. The lava churned, a 5,000-year soul ring skill. As the flame Lord Martial Soul, all his soul skills were long-range AoE, with incredible destructive power. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the lava fire pillars erupted and converged into a lava volcano, spreading outwards. Be careful. Seeing Meng Ye's figure disappear into the lava, Hulaina was shocked and hurriedly warned. She wanted to see Meng Ye's strength, but did not believe she would definitely lose. At least from the perspective of soul power, Yan had a clear advantage. There, a faint blue flame suddenly emerged from the lava without warning. And then Meng Ye walked out of it completely unscathed. This bizarre scene left everyone present in shock. Even the Soul Emperor teacher, who was ready to save him, was frozen in place. Glancing at Hulaina below, Meng Ye said in a deep voice, "Watch closely. This is how mental power is used." Roar. A terrifying beast over 2 meters tall, exuding a fearsome aura of thunder, appeared behind Meng Ye, letting out a roar that echoed like thunder, with visible shockwaves radiating from the soul arena. The Soul Emperor was startled and stepped back, looking at Meng Ye with a face full of uncertainty and horror. Boom! The beast's foot struck the ground, creating a thunderous vibration that unsettled people's minds. Raising his hand to point at Yan, who was stunned in place by the thunderous beast, a bolt of lightning pierced through the air as he calmly said, "Control thunder." Crackle! Boom! After a moment of silence, a thunderbolt erupted from the mouth of the thunder beast behind him, the roar resonating directly in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 40. I understand the reason the impact of Gulu's strike from the Thunder Beast left dozens of students and teachers at the scene stunned, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Yan, being the one who directly experienced the blow, struggled to swallow, his gaze fixed on his ears. Mental attacks have no chance of missing, and Meng Ye was even less likely to make such a mistake. He had never targeted Yan from the start. Otherwise, that strike would have been enough to annihilate him completely. Having walked through the gates of death in that moment, Yin felt the chilling sensation of life slipping away from his fingertips. If one is eager for success, they might consider a mental-type soul beast for the selection of the fifth soul ring, rather than insisting on a similar type of soul beast. Hulayina, having achieved her goal of witnessing his strength, heard everything Meng Ye needed to say and turned to leave the battle arena. A glimmer of light sparkled in Hulayina's eyes as she kept her gaze fixed on Meng Ye's back. After this battle, Meng Ye's name would soon spread throughout the entire Spirit Hall Academy, and even within Spirit City. Meanwhile, the news of the purple record badge being awarded would be announced to the world from the Pope's Hall. Announcements would also be made simultaneously from the Spirit Hall's main hall, sub-halls, and branch halls across almost every city on the continent, including those in the two great empires. As the official institution for Soul Masters, while ordinary people might not be fully aware of these news, Soul Masters certainly would. This is the influence of the Spirit Hall. In the Serical Duchy, within the Spirit Hall, Lei Xingyang sat bare-chested in the courtyard, his exaggerated muscles bulging with power. Scattered around him were iron ingots weighing several tons, with visible fist and fingerprint impressions on them. A smile appeared on his aged face as he held a proclamation document from Spirit City. "Come here, Master. Go. Make copies of this announcement and send a separate one to Longxing City. Yes, this matter is neither too big nor too small." The awarding of the purple record badge can be seen as a signal to the two great empires. Originally, according to Hulayina and the others' trajectory, it would take about half a year to a year for the Spirit Hall to award them and announce it to the world. It is abnormal to award 3 of the highest honors that might not be granted for decades all at once. However, for most soul masters and common people, this event has no immediate impact, but unknowingly, Meng Ye's name is gradually becoming known in the Soul Master community. Soul Master families, Soul Master academies. Sects. Any faction that pays attention to the Spirit Hall has started to secretly gather information about Meng Ye. In Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, Ghost Douluo appeared before Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, scouts from various factions have begun to leave Spirit City, and none have discovered the remnants of Haoyin." None? Bibi Dong's gaze tightened slightly. She had ambitions to dominate the continent and naturally did not want to see the greatest obstacle to the Spirit Hall return. Even if there was a possibility of it appearing, she would want to crush it in advance. Forget it. It's better if they don't show up. The timing isn't ripe yet. Additionally, Nar and the others are about to break through. You need to personally take care of this matter. Yes, Goes to Law and Judo are Bibi Dong's trusted aides, but are also the busiest, as most of Bibi Dong's affairs are handled by them. It's not that there are no other elders, but she does not fully trust the others. On Meng Ye's side, it has been a few days since he dealt with Yin and returned to his normal cultivation routine. During this time, Hulayina occasionally came to seek advice, but she no longer clung to her pride as she did before and did not mention the request to spar with him again. Huff! Upon awakening from meditation, the instant he opened his eyes, not a trace of soul power leaked out. Perfect control. His eyes sparkled with points of light like stars, and everything around him naturally appeared in his mind. His spiritual power radiated effortlessly, and he raised his hand and waved, causing the air currents around him to shift. Although he had not reached a qualitative change, his spiritual power had increased several-fold. The autumn water revealing. Consuming it could cultivate the eye of fire, allowing one to see through all wonders, which fully demonstrates the immense benefits this celestial herb brings to the eyes. In reality, it is a miraculous herb that greatly aids the growth of spiritual power. As long as spiritual power is strong enough, one can naturally see through illusions and penetrate all things. His soul power also increased by 1 level. It seems he would need to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire again in the future. Standing up, he left behind a shadow of condensed soul power. The eerie blue flames emitting no warmth, but radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. He had used his second martial soul to absorb a large amount of the spring water from the Eye of Ice and Fire, which had now rendered his main martial soul unusable. Without the support of his martial soul, even his physical body could not withstand the extreme ice and fire's cleansing from within. He had to rely on his second martial soul to resolve this issue, a process that would take some time, which is why he used a mental attack directly when facing Yin. His second martial soul has yet to acquire a soul ring, not because he couldn't handle it, but simply because it wasn't necessary to expose it. Creaking open the door, he headed to the classroom. Due to the matter of the purple record badge, the others looked at him with a hint of reverence along the way. Originally, the impact of Yan's defeat should have been greater, but in light of the purple record badge, its influence was overshadowed. Here he comes, here he comes. So exciting. Don't be infatuated. You have no chance. How can he be so outstanding? I'm going to faint. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, nearly all eyes turned towards him, causing Meng Ye to pause for a moment. It wasn't that his psychological quality was lacking. It was just that this level of complete synchronization was something even seasoned elite soldiers might struggle to achieve. He walked to his seat and sat down, where Luo Xian was still at her spot, sleeping. This was indeed her way of assisting in cultivation, seemingly related to her martial soul. But Meng Ye couldn't discern the exact connection. He could only attribute it to the uniqueness of food-type martial souls. Meng Ye, someone is looking for you. Huh? Today, there was a rare formal class, reportedly taught by the dean himself, explaining self-created soul skills, which is one of the few valuable courses for students in advanced soul master academies. After all, if soul masters cultivate without family inheritance, it can basically be summarized as meditation. Self-created soul skills are considered an advanced course, though they may not necessarily be useful. Are there any questions? At the door stood Hulaina. However, at this moment, she seemed to be in distress, frowning occasionally, and her alluring aura had vanished. I tried again. Why can't I externalize my spirit like you? Meng Ye hesitated, then glanced at Hulaina and said, ordinary soul masters reach level 60 as the foundation for externalizing spirit. To achieve my level, you need the spiritual power of a soul sage as a basis, and your visualization technique must also be perfected. Which of those have you reached? Soul sage? Hulaina's expression turned grim. She was indeed a bit anxious, neglecting the gap between herself and Meng Ye. Still not giving up, Hulaina stubbornly asked, but you're only a soul zone. How can you do it? Spiritual cultivation and martial soul cultivation are not completely synchronized. Your spiritual power is definitely close to the level of a soul king. That's quite good. If it were Yin and the others, they would barely match their cultivation level. But I understand the reasoning. But how can your gap be so large? Hulaina still couldn't comprehend. The disparity had grown to a degree she found hard to accept. Chapter 41 Data Synchronization Complete. After sending Hulaina off, Meng Ye shook his head. This is probably what aiming too high means. In reality, it's not really Hulaina's fault. Meng Ye didn't deceive her either. It's normal for a genius soul master to have mental strength that keeps up with their cultivation. As for ordinary soul masters, their mental strength often lags behind. Insufficient control can lead to going astray and difficulty breaking through bottlenecks. These are all signs of weak mental strength. Just as Meng Ye was about to return to the classroom, someone stepped in ahead of him and didn't forget to glare at him. Luo Chuan? What is this guy doing here? He should be in the next class, yet he just walked right in. However, thinking about Luo Chuan's personality, Meng Ye felt relieved. On the surface, he seemed to have inherited his parents' genes, being somewhere between handsome and beautiful, even a bit enchanting. He was quite a popular type in the academy, and his martial soul was Dream Eater, a ghostly type of martial soul, though it's unclear if it was inherited from his father. Speaking of which, how'd I get to know Luo Chuan? It seems like the first time I went to his house for dinner after being with Luo Xian, we ended up fighting. To be precise, Luo Chuan got beaten up, and then he became obedient, but occasionally he would create some small troubles for me. However, a lot of time has passed, and I can't remember everything clearly. I can only overlap familiar scenes with partial memories. Not long after, Ovis arrived. With many people around, he didn't notice that Luo Chuan from the next class had come over, finished the class, and then called Meng Ye to the office. Dean, is there something you need? Hee, Xiao Yi, have a seat. Ovis gestured for Meng Ye to sit down, and although Meng Ye felt that Ovis's smiling face seemed a bit insidious, he didn't mind. Once Meng Ye sat down, Ovis continued to smile and said, I know about your match with Yin. This matter was initiated by Yin, so it's not your fault. Dean, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing to discuss about that day's events, whether in terms of results or process. If anyone should be held accountable, It should be yin. Thus, Meng Ye roughly guessed what Ovis wanted to say, which was about the secret techniques he used. In the Soul Master world, secret techniques are generally family heirlooms, such as Haotian School's chaotic wind hammer technique and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Apertures Heart. Besides martial souls, these secret techniques are the key to ensuring the family's longevity and are usually closely guarded secrets. So generally speaking, no one would ask about them. It would be quite impolite to do so. This, cough cough. Ovis looked a bit awkward. He indeed had this intention, but didn't plan to ask directly. He said with a serious tone, Xiao Yi, don't misunderstand. The dean wants you to guide the student's soul skills. With your strength, serving as a teaching assistant is sufficient. Of course, the Academy's advanced simulation training area can be allocated to you separately. What do you think? Soul skills? After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye shook his head and stated frankly, Dean, it's not that I don't want to, but it's unnecessary. Xiao Yi, you don't need to be modest. I trust your strength. Dean, you misunderstood. What I mean is, most disciples' soul skills no longer need correction. Meng Ye hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Ovis couldn't help but frown. He didn't quite understand Meng Ye's meaning, and this statement somewhat implied contempt for the Martial Soul Hall Academy. As the pinnacle of the Soul Master world, such words didn't sound pleasant to his ears. Meng Ye sighed and said, the dean should know the difference between extreme flow and balanced flow. Each has its pros and cons. If I'm not mistaken, the Academy should adopt a development model that combines both interdependence and duality as the mainstream, right? Ovis paused, but still nodded. That's right, but that's for team cooperation. What's the problem? Soul Masters in the early stages certainly need team cooperation, with soul skills of teammates complementing each other, leading to the division of assault, control, and support types. Only when different Soul Masters cooperate can they achieve an effect greater than 11 compared to 2. That's the essence of team collaboration. Otherwise, it would just be each fighting for themselves, showcasing individual bravery, which is meaningless. However, in the later stages, it basically relies on individual strength. It's not that teams can't cooperate, but it's very difficult, extremely difficult, except for martial soul fusion techniques. Ovis was puzzled about why Meng Ye brought this up. He merely wanted Meng Ye to advise on the use of soul skills to enhance some student strength. Did the dean ever consider that if all soul skills were broken down, there would also be possibilities for mutual cooperation or pursuing extremes? With a deep gaze at Ovis, Meng Ye said, this. Ovis thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Xiao Yi, you know that in the Soul Master world, aside from some inherited martial souls, obtaining soul rings for other martial souls involves a degree of luck. Isn't that right? Let's not talk about anything else. Take Yin as an example. His soul skills, aside from one defense, are all area of effect attacks. High burst, sustained burst too, but how long can his soul power support it? Without an enhancement soul skill, any strong assault or defense, close combat soul master of the same level can just stick to him. In short, without the ability to break the game, he is easily restrained, and by the later stages, it's too late to seek change. After all, a soul master can only attach 9 soul rings in total. This problem doesn't exist with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Its assault, enhancement, area attack, and destructive power are not inferior to that of the Flame Lord, including Hulaina and Xieyu. While the quality of their soul rings might not be bad, their soul skills don't really fit well. So, Dean, how do you want me to proceed? Meng Ye continued to ask. Yes, how to guide? They don't even meet the standards. If it weren't for BB Dong's orders, Hulaina wouldn't even want to bother with it. As a genius valued by BB Dong, even she's like this. What about the others? Ultimately, the Soul Master system of this era still has room for development. It's not yet perfect, and even the concept of mental strength is still quite vague. In the end, Ovis could only let Meng Ye leave without bringing up the matter again. As for that secret technique, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Sigh. After Meng Ye left, Ovis sat alone in the office and sighed. What kind of monster is old Lei taught? He understood Meng Ye's meaning, but precisely because he understood, he felt inexplicably shocked and realized that Meng Ye had a perspective on soul masters that surpassed the vast majority, even transcending the soul masters of this era. A few months later, outside the Martial Soul City, in the southeast, on an open plain, The wind stirred the grass and tugged at the rolling sea of clouds. Lying on the soft grass, arms outstretched, a natural breath lingered at his nose. At this moment, Meng Ye felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. So quiet. Nearly 7 years had passed since his rebirth, and many things he could hardly remember clearly. But some places he still remembered very well. For example, this place is one of the few he liked to come to. Here he could completely let go of himself and not have to think about anything. However, it always feels like something is missing. Ding. Data synchronization with the host consciousness frequency is complete. In the system space, Meng Ye's consciousness appeared. What is going on? You've awakened? The conditions for the system to fall into slumber and require reactivation left him somewhat desperate. Meng Ye had been doing his utmost to cultivate, which was one of the key reasons. Not really. The system just fell into slumber. It doesn't mean the data disappeared. The host falling into slumber is actually a low-probability event of completing data frequency synchronization with the system, which can be understood as the host entering the system's dream. So what is this dream you're having? Meng Ye looked at the scene in front of him with curiosity. It was still the grassland and the sea of clouds, but why was there a sheep up there? Moreover, it was colorful, chewing on grass as it walked past Meng Ye. The host can understand that the system is also quite bored. Chapter 42, Destiny. Meeting the system again unexpectedly made Meng Ye quite happy, as he felt somewhat tired and confused. When a person walks alone, the loneliness that surrounds them is enough to make one feel despair. System, if I think about it carefully, it seems that as long as I continue to cultivate like this and avoid those past predicaments, I can probably pass the rest of my life peacefully, right? Meng Ye hesitated. During this time, he would still think of the moments spent with Luo Xian and recall some of the dangers he had encountered. There was nostalgia, pain, and doubt. Although it felt like he had very bad luck, it seemed that was just the norm for soul masters. When has there ever been anything smooth sailing? Does the host want to escape fate? Fate? What fate do I have? Meng Ye said in confusion. He was not a native of this world. Even if fate existed, he should be that butterfly that doesn't belong to this world, only causing changes. The world is a monster that feeds on ordinary people. Has the host not realized the reality yet? Do you really think your last life ended so tragically just because of bad luck? Think carefully. You had no opportunities, so your cultivation lagged. You had no background, so your loved ones left you. You had no strength, so you met a miserable death in a ruthless war, becoming cannon fodder. The system can tell the host clearly. If you want to be self-sufficient, you must stand at the pinnacle of this world. Can I do it? What is the pinnacle of the world? Meng Ye couldn't imagine it. No matter how he strained his imagination, he couldn't picture any scenes, whether splendid or terrifying. Not even thinking about it seemed easy to achieve. Why not? The host now has the best talent. And even the luck is much stronger than in the last life, along with the accumulation from that life. Don't you have the confidence to rival that so-called son of fate? Fate can be changed? Meng Ye felt a bit strange. What he understood as fate should be unchangeable. Otherwise, there would be no cause and effect. What does the host think fate is? A rule that transcends time and space, or a thread controlled by deities over all beings? Neither. Fate is the teeth of the monster named the world. If you do not resist, it will crush you. So, if I do not resist, I will die as tragically as in my last life, right? Meng Ye frowned at this. He still clearly remembered that feeling of struggling with all his might, yet still being as powerless as a butterfly with its wings pinched, in the face of fate. Not to mention other extravagant desires. Even life and death could not be controlled. The system doesn't know, but this system can let the host see their own fate. Buzz. A white light appeared in the sky above the grassland, engulfing the entire world. The next moment, Meng Ye's consciousness appeared in a familiar scene. Looking at the deafening cries and the raging war scene, Meng Ye's heart suddenly tightened. That familiar city wall stood tall between the martial Soul Empire and the Heaven Do Empire on a vast plain. The chaotic army, despite its disorder, still turned this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, constantly producing severed limbs like an entrance to a shredder. A handsome figure stood atop the city wall, his terrifying cultivation dispersing the dim sky, casting down a bit of brilliance. He seemed to be saying something, his gaze fixed on the sky. Meng Ye's consciousness finally recovered, and he realized he was observing this world from a third-person perspective. And the scene of this battle was not the same as what he had seen in his last life. The Soul Master Legion of the Martial Soul Empire did not march out of the city like ordinary soldiers, but instead defended the city wall, relying on the innate advantage of Soul Masters to withstand the cavalry that had lost their mounts and crossbows. The Soul Masters appearing from the sky were also blocked by the prepared aerial forces. A large amount of terrifying firepower like lasers poured out, causing heavy losses to the attacking Heaven-Do Empire. Turning his head, a divine-like figure stood in the sky. Tang San, with 8 sea god wings transformed from the 8 spider lances behind him, emanated a terrifying divine aura that obscured the sky. Holding the trident symbolizing the sea god's position and power, he pointed, and a massive wave surged into the sky, blocking the sunlight and drowning hope. Boom! A sound breaking the sound barrier came, and a figure standing on the city wall suddenly appeared nearly 10,000 meters high in the air. Tang San, you're asking for death. The Martial Soul Empire reversed the situation, slaughtering the 3 sects and 2 major sects, with numerous Soul Master academies suffering devastating blows. Treating the common people as mere grass, you are the root of this war. The high and mighty sea god narrated the cause of this war, and under the grand divine aura, the morale of the Martial Soul Empire's side began to waver. How grand! You, Tang San, also awakened your martial soul in the Martial Soul branch of Nodding City. An angry gaze swept over Tang San, and with another finger pointing at the battlefield below, the voice pierced the sky, reaching the depths of the abyss. And you, over 90% of the Soul Masters awakened their martial souls in my Martial Soul Hall and were assisted with resources to cultivate to level 30. What have the 2 empires done? Incompetent governance, dividing land, and treating lives as if they were livestock to trample at will. Is this the fairness you seek? The terrifying will calm the entire battlefield somewhat, and the madness brought on by the slaughter also became slightly clearer. However, the next moment, a figure stood up from the Heaven-Do Empire. Every soldier of my Heaven-Do Empire, kill 10 enemies, reward 100 gold. Kill 100, reward 1,000. Kill 1,000, reward 10,000, and grant noble titles. Kill. No matter how pleasant the words are or how reasonable they sound, in the face of benefits, these people, who are mostly from poor backgrounds, will not consider the greater situation. With the roars of the rear army and the supervising troops, the blood and flesh that had been flying began to slowly push towards the city wall. The avalanche, clad in golden armor, turned to look at the side where the blue lightning tyrant dragon was, who was also the leader of the Heaven-Do Soul Master Corps, Yu Xiaojiang. Master, will this harm the heavens? Avalanche found it hard to accept this method of exchanging the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers for victory. Your Majesty need not worry. This is a psychological tactic. We must not let that Pope shake the military's morale. Otherwise, this battle will only result in greater sacrifices. Yu Xiaojiang was the leader of the Heaven-Do Soul Master Corps, not the commander of the 3 armies, but because he was Tang San's teacher. Avalanche could not ignore his words. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's words make sense. In the end, Avalanche could only sigh helplessly. Did he not know this was war? In the sky, between the 2 opposing figures, a bolt of lightning fell. Boom! Good. Tang San. It truly is a famous teacher produces excellent students. Today, I will witness the difference between 100 levels and 99 levels. Assisting tyranny, stubborn and unyielding, you shall be punished. The sea god's trident waved, and the techniques belonging to the sea god were released one by one. The azure tide spreading across the sky, continuously pouring more divine power, infusing into the sea god's body. On the other side, the gathering thunder formed into a prehistoric giant beast with a diameter of hundreds of meters, roaring to the sky. And the thunder even isolated the sea god's domain. A giant, also 100 meters tall, stood high in the sky, with 9 black and red soul rings engraved like runes around him, striking toward Tang San with a world-shattering punch. Boom! Crack! The space shattered. The red glass-like mirror surface burst upon contact, and Tang San, who had already become the sea god, also changed color in the face of this world-destroying blow. A blue dragon shadow flew from his hand, quickly wrapping around that arm, then exploded. Chapter 43. You kick my sheep? Meng Ye looked at the shocking scene in front of him. The shattered void, the indestructible giant pierced by the sea god's trident, yet still unleashing a terrifying power that made the heavens and earth tremble, forcing the sea god back time and again. The deities possessed bodies that were nearly immortal, but the giant's injuries continued to worsen under the influence of the sea god's power. This seemingly decisive and brutal battle lasted for 3 full days. The fight caused the sea to sink several meters, and the area outside Jialing Pass between the 2 great empires was shrouded in thunder, remaining so for 1,000 years. Designated as a human forbidden zone. With his left arm severed, the giant's power seemed to be reaching its end, reverting to its original form. Even heavily injured, he could not hide his extraordinary demeanor. How is this possible? Tang San, now the sea god, looked incredulously at his own left arm, which was also empty. The golden blood of the deity flowed out, and there was no sign of restoration. Hey, with a cold smile, the giant spoke. You could try to kill me and see if you die along with me. You. Tang San's face showed shock, but he quickly calmed down. He could feel his own injuries healing. As long as a deity's heart or brain was not severely damaged, injuries to other parts were not considered critical. In contrast, the giant was already at the end of his strength. The victor was clear. You are a worthy opponent, so. Tang San single-handedly raised the sea god's trident above his head and said solemnly, I will use my strongest move to kill you, leaving no bones behind. Buzz. The ocean continued to boil, and at the same time, countless sea spirit beasts perished in the sea. The power of the ocean, a manifestation of the faith of the sea spirit beasts and sea spirit masters, was wielded by the sea god, who held dominion over their lives and deaths. If it weren't for the battle reaching this point, he would never do such a thing, as it would undermine the foundation of the sea god. Brilliant divine light gathered on the sea god's trident, breaking the constraints of space at the moment of piercing, appearing directly in front of the giant. Sizzle, a precise, ruthless strike, capable of severely injuring or even killing a deity, pierced straight through the giant's heart. Standing in the void, Meng Ye, who had been observing the battle all along, felt a tightness in his chest, a suffocating sensation that left his mind blank. He knew that was him, or rather, his fate. Empty. A dark, evil aura shot straight from behind Jialing Pass. In the next moment, the terrifying scythe of death severely injured the sea god. That was a deity symbolizing corruption and darkness, the Rakshasa god. After that, Meng Ye's figure disappeared from the battle, and everything he saw began to blur. The Rakshasa god and the angel god appeared one after another, teaming up to kill the sea god. However, since he had already become the sea god, how could he die so easily? The divine realm, or rather, the sea god would not allow it. In his final moments, Meng Ye saw a familiar figure appear beside him, a beautiful face filled only with sorrow. Liar. As his consciousness fell into complete void, Meng Ye's heart could not calm for a long time. This was a scene he had never witnessed in his previous life, but the ending seemed to have changed little. Once again appearing in the system's dream, Meng Ye stood for a long time without the system interrupting him, allowing him to think alone. He did not know how much time had passed before Meng Ye asked, System, can fate really be changed? Having seen his own ending, the giant was indeed the ideal state he could imagine for himself, battling the main god with the strength of a limit Douluo, only losing on account of divine body and divine power. Yet the result left him with only despair and helplessness. Of course it can. The system's answer was very straightforward, even giving Meng Ye a feeling of enlightenment, invigorating his spirit. The host must have many questions, right? For example, why did you end up facing Tang San alone at death? And why didn't T the divine realm choose you, but rather Tang San? No, I can somewhat guess that, just not sure if it's right. The host is smarter than this system expected, making the possibility of reversing fate even greater. The system was silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting Meng Ye to think so deeply. Standing on the grassland, Meng Ye gradually lay down, resting his hands behind his head and saying, it should be that Xianren Shua had a problem restraining Bibi Dong. As for the divine realm, Those deities can somewhat see the future, especially since the Shura god controls the core of the divine realm. They should believe even more than I do that the so-called fate is irreversible. This was his understanding. The more ignorant one was, the less one had to worry. Deities were sometimes the most cowardly, fearing the unknown even more. They were also more willing to follow that so-called trajectory of fate. Coincidentally, Meng Ye did not belong to this world. The factors flowing in his blood gave him the courage to fight against heaven. That's right, from those deities' perspective. The host is just an inconsequential butterfly. Even if this butterfly stirs up a hurricane, it can destroy their fragile divine realm. I don't have such grand ambitions. Meng Ye felt somewhat speechless, sensing that the system was encouraging him, but then smiled and said, however, it wouldn't hurt to try. This system cannot grant the host divine status. That kind of thing doesn't seem absolutely necessary, right? To be honest, Meng Ye felt that deities were not invincible, at least after seeing that so-called fate. That was merely the most likely future deduced based on his current situation. However, with just this possibility, he possessed the strength to battle the main god. This was also why Meng Ye did not believe in that so-called fate. Standing up, Meng Ye continued, that's enough. However, this system can create some miracles for the host. Since you don't want them, forget it. Meng Ye. He turned to look around, and the sheep that was still grazing glanced at him. Bang! Meh! He decisively kicked it away and then said, bring it here. What good stuff do you have? My sheep. Currently, the system has not yet accessed the origin of this world, so it can only search for opportunities that the host desires. Whether you can obtain them depend on the host. Find a suitable divine position for me. Ding! System searching. Search completed. A total of 4 divine positions discovered. Angel God, Semi-Divine King, inheritance located in the Wuhuan Hall within the Douluo Hall. Sea God, Semi-Divine King, located on Sea God Island. Inheritance medium is the vast sea cover. Rakshasa God, Divine King, located in the void with 2 entrances. One in the territory of the Seracle Duchy, deep within the Dusk Forest. The other is on a lonely island 300 miles off the coast, east of the Sea Spirit City in the East Sea Abyss. Shura God, Divine King, located in the City of Slaughter, in a nameless small town southeast of the Tiando Empire, hidden within an underground city of evil and slaughter, already eroded by the Rakshasa God. Dusk Forest? Meng Ye roughly knew about these 4 divine positions. After all, they appeared in the original work. But he truly didn't expect the entrance to the Rakshasa God's inheritance to be in the Dusk Forest. He had a chance there in his previous life, but it came with tremendous danger, almost a life-or-death situation to obtain it. It seems now that the peril of that place is likely related to the Rakshasa God. Shaking his head, he continued, forget it. Help me find a suitable 5th spirit ring. The host please confirm the desired spirit beast's age, attributes, and quality. Reminder, the host has 5 opportunities left to search for chances. Why 5 times? Because the host has been reborn for 6 years. Just used 1 and also, you kicked my sheep. Isn't this a dream? That sheep isn't real. What does the host think the system is? Meng Ye? I forgot about this. The system seems to be closer to data, or rather a high-dimensional being. This dream should be closer to reality for him. A power-type soul beast. Over 50,000 years, not exceeding. 70,000 years, top-level soul beast, preferably with extreme attributes. Ding! System searching. Chapter 44. Luo Xian. There are a total of 34,829 soul beasts that meet the requirements, located in Stardow Forest, Evil Spirit Forest, Extreme North, Ocean, and Sunset Forest. Stop! Meng Ye hurriedly shouted to stop, seeing that the system had no intention of halting. If he didn't shout again, his head felt like it was about to explode. Just tell me the 3 soul beasts that I can find and are the most suitable. Beep. The 3-eyed golden beast located in Stardow Forest. Emperor Rue beast, extreme attributes, insufficient age, but it is the best choice for the host. Next, Titan Snow Demon, located in the extreme north, unmatched strength, near extreme attributes. Titan Snow Demon? Meng Ye paused. This soul beast was indeed suitable. A top-tier soul beast with Titan bloodline, its strength was beyond doubt. It even matched quite well with his second martial soul. But the ice attribute might conflict with the extreme thunder he had previously added. posing some risk. After pondering for a moment, he continued to ask, what about the last one? Mutated 1000-gene Ant King. Located deep in Stardow Forest, extreme strength, a 50,000 years soul beast. Possessing terrifying combat power comparable to a 100,000 years soul beast. Meng Ye's pupils contracted, his heart raced. This was the ideal soul beast he wanted. The 1000-gene ant was synonymous with strength, even stronger than the top-tier strength martial souls like the Haotian hammer or the mighty gorilla at the same level. It would not be an exaggeration to say it had near-extreme strength. He wasn't surprised that the mutated 1000-gene Ant King could reach extreme attributes. But if it weren't for the system, he really wouldn't have been able to find such a social and underground-dwelling soul beast. Just this one, give me the location. This system will imprint the soul beast location in the host's mind. Reminder, the mutation direction of this mutated soul beast is absolute strength. Please proceed with caution, host. I understand. Meng Ye didn't understand why the system specifically reminded him, but he still kept it in mind. Mutated soul beasts typically have two types. Those that mutate in a good direction or those that mutate in a bad direction. Naturally, those that mutate in a bad direction are usually quickly eliminated by the harsh laws of nature. Conversely, those that mutate in a good direction either become the head wolf of their group or may eliminate surrounding groups. Upon awakening, Meng Ye opened his eyes and looked at the sky, where a familiar stunning face appeared before him, blocking the sunlight. Her originally neatly combed, long hair fell down from one side, adding a touch of dreamlike beauty. What are you doing here? Sitting up from the grass. The beautiful girl, standing nearby, took a few steps back, seemingly startled and almost losing her balance. She opened her arms, stumbled, but stopped, then placed her hands behind her back. Luo Xian revealed an embarrassed smile. The academy is about to have a break, so I came here to take a walk. I didn't expect you to be here too. Luo Xian was in a good mood. Due to her introverted nature, she didn't have many friends. Even if she did, she rarely initiated conversations. So this place was her secret base, where she would come to relax, lie on the grass, to sleep, or run around whenever she had free time. Speaking of which, Meng Ye recalled why he had come here. It seemed he had wandered here randomly. But this was actually the place Luo Xian had brought him to in his previous life. Over the years, it was one of the few places he remembered clearly. Do you really like coming here? Luo Xian seemed surprised that Meng Ye would ask this. But they had known each other for a few months, so they were somewhat familiar. To Luo Xian, Meng Ye might be the only friend she didn't feel repulsed by. At least normal communication was no problem. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xian walked to the side, gracefully brushing the hem of her academy uniform, and sat down. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing half of her perfect facial contour. Nodding slightly, she said, "Yes, it's very quiet here and also very spacious. By the way, it's also very comfortable to sleep here, right?" Meng Ye suddenly added with a smile. Although these dialogues were not from the same time, he still remembered. Luo Xian's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Meng Ye in surprise, exclaiming, "How do you know?" After her surprise, she lowered her head, showing a hint of embarrassment. "This isn't something to brag about. My mother has told me many times. I basically sleep all the time at the academy." Being called out by Meng Ye, Luo Xian felt a little shy, but that was already a normal reaction for her. If it were someone else, she would have run away on the spot. "I guessed." Meng Ye paused. He had only said it directly because he suddenly remembered. "Is that so? Then, do you know what I like to eat? And was my martial soul also a guess?" Luo Xian slowly raised her head and looked at Meng Ye again. Her bright eyes exceptionally clear. Meng Ye had strong mental power, so he was good at seeing through others. But at this moment, he felt as if Luo Xian was seeing through his soul. Meng Ye thought that Luo Xian wouldn't notice these things. Even he had inadvertently revealed them. So shouldn't he have been exposed? Hearing this, Meng Ye smiled bitterly. "You're still so smart." Luo Xian was merely introverted, not weak. Her mind was simple, but she was neither dull nor foolish. Luo Xian shook her head and continued, "I'm very stupid. My mother and father always say I want to grow up, yet they still tolerate my capriciousness. Luo Chuan is the same. Clearly, I'm the older sister, yet I always make my younger brother worry. Aren't they all your family? That's normal. Meng Ye didn't think there was any problem. Rather than saying it was Luo Xian's personality that made her family care for her, it was this environment that shaped her soul. What about you? Luo Xian looked into Meng Ye's eyes, sincerely asking, I'm so stupid. Why are you so nice to me? I don't know. He bitterly smiled in his heart. Meng Ye really didn't know. He had always wanted to give up on this feeling. After all, Luo Xian no longer recognized him. He thought it would be simple. However, reality proved that when the figure he had spent half his life trying to find and approach appeared before him again, countless memories surged forth like a spell. He couldn't forget. In fact, the more he wanted to forget, the clearer those memories became, making it even harder to let go. A gentle breeze blew by, the grass swayed and fell with the wind, and his soft body slowly leaned back on the grass. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked such questions, but it's okay. Meng Ye also leaned back on the grass. It was truly relaxing here. In fact, it was only after Luo Xian appeared that he felt this place became complete. He turned to look at the beautiful figure lying beside him. Luo Xian had fallen asleep, a slight smile on her face. Buzz. He brushed his palm over the storage soul guide, a celestial herb appearing in his hand. Meng Ye hesitated for a moment before putting it away again. He quietly accompanied Luo Xian until the sun was high in the sky, when Luo Xian frowned and woke up, rubbing her eyes. Getting up from the grass. She lazily stretched, her perfect curves and contours completely not resembling that of a girl. Soul masters are inherently mature. Plus the genes inherited from her parents made Luo Xian very tall. Even Meng Ye could clearly feel that Luo Xian seemed almost taller than him in just a few months. Of course, Luo Xian was also a few years older than him. Let's go back. Luo Xian paused for a moment, then turned to look at Meng Ye. Her face flushed and nodded. Chapter 45. Farewell. The two returned to Spirit City, and as soon as they entered the city gate, they saw a furious Luo Chuan standing in the middle of the street. Passers-by instinctively kept their distance from him. Although most of the residents of Spirit City were soul masters, and the order was quite strict, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't suddenly attack. No one wanted to encounter such a madman, so avoiding him was the best choice. Luo Chuan, what are you doing here? Luo Xian had been walking closely with Meng Ye along the way, although there were no overly intimate gestures. However, just the scene almost made Luo Chuan furious. Sister, where have you two been? Luo Chuan asked directly. Well, Luo Xian clearly didn't understand what was wrong with Luo Chuan, but as his older sister, she wasn't anxious. Instead, after thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, It's a secret. This made Luo Chuan even angrier, his face turning a bit purple. And then, he glared at Meng Ye. Meng Ye, what are you looking at me for? Luo Chuan had been secretly watching him for a long time, even following him around from time to time, which confused him greatly. It wasn't a big deal, but being followed all the time was quite bothersome. The only ones who had observed him before were Douluo and Ghost Law. I'll head back first, goodbye. Luo Xian waved her hand, bidding farewell to Meng Ye, and then walked towards her home. Only then did Luo Chuan glare at him again before following her. Sister, I'm telling you, that guy definitely has bad intentions. All right, I know. I saw him exchanging glances with that Hulaina several times. I know. You said it before. Sister, dinner is ready. Let us go. If we go back late, it will be cold. Luo Xian didn't want to listen to Luo Chuan's nagging and ran back home directly. Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. After a while, he would also have to return to the Sacral Duchy. He was just unsure how Lei Xingyang was doing. Ever since he visited once, they had only been in touch through letters. The letters mainly inquired about his recent situation and, of course, included living expenses. Then there was Wang Shuo, who seemed to be directly studying at the Sacral Duchy Academy. His cultivation level had dropped, but his ability to accumulate wealth was top-notch. Over the years, he had become a small noble. The sincerity reflected in the letters showed that this guy still considered him a friend. 20 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the academy gate. The scale of Spirit City was indeed quite impressive. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where are you coming back from? The three members of the Lu family approached, having changed into casual clothes instead of their usual school uniforms. Lu Meng was wearing a floral long dress, bouncing over excitedly. I went out of the city for some errands. What about you? Meng Ye pointed at Lu Meng's forehead. This little girl was older than him and had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Although she sometimes showed admiration for him, he still found it a bit overwhelming when she got too close. Meng, don't be rude. Lu Yu pulled her back when she saw her sister's actions. She then looked at Meng Ye and said, "A week ago, our family received some news urging us to return now, so we can only take leave early. Is there any trouble?" Regarding family matters, outsiders originally shouldn't pry, as it was considered private. However, since they were few of his few friends, he felt he should ask. Lu Yu shook her head and said, "It should just be a small matter. Calculating the time, it's probably my grandfather's birthday soon, and they want us to return to celebrate." "Huh? You didn't tell me, big sister." Lu Meng was startled and hurriedly looked at her elder sister, as she couldn't remember such things. "You." Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. After all, Lu Meng was good at playing tricks. But when it came to serious matters, she was hopeless. Then Lu Yu invited Meng Ye again. Although it wasn't certain, it was almost a sure thing. Such invitations among acquaintances were a way to deepen relationships. At least in her view, the Lu family gaining Meng Ye's goodwill was beneficial and harmless. And it could even represent a certain attitude from the spirit hall. "I want to go. I plan to return to Serical. I'll visit when I have the chance." Meng Ye chose to decline politely. He had known them from his previous life, and over the months, he had become somewhat familiar with the three. Visiting wasn't a big deal, but the Lu family was in the Star Luo Empire, and it would take a lot of time for him to go there. With that back and forth, half of his vacation would be gone. Speaking of which, I was a bit abrupt. Lu Yu didn't press the matter, only smiling apologetically. "Then, big sister, can I go with Meng Ye to Serical for a while?" Lu Meng suddenly said. "Nonsense." Lu Yu's expression turned serious as she glanced at Lu Meng and said, "If you don't go to grandfather's birthday, see if you dare to come home afterward, and you can't trouble Meng Ye." Oh, Lu Meng usually liked to cause trouble, so Meng Ye was not surprised. After bidding farewell to the three, Meng Ye encountered Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yan. In a few months, Hulaina had finally made some progress in her visualization method, barely entering the threshold. This secret method relied on mental strength, and advancing further couldn't be achieved quickly by mere diligence. It required years of hard training or an increase in soul power. Fortunately, the fox spirit martial soul was indeed a semi-mental type, so Hulaina was making decent progress. I'll break through to level 50 within a month at most, so don't fall too far behind." Yan looked at Meng Ye with a rebellious posture, and with his height advantage, he had a slight condescending air. "If you want to fight, I'm always ready." Meng Ye glanced at him expressionlessly. "You." "Enough, Yan. If you have any dissatisfaction, go to the soul fighting arena and don't embarrass yourself here." Yan looked at Meng Ye angrily, preparing to make some harsh remarks. Hulaina couldn't watch any longer. It seemed a bit pathetic to keep causing trouble after losing a challenge. Moreover, what Meng Ye said was indeed true. Among soul masters, the strong were respected, and the most direct way to solve problems was through fighting. If you're not convinced, then just fight. If you can win, then whatever you say doesn't matter. However, Yin really was confident about challenging Meng Ye again right now. Yin's momentum weakened, and he shot a furious glance at Meng Ye before huffing and falling silent. In the past, Hulaina couldn't suppress him either, at most. She could use her identity as a Pope's disciple to keep him in check. But now, he didn't dare to be too reckless in front of Hulaina. A month ago, Hulaina had officially defeated Yan, and it was an undisputed victory in the soul fighting arena. This also marked the first time the three had established their basic standings, and Hulaina officially became the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy representative team, with Meng Ye as the vice-captain. "Meng Ye, where are you planning to go during the holiday?" The unusual aura that had always made others unable to resist disappeared from Hulaina. The improvement in her mental control allowed her to adjust her innate abilities freely. This was also a sign of her strength improvement. "I'm going back to Serical for a while." "Is that so? What a pity," Hulaina said regretfully. "I was planning to invite you to go into seclusion together and then get the 5th spirit ring." The three of them were already at level 49 and could break through that bottleneck at any time to obtain the 5th spirit ring and ascend to Soul King. At that time, the three would be awarded the purple record badge by the Spirit Hall, becoming well-known across the continent. Meng Ye had only been promoted to Soul Master for a few months, so they actually didn't think he could quickly level up to 50. What level is his soul power now? He has still a ways off from level 45. Yen seized the opportunity to mock Meng Ye, finding a point where he could feel superior. Hu Laiina frowned, wanting to say something, but before she could speak, Meng Ye had already taken action. Ziz! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across in front of him, and a flicker of fear flashed across Yen's face as he closed his mouth. Meng Ye cast him a cold glance and said calmly, "You talk too much." Yen was completely too afraid to speak now, his throat rolling painfully. He hadn't even had time to react the last time Meng Ye crushed him with absolute power. This was the first time he felt Meng Ye's terrifying aura up close, and his scalp tingled. Chapter 46, Qian Daoliu's Summons. After warning Yen, Meng Ye bid farewell to Hu Laiina and Xiaoyu, and returned to the academy to continue his training. The academy's final exams had already concluded, and he could leave at any time. However, this was the Spirit Hall, and he was still nominally a registered disciple of Bibi Dong, so it was necessary to say hello. Another day passed, and a rare moment of relative peace appeared in the bustling Spirit City. The Spirit Hall Academy was on break, and the majority chose to return home to visit family. Of course, some disciples brought from remote areas by the Spirit Hall faced more trouble. For those with less luck, they might need to cross half a continent. The nearest route was to traverse the entire Stardow forest. If their cultivation level wasn't high, going back wasn't a family visit, but an adventure. The Hall of the Pope. It wouldn't hurt to go back and check, but remember not to slack off in training. Bibi Dong looked at Meng Ye, initially wanting to encourage him not to relax, but then realized that as the Pope, she wasn't as diligent as Meng Ye, so she changed her words. Well, it's okay to relax a bit. Soul Masters need a balance of work and rest. Thank you, Your Holiness. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong sighed and said, "This time, I will have Ghost Douluo take you back, and I will also grant you an elder's token. You may exercise the authority of an elder when necessary." She had initially taken Meng Ye as a disciple out of selfishness, just to pave the way for Hu Laiina. However, gradually, she realized that she hadn't valued Meng Ye's worth at all, which led to Meng Ye having little sense of belonging to the Hall of the Pope, or to her as his nominal teacher, or even to the Spirit Hall. But now, even if she recognized this, she felt helpless, because she had nothing to teach Meng Ye, and the resources she could provide were minuscule compared to the talent Meng Ye had displayed. Not to mention providing timely assistance. Even adding a finishing touch was out of the question. The only thing worth remembering for Meng Ye was probably that Ghost Douluo had helped him acquire a soul ring. This time back, you need to prepare for the Soul Master competition. I will arrange for you to go to a place of opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Yes. Meng Ye frowned a bit. What kind of opportunity did Bibi Dong know of? The City of Slaughter? Unlikely. That place couldn't be exited easily. And while domain abilities were rare, with Meng Ye's martial soul, there was a high probability he would develop his own domain upon reaching level 70. There was no need to seek out the domain of Slaughter. As for domain stacking, that was pure nonsense, as if domains didn't consume soul power. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind, just one sound, but it was already less than 3 steps away from him. How strong? This was Meng Ye's first thought. The cultivation and strength of the newcomer were definitely among the most terrifying he had ever encountered. Who is it? What are you doing here? Bibi Dong's noble and beautiful face suddenly turned cold, glaring at the person behind Meng Ye. A terrifying aura spread out unabashedly. It had precisely bypassed Meng Ye and fell upon the newcomer. The entire Hall of the Pope was instantly engulfed in a heavy atmosphere. As if the sunlight streaming in from the door had been swallowed, centered around Bibi Dong, like a black hole engulfing everything. However, at this moment, Meng Ye also sensed that the person behind him was releasing an aura completely opposite to Bibi Dong's, a vast and profound power of light. Your Holiness, the High Priest wishes to see this disciple. Please allow me to take him away for a moment. The newcomer spoke without any respect. Presumptuous. Bibi Dong struck her staff, her terrifying soul power further increasing, forcing back the soul power released by the newcomer. Then she continued in a furious tone. Since when has my Hall of the Pope allowed Qian Daoliu to intervene? Second priest. Go back and tell him not to make me remind him again. Under Bibi Dong's pressure, Golden Crocodile Douluo was also shocked. Back then, Bibi Dong was coerced by Qian Douluo into giving birth to Qian Renxue. Although she secretly killed Qian Xuandai, Qian Douluo ultimately saw hope for godhood in Qian Renxue, so he did not trouble Bibi Dong. It is important to note that at that time, Bibi Dong was not even qualified to hold the position of pope. Although she gradually took control of the Spirit Hall's power over 20 years, the Douluo Hall still held a transcendent status. The 7 great priests remained the core of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Douluo was still the anchor. As long as he was there, the Spirit Hall could not be shaken. However, to this day, Golden Crocodile Douluo realized that Bibi Dong's strength had unknowingly surpassed him. 20 years ago, she hadn't even stepped into the titled Douluo realm. How did she do it? Shocked as he was, Golden Crocodile Douluo still gritted his teeth and lowered his stance. Cupping his hands, "Your Holiness, the High Priest has made many concessions over the years. Please." He made concessions. Bibi Dong's face remained icy. Even more so than before, sneering. "I see he is afraid." Golden Crocodile Douluo was also a powerful figure at that time, and being suppressed by Bibi Dong infuriated him. Hearing this, he couldn't suppress his anger. "Pope you!" Alas! An old sigh interrupted Golden Crocodile Douluo's words. And then a deep and aged voice continued. "So many years have passed, and you still have not forgiven me. Qian Douluo, you dare!" Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, waving her hand to strike at the void in front of her, a wave of darkness spreading. Yet Meng Ye did not lose his vision. To be precise, Meng Ye only felt a flash of golden light before realizing that the surrounding environment had changed. This was a grand cathedral, and compared to the grandeur and solemnity of the Hall of the Pope, it had a few more solemn and sacred elements. As if every inch of the ground and walls was emanating light. An extremely rich and terrifying power of light filled the surroundings. And a hint of surprise flashed in Meng Ye's eyes. This power was approaching the extreme attribute level. A massive, 6-winged angel statue stood in the center of the cathedral. The angel's holy sword in its hand, even radiating a flame-like divine brilliance. Below the statue stood an old man with hair as white as snow, standing with his hands behind his back. His white hair and youthful face, with eyes devoid of any muddiness typical of an old person, were instead incredibly clear. Waving his hand, Qian Douluo said, "Golden Crocodile, you can return now." "Yes, High Priest." At this moment, Meng Ye noticed that not only himself, but even Golden Crocodile Douluo had been directly transported by Qian Douluo in that instant. What terrifying strength, even without space-type soul skills. A limit Douluo could easily shake space. A strong enough individual with comprehension of space could even cross 1,000 miles in an instant. But to accurately pull a target right in front of oneself, especially in front of Bibi Dong, the only ones capable of doing so in the world were probably the 3 unrivaled Douluos. Qian Douluo, 6-winged angel martial soul. Poseidon, sea god martial soul. Tang Chun, Haotian hammer. Among these 3, the first 2 undoubtedly had better talent. However, surprisingly, when it came to achievements, Tang Chun shone even brighter. "Meng Ye, your main martial soul is, and you also have a second martial soul. I should not be mistaken, right?" Qian Douluo raised his hand to stroke his beard, his gaze seemingly penetrating everything as he assessed Meng Ye. "May I ask what the High Priest has summoned this disciple for?" Meng Ye did not answer, but instead cupped his hands. According to Qian Douluo's status, even ordinary titled Douluos would probably have to kneel before him. It was impossible not to, as no one could withstand his pressure. However, since Qian Douluo had taken the initiative to find him, it was naturally different, especially considering the risk of angering Bibi Dong. Qian Douluo wouldn't go so far as to do such a thing just to establish his authority. He, neither humble nor arrogant. This young man has a proud spirit, not bad. Qian Douluo put his hand back behind him and continued to smile as he said, "If I were to say that you should swear allegiance to the Douluo Palace and become my disciple from now on, would you be willing?" "I must refuse." Raising his head, he met Qian Douluo's gaze directly. Even though he knew that the person in front of him could kill him with a mere gesture, he felt little fear. Chapter 47. The Faith of Qian Douluo. Why? Qian Douluo was not angry. Instead, he admired Meng Ye's courage and the unique aura he exuded. He could see that Meng Ye's intelligence was beyond that of ordinary people, recognized his identity and strength, yet he could still maintain his composure. This kind of spirit was indeed rare in the world. My disciple already has a master, Meng Ye said without a change in his gaze. Moreover, the grand offering isn't genuinely accepting me as a disciple. Even if I were to pay my respects to you as my master, I believe it would not be the outcome the grand offering desires. How do you know I am not sincerely accepting you as a disciple? A kind smile appeared on Qian Daoliu's face. Because of what lies behind the grand offering, Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback, and his expression gradually became serious. You know what lies behind me? He continued to question, but in his heart, he was surging with thoughts. What kind of monster is this child? The six-winged angel, the god of light, the god of angels, and also the foundation of the Spirit Hall. Meng Ye directly revealed the essence of the Spirit Hall's thousand-year legacy and also articulated Qian Daoliu's faith. At that moment, Qian Daoliu truly had the thought of accepting Meng Ye as a disciple, not as a means to bind him to the Spirit Hall, which would be a last resort. The current offerings, especially the golden crocodile Douluo, were not only the pillars of the Spirit Hall, but also the protectors of the six-winged angel spirit. They were one of the guarantees that the legacy of the six-winged angel would not perish, much like the sea god's seven sacred pillars, guarding the legacy of the deities. Qian Daoliu valued Meng Ye's talent and thus wanted to cultivate him as one of the offerings, rather than have him become the pope. Sigh. Qian Daoliu glanced at Meng Ye with some complexity and sighed, continuing, you should understand that the position of pope is difficult for you to attain, while I, as the grand offering, you may temporarily take over. Since Meng Ye had such wisdom, he naturally could see through it. So Qian Daoliu did not waste time explaining further. He chose to directly tell Meng Ye the reality of his situation. The position of pope was certainly reserved for Bibi Dong to pass on to Hulaina. Qian Daoliu could allow him to be the second offering, and if Qian Rinxue became a deity, then he would be the grand offering. In weighing the options, it indeed seemed that Qian Daoliu's conditions were more attractive. Unfortunately, he overlooked one point. The grand offering is overthinking. My disciple is not interested in the position of pope. Meng Ye smiled freely and said, I wouldn't dare to overstep for the position of grand offering. Then how can I believe you will be loyal to my Spirit Hall? Qian Daoliu's expression suddenly turned cold, and Meng Ye could even clearly feel the surrounding power of light take on a hint of murderous intent. He understood Meng Ye's meaning, having no desires or demands. This mindset was the biggest problem of being hard to control. Those in high positions were most unwilling to see such subordinates, who had potential intelligence, yet were uncontrollable. Once such a person harbored ambitions, it would be disastrous. When did the grand offering develop the idea that all soul masters are loyal to the Spirit Hall? Meng Ye asked in surprise. It was this question that instantly dissipated Qian Daoliu's killing intent, and his gaze even revealed a hint of enlightenment. The Spirit Hall was, after all, just a huge interest group. It seemed to control a vast resource of soul masters. But what exactly were soul masters? They held a noble status above ordinary people. It was the most esteemed profession, deeply engraved with the four words, the weak are prey to the strong. That so-called faith was pure nonsense. Ordinary people had endured too much suffering and, being powerless to change their circumstances, had no choice but to believe in the existence of gods, while the ultimate goal of soul masters was to become gods. You are right. Strength is paramount. Qian Daoliu regained his composure and looked at Meng Ye to continue. Forget it. I won't force you. However, today you must make an oath. In the future, no matter whether you become the pope or not, you must not become enemies with the Douluo Hall, nor can you make things difficult for my granddaughter. How about that? Oath? To be honest, it was just a sentence. Its practical effect was probably less than a fart, but Meng Ye was very resistant to such things. He frowned, wanting to say something, but the next moment, a terrifying pressure completely enveloped Meng Ye, rendering his body unable to move in an instant. And even the blood and soul power within him nearly froze. Boom! Crack! Crack! Suffocating pain surged in, and blood vessels appeared in Meng Ye's eyes, his body slightly sinking, and his entire body turned crimson. At this moment, Qian Daoliu's face showed no sadness or joy, but that terrifying pressure was genuinely emanating, even without releasing his martial soul. In the presence of the inheritance of the god of angels, he possessed semi-divine power. Crack! Hiss! Suddenly, a wave of blood-colored air exploded around Meng Ye. Although he still could not break free from that terrifying pressure, he slowly stood upright, raised his head, and glared at Douluo. Dare I ask the Grand Offering, what is the current age and cultivation of a young master? 24, six-winged angel martial soul, innate level 20 soul power, already at the soul emperor realm. With hopes of breaking through to the title Douluo realm before the age of 40 and catching a glimpse of the divine realm. Although Douluo was surprised that Meng Ye could speak in his domain, he still detailed Richua's talent. He did this to suppress Meng Ye, hoping to make him recognize reality, but unfortunately, he miscalculated again. Heh! A strong metallic taste emanated from Meng Ye's mouth, but he grinned at Douluo and continued, "Not to brag, my disciple is almost 13 this year, level 49 soul master, with innate full soul power, and hopes to break through to the ultimate Douluo realm before the age of 30. Douluo's aura dissipated, and his calm eyes narrowed in shock. What did you say? Puff. Already bearing pressure that almost exceeded his limits, Douluo suddenly retracted, and Meng Ye immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps, nearly kneeling on the ground. The bright red bloodstains dyed the floor of this sacred hall, making it no longer seem so holy and noble. Ha 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 ha. The arrogant and unrestrained laughter echoed throughout this sacred domain. This scene was something Douluo probably never imagined would happen before him. After the laughter, Meng Ye's aura did not weaken due to his injuries. Instead, his spirit became unprecedentedly condensed due to emotional fluctuations. Ziz! A somewhat dim barrier flickered around Meng Ye's body, with faint arcs of electricity. Although it seemed insignificant, it temporarily isolated this sacred domain belonging to the angels. This scene made Douluo's brows furrow slightly. Seems the Grand Offering is quite surprised. Meng Ye stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his hair moved without wind, adding a hint of wild and domineering aura as he said, "Actually, I should be the one surprised. The Haotian sect, the previous generation Haotian Doa Tang Hao, entered the title Douluo realm at the age of 44, shocking the world. Yet the Grand Offering must have heard of another person, right?" Douluo did not speak, but calmly listened to Meng Ye's words, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. Tang Chun, though not well documented, was overlooked by the ignorant masses who disregarded the Haotian Douluo, who single-handedly established the Haotian sect as the #1 sect in the world. I wonder if the Grand Offering thinks these two Haotian Douluo can be compared? Ridiculous. Douluo waved his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Back then, Tang Chun had defeated him, and it was a clear-cut defeat in a direct confrontation. So after all these years, even though he knew where the Haotian sect was located, he still abided by the promise of defeat. He was not to set foot in the mountains where the Haotian sect was located. Even when his own son was severely injured by Tang Chen's descendant, indirectly leading to his downfall, he endured it. As for Tang Hao, who had just broken through to title Douluo and retreated unscathed from Douluo, that was not a rumor. It was merely a joke. Did the Grand Offering still think a title Douluo at the age of 40 could hope to break through that 100-level chasm? Meng Ye had a smile on his face. Not out of mockery, but at this moment, it appeared extremely piercing in Douluo's eyes. His proud and revered six-winged angel martial soul now seemed utterly worthless in comparison. And the worst part was that this was the truth. How could he accept this? Chapter 48 returned to Salakar Meng Ye's words were no longer a mockery to Douluo, but a piercing steel knife directly stabbing at his heart. The cultivation and mindset accumulated over 100 years were somewhat unstable at this moment. He admitted that Tang Chun was his opponent. Without the divine inheritance, he could still reach level 99 and fight against him and Poseidon, the two divine representatives. The magnificent skills created by Haotian could be called divine techniques, completely establishing the foundation of the Haotian sect as the #1 sect in the world. At its peak, the Haotian sect even made the Spirit Hall fearful. But what was Tang Hao? Just a lucky junior. Saying this made it even more impossible to keep him. Although Qian Daolu said so, there were no signs of him taking action or continuing to apply pressure. He just looked at Meng Ye. At this moment, Qian Daolu was rather curious about how Meng Ye would respond, as the surprises Meng Ye had brought him just a moment ago were too numerous. If the Grand Elder wanted to take action, he wouldn't hesitate like this. Just now, Meng Ye had indeed felt a trace of fear because Qian Daolu truly wanted to kill him. But now he was certain that Qian Daolu would not kill him. Absolutely not. He had dug out all of Qian Daolu's efforts and hopes from half a lifetime, even stepping on them on the ground. Now, Qian Daolu probably wished he could take back his previous words and spare no effort to win him over. But there is no such thing as a drug for regret in this world. Did the Grand Elder wonder why the gap was so large? A light flashed in Qian Daolu's eyes. He wanted to hear Meng Ye's thoughts now. I guess since the young master awakened his martial soul, he probably hasn't had much time for hard training, right? Qian Daolu fell silent. This matter was also his helpless move, to protect Qian Renshue. He had to do so. He knew very well what Bibi Dong had experienced. Although he was ashamed of his son's beastly behavior, that was still his son, and moreover, it was for the future of the Spirit Hall. In the end, Qian Xuanji died at Bibi Dong's hands. That could be considered karmic retribution. But Qian Daolu still felt uneasy, worried that Qian Renshue would fall victim to Bibi Dong's poison, which was why he had to arrange for her to stay in the Tiando Empire. As for that so-called national theft plan, Qian Daolu alone could silently wipe out the Tiando Empire royal family in one day. So why bother with such trouble? But now it seemed that it would be better to let her cultivate in the Douluo Hall. At least it wouldn't affect her training. With innate soul power at level 20, even if it was slow, she shouldn't take until 24 to reach Soul Emperor and still have a divine martial soul. Breaking through to title Douluo after 30 would be considered slow. The real golden age for soul masters to improve their cultivation is before the age of 20. And Qian Renshue had wasted nearly 20 years of time for nothing. Even with great talent, she had wasted half. This place is enough to make up for her shortcomings. All it needs is for the timing to be right. Today ends here. You can go back. Waving his hand, the power of space was activated, and in the next moment, Meng Ye disappeared from the Douluo Hall. Along with him, the bloodstains on the ground also vanished in an instant. Qian Daolu shook his head. How could he not know about Qian Renshue's current situation? However, he also understood that it was impossible to summon Qian Renshue back immediately. After more than 10 years, Qian Renshue had invested too much effort into that national theft plan, even having the idea that if she succeeded, she could gain Bibi Dong's recognition. If she was suddenly made to give up, it would likely cause even more extreme inner demons and bottlenecks, so a chance was needed. Either the national theft would succeed, or it would fail, at which point Qian Renshue could fully dedicate herself to breaking through that 100-level chasm upon returning to the Spirit Hall. It could also be utilized. This child has talent, and he might become another Tang Chun in the future. Now Qian Daolu was even more concerned about Meng Ye's talent. After all, it truly seemed astonishing at the moment. Returning to the Pope's Hall, Meng Ye bid farewell again, and with the ghost Douluo escorting him, he naturally returned to the Salakar Duchy very smoothly. Thank you for your trouble, Elder. I'll take you to here, then I'll leave. The ghost Douluo nodded. Then his figure disappeared. He still had to return to the Spirit Hall to report. The journey from Spirit City back to the Salakar Duchy took 5 days, and Meng Ye's injuries had basically healed. Although Qian Daolu's pressure was terrifying, he hadn't actually attacked, so he had only suffered some minor injuries. The key was that it had also triggered some potential in his body, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. More than 10 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the front of the Salakar Martial Soul main hall. Inside the hall, there was only one figure standing sleepily at the counter, looking exceptionally quiet. The Spirit Hall was usually very quiet. It was only busy every year when they went to various places to help civilians awaken their martial souls. He went straight inside. Lei Jingyang's office was on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Pushing the door open, Lei Jingyang was sitting behind the desk, appearing still gray-haired but full of spirit. You're back. He glanced at Meng Ye, as if he had known it was him long ago. Just got back from vacation. What are you doing? Meng Ye noticed that Lei Jingyang was dressed quite thickly, and his face looked a bit pale. The Douluo continent isn't exactly a place of eternal spring, but aside from the extreme northern regions, most areas are in relatively mild climate zones. Although the Saliker Duchy is also considered coastal, extreme weather rarely occurs. It's nothing. I just went to the extreme north and caught a cold. A bit of medicine will do. Lei Zhengyang said casually. Cold? Meng Ye sensed something was off, frowning as he walked over to Lei Zhengyang's side. A faint chill emanating from him. As a soul sage, not to mention a cold, even a plague wouldn't have any effect on him. Moreover, this chill was clearly cold poison. Without thinking too much, Meng Ye suddenly placed his hand on Lei Zhengyang's shoulder, and then a wave of soul power flowed into his body. Hiss! A faint white smoke gradually emanated from Lei Zhengyang as Meng Ye's soul power merged with him. Such strong cold poison. Did you encounter an ice blue scorpion? No, it was a toad. It was somewhat powerful. Lei Zhengyang's face gradually improved. He didn't know how long he had endured it. Even with his physique, he was on the verge of regression in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye frowned even tighter. If he hadn't returned, Lei Zhengyang would have continued to endure, and he might have lost even more of his already limited lifespan. The Zhu Qing Bing toad, a soul beast with both ice and poison attributes, approaches extreme attributes. Meng Ye initially identified the source of this deadly poison. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that there should be no soul beasts with extreme poisons on the Douluo continent. Otherwise, Lei Zhengyang would have been finished long ago. Didn't I say to let you find a martial soul? Why did you still run to the extreme north? Meng Ye asked, confused, while continuing to supply soul power to help Lei Zhengyang expel the cold poison. Hey, after I came back, I visited several surrounding provinces. I found a few with full innate soul power, but I just couldn't find the extreme martial soul you mentioned. In a fit of anger, I ran to the extreme north to catch one back for reference. Meng Ye. After a moment of speechlessness, this seemed to still be his fault. The information he provided was all about cultivating extreme martial souls, but he hadn't written how to identify them. Lei Zhengyang had seen the extreme thunder, but he hadn't seen any others. The only basis was probably Meng Ye's martial soul. Chapter 49. Ice Extreme Divine Crystal Douluo. After taking a sip of hot water, Lei Zhengyang put down the heavy coat draped over him. One of his pant legs was soaked, with remnants of ice still clinging to it. He moved a bit and tried to stand up, but failed, frowning. The cold poison had been resolved, but he must have forcibly suppressed his injuries before, relying on the muscles in his thigh to move. His calf had long been eroded by the cold poison, so it's better not to move for now. Meng Ye took out a celestial herb from the storage soul guide. In this situation, the best way to proceed would probably be to find a top-tier healing soul master. The spirit hall has them, but it will be troublesome to go back and forth, and Lei Zhengyang couldn't wait. What is this? Lei Zhengyang looked curiously at the strange celestial herb in Meng Ye's hand. Qirong Tongtianju, Meng Ye replied. It's a heavenly treasure, very suitable for you. It should help you recover. Without explaining its effects, he directly handed it to Lei Zhengyang and said, first consume the flower's core. Then eat the petals one by one and refine the medicinal properties with your soul power. This, Lei Zhengyang hesitated. Although he had never seen it before, he could tell that this thing was precious. However, Meng Ye said nothing and simply broke the flower stem, handing the flower to him. The medicinal properties will dissipate quickly. If you don't eat it, it will be wasted. He didn't give Lei Zhengyang a chance to refuse. In the end, Lei Zhengyang still consumed the celestial herb. His soul power increased by 5 levels, and his physical condition improved remarkably, with his injuries basically healed. This celestial herb originally had a long-term effect on increasing the soul power cultivation speed for those below level 70, but it was ineffective above that level. The Soul Emperor required a different level of soul power compared to those below the rank. However, being a celestial herb reputed to forge an indestructible body, it had transformed Lei Zhengyang significantly. He was just 1 level away from promotion. Refining the remaining medicinal properties should be enough. Meng Ye noticed that Lei Zhengyang had hit a bottleneck. Your mental power, how has it increased so much? Lei Zhengyang's soul power had reached level 79. Hearing this, he looked at Meng Ye with curiosity, remembering that the last time he saw Meng Ye, he didn't have such strong mental power. Before Meng Ye appeared, he had studied many methods to stimulate potential. mainly for trial and error. One of the most outrageous methods involved forcibly stimulating several acupoints, which could increase soul power by a significant level. Of course, the cost was extremely heavy. Lei Xingyang's talent was not bad. If he hadn't recklessly experimented in his youth, he might have become a title Douluo, but at least a soul Douluo was not out of reach. A heavenly treasure that increases mental power, similar to what you just consumed. With one eye slightly closed, Lei Xingyang looked at Meng Ye oddly, clearly puzzled about where he had obtained such a precious treasure. Did you raid the Spirit Hall's treasury? No, Meng Ye. The Spirit Hall doesn't have these things. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful in terms of resources, they can at most find a few soul bones. The true enormous resources and foundation of the Spirit Hall come from soul masters, not material accumulation. Lei Xingyang was silent for a moment, then seemed to think of something. He took out a jade box encased in eyes from the storage soul guide. This item is from the mouth of a toad, and the coldness it exudes is astonishing, perhaps compatible with your second martial spirit. He was the only one who knew what Meng Ye's second martial spirit was. Even with the jade box isolating it, Meng Ye still felt that this item was unusual, and he sensed a familiar aura, the aura of extreme ice. He reached out to take it, and in just a moment, a thin layer of ice formed in the palm of Lei Xingyang's hand, which he casually crushed. If it weren't for the cold poison in his body, ordinary extreme ice could not have severely injured him so quickly. Despite being only a soul saint, Lei Xingyang's self-developed blood technique perfectly matched his martial spirit, making his attacks overwhelmingly powerful. Any ordinary soul Douluo would have to pray for a quick surrender if he got close, unless they had a soul skill that could immunize them against physical damage. Crack, 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 as Meng Ye injected his soul power. The coldness on the surface of the jade box gradually faded, and he raised his hand to open it. Inside lay a fist-sized, deep blue crystal. What do you think? Lei Xingyang asked. Frowning, Meng Ye admitted he didn't recognize the item, but could sense that it contained extreme ice and a strong elemental energy. He picked it up. The texture was not cold at all, but rather felt warm and comfortable, and his soul power became more active. Try it. Meng Ye handed the crystal to Lei Xingyang. Lei Xingyang didn't doubt it and reached out to take it. However, the moment Meng Ye let go, crack, 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 to the naked eye, a layer of ice crystals appeared all over Lei Xingyang's body, and his eyebrows were frosted, making him look somewhat comical. Why is it fine in your hands, but not in mine? Lei Xingyang's soul power surged, shattering the ice shards and returning the crystal to Meng Ye. I think I know what this is, Meng Ye said thoughtfully as he rubbed the crystal a couple of times. The texture remained like warm jade. It's called Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, a very peculiar heavenly treasure. It is indeed useful for me. Meng Ye did not expect Lei Xingyang to be so lucky. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal could only be considered a top-tier mineral, but its value lay in the fact that it was a companion mineral of the 10,000-year Xianbing marrow. After nurturing an ice spirit, it could even be considered a living metal that could greatly amplify the power of ice attribute soul power. Just this one piece, in the hands of an ice attribute soul master, could, as long as they could subdue the ice spirit within, temporarily unleash the effects of extreme ice. It also enhanced extreme ice, making it a treasure in the eyes of ice attribute soul masters. That's good. Lei Xingyang thought that since this item was useful to Meng Ye, it was a good thing. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. At this moment, Meng Ye's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lei Xingyang and asked, "What direction did you encounter that ice toad?" "That's hard to judge. Wait a moment." Lei Xingyang got up and rummaged through a map from the bookshelf behind him, laid it on the table, and gestured a few times. Northwest of Tiando City, about a 3-day journey, passing through 3 cities and finally arriving at a small border town. From there, delving 50 miles into the extreme north should get you there. The map had many markings on it, based on Lei Xingyang's experiences. When traveling in unfamiliar places, this method could greatly increase the chances of returning alive. "Do you want to go?" Lei Xingyang looked up at Meng Ye. "Not right now." Meng Ye shook his head. This distance spanned the entire Tiando Empire. With his pace, even if he traveled day and night, it would take at least 2 weeks. Moreover, even if he went, there might not be any gains, so he was just considering it for now. Perhaps he would explore it in the future. Then take this map. It contains many places I've visited in my youth. If you're interested, you can check them out later. I've marked some dangerous areas too. Lei Xingyang rolled up the map and handed it to Meng Ye. For him, this was more than just a map. It recorded his footprints across the continent over decades of experience. Meng Ye did not refuse. This map was indeed useful to him. Years have passed, and there might be discrepancies, but the general direction would surely be accurate. In this world, there was no GPS, so having a map corrected through practical exploration could avoid many detours. By the way, I heard that your friend is waiting for you at the Wang family's estate since you returned. You should go see him. Is it Wang Shuo? Meng Ye had few peers he remembered, and Wang Shuo had always been around him, making it hard not to remember. However, Lei Xingyang shook his head. No, not just him. Meng Ye asked, puzzled. Chapter 50. Undercurrents, the Principality of Salakar is considered an affiliated state of the Heaven-Do Empire, enjoying a considerable degree of autonomy. The main reason the Heaven-Do Empire recognizes the authority of the Principality of Salakar is that it can no longer suppress it. Not only Salakar, but many provinces of the entire Heaven-Do Empire can be regarded as small countries. The only issue is internal problems. As long as the excess voices are eliminated, these places could be independent kingdoms. The Heaven-Do Empire sees this, but is helpless. Facing the Douluo Empire, while also having to guard against the Spirit Hall, unable to address the issue effectively. After about 10 minutes, Meng Ye arrived at the Wang family estate. The Wang family holds hereditary titles, so their status in Salakar is significant. Wang Shuo's mother is the emperor's sister, making him a royal relative. Coupled with the Wang family's control over vast resources, it would not be an exaggeration to say they are the richest in Salakar. The expansive estate is extremely luxurious, even enveloping a small forest, with a magnificent castle situated in the center. A circular fountain sparkles under the night sky. Under the guidance of the butler, Meng Ye met Wang Shuo and a group of people. What is going on here? The scene was quite lively. Besides Wang Shuo, he recognized several other faces, or at least thought he had seen them before. Boss, you finally made it. Wang Shuo had grown rounder over the years, looking like a bouncy ball. He walked over, wanting to give Meng Ye a bear hug, but Meng Ye raised his hand to block him and pointed to the crowd. Wang Shuo, dressed in a custom-made luxurious suit, appeared quite noble and said with a hint of complaint, if you hadn't come back, I would have been eaten poor by these guys. Oomph. If you don't want to entertain me, then don't bother coming. A fiery figure approached, and just standing nearby radiated an astonishing heat. Years had passed, and Huo Wu's figure had become even more alluring, just like her martial spirit. But her temper was still just as fiery. Looking around, although there were many people, they were quite distinct in colors. Misunderstanding. It's my honor that you all came. My hospitality has been lacking. Wang Shuo smiled, for he couldn't afford to offend this lady. After finishing his polite remarks, he whispered to Meng Ye, Boss, these guys don't come with good intentions. Let me handle them first. Meng Ye glanced at the fat man, not quite understanding his meaning. However, seeing the look in Huo Wu's eyes, he had already guessed something. Indeed, the newcomers were not friendly. Ha ha ha. Meng Ye, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for several days. Huo Wu Shuang, seemingly a bit tipsy, strode over with a loud laugh. The surrounding people gradually gathered, creating an atmosphere that seemed to encircle Meng Ye. I heard you went to the Spirit Hall Academy. What a pity. A tall, burly man, at least 2 meters tall, approached with a hint of fervor in his eyes. I've developed a new ultimate technique. I heard you're very strong. Following him, a man dressed in blue martial attire, filled with battle intent, looked at Meng Ye with a bit of authority, his soul power aura not weak. Finally, a man with a blue lightning symbol on his forehead, with a long and slender figure, gave an impression of astonishing explosive power even without releasing his martial spirit. His eyes also held a trace of battle intent and curiosity, with a flicker of electric arc flashing before him. He was Yu Tianxin, the brother of Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. These people were all geniuses of the 4 elements, with innate full soul power accounting for at least half. Now they had all gathered here. Meng Ye certainly wouldn't think they were simply here for a casual gathering, and they had deliberately waited for him. Meng Ye, A blue figure suddenly dashed over from the side. Meng Ye furrowed his brow and sidestepped to avoid the person's leap. Ah! The incoming person was caught off guard and fell directly towards the ground, but fortunately, at the last moment, a force from behind caught her shoulder, avoiding a disastrous fall. "Beware, don't be rude." Another somewhat aloof figure walked over, each step seeming to brighten the surroundings. Her light blue gown accentuated her perfect body curves, attracting everyone's gaze. Meng Ye casually helped the person up, but unexpectedly, the next moment, she hugged his arm and refused to let go. "He got you." Meng Ye frowned slightly. Her flirtatious action was somewhat off-putting, but since she was a woman, he didn't want to be too harsh. Fortunately, Shui Binger approached and directly grabbed Shui Yuer by the ear, pulling her back without mercy. She flailed her arms in the air, but it was futile. "Sorry for the trouble." Shui Binger exuded a kind of hazy beauty, her features so exquisite they seemed unreal, giving a dreamlike feeling. After a slight bow to express her apologies, she added, "Long time no see." Meng Ye nodded. The others were not very polite, but he at least didn't find Shui Binger's demeanor off-putting. He then looked at the others and asked, "If you all have something to say, just say it directly." He felt somewhat speechless. Lei Jingyang mentioned friends, but besides Wang Sha, which of these people seemed capable of squeezing out a friendly word? A few of them exchanged glances, seemingly discussing who would speak first, as they usually didn't yield to one another in the Five Elements Academy. However, if it came to actual strength, Yu Tianxin should be the strongest among them. "We want to have an exchange match before the Soul Master competition, mainly for sparring. What do you think?" Yu Tianxin said. He and Feng Xiaotian came from the Thunder Academy and the Divine Wind Academy, respectively, and actually had little interaction with Meng Ye. It was Hu Yanli who had been taught a lesson when he came looking for Meng Ye at the behest of Huo Wushuang. The injury to his hand was minor, but the humiliation of losing face was something Hu Yanli still bore a grudge about to this day. An exchange match? Meng Ye understood their intentions now. He was a student of the Spirit Hall Academy, and in the Soul Master competition, he would certainly be opponents with these people, although they might not all encounter him. They probably wanted to test the waters in advance. This might not just be their idea. It was likely influenced by the higher-ups at their academies. That purple badge had brought him quite a bit of notoriety. Of course, it also came with a lot of trouble, just like now. "Sorry, but I must decline." Meng Ye naturally refused. Winning would bring him no benefits. More importantly, it was meaningless. None of the people present were worth him showcasing his strength against, and the outcome was not worth considering. Hu Yanli crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and was about to step forward when a hand stopped him. The oldest among them, Feng Xiaotian, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Brother Meng, there's no need to rush to refuse. We just want to experience the strength of a genius from the Spirit Hall. Of course, if you concede, we won't say anything. Let's consider today as if nothing happened." A smiling tiger, that was Meng Ye's first impression of Feng Xiaotian. He was the most mature among this group. While his talent might not be the best, he certainly had deep scheming, taking advantage of their numbers and the prestige of the Five Elements Academy. His words had both a pressure and a provocation. However, he clearly misunderstood Meng Ye's meaning and overestimated himself. "Why not you all concede?" Meng Ye's indifferent gaze deeply scrutinized Feng Xiaotian. Empty. A terrifying aura surged forth without anger, causing the faces of those standing nearby to change dramatically. Feng Xiaotian was the first to feel it, instinctively taking a half-step back. It was just this half-step that dealt a devastating blow to his self-esteem. However, in the face of the terrifying might that resembled a fierce beast, no matter how unwilling he couldn't confront Meng Ye's eyes. At this moment, everyone present was shaken to the core. Chapter 51, The Exchange Competition, resumes. Meng Ye's imposing presence subdued the people from the Five Elements Academy, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. They weren't actually here to cause trouble. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian already had a suspicion of opportunism. Even though they were numerous, it was impossible for them to use their numbers to pressure others. Not to mention that they weren't even from the same academy. They were more like acquaintances competing against each other. Even if they were together, they wouldn't dare to act like that. This wasn't their academy, and they had been warned by the higher-ups or elders before coming here. Feng Xiaoyan's little cleverness had gone a bit too far. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, the siblings, had unpleasant expressions, but they looked at Feng Xiaotian. They were genuinely here to spar. Although they had been defeated by Meng Ye in the past, the others had also lost, and they had no grievances. After all, it was just a matter of skill. On the contrary, Huo Wushuang even felt somewhat grateful to Meng Ye. Huo Wu's impulsive and arrogant character had changed quite a bit over the years. In fact, what he didn't know was that even his temperament had become a bit more composed compared to the original story. Brother Meng, calm down. Huo Wushuang could only step forward to mediate, smiling as he stood between the two, saying to Meng Ye, "Since we have come from afar, you can see our sincerity. How about we place a wager?" After glancing at Huo Wushuang, Meng Ye felt that although they had no deep connection back then, at least he did not dislike him. With his aura reined in, Meng Ye looked at him calmly and said, "I agreed to the exchange competition. The wager is unnecessary." He did not like Feng Xiaoyan's attitude. It's perfectly reasonable for him to refuse since Feng Xiaotian openly stated his intentions. They could still talk, but if he played tricks, you shouldn't blame Meng Ye for being impolite. Don't be like that. I specially prepared 5,000 gold soul coins for this. Can't you at least let me win once? Unexpectedly, Huo Wushuang began to act like a rogue, clearly having come prepared. Can you win against me? Meng Ye felt that Huo Wushuang was a bit overconfident. He hadn't been his opponent a few years ago, let alone now. Hey, you can't be too sure about that. Huo Wushuang's eyes shone with battle intent, the temperature suddenly rising as he said seriously, "Thanks to you, my cultivation has improved quite a bit in these years, and my martial soul is stronger now." Good. If it were a few years ago, the ones that might anger him now would be the Huo siblings, but now he actually appreciated Huo Wushuang. Feng Xiaoyan's pride seemed a bit excessive in his eyes. Being impulsive was fine, but pride was harder to control. "I have a soul fighting arena in the forest of my estate. If you don't mind, you can use it freely." Wang Shuo, who had been wiping the virtual sweat off his forehead, stepped forward and said. He was the host here, and presenting himself in this manner had already given them enough face. Previously, the Five Elements Academy had arrived early, and after stating their intentions, he had taken the initiative to receive them. As a noble, especially one with substantial wealth, building connections with these potential talents was key to their enduring success. In this sense, Wang Shuo was a genius in another way. His age was about the same as Meng Ye's, and with these connections, he would have no problem inheriting his father's title in the future. Well, after exchanging glances, the group, led by the butler, walked toward the forest behind the estate, while Wang Shuo whispered something in Meng Ye's ear. "Boss, are you confident in winning?" He glanced at the fat guy and said, "Have you ever seen me lose?" Wang Shuo immediately squeezed the fat on his face and said, "That's good. As usual, we'll split it 50-50. You need to lose some weight." Meng Ye was somewhat speechless. He used to look a bit chubby as a child, even somewhat cute, but now it was a bit frightening. Just a few years had passed. Even using hormones wouldn't cause such a drastic change. "Boss, don't pick on me. You know my martial soul," Wang Shuo retorted. "How can you say that? Bare martial soul? How did you come up with the idea of adding an auxiliary soul ring?" Meng Ye couldn't help but express his astonishment. Not mentioning this topic was fine, but once it was brought up, Meng Ye had to admit that this guy was quite talented. A battle soul master could indeed add an auxiliary soul ring, but it was generally unlikely to succeed. For example, a sword or knife, which were inherently strong attack-type martial souls, would still produce similar effects when an emerald swan soul ring was added, like breaking defenses or increasing speed. If it were a soul like blue silver grass, a staff, or water element, which had strong compatibility, then one could choose between auxiliary or battle soul master roles. Wang Shuo's face turned awkward as he scratched his head and said, "Boss, you know my martial soul is average. I won't achieve much in the future, so soul rings don't matter." "Meng Ye, average? You really dare to say that?" Although there was some element of luck involved, Wang Shuo's second soul skill was actually an exceptional healing soul skill. Moreover, although his martial soul was a bear type, it was a special shaman bear. His strength wasn't weak. While he couldn't compare to pure strength martial souls, he wouldn't be much weaker than some top beast martial souls, like the white tiger martial soul. His defense could even be an advantage. He could deal damage, heal, and act as a meat shield. His first soul skill was also a battle roar that increased the strength and speed of the group. If he raised his soul power a bit more, standing at the back of the team, he could rush forward as a meat shield healer at a critical moment. That sense of security would be explosive, right? In terms of cultivation talent, he wasn't bad either. Reaching level 20 at 12 years old was enough to meet the standards for joining Shrek Academy. Of course, with such a peculiar combination of soul rings and martial souls, Shrek probably wouldn't accept him either. As they spoke, the group arrived at the soul fighting arena, which was quite large, with a diameter of over 100 meters, surrounded by a ring of pools. This was likely designed for the nobles to enjoy the soul fights. If one accidentally fell off the stage, they would end up drenched. Naturally, it also had a cushioning effect to prevent secondary injuries. Since it's an exchange competition, we don't need to be too serious. There are many of us, so how about we just guard the stage? Huo Wushuang proposed again. What do you mean by guarding? Hu Yanli said in a deep voice, as he was eager to challenge Meng Ye to settle old scores. Just 8 people, starting from the first. No one can give up until they are defeated or concede. If the champion fails, they cannot be the champion again, but they can still challenge. Huo Wushuang scanned the others and, seeing no one respond, continued with a smile, to show sincerity, I'll go first. Indeed, there weren't many people, and it wasn't a team match, so there was no need to make a big deal out of competition format. However, this method of guarding the stage was quite a test for the champion. It was nearly impossible for one person to defeat everyone else in succession, especially when most of them were soul masters. Nonetheless, it would allow everyone to intuitively assess the strength of the others present. Just as Meng Ye guessed, the probing intent was too obvious. Huo Wushuang had already walked onto the soul fighting arena, and Wang Shua's butler, also a soul master and a soul sect, stepped onto the stage to act as the referee. Now, please let the first challenger take the stage. This is an exchange competition, adhering to the principle of friendship first. Please be careful with your strikes. The butler stood calmly in the center of the soul fighting arena. After looking at each other for a moment, it was clear how the exchange competition would unfold. No one wanted to be worn out prematurely. Moreover, Huo Wushuang was not an easy opponent. Aside from Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianxin, no one else was completely confident in defeating him. Suddenly, a flash of electricity arced through the air, startling several people who quickly looked over, thinking it was Yu Tianxin who had made a move. However, the next moment, Meng Ye appeared on the soul fighting arena dozens of meters away. How fast? The others, still in place, were immediately shocked. Crossing dozens of meters in an instant was certainly impossible. Only teleportation could achieve that. Meng Ye couldn't teleport, but he could move faster than they could react. Chapter 52. Huo Wushuang's defeat. Huo Wushuang took the stage, which actually didn't align with the intentions of the other members of the Five Elements Academy. After all, the exchange competition was merely an excuse. Others were somewhat testing Meng Ye's strength, indirectly probing the power of the Spirit Hall. Now that Meng Ye appeared early, it could be considered an unexpected twist. Huh, have you switched to a speed attack system? Huo Wushuang felt incredibly surprised. This speed was something even their academy's speed attack system might not match. You're talking too much. Meng Ye didn't bother to explain. This was just a burst of power he pursued. If his base speed was only 3, then, at a crucial moment, he could explode to 30. And for a speed attack system, even if the base reached 10, it could only burst to a little over 20. The strength of the body determined the upper limit of the burst. Who would have thought Meng Ye had almost developed all his spirit rings towards attributes and power? I bet Huo Wushuang will lose. At the edge of the battle arena, Wang Shua took the initiative to act as the banker, creating an atmosphere and fulfilling the role of the host. Who would have thought that the first to place a bet was actually Huo Wu, betting on Huo Wushuang to lose? Sister, isn't this a bit too much? I'm your own brother. If you lose, then I won't be anymore. Huo Wu crossed her arms, unfazed. Her mindset had grown a lot over the years, but to say she completely gave up challenging Meng Ye was impossible. Back then, their spirit power was higher than Meng Ye's, but they hadn't grown, so losing was understandable. But if they lost again now, it would mean their talent was not as good as Meng Ye's. As geniuses, if they lost their most proud talents, then there would be nothing left to be proud of. I also bet Huo Wushuang will lose. Feng Xiaodian followed Huo Wu, directly betting 500 gold soul coins. They somewhat understood the rules of the battle arena. I bet 1,000 gold soul coins that Huo Wuxuang will lose too. Then people have a tendency to follow the crowd, or perhaps just to join in the fun. Anyway, since everyone was betting on Huo Wuxuang to lose, Wang Sha, as the banker, was sweating a bit. He had adjusted the odds to 1. Luckily, there weren't many people, so he wasn't too stressed. After all, it was just for entertainment. Knowing is one thing, but he was the one who proposed the conditions. Still, Huo Wuxuang looked displeased at Meng Ye. Are both sides ready? The butler glanced at the two. Having a small number of people was one thing, but the necessary rules still had to be followed. No problem. We can start any time. Meng Ye nodded in agreement as well. Both sides released their spirits. Buzz. The glow of the spirits and the colors of the soul rings shone brilliantly, emitting an astonishing aura. Flames and thunder spread out, colliding in the center of the battle arena. The crowd, initially watching calmly, changed their expressions dramatically upon seeing Meng Ye's soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. What's going on? Although Feng Xiaodian was a bit older, he couldn't understand why there was such a soul ring configuration. If a soul ring was off by a few hundred years, the difference wouldn't be too significant for a spirit master. But if it was off by a few thousand years, the increase would be vastly different. Not to mention a 10,000-year soul ring for a spirit master. That could mean a crushing gap in strength, unless there was an advantage in the spirit. Such powerful thunder. What spirit is this? The always calm Yu Tianxin looked surprised at this moment. He was more concerned with the thunder power emitted by Meng Ye. His blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit even felt a shiver at the moment Meng Ye released his spirit aura. In the battle arena, the battle officially began. An electric arc burst out from Huo Wuxuang's shoulder, making his expression even more serious. Feigning ease, he laughed and said, "What is going on with you? The soul rings are one thing, but why has the spirit aura changed?" Meng Ye didn't answer his question. Arcs of electricity had already coalesced into lightning, and the thunderous serpents around Meng Ye became increasingly violent. Soon, the second soul ring on his body also burst forth with purple light. Huo Wuxuang was astonished and didn't have time to think. He directly used his third soul skill. A golden red light erupted, and the high temperature intensified. However, the suppression was too obvious, and even with the soul skill enhancement, he could only disperse the surrounding electric arcs. His soul power was still suppressed by half. Knowing he couldn't wait any longer, Huo Wuxuang charged directly at Meng Ye. His speed wasn't fast, but the domineering power of the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus was no joke in a head-on confrontation, even within the Five Elements Academy. He was known to be second only to Feng Xiaodian in direct combat. Roar! A faint dragon roar echoed, and the terrifying might further dispelled the thunder suppression. Meng Ye nodded slightly. Being able to make such a judgment and choose to maximize his spirit's advantages under suppression was a very correct decision. However, it wasn't enough. Bang! With a stomp, a dull sound reverberated, as if the entire ground trembled slightly. Second soul skill, Rampage. From a 3,000-year-old mutated blood tiger. A 50 increase in strength and speed. In fact, when he mobilized all his vital energy, the increase in strength and speed could double, and even his defense would be similar. Huo Wuxuang charged out more than 10 meters, but Meng Ye, who was behind, struck first with a bolt of lightning crossing the void. Boom! The collision of flames and thunder exploded, and the dust engulfed the center of the battle arena, where terrifying flames and thunder clashed violently in the air above the dust. In the next moment, Huo Wuxuang's figure flew out from the dust, adjusting his stance upon hitting the ground, like a leopard ready to pounce, with flames and lightning flickering all over him. Attribute suppression. Just now, it was only the aura that was suppressed. Now he felt that his internal soul power had been suppressed by nearly 10. I can't delay any longer. The next move must determine the victor. With this thought, Huo Wuxuang's fourth soul ring lit up. One man against 1,000. As his fourth soul ring, this move was an absolute, single-target powerful soul skill. After releasing his spirit and soul skill, his already exaggerated physique underwent a transformation. Fiery red scales appeared on the surface, and his hands became broad with sharp fingertips. More importantly, A single horn emerged from his forehead, with ripple-like golden-red flames swirling around it. In the next moment, he charged fiercely towards the stationary Meng Ye. Meng Ye narrowed his eyes, the force of this move. The surrounding lightning gradually took on a pale color, and his entire body's muscles swelled slightly, nearly matching Huo Wushuang, who had released the fire dragon spirit. His formal attire was stretched to its limit, revealing sharp lines, each inch seeming like a work of art carved by a master craftsman. Boom! A more terrifying muffled sound came. On the granite-paved battle arena, a clear footprint appeared. In another clash, Meng Ye's hand flickered with lightning, coalescing into a destructive lightning ball. Most of the arcs inside had turned white. At the moment the horn and the lightning ball made contact, Huo Wushuang sensed the crisis, but it was too late to retreat. Boom! The explosion was even more terrifying than before, and the dust spread across half of the battle arena. This arena was comparable to the central platform of the Grand Battle Arena. Brother! Huo Wu exclaimed in shock, although she didn't think Huo Wushuang could win. She hadn't anticipated that the two would clash so fiercely. After a scream, Huo Wushuang was struck down from the platform by a force and fell directly into the water. Wang Shua's servant hurriedly went to save him, pulling Huo Wushuang up. The disheveled Huo Wushuang did not appear as seriously injured as everyone imagined. He only had a red mark on his forehead and had consumed more than half of his soul power. I lost. Huo Wushuang cupped his hands towards Meng Ye, saying, "Thank you." This action left others confused. Seeing that Huo Wushuang was fine, Huo Wu directly expressed her disdain, saying, "Have you lost your mind? Sister, how about we go back now?" Huo Wushuang certainly wasn't dazed. In fact, he was too clear-headed, so he didn't believe Huo Wu had any chance of defeating Meng Ye. He was the only one who understood what Meng Ye had just done. He had forcefully neutralized his strongest attack head-on, while also having the strength to send him flying, and even controlled the force to avoid causing him serious injury. The precision in controlling the force was precisely what was most terrifying. It was a sign that he still had. Chapter 53. You two discussed me in the second round. Hu Yanli made his move. He had a grudge against Meng Ye for breaking his arm back then, and now that his cultivation had improved, he naturally wanted revenge. The terrifying aspect of the diamond mammoth martial soul lay largely in its immense size, towering over 5 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. Excluding other factors, in terms of vitality, Hu Yanli was the strongest opponent Meng Ye had ever encountered among his peers, aside from himself. Lightning gathered in his hands, resembling a thunderous punch, and he ruthlessly slammed it towards the descending mass of flesh. This was Hu Yanli's core attack's sole skill, Crush. It locked onto the target, suppressed them, and relied on his massive size to defeat opponents, utilizing the advantages of both his physique and martial soul to the fullest. Bang! The moment his fist struck Meng Ye's abdomen, a layer of water-like ripples spread from his stomach throughout his body. Zong! The thunder beneath Meng Ye's feet also collapsed under the force, but he himself showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Puff! With a cry of agony, Hu Yanli was sent flying. Theoretically, this move was impossible to counter head-on, yet Meng Ye had shattered it directly and in the most brutally straightforward manner. Meng Ye looked at Hu Yanli with a somewhat unpleasant expression. To be honest, Hu Yanli's appearance, combined with his outrageous attack style, was a bit disgusting to him. Around them, a layer of white smoke quickly dissipated. This punch was already close to his normal full-strength attack. Douluo, watching from below the soul arena, found it hard to swallow, grateful that Meng Ye hadn't gone all out, or he felt he wouldn't even be able to crawl. Although Hu Yanli's attack was disgusting, countering it was not easy. Others from the Element Academy either attempted to use control soul skills to keep their distance, or had to use stronger soul skills, at the cost of more soul power, to forcibly break through. As for directly taking it head-on, they felt nauseated just thinking about it. It seems Hu Yanli has fallen, Feng Xiaodian said with glee. Among the crowd, he was the one who restrained Hu Yanli the most, and also the one who looked down on him the most. What incredible power! Yu Qianxin frowned and looked at Huo Wushuang, curiously asking, Huo Wushuang, didn't you notice his martial soul and soul skill patterns? Don't ask me. If I could understand, I wouldn't have lost so badly. You should go ask him yourself. Huo Wushuang had lost decisively, but it was impossible not to feel frustrated. Although Yu Qianxin's strength subtly hinted at being the strongest in the Element Academy, this was not the right moment to bring it up. Yu Qianxin stopped asking and continued to observe the situation in the Soul Arena. Hu Yanli's defeat was already certain. Hiss! Hu Yanli clutched his stomach, painfully standing up. His face grim as he stared at Meng Ye and asked, "Why do you still have so much soul power?" After fighting with Huo Wushuang, he had thought Meng Ye should have consumed a lot of soul power and was ready to come up for revenge. However, the result was not what he expected. That punch nearly knocked out his dinner from the night before. The Diamond Mammoth was a top martial soul that balanced power and defense. And with the combination of his skin and soul skills, he feared that even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex would find it hard to inflict such severe damage on him. ZZ. Lightning flickered at Meng Ye's fingertips. He wasn't prepared to give Hu Yanli any more chances to waste time. This defensive strategy was not beneficial for the challenger. No matter how strong he was, his soul power was still limited. If it weren't for knowing that these guys aimed to probe his limits, he wouldn't waste time playing mind games and would have just taken him down one by one. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying thunder spear that pierced the entire Soul Arena instantly cut through the air. Hu Yanli's figure was directly struck into the arena and then flung into the water at the edge. The terrifying power of this strike even penetrated the arena, leaving Huo Wushuang and the others wide-eyed in shock. They could easily damage parts of this granite arena, but achieving a single strike that could penetrate it was absolutely impossible. Not a single one of them could do it. In their impression, this level of destructive power was not something a soul sect could achieve. A soul king. Only pure power soul masters might have the possibility. Next, splash. Hu Yanli was retrieved, already unconscious, with a helmet-like soul bone protecting him. Otherwise, this strike would have severely injured him, or worse. Feng Xiaotian stepped onto the Soul Arena, his face maintaining a confident smile throughout. "Let me introduce myself. I apologize for my previous rudeness." He even performed a noble etiquette, saying, "My name is Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy. I'm not interested in your name. Can we start?" Meng Ye had no intention of engaging in conversation with him. Feng Xiaotian was the type who liked to show off his cleverness. Although he appeared friendly on the surface, his pride in his heart was heavier than anyone else's. "It should be me asking you that. After all, your soul power should have been depleted quite a bit, right?" Feng Xiaotian continued with a smile. "You can give it a try." ZZ. Electricity flickered again, and Feng Xiaotian felt the undiminished pressure, causing his smile to freeze. How is that possible? Using a soul skill of that level should have consumed a lot of soul power. Not just Feng Xiaotian, but others also found it unbelievable, regardless of the martial soul. The power of a soul skill was usually proportional to the soul power consumed. Given the power and destructiveness Meng Ye had shown earlier, an ordinary soul sect would likely have already consumed over 70 of their soul power. Good. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaotian was quite shrewd. After a brief shock, he quickly reacted and laughed. "I'll fight you with my self-created wind Demon Wolf 36/. Please enlighten me." After saying this, accompanied by the cracking of his bones, his entire form began to swell, his hair turning green, and a fierce wolf head emerged from his left shoulder, exuding a chilling aura. The Wind Demon Wolf was an ordinary martial soul, but after mutation, it allowed Feng Xiaotian to possess innate full soul power, elevating him to the ranks of top martial souls. "Begin." The butler glanced at both of them to see they were ready, then waved his hand and quickly retreated to the edge of the arena. Feng Xiaotian learned from Hu Yanli's experience, knowing Meng Ye's strikes were fast, extremely fast. At the same time, the force was terrifying, so he also showcased the advantages of his mutated martial soul, quickly charging towards Meng Ye while leaving a long green phantom behind him. The Wind Demon Wolf had both speed and attack, which was why it could rise to the ranks of top martial souls. Whoosh! With a wave of his palm, dozens of sharp air currents gathered into wind blades, directly sealing off Meng Ye's position. Swoosh! Meng Ye sidestepped to dodge, but was still grazed by one of the wind blades, leaving a faint trace of blood on his chest. His body did not have any petrification-like defensive effects, making it somewhat challenging to deal with such sharp attacks. But Feng Xiaoyan's biggest blunder was charging directly at him. Dong! His figure vanished from the spot, exploding with even greater speed than before. There were no afterimages. Yet in an instant, he appeared right in front of Feng Xiaotian. What? Bang! A punch landed, and Feng Xiaoyan's speed became his greatest weakness, further enhancing the punch's force, sending blood splattering. By the time he came to his senses, Feng Xiaotian was already collapsed at the edge of the arena, unconscious, with the wolf head on his shoulder shattered. If you had a bit more hair, it wouldn't be a big deal. But having so many heads is just embarrassing. No wonder Huo Wu looks down on you. Feng Xiaotian paid the price for his arrogance. If he had used his self-created soul skill from the beginning, although it wouldn't have changed the outcome, it wouldn't have ended so badly. The already defeated Huo Wu Shuang and the awakened Hu Yanli exchanged a glance, secretly relieved that at least Meng Ye hadn't been so ruthless before. The soul was shattered. This injury wouldn't heal in less than 10 days or half a month. Chapter 54. Approaching the end. Lei Xingyang. Your disciple is too ruthless. ISN Tihi. Inside Wang Shua's manor castle, several figures were watching the competition, among them a middle-aged man in a blue suit, his face full of anger as he looked at the composed Lei Xingyang. Surrounding him were a few others, including a burly man with white hair and beard, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant. However, in terms of physique, Lei Xingyang was not much inferior. This is a fight without rules. Besides, your disciple was careless. Who can he blame? Lei Xingyang glanced at him and said casually, "You're talking nonsense. Your disciple was clearly trying to kill him. Has anyone died?" Lei Xingyang dug into his ear, still maintaining an indifferent demeanor. "You." The opponent's chest heaved with anger, but facing Lei Xingyang's attitude, he felt helpless. "All right, let us keep watching." The middle-aged man in red glanced at the other and stopped him from continuing, as they were not here to quarrel. In the previous few Soul Master tournaments, the Spirit Hall had basically taken all the prizes, and with the Spirit Hall's current power, they didn't dare to compete even if they had the ability. However, it was still necessary to understand the strength of the Spirit Hall. At least it was good to know how big the gap was. The soul battles continued, and Feng Xiaoyan's defeat was so decisive that the remaining few felt somewhat discouraged. They did not like Feng Xiaoyan's arrogance, but they acknowledged his strength. Apart from Yu Tianxin, no one dared to say they had absolute confidence in defeating Feng Xiaotian. You should have little soul power left. Yu Tianxin, why aren't you making your move? Huo Wu Shuang glanced at Yu Tianxin. Judging from the soul skills used, Meng Ye should indeed have little soul power left. Yu Tianxin scanned him with an expressionless face as he walked towards the battle arena. He also felt that Meng Ye should have little soul power left. Although it felt somewhat unfair, the key issue now wasn't whether he could win, but that he had to win. They came as the 5 Elements Academy. And if they were all taken down, it would not just be a personal matter. They would have a hard time explaining back home. Despicable. Who would have thought that Shui Yuer, who had been standing next to Shui Binger, looked at Huo Wu Shuang with disdain? Hey, which side are you on? Our 5 Elements Academy is just in a competitive relationship. They are from a Spear Hall. Anyway, you're not on their side. Shui Yuer showed no regard for Huo Wu Shuang, but upon seeing Huo Wu's glare, she quickly hid behind Shui Bing. Huo Wu also glanced at the smiling Huo Wu Shuang and frowned. Does that guy look like he has little soul power left? She felt that Huo Wu Shuang was not just putting Meng Ye in a difficult position, but was actually putting Yu Tianxin at a disadvantage. Meng Ye showed no signs of excessive soul power consumption. At most, he was just tired. ISNT that to increase your chances of winning? Let us see what happens. If Yu Tianxin loses, you can take the opportunity to defeat him. Huo Wu Shuang scratched his head. He was the first to be knocked out and had a clear understanding of the gap in strength between himself and Meng Ye. After witnessing Huyan Li and Feng Xiaotian's defeats, he was shocked, but was also calculating Meng Ye's consumption. Though they were both soul masters, the quality of soul power might differ, but the total amount of soul power wouldn't differ too much. Winning 3 consecutive matches, Meng Ye could not possibly be as relaxed as he appeared. In fact, this was true. Meng Ye's explosive power, based on his extreme attributes and stronger foundation, far exceeded that of his peers, but the consumption of soul power and stamina was not low. He exhaled, keeping his breath steady. I can wait for you. Yu Qianxin wanted to win, but if it was an unfair victory, he would still feel uneasy. No need, it's enough. Meng Ye nodded at the butler. Both sides released their martial spirits, and the battle began. Ziz, ziz. As soon as they released their martial spirits, intense lightning erupted between them, and the thunder snakes around Yu Qianxin were clearly suppressed. As expected, your martial spirit attributes are stronger than mine. Yu Qianxin looked at Meng Ye with burning eyes, a hint of shock in his gaze. He did not strike immediately, but instead asked, "What kind of martial spirit is this? Is there a thunder martial spirit stronger than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex?" The latter part sounded more like he was asking himself. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex had always been recognized as the strongest beast martial spirit on the continent, and it could also be considered the strongest thunder attribute martial spirit. Though it might not truly be the strongest, it could be confirmed that only a few could surpass it, definitely part of the top-tier martial spirits. Body, martial spirit. What is that martial spirit? Yu Qianxin frowned at Meng Ye, as he had never heard of such a martial spirit. You will know in the future. Not only Yu Qianxin, but there were very few people on the continent who had heard of the term body martial spirit. However, it wouldn't be long before the value of such a martial spirit would be uncovered. Let us wait and see. The exchange between the two was not complex, and it could even be said to be very brief. After it ended, Yu Qianxin fully completed his martial spirit possession. Deep blue scales covered his arms, and his fingers turned into sharp claws. This form was not the most suitable fighting stance for humans. The human arm and fingers were the most flexible and efficient organs among all terrestrial beasts. If humans possessed strength and hardness comparable to dragon claws, human hands would definitely outperform dragon claws. Most people might not be able to achieve this, but Meng Ye could. Bang! Boom! In their fierce clashes, electric sparks flew everywhere. Meng Ye had not fully activated the power of his extreme attributes, and the consumption of soul power was somewhat high. So at this moment, he was relying entirely on strength to confront Yu Qianxin head-on, gripping those dragon claws tightly, resisting their sharpness with his human flesh. What powerful strength! Huh! Yu Qianxin was filled with fighting spirit. A bolt of lightning flashed through his eyes, suddenly unleashing even stronger soul power. Third soul skill, Thunder's Fury, activate. Buzz, Meng Ye it. Although he wanted to conserve soul power, he thought again that the remaining opponents seemed easier to deal with, so he simply used his second soul skill. Rampage. Although it was just a second soul skill, its enhancement was not inferior to Yu Qianxin's third soul skill, and it might even surpass it. His second soul ring had reached 3,000 years, far exceeding the 2,000 years limit of the third soul ring for Battle Soul Masters. The only thing lacking might be the attribute enhancement, but that was not a big deal. Meng Ye's thunder attribute was already stronger than Yu Qianxin's, and any additional enhancement would be useless. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed in the air, and the fierce electric light gathered into a beam, shooting straight into the sky. Blue electric divine dragon rush. At the last moment, Yu Qianxin had fully unleashed the destructive power of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. A giant dragon of lightning charged towards Meng Ye at zero distance. Fourth soul skill of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Break. Facing this move, Meng Ye was also somewhat moved. All the thunder snakes shooting out from his body suddenly turned white. The white, strange thunder, carrying the aura of annihilation, seemed to erase all color around it. Yu Qianxin's move contained thunder that was ineffective against Meng Ye, but the shock carried by that soul power was a big problem. The majority of a soul master's soul power, even if used to strike from a distance, was enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Boom! At a critical moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, directly landing in the center of the battle arena, and a figure was sent flying out, landing in the water. Sizzle. In an instant, the terrifying heat evaporated the surrounding water vapor, and a large amount of steam rose. Ziz. As the dust settled on the arena, a bare-chested figure with well-defined lines emerged, eyes filled with fierce lightning, exuding a domineering aura of destruction. The few observers felt their hearts tremble and even dared not look directly into those eyes. Except for one person, Shui Yuer looked at Meng Ye with a lovesick expression. She even licked her tongue. Chapter 55. Impulsive Fire Dance. Yu Qianxin was also pulled up but his condition was not very good. His whole body had been invaded by extreme thunder. If it weren't for the fact that his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was also of the thunder attribute, he would have likely been severely injured. Even so, at this moment, he stood stiffly in place, occasionally twitching. He had experienced it. After finally removing some of the thunder, Yu Qianxin cupped his fists in respect to Meng Ye. Although he lost, Meng Ye had shown him the extreme of the thunder attribute, making him realize that the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was not the strongest. Just this alone made the trip worthwhile for him. He nodded slightly. He appreciated Yu Qianxin quite a bit, whether it was his talent or his calmness, both of which were top choices on the entire continent. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul could actually be stronger, but there were also drawbacks to inheriting martial souls. Relying on the experiences summarized by ancestors for martial soul cultivation could ensure that one would not make mistakes and would not be too weak. But the upper limit was fixed there. The most typical example might still be the Hao-Ian hammer. After Tangshun, no one from the Hao-Ian sect had reached the extreme Douluo level through self-cultivation. Looking at the others, Meng Ye calmly asked, "Do we continue?" At this point in the battle, the outcome was no longer important. Ending it early or calling it a draw would both be good results. Why not continue? I'm here too. Huo Wu directly walked up the steps to the battle arena, her perfect arc forming a beautiful sight. Meng Ye frowned. This was not good. His soul power was really running low. Defeating Huo Wu was not difficult, but he would likely have to reveal some of his trump cards, which would not be worth the loss. The strength he could expose was basically about the same. Meng Ye suddenly raised a hand. "I concede." The others were surprised. They did not expect Meng Ye to do this. Although this was not an important match, just an exchange, they had been competing for so many years that this strong sense of victory and defeat had long been ingrained in their hearts. Losing was acceptable, but conceding was impossible. In their view, Meng Ye should be the same. "Stand still," Huo Wu shouted angrily, stopping Meng Ye, who was about to leave the stage, her face looking displeased. "Do you look down on me?" "No, it's just that my soul power is less than 10% left. It's just an exchange match. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle, right?" Meng Ye turned to look at her, frowning slightly. Huo Wu had a strong desire to win and a strong sense of pride, which he had already experienced. Huo Wu was speechless, unable to find any rebuttal, as it was a fact that Meng Ye had fought for so long without soul power. In the end, she still stubbornly said, "I can wait for you to recover your soul power." This made Meng Ye's frown deepen. His attitude was already very clear, and there was no need to take it so seriously. However, seeing Huo Wu's posture of seeking revenge, he felt somewhat displeased. Ha, sister. I think Meng Ye is right. You're a girl. Even if he wins, it wouldn't be glorious for you. Huo Wu Shuang, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly stepped forward to advise. He was the only one who could speak here. Others would definitely backfire. "Shut up." To his surprise, Huo Wu was so angry that she shot him a glare, making Huo Wu Shuang shut his mouth. Huo Wu Shuang shrank his neck and retreated. This scene made Hu Yanli and Feng Xiaotian somewhat gloat. The latter looked infatuated at Huo Wu, thinking how domineering she was and how much he liked her. Huo Wu's gaze turned back to Meng Ye, her stubbornness mixed with a hint of crystal-like determination, clearly unwilling to back down without a fight. All right. Meng Ye turned back to the battle arena, standing in his position. This luxurious battle arena was already somewhat pockmarked. However, it was still enough to support one or two more battles without affecting the performance of the Soul Masters. "I'll wait for you to recover your soul power." "No need." Meng Ye glanced at the butler, nodded again, and signaled him to start. Both sides released their martial souls. "Begin." Roar. A figure surrounded by flames suddenly appeared behind Huo Wu, and in the next moment, the fire shadow dashed directly towards Meng Ye at high speed. "Do you dare to humiliate me?" Huo Wu shouted angrily. This first soul skill was her fastest soul skill, although Meng Ye had easily resolved it back then. It did not mean this move was weak. Very few could withstand this speed. Bang! To everyone's surprise, at the moment the fire shadow approached, Meng Ye raised his hand and accurately caught it in his palm. Whoosh! After a puff of white smoke, the flames dissipated into nothingness. Don't get me wrong, I rarely hold any worldly prejudices against others. How others understand it is not something I could decide. In addition, crack. All the bones in his body exploded with a loud noise, and then Meng Ye's figure actually expanded slightly, his height rising directly to a level similar to Hu Yanli. However, it was not muscle expansion, but as if his bones and flesh had undergone proportional enlargement, without any change in muscle coordination. As the change ended, Meng Ye's deep and heavy voice sounded. I'm indeed a bit unhappy right now. The mental secret technique developed by Meng Ye was that of the Thunder Beast, while the blood and energy secret technique was inherited from Lei Zhengyang, modified after that. Meng Ye named it the Battle God Body, as long as the blood and energy and physique were strong enough. This move could even unleash power comparable to the true form of a martial soul, preserving the most adaptable form of humanity and possessing power and speed that could rival or even surpass the true form of a martial soul, as well as defense. Boom! A heavy sense of oppression spread out, and Huo Wu stared rigidly at Meng Ye, her long legs unconsciously retreating. In fact, not only her, but even Huo Wushuang, Feng Xiaotian, and others, who were far away, were also frozen in place. Sister gulped so scary. Shuiya, somewhat frightened, hid behind Shui Bingat. The current appearance of Meng Ye made her feel a deep-seated fear. That terrifying aura, like that of a ferocious beast, would make even a soul king tremble. Meng Ye, Huo Wu concedes. Show mercy. Huo Wushuang quickly shouted. Given the situation, he was truly afraid that Meng Ye would lose control and directly hit Huo Wu. In his normal state, a single punch could almost severely injure Hu Yanli. In this monstrous form, it looked like he wouldn't leave any chance for survival with a single punch. I won't. To everyone's surprise, Huo Wu actually released a strong firelight at this moment, rapidly increasing, with a hot fireball gradually condensing above her head. Sister, stop. Huo Wushuang anxiously rushed onto the stage, trying to stop Huo Wu. To his surprise, a ring of flames burst from Huo Wu, directly knocking Huo Wushuang away, but he was not injured. The resisting fire ring was a control-type soul skill and had no lethality. With an unyielding gaze fixed on Meng Ye, Huo Wu raised her hands high, continuing to gather her soul power. Sigh. Meng Ye sighed, and in the next moment, before Huo Wu could react, he had already appeared in front of her, grabbing that blazing fireball with one hand. Boom! As the fireball exploded, the raging flames spread out like a shock wave, and a heat wave almost engulfed the entire forest. Thud! Huo Wu was directly thrown into the pool, and Meng Ye also appeared off the stage, reverting to his original form. He had intended to let Huo Wu know when to retreat, but who knew she would push him to act? Using fire attribute against himself? One could only say it was commendable courage. You guys don't want to fight the last match, do you? Meng Ye looked at the Shui Binger sisters and asked. He casually took the robe handed to him by Wang Shuo and draped it over himself. After that last move, his pants were almost in tatters, and he certainly did not want to run around naked. Of course not, thank you. Shui Binger nodded, her demeanor elegant and poised. She is not Huo Wu, and she does not act impulsively. She understands that Meng Ye's actions are entirely to leave a good impression for the Five Elements Academy. This could have been considered a very successful exchange competition, if Huo Wu had not acted impulsively in the end. Chapter 56 Return to the Spirit Hall. The exchange competition has concluded, and naturally, what follows is the banquet. Wang Shuo specially summoned the imperial chef from the palace to celebrate Meng Ye's return. Many royal and noble members seemed to have heard some rumors and shamelessly showed up. After all, the reputation of the Five Elements Academy is quite significant in the Heaven Do Empire. This young friend, possesses astonishing talent, truly eye-opening for this old man. A middle-aged figure in a blue suit, with an extraordinary demeanor, approached Meng Ye. Meng Ye turned to take a look while eating. A soul Douluo, but his specific cultivation level is hard to discern. This was his first reaction. It had almost become instinct. While others might first notice the face and then the demeanor and speech, he immediately sensed the faint soul power fluctuations that the other party inadvertently revealed, allowing him to judge their cultivation level. Senior, you flatter me. May I ask your name? Meng Ye was quite sure he didn't remember this person, though he did have an impression of a similar aura. Yu Yuntian, elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, currently also serving as the president of the Thunder Academy. and the uncle of Yu Tianxin. The other party calmly stated his identity without showing any contempt typical of a strong person toward the weaker one. So it's an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I apologize for my rudeness. Meng Ye returned the greeting. The necessary etiquette should not be neglected. After chatting briefly, Meng Ye felt quite positive about the other party. At least on the surface, he didn't sense any hostility or dislike. However, what surprised Meng Ye was that several other academy presidents from the Elemental Academy came over to briefly converse with him, seemingly just to show their faces. This left him puzzled. He knew these people had been observing their exchange competition from the shadows, but it shouldn't lead them to have any particular thoughts about him. Boss, what do they mean by this? Wang Shuo also appeared confused. His family was a hereditary noble, with only a couple of ancestors barely reaching the Soul Emperor level. So he really didn't understand the Soul Master world. How would I know? Do you think I'm a god? Meng Ye shot him a glare. If he could read minds, he wouldn't be here. He could simply find a stone bridge, sit down, and make a fortune effortlessly. These nobles and high-ranking members of the Soul Master Academies couldn't really find common ground to chat about. But people like Huo Wushuang were also objects of interest for the nobility, even if it was just a slight favor. It was easy to imagine that these talented individuals from various academies would surely have bright futures, and if they could establish any connections, it would be greatly beneficial for these nobles. As for Meng Ye, they didn't seem to know whether it was due to self-awareness or being intimidated by his aura. But they didn't bother him. Brother Meng, thank you. Huo Wushuang, now dressed in formal attire, approached as well. Meng Ye continued eating without acknowledging him. This brother-sister duo were not easy to deal with, and he decided to keep his distance from them in the future. After dealing with the banquet, Meng Ye left the manor and headed towards the spirit hall. Shoo! Halfway there, Meng Ye frowned and looked toward the corner of the street, sensing a soul power. Moments later, Lei Xingyang emerged from the shadows, looking refreshed as if he had just finished relieving himself. Don't tell me you came here just for that, Meng Ye said, looking at Lei Xingyang strangely. Cough. Everyone has their urgent needs. Caught in the act, Lei Xingyang could only awkwardly cough. That's true, Meng Ye nodded. Although it was only a few minutes away, if one was really in a hurry, it wasn't something that could be held back easily. Just like now, Meng Ye hadn't felt it before, but after drinking quite a bit at the banquet, along with the earlier horn sound. Where are you going? Lei Xingyang asked curiously as he saw Meng Ye suddenly walk towards the shadows of the street. Everyone has their urgent needs. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall. At this time, there was less than half a year left before the Soul Master competition officially began. Your Holiness, he greeted. In these 2 months, he had broken through his bottleneck, but had yet to grasp the opportunity to obtain that soul ring. Hence he had delayed going to the Stardow Forest. Now it seemed he could only rely on the power of the Spirit Hall to acquire that soul ring. It seems you haven't been idle during this time. That's very good. Bibi Dong nodded, showing a satisfied expression. She could tell that Meng Ye's cultivation had improved. The changes brought by the increase in soul power were quite evident for a soul master. With the soul fighting competition approaching, once Nodder exits her seclusion tomorrow, I will arrange for you to enter that opportunity place with her, so you can return and wait for now. Yes. Leaving the papal hall without showing any signs, Meng Ye was filled with a bit of doubt. He could now be sure it was definitely not the city of slaughter. So what exactly is this opportunity place? To enhance cultivation. Not thinking too much, Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. He came back relatively early, but there were still quite a few students who returned ahead of time. Creaking the door open, he was greeted by a musty smell despite not being gone for long. He opened the windows for ventilation and tidied up the room a bit, letting the sunlight in. After a busy period, half a day had passed. He went to the cafeteria for lunch and returned to his dormitory to continue meditating. He thought the day would pass just like that, waiting for the next day to see Bibi Dong. But unexpectedly, someone came looking for him. Knock, knock, knock. Creaking open the door, Meng Ye found it was the 3 siblings from the Liu family. Although 2 months had passed, he could still clearly sense the subtle changes in their demeanor. Hey, we heard you just got back, and we wanted to invite you to gather. Of course, we also invited Luo Xian, Liu Yu said with a smile. The 3 of them actually knew quite a few people, especially Lu Meng, who could be called the Academy's darling, though it felt like many of those people were a bit fooled by her charm. Is that so? Then fine. Meng Ye wanted to refuse. He wanted more time to cultivate, but he also felt that pursuing and forcing himself to cultivate too much could indeed be tiring. Although outsiders saw his progress as incredibly fast, almost as if he was advancing by leaps and bounds, it wasn't like that in his eyes. Every bit of soul power increase felt slowed down countless times due to his intense focus. And the mental fatigue from prolonged meditation was even more intense than using soul techniques, to the point where his willpower felt a bit painful. Closing the door, the group headed out of the academy. On the way, Lu Meng, the little girl, couldn't sit still and started acting up. "I feel like you've gotten even more handsome, little Yi," Lu Meng said, walking beside Meng Ye with a beaming smile. "Lu Meng, are you looking for a beating?" Lu Yu glared at the little girl with a serious expression. "How can you talk like that?" "Oops, big sister. I was wrong." Lu Meng closed her eyes and hid behind Meng Ye, pretending to be pitiful. Although both her appearance and reactions were quite cute, her mouth was really something else, leaving Meng Ye speechless. His age was indeed a bit young. By age, there was no one younger than him here. And there were not many in the Spirit Hall Academy younger than him. But in terms of cultivation, there weren't many who were stronger than him. Strictly speaking, in the Soul Master world, the capable teach the incapable, so it wouldn't be inappropriate for this little girl to call him senior. Indeed, it was a bit impolite. "Apologies, I haven't disciplined her well." Lu Yu looked at Meng Ye apologetically. Just like mother," Lu Meng mumbled quietly from behind Meng Ye. "Whoosh. Lu Yu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Meng by the ear, pulling her out from behind Meng Ye, and a scream immediately followed. "It seems that in these 2 months, the elders have spoiled you. If I don't discipline you today, I'm not your sister," Lu Yu said angrily, a rare display of emotion from her. "Wow, uncle, how embarrassing." Lu Ji also shook his head helplessly and looked at Meng Ye apologetically. "It's okay." Chapter 57, Warning from the Seven Wolves. After a farce, Meng Ye and the others arrived at the academy gate, where Luo Xian was already waiting. It was obvious that the three had come to find Meng Ye later. Dressed in a white long dress, she seemed much more cheerful and natural than before, her youthful features gradually transforming into delicate lines, with a smile and demeanor radiating a newfound confidence. "Long time no see," she greeted Meng Ye proactively upon seeing him. Meng Ye was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, wanting to say something, but the words died on his lips. "We have reserved a restaurant. Let's go." Lu Yu raised her hand to lead the way, and Lu Meng, after being scolded, had become much more obedient. As they walked out of the academy, this scene happened to be seen by Yin and Xiu passing by. Ever since Meng Ye had overshadowed him and Bibi Dong had shown more attention to Meng Ye, Yin had been displeased with Meng Ye, and this displeasure became even more pronounced after his cultivation improved. They had already reached level 50 and obtained their 5th soul ring, successfully acquiring the purple badge granted by the Pope's palace. They were now somewhat renowned across the continent. "Yin, don't complicate things. I know. No need for you to remind me." Yin was somewhat angry, but after calming down a bit, he asked, "That woman has appeared next to Meng Ye many times. Do you know her?" "I don't know her, but she seems to be Meng Ye's confidant." "Confidant? Are you sure?" Yan's eyes widened a bit as he pressed further. "What are you trying to say?" Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, worried that this guy might provoke trouble. They understood Meng Ye's style. He was a cultivation fanatic who didn't provoke others. But if he was provoked, they could only pray that his mood was good at that moment. "Do you think Nara knows about this?" Yin shot a glance at Xiaoyu, a cold smile appearing on his face. He also knew that Bibi Dong valued Meng Ye more. And now Hulaina interacted more with Meng Ye. Although he had been looking for opportunities to get closer these past 2 months, Hulaina had shown no interest in him. After thinking it over, even if he couldn't have her, he absolutely couldn't let Meng Ye have her. This, she probably doesn't know. Meng Ye was naturally unaware that Yin was up to no good and was on his way to the restaurant. No one spoke along the way, but Lu Yu and the others still tacitly left space for Meng Ye and Luo Xian. When a group of people walked together, it was easy to bring the two closer. After all, when others were walking together, you couldn't just squeeze into the middle, right? If everyone else is nearby, what does it mean for you to lean to the side? Are you pretending not to know them? But the two of them didn't talk throughout the journey. They only exchanged a few normal sentences before continuing to walk. "Here we are," Please come in. Luo Xian reached the door, elegantly yet playfully raising her hand to say. This was a restaurant run by her family, a show of hospitality. However, she definitely wouldn't have made such a gesture before. At this time, there weren't many people. As it was past mealtime, the group found a private room, and just as they stepped in, Luo Chuan entered with the menu. Gentlemen, what would you like to order? He seemed like he had come to take their orders, but Meng Ye could clearly feel that most of his attention was fixed on him. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out. You all order. I've eaten already. Meng Ye handed the menu to the others. Luo Xian, you're more familiar with this place. You know what's good? So please order. Lu Yu passed the menu to Luo Xian again. Luo Xian ordered the dishes and then handed the menu back to Luo Chuan. Seeing him still staring at Meng Ye, she smiled and discreetly pinched Luo Chuan's hand from the blind spot of the others. Hiss. What's wrong? Seeing Luo Chuan's twisted expression, the others were startled. Meng Ye noticed but didn't say anything. No, it's nothing. Please wait a moment. I'll go get your dishes. Although feeling strange, they didn't say much. Lu Yu and the others didn't know Luo Chuan, although he looked somewhat similar to Luo Xian. They couldn't tell anything just from that. In the kitchen, Luo Chuan had someone serve Meng Ye and the others, then hurriedly ran upstairs. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? I asked you to help out to train you. Luo Zekin, who was sipping tea, looked at his son. Father, I oppose this. Were you opposing? Luo father was confused. Are you opposing my 7 wolves? Bang! Luo Chuan slammed the table in agitation, causing tea to splash everywhere. I oppose my sister getting close to that guy named Meng Ye. Luo father looked at the spilled tea, paused, and then calmly glanced at Luo Chuan, saying, what bad habits or shortcomings did your mother say you should look out for? Didn't you find all good points? He flirts with other women, but how come I heard that it's the other way around, that they are pursuing Meng Ye? He can keep his heart and remain pure, just like I did back in the day. He's a cold-faced man. He doesn't like my sister at all. Men, after all, prioritize their careers. That is a good thing. I see no problem with it. He's still my 7 wolves. Luo Chuan, danger. Meng Ye was naturally unaware of the commotion upstairs. Things were lively on his side, leaving him no time to pay attention to his surroundings. During the meal, Lu Meng started looking for topics to discuss again. This little girl couldn't keep secrets and would say anything, which was then stopped by Lu Yu. By the end of the meal, the atmosphere was amicable, reminiscing and chatting. After the gathering, they headed back to the academy. As a result, Meng Ye saw Yin and the others standing at the academy gate, seemingly waiting for him. Why didn't you say anything when you returned? Hu Laina frowned slightly as she looked at Luo Xian beside Meng Ye, but still stepped forward to ask. I've already been to the Pope's palace. Meng Ye was confused. The reputation of these 3 had now reached its peak. If they continued to remain undefeated, they might become a legendary group. Of course, Meng Ye was among them. Meng Ye, we'll take our leave first. Lu Yu and the others greeted him and left, clearly not wanting to get involved in this topic. We're teammates after all. It's been a long time since we've met. How about a small gathering? Hu Laina said with a good control of her emotions and expressions, smiling. Glancing at Xie Yu and Yin beside her, the former looked like he was watching a show. Meng Ye shook his head and said, I want to go. The Pope will summon me tomorrow. While they called themselves teammates, only the 4 of them in the Wuhuan Temple's representative team formed a circle. Xie Yu and Hu Laina had no issues, but Meng Ye felt a bit repulsed by Yin. This guy wasn't a child. His original temperament couldn't be changed, and he truly held grudges. Not just saying it lightly, but genuinely keeping it in mind. It wouldn't have been a problem otherwise, but his vengeful nature was indiscriminate. All right then, regarding that secret method, I have some parts one don't understand. You should be able to help me, right? Hu Laina stared into Meng Ye's eyes, an unusual aura spreading out. Which part? Meng Ye had no intention of avoiding the others. This secret method had probably long reached the hands of the elders in the Pope's palace. It was impossible for it to spread, but he still didn't care. His secret method isn't that easy to cultivate. Hu Laina bit her lip and said, I can't visualize living beings. That means your spiritual power isn't enough. Just continue cultivating. A strange look flashed in Meng Ye's eyes. His secret method wasn't something that could be easily cultivated. It was an absolutely blank spiritual secret method in this era. Even if there were issues, no one would be able to see through it. But I've already obtained my 5th soul ring, and my spiritual power has increased significantly. That is still not enough. Meng Ye is the absolute authority on this secret method, and no one can question it. Chapter 58. Opportunity and Crisis. Inside the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong looked at the ghost Douluo beside her and asked Elder Ghost, "How was your progress with that secret method of cultivation?" "Forgive me, my aptitude is dull, and I have yet to grasp the key to that secret method." Ghost Douluo was also puzzled. He even eavesdropped on Meng Ye's guidance to Hulaina, but found nothing lacking. Logically speaking, with his rank as a title Douluo, even if he just followed the secret method step by step, there should be some results. "You're still at the first stage, observing objects, right?" Bibi Dong asked lightly. "Yes. It seems I underestimated him. Meng Ye must be hiding something and has already sensed my intentions." "Then what does your holiness wish?" Although Ghost Douluo had only practiced part of it, he understood the importance of this secret method due to his cultivation level. Just a part of it was enough for him to reach the initial application of a title Douluo's spiritual power, comparable to his self-created spiritual attack soul skill. "What are you thinking? Do you think Meng Ye is an idiot? A purple record badge is naturally insufficient to exchange for such a precious secret method." Bibi Dong coldly glanced at Ghost Douluo. Yes, Ghost Douluo did not dare to say more. Serving alongside a ruler was like accompanying a tiger, and failing to read Bibi Dong's thoughts was incompetence, while guessing her thoughts correctly was a death sentence. Forget it. Letting him cultivate in the secret realm is also my stance. After the soul fighting competition, let him choose a soul bone from the treasury. Bibi Dong saw clearly that the secret method Meng Ye provided was incomplete, equivalent to a bargaining chip. The more benefits she could offer, the more secret methods Meng Ye would hand over. As for outright theft, there was no need. In her eyes, Meng Ye's value was not less than that of this secret method. The next day, Meng Ye and Hulaina arrived at the Pope's palace to meet Bibi Dong. "Follow me." Rising from her throne, Bibi Dong walked to the side of the throne, and the two, though puzzled, followed her. The Pope's palace was naturally vast. Passing through a closed corridor, Meng Ye could roughly judge that they were still within the Pope's palace, but he felt the oppressive atmosphere around him. At the end of the corridor, a blood-colored magic circle was engraved in the room, and all the ominous aura emanated from here. In the dim space, only the patterns reflected a faint light through the weak candlelight. Decadence, oppression, darkness, and a rotten aura. "Step on it. This is a teleportation magic circle. I will personally send you over." Bibi Dong pointed to the center of the magic circle, and after the two stepped onto it, she looked at Meng Ye and said, "On this trip, you need to help Hulaina complete her trial and bring her back safely." "Yes." Meng Ye nodded. He was not surprised by this outcome. If it could be entered casually, Hulaina would have probably gone in long ago. Bibi Dong would not be stingy with Hulaina. This place was clearly one of both opportunity and crisis. Bang! Bibi Dong struck her staff, and a strong light suddenly burst forth from the surrounding walls, resembling demonic paintings. The next moment, the two disappeared in a flash of bright light. "Hulaina, don't blame your teacher." With a slight sigh, Bibi Dong turned to leave. This was a two-way teleportation array, but returning from the other side had conditions. In a desolate, silent, dead trees marsh, Meng Ye and Hulaina appeared. The sky was dark, shrouded in gloomy clouds, with only some glowing ores and algae on the ground bringing a bit of light. Recovering from the discomfort brought by the spatial fluctuations, as they sensed the changes around them, both showed a wary expression and looked around. "Did the Pope not tell you what the opportunity here is?" Meng Ye frowned and asked. "The teacher said the opportunity here is a type of spirit soul, similar to soul beasts. After absorbing it, it can increase the age of the soul ring, but after 3 days, it will be forcibly removed from this place." Hulaina clearly knew more than Meng Ye. This information was something Bibi Dong had not mentioned to him. Roar! Just as she finished speaking, a shadow jumped down from a nearby tree, completely blending into the surrounding environment, making it impossible to spot visually. Bang! The shadow was extremely fast, but Meng Ye reacted even faster, punching out and sending it flying. It crashed into a tree trunk, breaking it and sinking deep into the ground, followed by a circle of white light appearing above the dead creature. A soul ring? No, this is a spirit soul. Absorbing it can directly increase the age of a soul ring. This can extend a soul ring's age by 10 years. Only 10 years? Meng Ye was evidently not too satisfied with this and turned to explore the surroundings. Aren't you going to absorb it? Hulaina clearly did not expect Meng Ye to do this. Although it was only 10 years, it could accumulate over time. If her second soul ring could be raised to the 1,000-year level, it would be a significant improvement. Too weak. I'm going to look for others nearby. If you want to absorb it, do it quickly. As he spoke, Meng Ye's voice was already drifting off into the distance. The dark marsh shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the sky. Gradually, Meng Ye's figure disappeared into the marsh. Hulaina was startled. She used her soul power to enhance her vision, but found she couldn't locate Meng Ye at all. On the other side, Meng Ye also did not realize that Hulaina had already moved far away. However, unlike Hulaina, he could clearly lock onto her position, even without seeing her. It seems an interesting fellow has come. In the unknown space, a graceful figure flickered in the darkness, every movement affecting the surrounding dark laws. This talent is quite impressive. I just wonder how strong their will is. A long, jade-like hand reached out from the darkness, lightly tapping the void in front of her, and invisible ripples spread out. Sizzle. After finding another spirit soul, Meng Ye discovered it was still 10 years after killing it, and he felt somewhat disappointed, still not absorbing it. Assessing the surrounding environment, he was trying to explore the connection between the strength of these spirit souls and their environment. All creatures evolve according to their living environment, and based on the harshness or richness of that environment, clearly defined areas of strength and weakness appear. Even in the most hostile environments, this is true. The trial of slaughter has begun. Please ensure the survival of yourself and your companions in the next 20 minutes. Reward will be granted based on completion. Failure will erase when the trialist's soul rings. The sudden voice in his mind caused Meng Ye to pause, and his first reaction was not the system, but to mobilize everything in his sea of consciousness. Every inch of space in the sea of consciousness. Even the source of his soul was searched, and ultimately, he found a blood-red mark on the source of his spirit. Roar. In a mental space, the thunder beast he had been nurturing erupted with a deafening roar, tearing the mark apart with a claw. After completing this, Meng Ye expanded the realm of the thunder beast, establishing an unbreakable mental barrier in his sea of consciousness. Puff. In reality, Meng Ye couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even being affected, the source of his spirit couldn't be stirred lightly. But he hated anyone leaving anything in his sea of consciousness, even gods. A voice of suspicion sounded, and Meng Ye's gaze swept through the void like a hawk, sensing a slight presence but unable to lock onto it, unable to see. Who? Crack. His entire body crackled with explosive sounds, his corporeal blood and chi surging, fully prepared to strike at any moment. It seems you don't like my gift. Well, go back and find your companions. My test is still valid. Interesting. A low, neutral female voice echoed, the soft sound brushing over every inch of his skin, cold and chilling. What a terrifying aura of slaughter. Meng Ye bit his tongue, using the pain to stabilize his mind, but his sense of direction had completely vanished. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye headed towards the direction of Hulaina. This place was filled with an eerie atmosphere, and it seemed that to complete Bibi Dong's task, he couldn't stray too far from Hulaina. Chapter 59. The unknown deity Meng Ye found Hulaina again, and there were already quite a few spirits gathered around. Although they were Soul King level, their control abilities were quite strong, but their lethality was limited. For a moment, Hulaina found herself unable to escape, completely surrounded. Crack! Boom! Thunder roared across the sky, and terrifying lightning bolts directly pierced through a large number of spirits, finally revealing a yellow spirit amidst the white light. Meng Ye. Hulaina was startled by the sudden attack, but her expression brightened upon realizing it was Meng Ye. Are you all right? Hulaina looked pale, as if she had consumed a lot of soul power, but the allure in her eyes seemed even stronger, and her gaze was off, indicating symptoms of being possessed. If something happened to Hulaina here, it would be difficult for him to report to Bibi Dong. I just heard a voice in my mind, she said, biting her lip, seemingly struggling with something. It seemed to want me to complete a trial, and then I could gain some reward. What trial? Meng Ye was pretty sure that the other party was a deity, but he wasn't certain which one. It couldn't be the Rakshasa god. The aura was far different from Bibi Dong's martial soul. He was more inclined to believe that it was the god of slaughter he had encountered. Hulaina's expression was abnormal, but she hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Meng Ye noticed the oddity in her eyes, but didn't dare to attempt to help her break that so-called trial. His own mental sea could be a bit rough, and he had confidence in handling it, but he couldn't carelessly touch someone else's mental sea, as it could easily lead to problems. Once the mental source suffered a heavy blow, amnesia or becoming an idiot would be light consequences. The worst case could lead to a mental breakdown, resulting in death on the spot. Roar! At this moment, a monster that seemed to be made of broken fragments slowly approached them. Its limbs were very short, and its legs curled like a frog. However, its claws were about the same size as its entire body, with a sinister black appearance that made it hard to see, while something like fur or some other material swirled around it. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked at the gigantic being, which was at least 7 or 8 meters tall. Judging from its aura, it was no less than a 10,000-year-soul beast, but its exact strength was unknown. Let's deal with this monster first. Okay. Hulaina also raised her spirits, and that seemingly possessed state was just a facade. It didn't seem to affect her sanity. Crackle. The fierce lightning spread out, and since they had to stay here for 3 days, Meng Ye wasn't sure if there was a relatively safe place. So he could only try to conserve his strength and soul power. Clang! A nearly 2-meter-long thunder spear appeared in his hand, but Meng Ye didn't throw it out. This third soul skill, the Thunder Strike Spear, was a manifestation of lightning, perfectly able to carry his strength, making its long-range throwing power impressive as well. But its true use was in close combat. You go absorb that spirit, and I'll deal with it. Then you can switch with me. Meng Ye pointed to the yellow spirit. This thing was clearly similar to a soul ring, although he didn't understand the principle of enhancing soul ring years. As long as there were no side effects, it was fine. All right. Hulaina nodded and walked over. Along the way, Meng Ye didn't notice that a strange red light appeared in Hulaina's eyes as she turned her back to him. Clang! Boom! The Thunderstrike Spear tore through the surrounding ground. To conserve soul power, it hadn't been enhanced to the extreme level of thunder, but the spear still ripped through the earth. Under the extreme speed of the explosive force, it swept across the void like a thunderclap. Sweeping through, the explosion, high temperature, and all deadly factors converged in that strike. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar, having only been pushed back several dozen meters. Its oddly shaped legs seemed to grip the ground like they had magnets, preventing it from falling. Sizzle! The lightning that invaded its body did not affect the monster's movements. Instead, it charged wildly towards Meng Ye. Clang! Its claws were incredibly hard, gleaming with a metallic sheen, comparable to the Thunderstrike Spear in Meng Ye's hand. Perhaps even stronger. Bang! After repelling it again, Meng Ye suddenly leaned back, his body bending like a bow with his waist as the core, and he threw with all his strength. Crackle! Boom! At the moment of the throw, the contact between his palm and the lightning even triggered an explosive sound. Just as he released it, a ring-like sound of breaking through the air erupted. Sound barrier broken. Sizzle. In an instant, an attack even more terrifying than lightning pierced through the monster, pinning it to the ground, with the surging lightning binding it tightly in place like chains. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light from Meng Ye's fingertips, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. The destructive properties of the ultimate thunder were pushed to the limit by Meng Ye. If this strike hit, unless it was a pure defensive soul master, even a soul emperor would meet their end. The battle lasted no more than 10 seconds, and a series of rapid assaults perfectly showcased his physical and martial soul advantages. Buzz! A circle of purple light emerged from the monster's body, quietly floating in the void. 1,000 years? Meng Ye was evidently not satisfied with this result. This monster should have reached the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Walking to the spirit, Meng Ye did not absorb it, but instead raised his hand to draw it over with his soul power. To his surprise, the soul ring produced by the spirit automatically merged into his body. Crackle! Lightning flashed, and Meng Ye's martial soul was released again. Subsequently, The color of the yellow first soul ring gradually deepened, eventually turning purple. The soul ring underwent a transformation. Meng Ye frowned, then still cautiously used his first soul skill. Crackle! A bolt of lightning gathered in his hand, not infusing too much soul power, but its power was indeed stronger than before as he casually threw it out. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a shockwave constructed of lightning spread out, destroying the surrounding dead trees and hidden spirits. It probably increased by 30%. Meng Ye carefully sensed the effect of the soul skill and the enhancement brought by the soul ring. Both had indeed improved, and there were no issues. So he finally relaxed a bit. Returning to Hu Lai's side, the surroundings were still primarily black, with the only light source seemingly coming from unknown glowing algae and minerals on the island. Hu Lai was still absorbing, and Meng Ye continued to observe and explore the surroundings. In the unknown space, before the figures shrouded in darkness, two other figures emerged from the spatial fluctuations. It seems an interesting character has come this time, strong and domineering. One of them, appearing to be a seductively alluring figure, spoke in a soft, intoxicating voice. I really like this. Indeed, not bad, but it's a pity the will to kill is not strong enough. Another voice, deep and somewhat hoarse, impossible to distinguish as male or female, followed. With arms crossed, one could infer from the body. It should be female, if one overlooked the sharp angles and the sculpted muscle lines and textures. Don't be so violent. Fighting and killing are so boring, haha. Alright, let's talk about the results. What kind of person did Bibi Dong send over? One is her direct disciple, passable, suitable for my trial, but unfortunately. The alluring figure shook her head, clearly dissatisfied. That dual martial soul rejected my trial. Great talent. The figure shrouded in darkness gradually revealed more, looking surprised at the other and asking, what does this mean? Hee. Can mere mortals refuse our trials? The alluring figure laughed. Quite ruthless. The figure filled with the will to kill explained, directly targeting one's own spiritual origin. Further, I suspect he dares to touch his own soul. If that happens, he would be completely ruined. Fallen, your trial continues. Observe that mortal in secret. Good. Chapter 60 is about to face a trial. When Hu Laina woke up, Meng Ye also learned from the voice in her mind where they were. The East Sea Abyss, the Gate of Hell, and the Fallen Land seemed to be names for this place, which had existed since ancient times. Hu Laina conveyed the information in her mind to Meng Ye, but still did not reveal what trial she had received. The East Sea Abyss. Meng Ye fell silent. The other two names were likely just different appellations. Now he knew who controlled this place, the Rakshasa god. The system had previously helped him find several divine positions, each with detailed locations of inheritance, among which the Rakshasa god's inheritance location left the deepest impression on him. This deity was the most mysterious in the original work, never having appeared, and with no known inheritance location, yet boasting a brilliant record. Once, it competed with the Azura god for the position of God King. Although it ultimately failed, it seemed the Azura god did not have it easy either. As for the Azura god restraining the Rakshasa god, that was merely a suppression of rank. The killing field also bore the divine will of the Azura god, yet it was currently being eroded by the divine will of the Rakshasa god, indicating that even if Bibi Dong inherited a divine position, it did not equate to the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god, the sea god, and the angel god were not innate deities of the divine realm. These beings became gods through faith or special means, and were not simple characters. Each person wielded a super divine artifact, capable of going toe-to-toe with the God King. Let's explore this place. Meng Ye did not continue to inquire about Hu Laina's trial. The Rakshasa god had already departed from the divine realm. Otherwise, it would not dare challenge the Azura god. The method of inheritance was likely different from that of the divine realm, but it could be certain that it would not fall upon him or Hu Laina. Bibi Dong should have completed more than half of her trials by now. Hu Laina nodded. Her condition did not improve, and the strange, seductive aura in her eyes became even more pronounced. For 2 consecutive days, the occasionally appearing spirits were not strong. Even if they did appear, they would at most only increase cultivation by a century. Meng Ye added everything to his 3rd soul ring, a 9,000-year level soul ring, and with just another 1,000 years, he could reach a 10,000-year soul ring. The difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was not trivial. It could be considered a qualitative transformation. While exploring the surroundings, Hulaina suddenly stopped. Meng Ye, walking ahead, noticed Hulaina had halted and turned around to ask what was wrong, but suddenly, without warning, he gradually fell into a faint. Alarm bells rang in his heart, but it was too late, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Trial of corruption. Attract your companion to fall 2 days. Trial failed. Punishment. Reduce cultivation by 5 levels. Deprive 1 soul ring. Hulaina, with a pale face, had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her heart filled with despair. Her talent was indeed good, but the effort she had expended to reach her current level of cultivation was immense. Now, suddenly losing 5 levels and even a soul ring was not just a loss of cultivation, but also a severe psychological trauma. She understood that her life was essentially ruined. Second stage of the trial of corruption. Engage in yin-yang union with your companion to gain all of their cultivation and talent. Reward. Martial soul transforms into 9-tailed celestial fox. If you give up, you will never be able to break through level 50 by your own means. This sudden piece of information left Hulaina standing there in shock, her gaze on Meng Ye, who was lying on the ground, and she knelt beside him with a desolate expression. Why are you so heartless? It seemed to be a question for Meng Ye, but he could not hear it now. Deities have absolute dominion over mortals. Unless one's strength approached that 100-level chasm, mortals could never resist the laws. Leaning in close, almost touching his nose, Hulaina's pale face flushed slightly. Her eyes revealed a touch of tenderness as she whispered, "Do you know? I really wish you could look at me more. But I am the disciple of the Pope. My teacher has sacrificed too much for me. I cannot, nor do I want to disappoint my teacher's expectations. So I try to convince myself. But watching you repeatedly display your talent and gain my teacher's appreciation, I found myself somewhat pleased. I, Hulaina, hate men weaker than myself. But why can't you be a bit more assertive, a bit more proactive, even if..." At this point, Hulaina thought of Luo Xian. A wave of bitterness surged from her heart as she said, "She is really beautiful. I am somewhat jealous of her. However, you are mine, even if just for this moment." Her bashful face gradually leaned closer, lips touching, heart racing. The faintly enchanting sweetness and the warm, soft touch were enough to stir every nerve, the heated breath coming at her, and that warm touch pressed closer. Clothes slipped away. The following 800 words omitted. Ding. Data synchronization with the host's consciousness completed. What is happening? Meng Ye found himself back in the previous grassland. Although he knew this place was part of the system's internal space, it felt no different from the real world. "Host, your kidney is about to be taken." Meng Ye. The first thing he heard upon arriving here was this, and his face darkened. He continued to question, "What is going on? How did I end up here?" Bah, that sheep was grazing again, although he was unsure of what it was. He considered it a hobby of the system, so Meng Ye paid no mind. "Oh, this time I pulled you in." Meng Ye paused, then said gloomily, "You'd better have a good reason. Don't get me wrong. This system saved you. In this space, deities cannot harm your soul. As for your body, TSK. Get to the point." Meng Ye did not want to waste time. The place he was in was not very safe. The Rakshasa god has 3 avatars: death, slaughter, and corruption, each representing a part of the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness, considered avatars, but all 3 have divine positions. How is that possible? Can a deity possess multiple divine positions? Meng Ye frowned upon hearing this. If so, how could the Rakshasa god be defeated by the Asura god? If he trained a few more avatars, he could not be outmatched in a one-on-one fight, could he? How could that be? "Host, you're overthinking it." The Rakshasa god lost a divine position in a fit of rage after being defeated by the Asura and merely formed an avatar, but this method is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this act also angered the other 2 god kings, and the divine soul was nearly dissipated. Now the main body remains in slumber. What does that have to do with my current situation? Meng Ye still did not grasp the point the system was making. Of course it matters. The host is too weak, unable to even see the shadow of one avatar. That slaughter avatar seems to value you, but you refuse her trial. Now, the corruption avatar is letting Hulaina take your kidney. Bah, Now Meng Ye's face completely darkened as he asked, "What impact does this have on me?" "I don't know either. I pulled the host in to avoid accidents. Even if she really takes your kidney, you won't be affected." Hearing this, he sighed in relief. These avatars of the Rakshasa god were also deities he could not contend with, but he still felt a surge of anger. "No need to be angry. Host, you won't suffer any loss." Bah! The sheep also looked up to agree, and then, bang, Meng Ye decisively kicked it away. He felt much better now. "My sheep, host, you will face retribution." "I will face." Huh. Meng Ye naturally did not believe in such things. He resisted fate. However, before he could finish speaking, his consciousness was directly expelled from this space. He is now a consciousness entity, squeezed out through a narrow passage. Although there is no pain, it is still very uncomfortable. Imagine yourself as a rag, twisted into a spiral. See, this is the consequence. Chapter 61. Hunting the Fifth Spirit Ring. After opening his eyes once more, Meng Ye immediately checked his body and found nothing unusual. "You're awake," Hulaina said, standing not far away, the strange look in her eyes gone. A faint sweet fragrance lingered in the air, but Meng Ye paid it no mind as he checked his spirit power, vital energy, and mental C, finding no abnormalities, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "What time is it now?" "You can leave now. The exit is over there." Hulaina pointed in a direction that seemed to be the place they arrived at. "Right." Hulaina then took out a black crystal from her storage soul guide, which looked similar to the surrounding rocks, and said, "That senior said, this is your reward and asked me to hand it over." She herself had rejected the trial of the killing avatar, and although she couldn't create miracles directly on herself, it seemed the promise to give her the reward was still kept. After receiving the crystal, a piece of information entered Meng Ye's mind, but there were no spiritual marks or anything like that. Reward: increase one spirit ring's age by 5,000 years. Although it didn't meet his expectations, Meng Ye didn't want to stay here any longer and didn't want to come again. So he absorbed it directly and walked towards the exit. After the two left, two figures silently appeared from the void. "What's going on?" "Oh, it seems to have failed. He has a power protecting his origin, so we can't inherit your divine position." "Oomph. You aren't doing this on purpose, are you?" The killing avatar crossed its arms and stared at the other. "Don't say that. I actually quite admire that girl. She would rather destroy her own cultivation than harm the other. If her talent were a bit better, I might consider passing it on to her. Sigh. Let us see what opportunity she has in the future." "Oomph." Meng Ye did not notice the presence of these two avatars. After arriving at the original location, he returned to the spirit hall through the teleportation array. As they walked through the corridor, Hulaina remained silent, not speaking until they returned to the Pope's hall and saw Bibi Dong again. "Your Majesty the Pope." "Teacher." Hulaina lowered her head, not daring to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Noticing Hulaina's unusual behavior, Bibi Dong asked, "Nar, what happened?" "Disciple has disappointed your expectations." Hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned and immediately walked to Hulaina's side, channeling a spirit power into her body to carefully sense her changes. After a moment, Bibi Dong calmly withdrew her hand and helped Hulaina up. "Nar, although your cultivation has dropped, your spirit power seems more refined, and your martial spirit seems to have changed. This is a good thing, so don't worry. You can cultivate it back." "Teacher, I..." Hulaina knew how much hope Bibi Dong had for her, and upon hearing this, she felt even more guilty. "All right, no need to say much. Just focus on your cultivation. I won't blame you." Bibi Dong comforted Hulaina, showing no signs of disappointment. Meng Ye remained silent, but at this moment, he roughly guessed what Hulaina had done and sighed inwardly. "Your Majesty the Pope, I obtained a rare treasure in that place of opportunity, which may have some use." Meng Ye stood to the side and took out a jade box from his storage soul guide and handed it over. "Oh." Bibi Dong looked at the jade box, and Hulaina also felt puzzled. Although they had stayed in the East Sea Abyss for 3 days, they hadn't actually been apart for long. At first, Meng Ye had explored alone for less than an hour, and she hadn't seen him discover any opportunities along the way. This item is called the Chihuahua Tulip. You can absorb the medicinal power from the flower's core, but it cannot be eaten. It has effects to enhance spirit power and consolidate the foundation. Without explaining the value of this item in detail, Bibi Dong could see its significance. As for Hulaina, even if she refused it, Bibi Dong would find a way to help her absorb it. This item is quite remarkable. Now, tank Meng Ye. Bibi Dong reached out to take the jade box, not giving Hulaina a chance to refuse. She was Hulaina's teacher, and although Meng Ye was also her named disciple, there were distinctions in intimacy. Thank you. Hulaina bit her lip, her thin, rosy lips shining faintly, revealing a charming smile. Nodding, Meng Ye said nothing more. His gains from this trip were not insignificant. And as for this immortal herb, he had already consumed the Wangchuan Xiushui Du, so there was no need to eat it again. If it were purely to enhance spirit power, going to the ice and fire yin-yang eye again would be more effective than eating the immortal herb. Now his spirit power enhancement was gradually approaching mental power cultivation. Continuing too fast would only create a gap with his physical body, affecting his foundation, which would be counterproductive. He needed to settle for a period of time. The increase in spirit ring age was an unexpected joy. Purple, purple, black, black. This was already a terrifying spirit ring distribution for a spirit zone. After a moment, Meng Ye left the Pope's Hall, while Hulaina was kept behind by Bibi Dong. Nar, I want to ask you what happened. You just need to tell me. Does it have anything to do with him? Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina seriously. Hulaina's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with him. It was my own decision. All right. Bibi Dong waved her hand and suddenly raised her hand to gently stroke Hulaina's head, sighing, You really resemble me. I didn't intend to make things difficult for him. Even if he didn't present this rare treasure today, I wouldn't have made things hard for him. But I wouldn't let him go either. Nar, all men are heartless. If you like him, I can arrange a marriage for you. But I can't guarantee that he will treat you sincerely. Do you understand? Pressing her lips together, Hulaina, although her face was flushed, still said, I understand, teacher. What do you understand? Bibi Dong lowered her hand and handed the immortal herb to Hulaina, softly saying, If it weren't for this rare treasure, I would have tied him up today and had you consummate the marriage. He can wait, but your youth cannot. Teacher, It was the first time Hulaina realized that her usually noble teacher had such a fierce side, and her face turned even redder, making her tongue-tied. All right, follow me. I'll help you absorb this rare treasure to avoid any accidents. Hulaina then regained her composure and followed Bibi Dong into the Pope's Hall. Meanwhile, Meng Ye returned to the Academy's dormitory and entered meditation. Zizi, faint arcs of electricity emerged from his forehead. To prevent being affected by spiritual consciousness, he had not lifted the seal on his mental sea, while also suppressing the injuries to his mental source. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling much better afterward. Although his mental sea still throbbed faintly, it was slowly recovering and hadn't harmed his foundation. He meditated until the next day, feeling that his mental power and cultivation had improved slightly, confirming that there were no lingering hazards. He went to the Pope's Hall again and met Bibi Dong. Fifth spirit ring? Yes, disciple has already broken through the bottleneck and discovered traces of a suitable spirit beast. Bibi Dong did not speak immediately, but waved her hand, and a shadow suddenly appeared beside them. Elder Gue will go with you. The Soul Master competition is approaching. You must return within a month. Nader will accompany you as well. Hulaina's fifth spirit ring had been removed, so she could only obtain it again. But that immortal herb was enough to make up for her loss, even more than before. Seeing that Meng Ye did not speak, Bibi Dong asked, Do you have any other requests? Disciple wants to hunt a mutated Beast King spirit beast at the 50,000 year level. Relying solely on Elder Gue may carry some risks. Meng Ye had already broken through, and the reason he had delayed hunting for the spirit ring was this. Even with Lei Zhengyang, it would work. The risks in that area were quite high. Bibi Dong frowned upon hearing this, not expecting Meng Ye to seek such a soul beast. However, considering Meng Ye's value, the stronger the soul ring, the better it would be. Moreover, it was indeed difficult for her to refuse at this moment. She waved her hand again, and a white figure appeared beside her, standing alongside Ghost Douluo. The two elders will go with you. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. This is an invisible transaction. Bibi Dong understands, and Meng Ye understands as well. Meng Ye's value lies in his talent and secret methods, and now it may also include Hulaina. so BB Dong cannot refuse his terms. Even if he wanted to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, BB Dong would agree. Chapter 62. Soul Hunting Adventure. On the journey to the Stardo Great Forest, the group, all of whom had considerable cultivation, moved quickly. BB Dong mentioned it would take a month's time, but with Hu Laina joining, even if there were some delays, it would be manageable. Thank you for what happened before, Meng Ye. You're welcome. Meng Ye glanced at Hu Laina beside him. Although he had already guessed the circumstances, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out that celestial herb. Some things are better left unsaid. Otherwise, it benefits no one. It seems our Laina has grown up. The soft, androgynous voice of Douluo came, making Meng Ye lean away slightly in discomfort. The two titled Douluo were positioned on either side, always slightly faster than Meng Ye and the others. He preferred to stay closer to Ghost Douluo. Douluo truly lived up to his title, making people feel uncomfortable from the inside out. You elder, Ghost Elder. We will trouble you again on this trip. Hu Laina seemed quite familiar with the two titled Douluo as BB Dong's right-hand assistant. They were aware of how much BB Dong valued Hu Laina, so they took great care of her. You girl, why are you being so formal with us? But why is your soul power dropped? Douluo asked with some concern. BB Dong wouldn't tell them these things, and naturally, Hu Laina wouldn't volunteer the information either. Encountered a little accident, but my foundation has been restored. Thank you for your concern, elders. That's good. We'll help you find a better soul ring on this trip. Hu Laina nodded with a smile. The last soul ring she obtained was from a 1,000-year-old red-tailed fox. Soul masters usually hunt soul beasts that share the same origin as their martial spirit, or even their own martial spirit, for the best effect. The quality of the obtained soul ring is also the most stable and guaranteed not to be poor. Even though Meng Ye suggested she look for some mental-type soul rings, Hu Laina didn't dare to take the risk because BB Dong had too many expectations for her. She couldn't afford to gamble. A fox-type soul beast was acceptable, but if she wanted to further enhance her strength, she needed to find a soul beast of the same type that was stronger than her martial spirit. In Meng Ye's eyes, this was just the basics. As BB Dong's disciple, she also had the conditions to choose that type of soul beast. Even Meng Ye, when he previously obtained soul rings, could only rely partly on luck, trying to hunt for higher-age soul rings to make up for the lack of quality. 3 days later, this time, there were fewer people, and with several of them having considerable cultivation. They arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest in just 3 days. After resting for an hour, the group stepped into the forest. Nana, last time we found a 10,000-year-old red-tailed fox. How about looking for a mutated soul beast this time? Douluo inquired. If the two titled Douluo had the intention to search, they had a high probability of finding suitable soul beasts. Hu Laina looked at Meng Ye with some hesitation. Elders, I suggest looking for a mental-type soul beast that is just over 20,000 years or a fox-type soul beast. No need for a specific type, Meng Ye said proactively. Douluo paused. He wasn't familiar with Meng Ye, and although he had learned a bit from Ghost Douluo, he still felt puzzled. Just as he was about to say something, Ghost Douluo stopped him, gazing deeply at Meng Ye before saying, "Follow his suggestion. He has a method." Ghost Douluo had seen Meng Ye use the scatter soul secret technique, which sacrifices part of the soul power contained in the soul ring to absorb it beyond the level, even doubling the level. However, this secret technique had its mysteries. Ghost Douluo understood the principle, but when he told BB Dong, attempts to try it ended in failure. Compared to that mental secret technique, the effect of the scatter soul secret technique was undoubtedly more immediate and seemed simpler. Good. Since they were close to the inner perimeter, the two titled Douluo took turns searching the area. After searching the surrounding area, they quickly moved to the next area, with one protecting Hu Laina and Meng Ye while the other searched. Ghost Douluo's speed was incredible. In just over 10 minutes, he could search all soul beasts within a 10-mile radius. During this time, he found a few red-tailed foxes, demon-eyed foxes, crimson flame fire foxes, and even a three-tailed fox. But none were suitable. Several hours later, the three waited in a clearing for Ghost Douluo, while Meng Ye was deep in thought. Kid, none of these are suitable. What exactly are you looking for? The soul rings Nana obtained before were the most appropriate. After searching half the day, Douluo was somewhat anxious. Looking at Douluo, Meng Ye's thoughts were interrupted as he calmly said, "Among these, The bloodline strongest one is the three-tailed fox, but it isn't compatible with the mental attribute. The red-eyed fox is merely due to its appearance. It doesn't possess a mental attribute, and its enhancement is mainly in speed and strength. Are you suggesting that the demon fox martial spirit should charge in for a frontal attack? Douluo was furious, but upon careful thought, he found he could not refute Meng Ye's words. Hulaina's martial spirit was positioned for control, although control-type martial spirits also require certain melee and frontal capabilities. That was only auxiliary, the core was still control. The strength of the charm soul skill, aside from the strength of the martial spirit, mainly depended on mental power. Whoosh! Ghost Douluo's figure flew back from afar, barely visible as a shadow, and in the next moment, he stood before the group. Creak! How about this one? Ghost Douluo held a small monkey, its entire body radiant with white fur, and its eyes were a brilliant blue. It was only the size of a cat. But Meng Ye felt a strong wave of mental power emanating from it. Clearly, this was a true mental-type soul beast. Azure Sea Spirit Monkey. Old Ghost, how did you catch this little thing? Douluo was also somewhat surprised. This little creature was not easy to catch. Although small, as a mental-type soul beast, its attack power was not low. A single mental shock could severely injure an ordinary soul sage if caught off guard. Coupled with its small size, its speed was incredibly fast, capable of disappearing in the blink of an eye. Douluo snorted coldly, ignoring Douluo. He was also a sensitive attack type. A title, Douluo, in terms of speed, even a 100,000-year-old beast would have difficulty competing with him. This is a good choice. Its age is around 18,000 years. Which is suitable, huh? Meng Ye nodded. This soul beast's mental attribute was undoubtedly among the top-tier soul beasts. Although it was a mental attack soul skill, this was the advantage of mental-type martial spirits. As long as the mental power increased, the effects of other soul skills would naturally rise as well. What's wrong? The two titled Douluo and Hulaina noticed Meng Ye's expression change and thought he sensed something unusual. Run! Meng Ye suddenly changed his expression, shouting as he grabbed Hulaina and ran toward the forest's edge. In the next moment, roar! Ghost Douluo and Douluo stood stunned. A terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The commotion startled even them, and Ghost Douluo almost dropped the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey in his hand. Where did this beast come from? Douluo roared angrily and charged towards the soul beast. A large number of towering trees were felled, and a terrifying figure over 20 meters tall appeared, a one-eyed giant covered in a greenish-gray hue. With at least 50,000 years of cultivation, Douluo, in a fit of rage, was unafraid and struck out with golden light filling the sky. Elder, stop! That soul beast has a 100,000-year-old beast behind it. Meng Ye's voice echoed from afar, the violent sound waves shaking the surrounding trees into disarray. Douluo was stunned, but Ghost Douluo reacted quickly, disappearing from the spot and pursuing the direction Meng Ye had gone. Who dares disturb the auspicious beast? Roar! Old Ghost, wait for me. In the midst of a tremendous roar, a fire dragon formed by dark red flames soared into the sky. The soul power fluctuations of the chrysanthemum ultimately disturbed the soul beast that hunted the one-eyed giant. What followed was the counterattack of the guardian ferocious beast, a soul beast that had surpassed the level of over 100,000 years and had at least experienced 2 heavenly tribulations. Chapter 63. The boost from the spiritual soul, Ring Ha Ha. After escaping for an unknown distance, the group finally stopped, gasping heavily. Meng Ye and Hulaina were truly exhausted. After all, their cultivation was there. However, if one were to say they were in a sorry state at this moment, Douluo's white attire was charred and stuck to his body. His hair was also curly and looked somewhat disheveled. Even after escaping the danger, he was still panting in fear. Hulaina and Meng Ye sat under a tree. The former, realizing Meng Ye was holding her hand, blushed but said nothing. Kid, what kind of monster was that? Douluo was feeling dazed at this moment. If it weren't for the extraordinary nature of the Qirong Tong Tianju, which was a celestial product, he might not have escaped at all. Soul beasts over 100,000 years old could be referred to as ferocious beasts by elders. But that ferocious beast was not the key point. What do you mean? Guido also heard the term ferocious beast for the first time and curiously asked, should an elder Jew have seen another golden soul beast behind that cyclops? You mean that little beast that looks like a lion? Could it be the pup of that three-headed dog? Douluo, having nearly been severely injured by the flames of the hell three-headed mastiff, was understandably furious. So his words were somewhat agitated. Yes, that's it, but it's not the pup of that three-headed dog. It's the target protected by that three-headed mastiff. Luckily, the elder didn't harm it. Otherwise, there would surely be a beast tide erupting in the Douluo forest. Seeing the two tidal Douluos still not taking it seriously, Meng Ye added, a beast tide sweeping across the entire continent. Douluo. At this moment, even the two tidal Douluos paused in their breathing. They didn't care about an ordinary beast tide because it wouldn't affect too large an area, at most. Only the towns near the Douluo forest would suffer. But if it were a tide sweeping across the entire continent, then they couldn't remain calm. Just imagine those countless monsters living deep within the Douluo forest rushing out. Even with the foundation of the spirit hall, they couldn't help but feel their scalp go numb. Others might not understand, but they were very clear about what might exist in that unexplored area deep within the Douluo forest. 100,000-year soul beast, a ferocious beast. Based on the scale of the Douluo forest, hundreds would be a conservative estimate. Kid, don't scare me. That's just a soul beast under 10,000 years. How could it have such ability? Douluo was still somewhat skeptical. Elder, why would a soul beast under 10,000 years be able to chase down a soul beast of 50,000 years? The other party didn't even dare to fight back. Moreover, there was a ferocious beast secretly guarding it. Meng Ye stood up, glancing at Douluo, and said, that is the fortune of the Douluo forest. Even a master of the Douluo forest must protect it. Elder, do you still think I'm joking? Only then did Douluo completely believe it, recalling that he had almost activated his 9th soul skill earlier, his face turning pale. If he had made a mistake then, they might have all perished there today. Elder, give me that soul beast. Meng Ye's breathing calmed down as he walked up to Douluo to request the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey. This little thing runs fast. Be careful. Douluo reminded him that if it ran away, it would be difficult to catch. Understood. After receiving it, the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey's eyes suddenly burst with 2 beams of blue light, directly shooting into Meng Ye's eyes. Meng Ye, Hulaina exclaimed in shock, rushing over. But she found that Meng Ye showed no signs of change. He merely released a bolt of thunder from his hand, stunning the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey. This little thing is very smart, weighing less than 10 gene, half of which is its brain. It knows it's not a match for the elder, so it was waiting for the chance to escape with a mental attack just now. Meng Ye explained, then handed the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey to Hulaina. Only soul beasts personally killed can produce soul rings that can be absorbed. The mental shock just now was something he was prepared for. But Hulaina couldn't say the same. Thank you. You're welcome. Meng Ye replied calmly and then sat down to meditate. Hulaina looked at him with a complicated expression, eventually letting out a soft sigh and began adjusting her state to prepare to absorb the soul ring. Generally, soul masters wound tea absorb soul rings carelessly. Not to mention bathing and burning incense. At the very least, they wound tea absorb in a poor state. With insufficient mental power, if their condition worsened, being backfired by the soul ring was a common occurrence. Old ghost, what's up with this kid? Douluo was somewhat puzzled. He felt as though he had lived in vain all these years, his wisdom and experience feeling crushed. Douluo snorted, glancing at Douluo and said, don't talk nonsense. This kid is a monster, not to be measured by common sense. I'm going to see if that ferocious beast is caught up. You stay here and guard. Okay. Douluo left again. He should have noticed earlier, but who would have thought the three-eyed golden lion would chase that cyclops all the way here? They didn't even have a chance to react. Meng Ye's early awareness was due to his caution, sensing with mental detection. About 10 minutes later, Hulaina had fully recovered her soul power and physical strength and began to absorb the soul ring. However, looking at the 18,000-year soul ring before her, she hesitated. This had far exceeded her limit. Generally, the upper limit of a soul master's 5th soul ring is around 12,000 years. Even for a strong attack-type beast martial soul, 18,000 years exceeded the limit by 50, making it indeed difficult to absorb. I'll transmit you a method for dispersing the soul. This method is very simple. Once you grasp the trick, absorbing a soul ring at a higher level is easy. Meng Ye had walked over at some point. Raising his hand, he lightly tapped, sending a piece of information directly into Hulayina's sea of consciousness. Hulayina bit her lip, nodded, and without further hesitation, began to absorb the soul ring. The process was not smooth. Hulayina's understanding and application of the method were not deep. After all, it was learned on the spot. She encountered some danger midway due to backlash. Meng Ye placed his hand on Hulayina's shoulder. This action was certainly not to take advantage, as it was not suitable to disturb the absorption of the soul ring. However, shortly after, a wave of soul power was guided out by him, merging into her. Just maintain your focus, losing the soul ring and physical body. The soul backlash of a 10,000-year soul beast won't last long. After reminding her, Hulayina's soul power gradually calmed down. In the end, after nearly an hour, Hulayina successfully absorbed that soul ring. Nana, how's the soul skill? Douluo asked with some concern. It's a mental shock, but I feel that other soul skills have also improved. Looking at Meng Ye with a somewhat incredulous expression, Hulayina didn't expect the spiritual soul ring to enhance her so much. Having already obtained a fifth soul ring once, she could clearly feel the difference between the two. Compared to the previous soul ring, this one brought her an all-round improvement. Although her soul power had dissipated a portion, the higher age of the soul ring meant the enhancement was still considerable. More importantly, this was a powerful single-target soul skill, greatly enhancing her explosiveness while also boosting the controllability of other soul rings. Judging by the results, it was almost more than twice that of the previous soul ring. Level 54. It seems that herb brought you quite a boost. Meng Ye had guessed that the Chilua tulip would suit Hulayina, but he hadn't expected it to enhance her so much. She was originally at level 52, falling 5 levels to 47. A single Chilua tulip brought her back to level 50. Excluding the soul ring of the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey, it was almost a boost of over 5 levels. This was the 5 levels between Soul Zone and Soul Wong, not Soul Zune. Thank you. Hulayina was a bit unsure of how to express her gratitude. She wanted to get closer to Meng Ye, but once she did, she felt a bit at a loss. She slightly raised her beautiful face, gazing into Meng Ye's eyes, and said, "My martial soul has evolved." The teacher said that compared to the increase in soul power, the evolution of the martial soul is more important, so I want to properly thank you. It's getting late. Let's try to leave the forest today. Meng Ye dodged slightly. At the distance they were, he could even catch a faint scent. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Titan and Emperor Kid. Your soul dispersing secret technique is quite remarkable. How about I exchange a soul bone for it? Don't worry. I will agree to help you with 3 things, so you won't suffer any losses. Douluo was interested in Meng Ye's secret technique. The soul dispersing secret technique is incredibly important for soul masters, and although he couldn't use it, his curiosity remained. On the way to the location of the Titan and Emperor, he took the initiative to propose an exchange with Meng Ye. Yuegwan, has her brain been fried by that soul beast? Before Meng Ye could speak, Ghost Douluo interjected. No matter whether Meng Ye agreed or not, he would be at a disadvantage. Having had some previous dealings with Meng Ye, he naturally wouldn't stand by. A soul bone, with Meng Ye's talent, would merely be an enhancement, and he might not even value it. As for that secret technique, every soul master knows its worth. The higher the cultivation level, the more they would value it. As title Douluos, they are fully aware of the benefits of increasing the number of soul rings. And they don't need many, just ensuring that each soul ring can be absorbed at a higher level guarantees reaching level 95. Historically, less than half of the title Douluos have achieved this ratio. In the Spirit Hall, only Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Juju Douluo, along with the 7 offerings, have exceeded level 95. The other 10 or so elders have all been stuck below that threshold. To exchange a mere soul bone for a treasure that could allow a certain soul master family to pass down its legacy for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, or that could influence the entire soul master world, Juju Douluo really dares to say that. Juju Douluo was already somewhat angry about Ghost Douluo's previous escape. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, "Old ghost, stop talking nonsense. At worst, I vow that I will never disclose it in this life. And then wait for someone to dig up your grave? I wouldn't mind doing it for you." The titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall are all buried on the holy mountain of Douluo Hall after their deaths. And Juju Douluo clearly wanted to play a trick and take advantage. What do the dead care about vows? You really want to go against me, don't you? You're the one who's shameless. Seeing that the two were not planning to stop and were about to continue arguing, Meng Ye halted them. "Two elders, we've arrived." A massive chasm lay before them, over 10 meters wide, and what was more terrifying were the rocky thorns densely packed on both sides of the cliff, with some soul beast corpses hanging from them. The sides extended over 1,000 meters, clearly making this place a deadly trap. A careless fall could result in being smashed to pieces. "Kid, are you sure the soul beast you're looking for is here?" Juju Douluo no longer wanted to dwell on the previous topic, but still looked skeptically at Meng Ye. Yes. Meng Ye could only nod. The location in his mind was provided by the system and would not be wrong. About 500 meters below was an underground cave, where a mutated Titan ant emperor resided at the 50,000 year level. This place had already delved deep into the Stardow forest, and to avoid accidents, I asked both elders to assist in subduing it quickly. Hearing this, Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ghost Douluo inquired, "How do we lure it out? If we go down to catch it, even we might not have an easy time." Not just not easy. Meng Ye could almost guarantee that even the two titled Douluos would not be able to touch a hair on it. This mutated Titan ant emperor possessed terrifying strength rivaling that of a 100,000 year soul beast, and in a favorable environment. He even doubted whether the two titled Douluos could retreat unscathed. Find a slightly larger soul beast and throw it down. The smell of blood will lure it out. The corpses hanging on the cliff walls didn't jump down by themselves, at least not all of them. Those were food for the Titan Ant Emperor. Since it didn't come out to hunt actively, they would draw it out. As for failure, it didn't matter. Meng Ye had a backup plan. Immediately, Ghost Douluo acted, grabbing a 1,000-year brown bear soul beast and throwing it over the cliff, blood splattering down. After waiting for dozens of minutes, having learned from previous lessons, the few who had ventured deep into the Stardow forest felt somewhat uneasy, uncertain if they would encounter that terrifying beast again. Suddenly, sounds came from below, and the few standing at the edge of the cliff perked up. The two titled Douluos emitted faint soul power fluctuations, ready to act at any moment. 300 meters directly below, it was approaching. Meng Ye's eyes glimmered with a faint soul power sheen, his mental perception fully activated. Moments later, he shouted, "Make your move." Buzz. Juju Douluo acted first, expanding a layer of light golden soul power to create a barrier around them. Meng Ye saw that the third soul ring lit up. The specific soul skill was unknown, but he guessed it should have both defensive and controlling effects. Ghost Shadow Earth Grab. Boom! Ghost Douluo also directly used a soul skill to condense a massive ghostly hand, roaring from below the cliff and directly grabbing a dark golden, mutated Titan Ant Emperor. Hiss! Letting out a metallic-like hiss, Meng Ye felt all his bones ache, frowning as he retreated a few steps, while Hulaina beside him also showed difficulty and stepped back. The two titled Douluos would have no problem, but they could not handle this soul beast. Meng Ye could still consider contending with a typical 50,000 year soul beast. If it came to worst, he could retreat unscathed. But this one was very dangerous. After being blasted into the air, Ghost Douluo's figure followed closely, and ghostly shadows exploded in the sky, surrounding the Titan Ant Emperor. "Old ghost, don't kill it." Juju Douluo was worried that Ghost Douluo's attack would be too heavy and kill the soul beast, resulting in a wasted effort. However, a full minute passed, and the black mist in the sky did not dissipate, causing Juju Douluo to sense something was off. He immediately flew into the air. Bang! He just happened to see a figure being blasted out of the black mist, catching it in his arms. "Old ghost, you didn't die, did you? Stop talking nonsense. This beast is unusual. Let's work together and end this quickly," Ghost Douluo said in a deep, hoarse voice. The surrounding ghostly energy dispersed a bit. Earlier, when Meng Ye asked them to join forces, the two had been somewhat dismissive, thinking it was just a mere 50. 000 Year Soul Beast. They were titled Douluos, level 95 titled Douluos, their target being a 100,000 Year Soul Beast. Even without a domain, they wouldn't easily be defeated. It could be said that as long as it wasn't at the 100,000 year level, they wouldn't take any soul beast seriously. Okay, just watch me. Juju Douluo, although appearing somewhat feminine in demeanor, was a solid attack type titled Douluo. The strange mushroom, the sky-connecting chrysanthemum, swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive, sky-connecting chrysanthemum flower. With the explosion of the sixth soul ring, countless blade-like petals converged into a tornado, slamming toward the Titan Ant Emperor still entangled in ghostly shadows in the air. Boom! 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 Among the petals, ghostly clones of Ghost Douluo approached, and the resulting explosions echoed through the sky. Be careful, don't kill it. Ghost Douluo reminded as he observed Juju Douluo's attack. Just watch me. What the hell? Before he could finish speaking, a golden light suddenly burst forth from his soul skill. Quick to react, Juju Douluo summoned his martial soul's true form just in time to block the attack. The massive chrysanthemum enveloped the golden light. His sky-connecting chrysanthemum had countless uses. Although it was a weapon martial soul, it could be used for offense, control, and defense. This beast could actually break free from my soul skill. It really has some ability, but unfortunately, Juju Douluo was startled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Elder, be careful. Meng Ye's shout came from the ground. The sky-connecting chrysanthemum did not trap the Titan Ant Emperor. Juju Douluo, realizing too late, felt his martial soul's true form tremble, and his pupils immediately contracted. Crack! The surface's soul power barrier actually developed a crack. Just this little thing made Juju Douluo feel as if he had been stepped on the tail, instantly scaring him out of his wits. What on earth is going on with this beast? Sweating coldly, Juju Douluo directly controlled his martial soul's true form to unleash a beam of golden light. 8th Soul Skill, Gate of Holy Light. Chapter 65, The Fifth Soul Ring. Hiss. The Thousand Gene Ant King was subjected to attacks from 2 titled Douluos in succession. Even with its extreme attributes, it could not withstand the blows and fell from the sky, leaving faint traces of golden blood scattered around. Bang! Even so, the unusually shaped giant foot at the front struck the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. A faint golden light spread throughout its body, resisting the 8th soul skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Although it did not strike with full force, its aura remained undiminished, showcasing its terrifying vitality. This beast has a formidable bite, almost overwhelming my martial soul. The chrysanthemum Douluo was truly getting a bit angry. The 2 titled Douluos surrounded the Thousand Gene Ant King, not giving it a chance to escape, and even the ground was enveloped by the barrier of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Thank you, esteemed seniors. Meng Ye walked up to the 2 titled Douluos, planning to deal with this soul beast. Hiss! As if sensing Meng Ye's killing intent, the Thousand Gene Ant King erupted with even more terrifying soul power, its golden light surging violently. Insolence! The ghost Douluo struck again, a massive, ghostly hand pressing down directly to suppress the Thousand Gene Ant King, but could not be completely subdued, only confined to the same spot. Although it was not a power-type martial soul, the ghost Douluo's cultivation was undoubtedly that of a titled Douluo. With this slap, an ordinary soul sage would be forced to kneel, and even a soul Douluo would be suppressed. However, this soul beast was merely restrained in place, its 4 pairs of legs supporting it against the giant ghostly hand of the ghost Douluo. It seems this beast needs its legs adjusted. The chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze turned cold as he released his martial soul again. This power was indeed that of a pure power soul, Douluo. But soul masters did not possess such terrifying defenses and vitality. Even using their martial soul true form would not suffice. Swish! Clang! Several blade-like petals swept through, severing the Thousand Gene Ant King's legs. But when they struck its front legs, they failed to cut through, blocked by a surge of golden light. Hiss! The more severely injured the Thousand Gene Ant King became, the more it did not weaken. Instead, its ferocity intensified, letting out a more chilling roar. However, everything had come to an end. With such severe injuries, it was no longer possible for it to escape from the two tidal Douluos. Z. Clang! A thunderous spear shot out, instantly piercing through the 1,000-gene Ant King's weak point, ending its suffering, and a pitch-black soul ring appeared. The ghost Douluo also withdrew his soul skill, although its combat power was comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. It did not mean it was a 100,000-year soul beast. Without a domain and relying purely on power, it was destined to differ from a true 100,000-year soul beast. Being besieged by two tidal Douluos and managing to hold out until now was already quite terrifying. Kid, this soul ring is difficult to absorb. You must think carefully. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo originally thought it was only about 50,000 years, but knowing that Meng Ye had secret methods, they had no concerns. However, they had personally confirmed that this was far from a 50,000-year soul beast, although its soul power was indeed that strong. The strength of the soul ring was likely much greater, absorbing beyond one's level and with such a large gap in strength. The risk could not even be described as great. It would be a certain death for an ordinary soul master. Moreover, if any accidents occurred during the process, prolonging the time would also be problematic. This was the depths of the Stardow Forest, which was not very safe for either humans or soul beasts. Thank you. Meng Ye clasped his hands together, smiling confidently as he said, with both elders helping me, how could I possibly fail? Good. The Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes lit up, very pleased with Meng Ye's words, and said directly, just focus on absorbing it. Even if a 100,000-year soul beast comes today, I will ensure your safety. Although the Chrysanthemum Douluo was somewhat covetous of Meng Ye's secret method, he could not use it himself and was not so fixated on it. Instead, he greatly appreciated Meng Ye's performance along the way. Decisive, wise, calm, and even knowing how to take advantage of the situation without the arrogance typical of young people. Although it lacked some of the youthful vigor, it was a good thing. In this world, the price of impulsiveness could be very serious. Crack! Meng Ye sat down cross-legged, his soul power always at its peak state, and directly activated the blood secret method, his form becoming enormous. Like a small giant, he began to absorb the soul ring. This was done both to speed up the absorption process, and because this soul ring indeed exceeded his limits. The key was still the attribute of extreme power. He had long since witnessed the dominance of extreme attributes. Strictly speaking, this could not be considered an attribute, as it was difficult to define. After all, the strength of elemental attributes could still show a direct suppression effect, but this power attribute was indeed hard to judge. Even the Haotian hammer, known as the strongest weapon martial soul, and also the strongest power-type martial soul, could not reach extreme power without using the Haotian sect's ultimate technique to enhance its strength. However, the power attribute is different from elements. One advantage is that it does not conflict with the extreme thunder he has already mastered, and there are no conflicting points between the two. Hiss! Terrifying blood energy burst forth, gradually enveloping the surroundings in a heavy white mist with a hint of blood color. It faintly formed a barrier, with high temperature and pressure slightly distorting the surrounding void. This is substantialized blood energy? The Chrysanthemum Douluo glanced at the ghost Douluo, utterly astonished. They had seen and experienced a lot, including the terrifying oppression of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, who possessed their own domains and had the holy light purifying all things, or the killing intent forming a substantial aura. But they had never seen blood energy that could be directly released outside the body. They were certain that this was neither soul power nor spiritual power. This kid doesn't know where he learned this secret method. Each one is more bizarre than the last, and his physique is as strong as a soul beast. He was the one who told me to find you to practice together before. Oh, I see. I was wondering why you old ghost suddenly took the initiative to find me to practice together. The Chrysanthemum Douluo finally realized. Shut up, the ghost Douluo said in a low voice, clearly feeling that even after so many years, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's effeminate tone was a bit disgusting, but their relationship was still good. Oomph. Little Mimi turns her back on people. You didn't say that when you were looking for others. Say one more word. A red light flickered in the ghost Douluo's eyes, filled with killing intent as he glared at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and said sternly, Try it. Chrysanthemum Douluo. This time, it was completely quiet, The two titled Douluos continued to patrol the surroundings, guarding. Hulina stayed beside Meng Ye, occasionally gazing at him dreamily, not knowing what she was thinking. Time passed second by second, and the terrifying blood energy emanating from Meng Ye not only did not weaken with the passage of time, but gradually intensified. From a diameter of 3 meters, it gradually expanded to 5 meters, forming a barrier that even pressed the surrounding ground down a bit. Ding! Suddenly opening his eyes, the surrounding blood energy uncontrollably spread out. The substantialized shockwave blowing up the grass and leaves. Crack! 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 His body gradually returned to its normal size, his upper garment torn apart, revealing sharp, perfect lines. However, he had learned from his previous lesson and had specially made a pair of extremely resilient pants to avoid the risk of exposure. Is this a success? The chrysanthemum Douluo had already been astonished countless times. He would not be surprised if Meng Ye failed to absorb this soul ring. But it had only been half an hour, and he had succeeded. This speed was only slightly slower than that of an ordinary soul king absorbing a normal 10,000-year soul ring. Well, thank you for your help. Let's go. Taking out a set of clothes from the storage soul guide, the group walked towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Shortly after the group left, a golden soul beast followed the scent and found its way here. Chapter 66. Returning to normal trajectory sniff. It seems I have caught a familiar scent. The crystal-clear golden beast let out a low growl, its fur standing on end. Spirit beast, the nearby humans should have already left. You should return first. I'll go gather some soul beasts to capture them for you to deal with. Because it had been living carefree deep in the Douluo forest for thousands of years. The three-eyed golden lion was naturally furious at being suddenly attacked and nearly killed. I want to tear those humans apart with my own hands. A somewhat childish, yet very clear voice came from the three-eyed golden lion's mouth. The voice was crisp and pleasant. If it weren't for the murderous tone, one might think it was a little princess. Spirit beast, among those humans, the one who attacked you is a titled Douluo, and they probably don't have the guts to appear here again. Although the Scarlet King is a fierce beast, it can only act as a guard for the three-eyed golden lion now. Hearing the three-eyed golden lion's words, he felt helpless. If it were a chase, he would be confident in catching up to the chrysanthemum Douluo and even leaving them behind, but he didn't dare leave the three-eyed golden lion. If anything went wrong, Emperor Tian could skin him alive. I have already memorized their scent and fate trajectory. They will eventually return here. One of those humans must be killed. The third eye on the three-eyed golden lion's head emitted an eerie glow. The reason the three-eyed golden lion is referred to as the Emperor Spirit Beast is not only because it can double the growth rate of surrounding soul beasts and increase the chance of a 100,000-year soul beast breaking through its bottleneck, but also because of this third eye. It is said to contain the power of fate, and Emperor Tian regards it as the key to the fortune of the Douluo forest. After Meng Ye and the others left the Douluo forest, they spent a few more days returning to Spirit City, the Pope's Hall. So it seems Meng Ye is indeed a moving treasure. After visiting, Meng Ye returned to the academy. His visit felt more like a routine duty, and he would not stay long. Yes, up to now, the power he has displayed has far surpassed his peers. Conservatively estimated, even an ordinary soul emperor would not be his match. Ghost Douluo reported the situation to Bibi Dong. He has always acted as Bibi Dong's eyes, helping her navigate the entire continent and gather intelligence. Meng Ye once told Lei Xingyang that the Pope is stuck in this Pope's Hall and cannot go anywhere. Although it was said in jest, it is also a fact. Bibi Dong rarely, if ever, leaves here, which is why she needs the presence of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Soul Emperor? It probably goes beyond that. Looking at Ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong said calmly. From beginning to end, Ghost Douluo has never seen Meng Ye go all out, or rather, he has never had the opportunity to do so. Whether the opponent is too strong or too weak, it cannot be used as a basis to judge a person's strength. The problem is that Meng Ye's strength spans too wide, making it even harder to assess. No need to pay special attention to him, just maintain the status quo, since he has helped Nar obtain a suitable soul ring and has also passed on the equally precious secret method to her. Bibi Dong glanced at the silent Hulaina and smiled, saying, "After all, he is also my disciple." Yes. The two titled Douluos exchanged glances, understanding Bibi Dong's implied meaning. This is a reminder for their future actions. In the past, Bibi Dong treated Meng Ye more like a clever ordinary disciple, difficult to control and lacking means of restraint. Hence she did not recognize him. Now that there is this relationship with Hu Laina, although it has not been explicitly stated, Bibi Dong still chooses to trust her own judgment. Teacher, then I will also return. Nar, the Soul Master competition is approaching. You all need to coordinate and prepare well. Nar understood. Leaving the Pope's Hall, Hu Laina returned to the academy with a smile, feeling good. This trip not only restored her cultivation, but even improved it. Her martial soul underwent a transformation, with the demon fox becoming a true celestial fox martial soul. However, Hu Laina did not stay happy for long. After returning to the academy, she discovered that Meng Ye had gone to the cafeteria with Luo Xian and the three from the Lu family. Her light steps slowed down, and she reached out her hand. Clearly, the distance was not far, but she couldn't make a sound no matter how hard she tried. Meng Ye, did you go hunting for souls? Meng, don't be so rude. You're not a child anymore. Lu Yu shook her head, pressing down the excited Lu Meng. This little girl was struggling like a cat, refusing to calm down. I'm nodding. He had just returned to the academy when he ran into a few people. Lu Meng came to find Luo Xian to have a meal. Luo Xian rarely eats at the academy because there are too many people and she doesn't dare to go alone, so Lu Meng suggested finding her. Along the way, they just happened to meet Meng Ye, who had also just returned and hadn't eaten, so he decided to join them for a meal. Meng Ye, so you already have your fifth soul ring? Lu Yu had not expected this and widened her eyes in surprise. Originally, she thought Lu Meng was just casually asking, but it turned out to be true. Just returned, but how did Meng know? Meng Ye was also a bit puzzled. This little girl, isn't stupid, but she shouldn't be able to guess such a thing. She is just a bit clever. Luo Xian told me. Lu Meng smiled, making a V sign with her fingers, looking proud. Meng Ye turned to look at Luo Xian, who returned a serene smile, her elegant demeanor even more beautiful. I don't know why, but it seems I can vaguely sense your soul power. The faint rosy hue added even more breathtaking charm to her already stunning face. Meng Ye couldn't help but be mesmerized. Wow. However, the pleasant atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Lu Meng's shout. The group continued to the cafeteria, which was crowded as it was nearing mealtime. The food at the Spirit Hall Academy was quite good. Basically, every dish was meticulously prepared, and the hygiene and environment were absolutely up to standard, with a rich variety of dishes. There were also freshly made options, so the group ordered tables worth, which was just enough. Luo Xian sat next to Meng Ye, her face always slightly flushed and smiling as she enjoyed the elbow dish she liked. Meng Ye thought it was purely sensitivity and the fact that they met from time to time that made Luo Xian realize his soul power level. And he didn't mind it, just like he did, as long as the cultivation gap isn't too large, or with some special means. He can see other soul masters' cultivation at a glance. This is experience and rules. There are traces to follow. After that, he had nothing else to do, returning to his usual training rhythm, further developing the secret method, and occasionally communicating with Lei Zhengyang through letters. This was his ideal state. As for the future, he didn't like to think about such matters. Did you hear? Senior Hu Laina seems to have gone wild at the soul fighting arena. How can you talk like that? You can't say that about my goddess. But aren't you a girl? What is wrong with being a girl? Hu Laina's appearance isn't particularly outstanding, and her figure isn't striking enough to provoke instinctive impulses at first glance. Yet she possesses a charm that is enchanting to the bone. All the ordinary points combined give her a different kind of charm beyond mere appearance. What happened? I heard that Senior has recently made great progress in her cultivation, directly overpowering both Yin and Xiaoyu, and in a bad mood. She beat up Xiaoyu as well. Wow. Hearing this gossip, the other students' eyes lit up, becoming even more excited. Around them, discussions like this occasionally arose. The cafeteria was not very crowded, so Meng Ye and the others heard it too. He didn't pay much attention. It was normal behavior to want to test oneself after a power increase. At least that's what Meng Ye thought. Chapter 67. Oasis Melending. Clang. Meng Ye wins. In the soul fighting arena, nearly a month has passed since the soul hunters returned, and the 7 representatives of the Spirit Hall team have already been determined. There's no doubt about Hulaina and her two companions, and Meng Ye is the vice captain. However, his unique strength and way of doing things always make it difficult for others to adapt. Simply put, Meng Ye has never considered cooperating with others. And Hulaina and her companions are the same in this regard. Originally, even if Meng Ye didn't show up, they would just pick 4 to make up the numbers. It's the same now. They've chosen the 3 strongest spirit power users, which is still just making up the numbers. Besides a support-type spirit master named Su Yu with a 48-level golden staff spirit. The other 2 are meaningless in Meng Ye's eyes. Moreover, they can't find any synergy among the 4 of them, let alone cooperate. 3 strong attackers and 1 controller don't make for a well-balanced team composition. As for strength, it's clear that Meng Ye is undoubtedly the strongest. Basically, no one can withstand a blow from him. Hulaina is next, capable of launching mental attacks that can even take down Yin and Xiaoyu in a short time. Because of this, Yin and Xiaoyu now find themselves in an awkward position, having gone from being on par with Hulaina to being in the second tier. Why? Why are you completely immune to my mental attacks? A mixed male and female voice comes from an ethereal figure standing in the soul-fighting arena. Beside them is a section of the arena that has been blasted away by a thunderstrike spear, leaving a deep pit that is 1/10 of the entire arena, with charred grooves leading down to the audience area. Since returning from the EC Abyss, his 3rd soul skill has transformed into a 10,000-year soul skill, greatly increasing in power, but the increase comes from intensity and thunder power. This terrifying force is a result of Meng Ye losing control. That powerful soul ring has amplified his strength tremendously with the ring's enhancement. A long spear he casually throws could probably kill a soul beast over 5,000 years old from 100 meters away. Your mental power isn't strong enough. I've said this before, mental power requires time to accumulate. Relying on spirit fusion skills. That's a bit misguided, Meng Ye said, shaking his head slightly as he evaluated this spirit fusion skill. The Enchantress skill is a combination of the physical attack of Moonblade and Hulaina's mental attack. A strange assassin hidden in the mist. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu's mental power is too weak, and although Hulaina's spirit has transformed and possesses decent physical attack capabilities, it doesn't change much. So, this spirit fusion skill, when calculated, is now just a drain on soul power, with little value left. It merely stacks both side strengths 11. 52. 5. This is not the performance expected from a spirit fusion skill. The most basic should at least be 112. The Enchantress fell silent, and then, amidst a red light, separated back into Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had a hint of reluctance, while Hulaina appeared much more composed, as she never considered the possibility of defeating Meng Ye. Meng Ye, come here for a moment. Owaze appeared at the edge of the soul-fighting arena, calling Meng Ye over. Stepping down from the arena and approaching Owaze, Meng Ye asked, "Dean, is there something you need?" After finishing this match, he was already prepared to return and cultivate. Fighting these people was meaningless. It's not that there aren't stronger opponents. It's just that the teachers guarding here, including the Soul Emperor, are no match for him. There are a few Soul Saints, but they are unwilling to fight Meng Ye. The gap in cultivation is too wide. If they win, it's expected, and if they lose, it would be embarrassing. Tired, aren't you? Owaze cheerfully handed over a fruit, similar to a watermelon, juicy and sweet. Not tired. Is there something you need, Dean? Meng Ye, although puzzled, reached out to take it, as he was indeed a bit thirsty. It's about what I mentioned before. Meng Ye silently passed the fruit back. Owaze changed his tone. Cough, cough. The dean has considered it, and the Academy's teaching committee has unanimously decided to reject it. Meng Ye blinked, waiting for the rest. Owaze then got to the point. However, we still hope you can take on the role of vice captain for the Academy's representative team. He bit into the fruit, revealing a mouthful of bright red pulp, juice flowing everywhere. He was indeed a bit thirsty. Owaze didn't mind, just watching Meng Ye with a smile, waiting for his response. Meng Ye was certainly not just eating fruit. He was contemplating Owaze's meaning. He is indeed the vice captain, but it seems that Hulaina is the captain. Furthermore, in the past, he really didn't believe that Hulaina and her 2 companions would consider team cooperation. Weren't they just each fighting their own battles, while the others did the same. Just the overwhelming superiority in cultivation was enough to make the other academy representatives despair. So what does the dean want me to do? After finishing the fruit, Meng Ye wiped his mouth and asked, "The dean knows your abilities. Your understanding of spirit skills is unmatched. So the dean hopes you can select some disciples to supplement the academy's representative team or serve as reserves for the backup team. How about that?" Owe smiled like an old fox. This task, isn't something a vice captain should handle. At most, he would just kick out those who aren't satisfactory and invite those he likes. The final decision still lies with the academy's higher-ups. "Then I'll replace Su Yu and the others completely," Meng Ye said decisively. This, Owaze was momentarily stunned by Meng Ye's first sentence. Was he that decisive? With a puzzled look, he asked, "The three of them are already the best disciples in terms of cultivation and talent besides you. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Does the dean think they have any synergy with us?" Owaze slightly shook his head. "Aside from Su Yu having a little support role, the others couldn't even be considered an enhancement. Then what do you think? In a fight, can they win against the blue lightning tyrant dragon or the ghostly white tiger?" This, Owaze was momentarily at a loss for words, and he continued to shake his head with a bitter smile. The continent's recognized #1 beast spirit in terms of spirit strength. Neither Yin nor Xie you could compare to them individually. The blue lightning tyrant dragon of the same level is not inferior to them, especially Yin in close combat. The white tiger spirit can completely go toe-to-toe with him. As for Xie, there aren't any obvious flaws. Su Yu is still decent. At least he can support you four. The dean should have heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's Seven-Hearted Heart. As a support-type spirit master, the effectiveness of relying solely on spirit skills is quite limited. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's enhancements are all single-item enhancements. They don't provide a collective boost like an aura, which is why they have that terrifying enhancement ratio. Only with the sect's unique secret methods can the enhancement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile reach its peak, almost achieving multiple enhancements for many people at once. Alright, but they can't be completely eliminated. They need to serve as a backup team for emergencies. Owaze still held a somewhat conservative stance. However, Meng Ye didn't respond, only frowning a bit. What backup team? His meaning was to find a few talented disciples who have yet to grow to observe up close and gain some experience. So you definitely won't have a chance to appear in the next round due to his age. What experience can he gain? Can he learn the secret methods of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile? Moreover, this guy is Yin's loyal supporter. Kicking him out would easily cause some discontent, and leaving him on the sidelines to watch would be like killing him emotionally. "Dean, I still think." Meng Ye was about to refuse when Owaze interrupted him. "I'm counting on you." Owaze took out another watermelon. In the end, Meng Ye still agreed. It wasn't a big deal. At most, he would just pick a few more. The backup team doesn't mean they won't get a chance to play at all. Chapter 68. Reselecting teammates the next day. In the soul fighting arena. Yin angrily walked up to Meng Ye, who was sitting in the audience enjoying a watermelon. Yin directly shouted, "What do you mean? Why did you kick my person out?" "Your person?" Meng Ye glanced at him, swallowed the watermelon in his mouth, and asked in confusion, "Who?" "Su Yu. In the whole academy. Ask anyone who doesn't know he is my person." Meng Ye put down the half watermelon in his hand and pulled out a piece of paper from his storage soul guide, which was densely packed with information and names of many students. "So you're saying you're involved in forming cliques in the academy, organizing a group of family and noble descendants to collect intelligence and suppress some gifted disciples?" Yin was momentarily stunned. This wasn't a big deal. Sui was an auxiliary system soul master, and naturally, to curry favor with him, one had to do things for him. Although the Advanced Soul Master Academy was small, it was fully equipped, and open and covert struggles were inevitable. As one of the strongest geniuses in the academy, Yin wasn't arrogant, but he wouldn't be too low-key either. He occasionally offended people, and he couldn't deal with them all by himself. Someone like Suyu played a role in that. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Although Yan's face looked bad, he could only admit defeat. This matter wasn't big, but if it got out, it wouldn't be good for his reputation, especially since he had just obtained the purple record badge, which was big news. What did you just say? Who in the whole academy doesn't T know he is your person? I. Crack. He almost bit his teeth in anger. Yin was furious, but genuinely didn't T dare to be too reckless with Meng Ye. So he could only turn around and leave in frustration. After dismissing Yin, Meng Ye continued to eat his watermelon, pondering something while watching the situation in the soul fighting arena. He didn't want to do it this way, but when doing things, regardless of the method, one had to make others convinced, at least to some extent. Only then could people find no faults. Otherwise, it would lose its fairness. What you're doing, Yin won't let it go easily. Hu Laina walked over to the side, a drop of sweat sliding down her charming face. Uncertain of the situation, after the martial soul transformation, Hu Laina could completely control her charm ability. At least she wouldn't attract attention while walking down the street. Meng Ye still felt a faint charm aura from her. If he wasn't careful, it would ignite a wicked fire. Looking at Hu Laina, he frowned and said, Yin isn't the key. His strength is inferior to mine, so he will never dare to confront me directly. As for those under him, Captain, Vice Captain, good morning. At this moment, Su Yu approached with a flattering smile, holding a delicate lunchbox. Is there something? Meng Ye maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly expecting this. This is a small gift for you, not a formal greeting. I hope you can forgive my previous offenses. Understood, go ahead. Waving his hand, Meng Ye accepted the lunchbox. Su Yu then bowed deeply and retreated with a beaming smile, his attitude extremely good. He then casually opened the box, revealing various exquisite foods, including earth dragon tendons, extreme northern ice shrimp, and eastern sea red ginseng. This box was quite expensive, featuring limited dishes from the highest-end restaurant in Soul Master City, worth about 100 gold soul coins. What's going on? Hu Laina looked at this scene with some surprise, not quite understanding why. He is an auxiliary system soul master. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to offend me. The one he relies on, Yin, now only wants to distance himself from him. What do you think would happen if I had the academy expel him based on those charges? An auxiliary system soul master with no background and decent talent would generally be treated as a guest by some sects or soul master families. Of course, that would be the best case. The reality is he might not live long. There are many wolves, but little meat. A group of wolves divides the food, and it would be good enough to leave a complete corpse, with Nine-Heart Begonia being the best example. The Golden Scepter Martial Soul may not be as good as Nine-Heart Begonia, but as a member of the Martial Soul Hall representative team, his information has long been put in front of major Soul Master families and sections. The Academy would not expel such a talented disciple. Hu Laina slightly shook her head, still not fully grasping the situation. Of course not, but I just need him to think so, Meng Ye said, taking a bite of the iced shrimp from the lunchbox, which was cool and sweet, a really good thing. He continued, I also kept them in the reserve team. To them, this is already a special favor, so naturally, they will be grateful to me. I have to say, while these small characters may be opportunistic when used well, they are indeed a pleasure. After all, who doesn't wish to have a group of people around them supporting them like the moon? Hu Laina also reacted, her eyes shining with a hint of excitement, but then she smiled and said, Aren't you worried he might spit in it? Meng Ye, who was about to take a second bite, froze for a moment and replied, he wouldn't dare. But said, once those words were out, he lost his appetite. This was like when someone insisted on talking about the restroom during a meal. Even though they knew there was no connection, it was just off-putting. Wow, you actually poisoned the food so early in the morning. How terrible. A lively voice came, and then the little girl, Lu Meng, bounced over. Lu Yu and Lu Ji were also nearby, along with Luo Xian. Finally, there was a composed guy who looked about 40, dressed in a long robe. If it weren't for his dark circles and pale face, he would indeed look somewhat ethereal. You all are here. With a faint smile, Meng Ye walked over to the group. As a result, Lu Meng ran past him directly, excitedly approaching the food box. While Lu Yu couldn't catch her in time to stop her. Lu Meng, you. Lu Yu was quite angry, her chest rising and falling. It's fine. I've eaten. This is a gift from someone else. Smiling, Meng Ye didn't mind. Anyway, he had no appetite now. He looked at the group and said, There's still some time. I'll find you a soul fighting arena later for you to familiarize yourselves. Time is a bit tight. There will be a practical test in the afternoon. Only then did Lu Yu calm down, but still frowned and asked, Meng Ye, Are you really okay with suddenly arranging us in the Academy's representative team? No problem. It's just selecting a reserve team. The main purpose is to let some disciples observe and gain experience on site. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to go on stage. Meng Ye waved his hand and said casually, although Ovis's task for him was to improve the team's tacit understanding. It was essentially about letting him do what needed to be done. He couldn't give orders to Hulina, so he could only rely on Meng Ye. As the Academy's principal, Ovis considered the Academy's future development, which was different from Bibi Dong. Meng Ye had his own set of soul master philosophies, which were quite advanced, and Ovis wanted to leverage this. Not to say he expected him to point out a batch of geniuses like himself, but finding a suitable direction for the Academy's future development would also be good. This soul master system hasn't seen any significant changes for hundreds of years. That's good. Lu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. She was somewhat nervous about this. After all, the Soul Master competition wasn't something just anyone could participate in. It was the representative team of the Martial Soul Hall Academy. In recent competitions, the Martial Soul Hall Academy representative team had gradually become synonymous with champions, and correspondingly, the pressure they bore was even greater. What if my soul power is too weak? Luo Xian also said weakly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in a crowd. It's fine. It's just to gain some experience. The food system doesn't need too much practical combat experience. Just grasping the rhythm of the battle is enough, Meng Ye reassured her. He doesn't really pick only those he knows. It's just that these few people are truly talented. Luo Xian has weak soul power, but that doesn't mean her soul skills are useless. It depends on the situation. Additionally, the last guy who looks like he might drop dead at any moment is the key. Chapter 69, Don't Die Here. The disciple who looks extremely old is named Jeremy. He is a soul master of the soul sect, but in reality, he is only 21 years old. A level 46 support type soul master with a heavenly mechanism wheel martial soul. As a support type, reaching this level means his talent surpasses Su Yu's. However, his appearance and martial soul are so peculiar that the Academy has always regarded him as an oddity, neither valuing him nor expelling him. He is often mistaken for a teacher at the Academy. Hee-hee-I. Cough cough. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly coughed violently twice, trembling as he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Vice Captain. I will, cough cough to my best few." The way he almost coughed up his last breath made Meng Ye worry he might suddenly die here. If it weren't for the fact that he had seen this guy's martial soul in his previous life, he wouldn't dare to call him over. "Sister, is this person really not going to die here? Is he really the same age as us?" After finishing Meng Ye's food, Lu Meng leaned in close to her sister and asked quietly, "Don't talk nonsense. The Academy has information on all disciples." Lu Yu slapped Lu Meng, glanced at Jeremy, and couldn't continue. Jeremy turned around at this moment, forcing a smile that, combined with his frail appearance, felt like he might leave this world at any moment. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly unanimous at this moment. "Don't die here. Where's the Academy uniform?" Meng Ye felt a bit helpless. This guy's physique can't be said to be weak. It's more like he is disabled. "I cough. My hands and feet are inconvenient. Please forgive me. Cough, cough, cough." With another round of heart-stopping statements, every time he coughed, Meng Ye said, "This guy absolutely won't die." Meng Ye had seen him after leaving the Spirit Hall Academy in his previous life. Though he still looked half dead, at least he wouldn't die young. "That's enough." Raising his hand to stop Jeremy's desperate actions, Meng Ye said, "Just listen to the arrangements from now on. You don't need to answer anything too complicated. If you really can't hold on, just lie down, got it?" Just as he was about to speak, he seemed too excited, and his face turned bright red. Bang! After struggling to catch his breath for a long time, Jeremy's already weak body collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Lu Meng screamed in fright, covering her eyes with her hands, but curiously peeking through her fingers. Meng Ye's face darkened. "I told you to lie down, not to really die." He immediately pressed down on Jeremy's back, pouring a massive amount of soul power into him, and a flash of lightning stabilized his breathing. With a series of convulsions, Jeremy's consciousness finally stabilized, and Meng Ye didn't dare to stimulate him further, letting him sit in the audience area for now. This guy's soul skill is very special. It doesn't require much experience or control over the battle situation. At critical moments, just listen to the command and use a soul skill to lie down. Then a few more people arrived one after another. Meng Ye, of course, didn't have time to give too much guidance, but could filter or give them a general direction. This was also what Owis wanted him to do most, such as what type of soul rings to hunt for and what methods to use during training. He could basically tell at a glance, and, of course, even this qualification is not something everyone has. It requires a bit of talent, and the previous soul rings, whether by luck or otherwise, must pass the basic threshold. Unfortunately, most of these are disciples with family backgrounds. These family disciples will eventually graduate from the Spirit Hall Academy, and very few stay in the Spirit Hall. So the teachers do not value them. Hulaina stood beside Meng Ye. She had nothing to do. Originally, what Meng Ye was doing should have been her task, but the gap between her and Meng Ye was too large. Even she was still receiving guidance from Meng Ye. I know, so I let them come just to give ordinary disciples some experience. Meng Ye didn't think of himself as omnipotent and would take advantage of the situation. In his view, those soul master families with inheritance have, at the very least, no major issues with the initial soul rings and training paths. It would take a lot of time to compile a systematic tutorial, but having ready-made teaching materials makes a difference. Are you saying? Hulaina vaguely felt she grasped the key point, but wasn't sure. Your soul skills, if I'm not mistaken, should be Bewitch, Foxtail Needle, Amplify Strength and Speed, and Amplify Bewitchment, Illusion Array, these 5, right? Now how does it feel to have the 5th soul skill become Mental Impact? Meng Ye glanced at her and directly stated her soul skills. Although he hadn't asked, he could analyze them accurately with just a little attention. Hulaina was somewhat shocked. These things sound simple, but unless one actively states them, it's not easy for outsiders to figure them out. Naturally, it has become much stronger. However, as long as you have some understanding of mental power, or take a look at the soul ring ratios of other soul master families, you wouldn't choose the 2nd and 3rd soul skills this way. 2 mere soul rings won't bring much physical damage, and the Fox Spirit Martial Soul, which is not purely mental, had its early stage mental power raised to a level comparable to Assault-type soul masters because of these 2 soul rings. Regular soul master families wouldn't make such mistakes. After all, there's a reason they have been passed down to this day, and those that don't are just asking for it. The teacher asked me to listen to your suggestions when absorbing the soul rings. Hulaina smiled and shook her head. She still didn't fully understand. This requires a lot of experience accumulation. Meng Ye frowned, not understanding what Bibi Dong meant. Did his disciple let others teach? The higher the quality and age of the mental attribute soul rings, the better. After giving her a glance and leaving a sentence, he walked toward the battle arena. The training was almost over. Take a break, have lunch, and in the afternoon, it would be time to test the results. Su Yu, you guys come and cooperate. Just use past tactics. Okay, huh? Su Yu hadn't expected Meng Ye to mention him, but he still stood up, ready to head to the battle arena. But at that moment, a figure stepped out first. I'll do it. It was Yan. This guy had been holding back a lot of anger and probably wanted to reclaim his honor. Meng Ye didn't oppose letting Yan lead the team, but there were only 4 people. No need. I alone am enough. Yin walked onto the battle arena with an arrogant expression. He wasn't Team Meng Ye's opponent, so he naturally wanted to take it out on the others. He knew Meng Ye was acquainted with Lu Yu and the others, which was why he acted this way. With Yan's insistence, the battle began. Wow! As Lu Yu's first soul ring lit up, a strong light spread out, forcing everyone present to squint their eyes. This light was not intense, but it gave the illusion of a thin veil covering their eyes, making it hard to see everything in front of them. As the one directly facing this move, Yin naturally felt worse, as if he had cataracts, and he couldn't see clearly in an instant. Yin squinted his eyes, then darkened his face as he slapped his hands on the ground, his first soul ring also lighting up. He couldn't beat Meng Ye, and since he was already somewhat angry, he naturally struck without mercy, wanting to crush these insignificant ants in front of him. Boom! Terrifying lava erupted from the ground, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a lethal level. And even more frightening was that this lava continued to spread to the other side. The few people using their soul skills had never seen such a scene and were immediately a bit flustered. Don't panic. Lu Ji, continue using your soul skills. I'll hold it off. Lu Yu, standing calmly at the front, blocked Yan's might. The others slightly eased their expressions, feeling the pressure lessen, and began to act according to the tactics Meng Ye had laid out. At the core of the team was Lu Ji, who was Lu Yu's younger brother. Behind him was Lu Meng, who held a sunflower in her hands, gradually channeling her soul power into Lu Ji in front of her. Buzz. The light attribute of the martial soul makes it difficult to see what soul skills they are using, but Meng Ye sees it very clearly. Almost at the same time, the third soul rings of the sun worm martial soul, light martial soul, and sunflower martial soul all lit up. Their soul rings are completely identical, coming from a top-tier light attribute soul beast, and they're the core soul skill of their family S martial souls, sunlight radiance. However, the difference is that Lu Meng enhances others' light attributes, while Lu Yu and Lu Ji enhance themselves. Oh, has it already begun? Douluo appeared next to Meng Ye at some point, watching the scene in the soul fighting arena with great interest. Chapter 70, The Heavenly Machine Disc and Martial Soul. Meng Ye observed very clearly that the attribute of Lu Yu, who stood at the forefront, was actually the most terrifying, almost reaching the edge of extreme attributes, and the brilliance around her body even distorted the air. At this moment, under Lu Meng's enhancement, Lu Ji's sun insect became even more dazzling. With the sun radiance soul skill already at his disposal, combined with Lu Meng's second enhancement, the sun insect at this moment was the ultimate martial soul. Buzz. In an instant, it was as if an artificial sun floated above Lu Ji's head, and the aura of soul power he erupted with instantly broke through the bottleneck of Soul King, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Ji's fourth soul skill, Light Explosion, a powerful soul skill. This soul skill was something Meng Ye and the others had hunted for together initially. However, this was not the end. Infinite Heavenly Mechanism. As a compass appeared in Jeremy's hand, his aura seemed to take on a hint of mysterious profundity, as if a heavenly machine disc inscribed with certain principles radiated mysterious light. Buzz. Boom. As the mysterious light enveloped the center where Lu Ji stood. In the next moment, the terrifying artificial sun, which was already approaching the Soul Emperor level, instantly expanded more than twice its size. How is that possible? Crack! The calm chrysanthemum Douluo crushed the ground with one foot, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a title Douluo, he was still shocked, let alone the others. That sphere of light truly resembled the sun, emitting a deadly and terrifying high temperature that distorted the void. Lu Ji had already used his third soul skill to enhance his attributes, so after the second enhancement from the sunflower, he could instantly reach the peak, directly attaining an aura close to that of a soul emperor, while the heavenly machine disc soul skill enhancement was the third enhancement. Lu Ji's face flushed red. This power had already exceeded his limits. If it weren't for the fact that the enhancement from the heavenly machine disc only targeted soul skills, and this move was released externally, he would have been severely injured by his own soul skill a long time ago. You won't succeed. Yin realized the severity of the situation at this time. If this move landed, forget about him. Even a soul emperor would have to avoid its sharp edge. He couldn't understand how a few soul zone could gather such immense power in such a short time. Nor did he want to understand. He only wanted to win. Furious flames accompanied by sandstorm crazily surged towards the few people, covering more than half of the arena. Fifth soul skill, Sandstorm Blaze. This was Yan's strongest 10,000-year soul skill. Although it was an area of effect, AoE, attack, the power combined fire and earth forces. Those caught in it would not only endure the terrifying high temperature of the flames, but would also have their flesh and blood ground away by the sand. If it weren't for the fact that it was somewhat difficult to control. This soul skill could even directly annihilate a 7-member team composed of soul zone in the soul arena. Buzz. On the other side, facing Yan's reckless soul skill attack, the 5 people's faces turned pale. Even Lu Ji, who was the main attacker, was somewhat distracted, finding it hard to control his soul skill. Stay calm. At this critical moment, Lu Yu, who stood at the forefront, raised her hand and gritted her teeth to release her soul skill, buying time for Lu Ji. She had already used her third soul skill. The Sun Radiant soul skill not only enhanced light attributes, but also gathered surrounding light elements. When all 3 used their skills simultaneously, They could actually enhance each other to a certain extent. Her martial soul was already close to the extreme of brightness, and at this moment, it was naturally stronger. Splash! A chain formed from gathered light elements suddenly bound Yin without warning, firmly fixing his entire body in place. "You little trick, let me go." Yin roared in anger, just as he wanted to break free, but only the sound of the chain being stretched could be heard. Light chain. Although the fourth soul skill was only 4,000 years old at this moment, Lu Yu's attributes were close to the extreme, and Yan's only enhancement soul skill merely increased his defense, providing no enhancement to his power. Even with an additional soul ring, he couldn't break free for a moment. Even more terrifying was that his soul power was being gradually suppressed back into his body. Attribute suppression. The attack momentum of Sandstorm Blaze also slowed down, being temporarily restrained. Damn it! Calm! Realizing he was about to be suppressed, the furious Yin unleashed his soul power recklessly, and only then did the chains begin to crack. Oomph! With a muffled grunt, Lu Yu took half a step back and then turned to look behind her. Locking eyes with her brother, the two naturally understood each other well, realizing that Lu Ji had completed his soul skill, and Lu Yu decisively dodged back. Lu Ji waved his hand, bringing down the artificial sun above, and the void began to tremble. The deadly high temperature and the fluctuations of soul power pressed down on everyone present, making it hard for them to breathe. Except for the chrysanthemum Douluo. Probably only Meng Ye could remain calm in the face of this power. Buzz, haha, you have truly brought me quite a surprise. In the next moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo appeared under the sun without warning. Raising his hand, a peculiar chrysanthemum radiating brilliant light appeared in his hand, enlarging, and then it actually wrapped the entire sphere of light within it. Seventh soul skill, true spirit of the artifact. If he hadn't been here today, it would have been easy for an accident to occur. Meng Ye wouldn't have had an easy time blocking this move either. Thank you, Elder. Meng Ye slightly cupped his hands in gratitude to the chrysanthemum Douluo. It's nothing. Looking at Meng Ye with a smile, the chrysanthemum Douluo's presence here might be coincidental, or it might not, but it didn't matter. He was clearly more interested in the cooperation of Lu Ji and the others. How did you find these little guys? The chrysanthemum Douluo was also taken aback when he saw Jeremy. Their martial souls originated from the same source, so cooperation was naturally problem-free. As for the heavenly machine disc, the disciple was also somewhat surprised. Meng Ye glanced in Jeremy's direction. After using that soul skill, he had directly collapsed on the ground, and Lu Meng curiously stood beside him to see if he was dead. The heavenly machine disc's only effect was to enhance soul skills. Almost any known soul skill could be directly enhanced by a factor of 2. Of course, the stronger the soul skill, the more soul power was consumed for the enhancement. It seemed that because this ability was too heaven-defying, Jeremy appeared as if he might collapse at any moment. Indeed, it was a pleasant surprise. His Majesty the Pope wants you and Nar to go there. Is everything done here? The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded and finally brought up the main topic. Meng Ye glanced at the chrysanthemum Douluo and said, I will head over shortly. Haha, as you wish. The chrysanthemum Douluo smiled and didn't mind, turning to leave directly. Ordinary disciples, even if the elders like them were summoned by Bibi Dong, would not dare to delay for a moment. But Meng Ye and Hu Laina could. Bibi Dong wouldn't mind. That's all for today. The rest can go back and wait for notification. Tomorrow the list of official team members and reserve team members will be announced. Dismissed. Most of the disciples began to leave in succession, and Lu Yu and the three walked over. Meng Ye, that guy seems to be on the verge of death. Lu Meng pointed at Jeremy and said, Meng Ye. Looking at Jeremy, who was barely hanging on, the two academy stewards lifted him away. This wouldn't do. He intended to cultivate this guy, even in the later stages. No, it should be said that this guy was the real killing machine, directly enhancing the effectiveness of soul skills by a factor of 2. In high-level battles, this was no longer a key factor in determining victory or defeat, but could turn the tide in an instant. It's fine. He should be fine. You all go back and wait for the notification. Wait. I'm not convinced. Yin glared at Lu Yu and the others, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of this match. He had been almost entirely controlled by Lu Yu throughout the process, unable to exert his strength, so naturally, he was unconvinced. I gave you a chance. There is still a chance for revenge tomorrow. Meng Ye looked calmly at Yin, although he didn't say much. The imposing gaze that carried no anger still made Yin slightly calm down. The reason Meng Ye didn't head to the Pope's Hall immediately was to prevent Yin from causing trouble for others, warning him a bit. Luo Xian didn't get to play and was just watching the match. At this moment, she walked out of the battle arena, feeling a bit down. Luo Xian, let's go together. Lu Meng ran over after seeing her and wrapped her arm around Luo Xian's. Chapter 71. The Method to Restrain the Haotian Hammer. Pope's Hall. The Haotian Hammer, martial soul? Yes, it seems that a remnant of Haotian has appeared in Tiando City. With your understanding of martial souls, how do you view the Haotian Hammer? Bibi Dong looked intently at Meng Ye. At this moment, Meng Ye was also somewhat surprised. Did Tang San expose himself early? No. Upon closer thought, it seemed that Tang San had not only revealed the Haotian Hammer for the first time at the Soul Master competition. It was when he encountered Talon, right at the entrance of Shrek Academy, and there were quite a few people present at that time. It wouldn't be impossible for some scouts to have discovered it. Bibi Dong probably just speculated. Your Majesty, you want to ask about methods to restrain the Haotian Hammer, right? Correct. It is the strongest weapon martial soul in the continent. Bibi Dong had this thought because she had heard Wei's praise Meng Ye, especially regarding his understanding of martial souls. Meng Ye pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then raised his head and said, to speak frankly, there is no such method. The Haotian Hammer could be called the strongest weapon martial soul, and I believe your Majesty should understand the significance it represents. Even you can't think of it? Bibi Dong naturally did not believe that there was a martial soul without weaknesses. If that were the case, the Haotian Hammer would not just be the strongest weapon martial soul, it would be the strongest martial soul in the continent. Even the six-winged angel and sea god martial souls would not dare to claim to be the strongest. The Haotian Hammer is not invincible. If it were not for the unique techniques passed down from the Haotian clan, it would merely be a top-tier martial soul. Meng Ye frowned and said, if I had to mention a feasible method, it would probably be to create a unique skill comparable to it. This was the only way he could think of, as the power of the Haotian Hammer, using the great Sumeru hammer, was too domineering and fierce, a divine skill that even he, knowing the principles, would find difficult to replicate. Tang Chun is indeed a once-in-a-century genius. Unique skill. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. The reason she feared the Haotian clan lay fundamentally here. Otherwise, relying solely on a few old-titled Douluos, she wouldn't take them seriously at all. Just as Meng Ye said, the Haotian Hammer was merely a top-tier martial soul and had not reached the level of being deified. Suddenly, Bibi Dong looked deeply at Meng Ye, thinking of the secret techniques he possessed, but she did not continue to question him. The remnants of Haotian and my spirit hall have an irreconcilable enmity. In the future, if you encounter them, remember to kill without mercy. Understood, Master. Meng Ye nodded, feeling indifferent inside. If it weren't for the fact that he was destined to stand on the opposite side of Tang San, what did the Haotian clan have to do with him? Well, you have done well at the academy. If you need anything, just tell Wei's directly, and he will cooperate with you. After encouraging him a bit, Bibi Dong said, you can go back now. Yes. Meng Ye left the Pope's Hall, deep in thought along the way. Bibi Dong's words served as a reminder. He would eventually confront Tang San, and it was indeed time to plan ahead, at least to think of some restraining methods. He had thought about directly cutting off Tang San's opportunities, but didn't dare to be too direct. The concept of fate was too mysterious, and he couldn't be sure it wouldn't backfire. For instance, regarding the 8 spider lances and the immortal herbs, he was now waiting for a result. Whether Tang San would regain those opportunities through various coincidences, become stronger, or fall. These were questions he could not yet determine, and it was a test of fate for him. Lord Meng Ye, here's a letter for you. Just back at the academy, the steward handed him an envelope. Thank you. Upon receiving the letter, he found it was signed by Wang Shua. This guy occasionally wrote to him. Sending a letter was not easy in this era. Boss, I'm in Tiando City now, going to exchange for a year at the Tiando Royal Academy. It's so painful. Boss, what are you doing? You're so handsome. There should be beautiful women surrounding you, right? I should have sneaked into the Spirit Hall Academy too. I'm so envious. By the way, Tiando City hasn't been peaceful lately. A few days ago, I went shopping and a madman smashed a big hole in the ground. Scary. Meng Ye. Most of Wang Shua's letters had this style, and he wrote basically every so often, so he didn't show any distance when he returned last time. Their relationship had always been good, considered very close friends. Tiando City. Noticing that Wang Shua was in Tiando City, Meng Ye had some ideas. He picked up a pen and wrote a letter, then had the steward send it over. It would conservatively take half a month to arrive from Spirit City to Tiando City, and even with the fastest methods, it would still take about 10 days. Unless it was expedited through special channels and post stations, it would be much faster. The next day, after finishing his meditation, Meng Ye arrived at the Academy's Battle Soul Arena. Yin was not convinced and naturally continued to take the stage, but this time he was defeated even worse. Originally, with Su Yu and 2 other original main team members, they were all strong attack types. 3 strong attackers and 1 support should have made things easier. Not to mention they had Yin, the Spirit King, with them. However, this time, Lu Ming amplified Lu Yu, and compared to Lu Ji, her martial soul was actually stronger. Already close to the ultimate attribute. After being amplified by Lu Ming, her strength increased significantly. With the cooperation of Lu Ming's other support soul skills, the 2 of them managed to suppress Yin's 4 members for nearly a minute with a single move, Light Lock. Lu Ji's light explosion grew stronger the more light elements it gathered. After 1 minute of charging, it had already reached the limit, and with Jeremy's amplification, even a Soul Emperor would have to kneel. Boom! Due to the previous incident, Oways arranged for 2 Soul Sage-level teachers to protect the surroundings. So nothing unexpected happened. All right, Ming, Lu Yu, you 2 can take a break now. Jeremy, you can also go rest. Yay! Lu Ming cheered. She and Lu Yu had managed to hold off Yin's 4 members, but they had completely exhausted their soul power. That is why Meng Ye let them rest directly. Without soul power, staying here would only mean watching, unable to do anything. Meng Ye continued, in the future, I will arrange some 1v1 battles with similar strengths, mainly to familiarize each other with their soul skills and combat styles. It won't be too intense. Lu Ji nodded. Although he was quite tired, he didn't want to waste this opportunity. Meng Ye ultimately decided to let the 3 of them act as the main force. Lu Ming's soul power was a bit weaker, but her healing and amplification abilities were not inferior to the brilliant Golden Staff. More importantly, with her presence, combined with either Lu Ji or Lu Yu, they could directly reach the combat power level of a Soul King. The best combination was with Lu Yu, who could directly control the opponents to the point of annihilation. Jeremy would act as a substitute and would be arranged to take the stage if necessary. He was the trump card. As for Su Yu and the other 2, they had also been arranged as substitutes on the reserve team. As for Luo Xian, come with me. After arranging the training for everyone, Meng Ye took Luo Xian to a Battle Soul arena. At this time, a teacher was already standing on the opposite side, waiting for a long time. It was Shi Cheng, who had once taken them to hunt souls with Ghost Awe. Thank you for this. Meng Ye nodded, looking at Shi Cheng. No problem, but my power is very strong. Are you sure you want to do this? I appreciate it. Nodding again, Meng Ye signaled Luo Xian to create 2 steamed buns for him, then asked her to step outside the arena. Ziz. Accompanied by an arc of electricity, 5 soul rings appeared. Purple, black. After leaving the East Sea Abyss, he had already completed the qualitative transformation of the 1st and 3rd soul rings by hunting for soul essences. The reward for increasing the 5,000-year soul ring limit had also been used on the 3rd soul skill. He had mastered Extreme Thunder, and he had long thought about developing the power aspect after the 5th soul ring, so the intensity of the Thunderstrike Spear needed to be enhanced. All right, be careful, Shi Cheng shouted, his whole body swelling and bursting, the last of the 7 perfectly matched soul rings lighting up. Barbarian Bear Martial Soul, True Body. The massive body, lying there, was nearly 5 meters long, and the soul pressure from the soul Saint hit like a wave. Meng Ye directly consumed 2 buns, which are Luo Xian's 2nd and 3rd soul skills. The 3rd soul skill, Purification, provides immunity to soul power, attribute, and aura suppression effects, lasting for 5 minutes. The 2nd soul skill, Amplification, increases strength by 30, lasting for 10 minutes. While the soul pressure from the soul Saint cannot be completely ignored. With these two enhancements, Meng Ye can fully unleash his power. Chapter 72, Victory, Roar. The Barbarian Bear, Martial Soul, War Roar, Frenzy, Barbarian Bear Charge. In the state of the true body of the Martial Soul, a signature set of skills was unleashed, charging directly towards Meng Ye with terrifying momentum, shaking the entire soul fighting arena. ZZZZ. Clang. With the enhancement from Luo Xian, Meng Ye's already terrifying power was elevated to another level, and the Thunderstrike spear in his hand resembled a divine weapon. Under the exaggerated size difference that was completely disproportionate, the Thunder Spear collided with the Barbarian Bear's paw. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Meng Ye was directly blasted back to the edge of the soul fighting arena. Taking a deep breath, his entire body underwent a transformation, swelling to over 3 meters, while a silvery light erupted from him. True body Martial Soul, second awakening of the silver level. Stacking the Blood Chi secret technique, God of War body. Meng Ye hardly needed enhancement-type soul skills, because continuing to amplify would be difficult for his body to bear. Just these two aspects were enough to push his combat power to its peak. The second soul ring lit up, and then bang. The arena trembled beneath his feet. Meng Ye's speed became so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. A terrifying thunder surrounded Shi Cheng, launching fierce attacks again and again. With his terrifying power combined with extreme explosion, even Shi Cheng's formidable defense, when using his true body Martial Soul, was forced to retreat step by step. Using the Barbarian Bear's charge to break through was also pushed back by a fist accompanied by thunder. ZZZ. The thunder surged, and the gathered thunder power was directly unleashed by Meng Ye with a single strike of the Thunderstrike spear. Seeing that he could not compete with Meng Ye's speed, Shi Cheng directly activated his fifth soul skill, Barrier, curling his body into a ball, while a heavy earthen-colored soul power barrier emerged. As a martial soul that balanced power and defense, this move was even enough to withstand a full-force strike from a soul saint of the same level. Boom! Meng Ye's fighting style was characterized by 2 words: explosion, extreme explosion. Once it started, unless the battle ended, it was hard to stop. The terrifying thunder power slammed against Shi Cheng's defensive soul skill, and even without using ultimate thunder, it still caused attribute suppression, instantly shattering the soul power barrier. Under the physical defense formed by the true body Martial Soul, he was still directly blasted back dozens of meters. After landing a successful hit, Meng Ye did not pause. Instantly appearing in front of Shi Cheng like a cheetah, the Thunderstrike spear emerged, stabbing out. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The commotion here made the entire soul fighting arena tremble slightly. A pure power duel was far more shocking than any splendid soul skill. The brilliant soul skills could only show effects, while power allowed those around to feel the earth-shattering shock. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Yin stared at the soul fighting platform that seemed to be sinking. Originally somewhat hostile towards Meng Ye, he was now completely relieved. Haha, what kind of monster have I offended? There were certainly soul emperors who could fight against soul saints, but there were not many soul emperors who could fight against soul saints using their true body Martial Soul and still ensure their survival. The true body Martial Soul represented a qualitative change, making soul saints nearly unbeatable against opponents who had not reached this level. Not to mention the gap brought by a single soul ring was already significant, and this was still 2, although both had 3 10,000-year soul rings. Meng Ye's ability to unleash power rivaling that of a soul saint left everyone feeling inexplicably shocked. He even maintained the upper hand throughout. Bang! Boom! What is happening? Owaze was also startled. The entire soul fighting arena was trembling slightly, and the commotion was affecting the entire academy. The principal, Shi, and teacher, Shi Cheng, were engaged in battle. A trembling soul emperor teacher pointed towards the fighting platform. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end, and Shi Cheng was forced to the edge of the arena. The soul fighting arena was not a place for life and death. As long as one fell off the platform, it was considered a loss, and there was no need to continue the fight. His eyes widened, and his white beard stood up, angrily saying, "Nonsense. Go stop them." The Martial Soul Hall Academy did not prohibit, but even encouraged students to spar. but it was too exaggerated to fight to this extent. He would believe it if someone said it was a life and death struggle. Meng Ye had stated that this was just a spar, so we must not intervene. The teacher was also in a difficult position. With Meng Ye holding the purple record badge, they could go up to stop it, but after Meng Ye presented the elder's order, they had to weigh whether to listen to Oways or him. Oways was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Watching the escalating, terrifying battle, he hesitated to intervene. Although he was a soul Douluo, his age had reached this point, and his martial soul was not a power attribute. Going up would likely expose him to danger. What a lively scene. What is going on? The figure of Douluo appeared behind Oways without warning, looking astonished at the soul fighting arena. Elder, I don't know either. Please take action. After being surprised, Oways could only ask Douluo to intervene. No problem. Isn't it just getting intense? Why stop it? Douluo looked at the duel with a smile, speaking in a soft tone. In Oways' eyes, the battle was somewhat terrifying, but in Douluo's view, it could only be considered a spar. However, this kind of duel between a soul saint and a soul king was undoubtedly shocking to Douluo. He had just passed by, heard the commotion, and came to take a look, not expecting to see this scene. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Observing Meng Ye's fighting style, the soul skills were domineering, the transformation secret technique even more so, along with that set of steps and attack methods. As swift as thunder, yet precise to the millimeter, how many hidden techniques does this kid have? Most of the abilities Meng Ye used were unheard of to him, and he could only simply categorize them as self-created soul skills. However, relying solely on self-created soul skills could not make up for the fundamental gap between a soul king and a soul saint. Not to mention soul power, which was over 20 levels apart, along with power, speed, and defense. The difference brought by 2 soul rings was beyond estimation. Yet Meng Ye had managed to erase this gap through multiple instances of absorbing soul rings beyond his level, combined with numerous techniques. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed as Cheng was about to fall off the platform, with multiple injuries inflicted by the thunder power. He momentarily ignited some true fire and forcibly unleashed his 6th soul skill, Barbarian Bear Shockwave, a domineering 10,000-year soul skill from a ground dragon soul beast. A terrifying orange-yellow energy gathered and erupted. In the state of his true body martial soul, this move was launched at Meng Ye from close range. At this moment, even Douluo became somewhat tense, his soul power surging. Outside the soul fighting arena, Luo Xian's mind went blank, standing still. Boom! Bang! In the end, the entire soul fighting arena shook violently. A shadow was forcefully blasted out of the fighting platform range, directly smashing into the ground below. At the edge of the fighting platform, Meng Ye was breathing heavily. His body had returned to its original size. Not only that, but even the martial soul had been retracted into his body due to the depletion of soul power. He had truly reached his limit. However, comparatively speaking, his achievements could be described as dazzling. Cheng was seriously injured, and after dodging that final strike, a Thunderstrike spear had knocked him unconscious. With the cultivation of a soul king, he had defeated a soul saint in a direct confrontation, and not just any random soul saint, but a genuine expert among soul saints. This achievement was indeed remarkable even in the entire history of the Douluo continent. Chapter 73 Untitled. Simply put, the author couldn't think of a title, so they just made one up. Soul Sage, a power-type soul sage, was defeated head-on. Yes, the subordinate also witnessed the entire process by chance. As expected, Douluo immediately reported the situation to Bibi Dong. There was a hint of incredulity in Bibi Dong's eyes, as she couldn't imagine any means by which a soul king could defeat a soul sage, unless it was a twin martial soul, with both martial souls simultaneously attaching soul rings. Perhaps that could bridge the significant gap. However, no twin martial soul would do that. Casually attaching soul rings to a second martial soul before reaching the title Douluo level is not only a waste but also a path to self-destruction. No one knows better than her the method of cultivating a twin martial soul. Did they not discover a second martial soul? Bibi Dong had once speculated that Meng Ye might have a second martial soul, but there was no evidence, just a guess. Since she couldn't see it with her own cultivation level, she gave up on that speculation. No, his combat style is unique. And the power of the secret technique is astonishing, probably not inferior to the true form of a martial soul. Given the circumstances, Douluo could only express his judgment. Meng Ye's soul power aura had not changed from beginning to end, so it was impossible for him to use a second martial soul. Secret technique. Bibi Dong frowned and, after a moment of silence, said, "Forget it. Let always act according to his own ideas." Yes, Bibi Dong could not see through it, but it was clear that Meng Ye's actions had their own intention and were quite methodical, so she was not worried that Meng Ye would waste his talent. Additionally, whether this matter needed, no need, suppress it. Yes, generally speaking, such matters can greatly enhance fame. After all, defeating a soul sage with the strength of a soul king is no small feat, and Bibi Dong was somewhat shocked. The martial soul fusion technique of Xie Yu and Hu Liena had defeated a soul emperor, and this matter was announced to the world with the awarding of the Purple Record Badge, naturally aimed at further boosting their reputation. Winning against the strong with the weak is something that brings inexplicable shock to anyone. The reason Bibi Dong chose to suppress it was simple. The tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Hu Liena and the others also received the Purple Record Badge. If Meng Ye's achievements were too dazzling, it would easily overshadow the brilliance of the three, especially Hu Liena. If the gap were too great, it would not be easy for her to let Hu Liena inherit the position of Pope. On the other side, Meng Ye was recovering his soul power, relying on the dual assistance of Luo Xian and Lu Meng, and the recovery was quite rapid. "I can't take it anymore, Thud. Don't be silly." Lu Yu knocked Lu Meng, who was being mischievous. Her Sunflower Martial Soul's second soul skill was to restore soul power, although it was single target. The effect was remarkably evident. Simply put, with her soul master cultivation, as long as she maintained the effect on one person, she could probably exert the soul power of 3 soul masters. Previously, when working with Lu Yu to suppress Yin and the others, her soul skill played a crucial role. Tch. Pouting, she continued to release soul power. Luo Xian clearly pursed her lips and stood aside. Her first soul skill was to restore soul power and injuries, and she directly poured all her soul power into Meng Ye. However, since her cultivation level was only soul respect, she did not allow Meng Ye to recover his soul power immediately. After a few more minutes, Meng Ye fully recovered his soul power, and the injuries from the battle that had shaken his body were also mostly healed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, his soul power became a bit more active. "You're awake." The first thing that came into view was Luo Xian's stunning face. Meng Ye paused for a moment before nodding. He stood up and took out a green leaf from his storage soul guide, a faint herbal fragrance wafting through the air. Summoning a steward, he said, "Give this to teacher Shi Cheng. It will help him recover from his injuries." After all, he was the one who brought Shi Cheng to test his strength. Although the last move was somewhat uncontrolled by both sides, Shi Cheng's injuries were still somewhat severe. Without this dragon ginkgo leaf, finding a healing soul master would also take a considerable amount of time to recover, and he would have to endure the backlash of the true martial soul. Yes, the steward's eyes held a hint of reverence as he took the dragon ginkgo leaf with both hands and turned to leave. "What is this?" Lu Meng blinked curiously and leaned over. "A type of medicinal material that can stabilize the foundation, strengthen the essence, and has certain benefits for recovering injuries and enhancing soul power." As he spoke, Meng Ye took another piece from his storage soul guide and ate it. One piece was enough to turn a serious injury into a light one. It didn't matter whether he ate it or not, but he still didn't want to leave any subtle hidden injuries. Lu Meng kept staring at him without saying a word, her eyes sparkling. Unable to help it, Meng Ye could only give her a piece. Slap! Lu Yu interrupted Lu Meng, who was about to eat the dragon ginkgo leaf in one bite, raising her eyebrows and saying, "This item is a rare heavenly treasure. How can it be wasted like this?" "But he ate it too. I just wanted to taste it." Covering her head, she looked at her older sister with grievance and pointed at Meng Ye. "You, not paying attention." This thing was not precious for Meng Ye at this moment. It was not that its value was low, but rather that he rarely got injured. Meng Ye would not easily allow himself to suffer serious injuries. If he left behind hard-to-heal hidden wounds, it could directly affect his future development, which he would never allow. Luo Xian stood by with a smile, and when she saw Meng Ye recovering, she felt relieved. However, it seemed that the consumption of soul power was somewhat severe, and after relaxing, a feeling of lightheadedness struck her. Her body uncontrollably tilted to the side, consciousness awakening, but she found her whole body weak and powerless, so she could only close her eyes and wait for the pain to come. The imagined pain did not appear. Instead, a broad arm caught her. The moment they made contact, Meng Ye sensed her completely exhausted soul power, feeling mixed emotions. Luo Xian was a bit panicked after being caught. At this moment, Meng Ye was not wearing any clothes. Although his pants were intact, her face still flushed, and she wanted to struggle. But her already weak body was even more soft and powerless at this moment. Just rest for a while. Meng Ye had no choice but to help Luo Xian to the resting area beside her, and only then did she feel much better. Luo Xian, are you okay? Lu Meng, no longer being mischievous, worriedly approached Luo Xian. I'm fine. Her weak face still bore an unusual blush. This was not a fleeting brightness, but simply her shyness. Meng Ye took out another piece of dragon ginkgo leaf and directly brought it to Luo Xian's lips. Eat it. It's good for you. Although still somewhat at a loss, seeing Meng Ye somehow made her feel at ease, and she ate the piece of dragon ginkgo leaf. A common issue with support-type soul masters is that their physical constitution is generally not strong. If beast martial souls or weapon martial souls battle soul masters can be much stronger than ordinary people even without soul power, then support-type soul masters losing soul power is really no different from ordinary people, unless there is some opportunity or after a lot of effort to strengthen their physical strength. Otherwise, support-type soul masters shouldn't expect to exert any combat power. However, Meng Ye was somewhat surprised by Luo Xian's soul power level. More than half a year ago, she had just obtained her third soul ring, but now she was already at level 35. If this speed could be maintained, she would probably reach almost level 40 after the Soul Master competition completely ended. This rate of improvement is quite fast, and Luo Xian is actually a few years younger than Lu Meng. Meng Ye, the training over here has ended. Hulaina also came over at this time. The others had already been dismissed and were leaving the battle arena one after another. Smiling as she looked at Luo Xian, she said, "Hello." Chapter 74, Wang Shua's Mission Wuhuan Temple Academy, Cafeteria, second floor single room. Meng Ye and others were having a gathering. There was nothing wrong with it, just replenishing some energy after training. However, Hulaina also came, followed by Xieyu and Yan. Xieyu is Hulaina's brother, and Yan is just there to make up the numbers. At the table, only Meng Ye was really eating, while the others seemed a bit reserved. Meng Ye mainly felt indifferent, as they were all peers, and eating didn't need to be so formal. Hulaina seemed very curious about Luo Xian, chatting and laughing together. "Hey, Luo Xian, are you in the same class as Meng Ye?" "Yeah." For some reason, whether it was Hulaina's charm that attracted both genders or something else, Luo Xian didn't show any discomfort. The two even talked about their usual preferences, appearing as if they were good friends who could talk about anything, which looked quite strange to the others. Xieyu understood Hulaina and knew his sister wouldn't be so close to someone for no reason, but he couldn't pinpoint what was off. Yin, on the other hand, was staring at Meng Ye and quickly devouring the food in front of him, seemingly trying to prove his worth through his eating capacity. Lu Yu and the others felt a bit hesitant to speak. All four who had received the purple badge from Wuhuan Temple Academy were present. Although they had a good relationship with Meng Ye, it still felt somewhat oppressive. Only Lu Meng Dong kept glancing around, unable to sit still. "Can you really eat like this?" He finally looked over at Jeremy, who was sitting alone and had also been invited. Meng Ye valued his soul skills, and Ovis had notably improved his treatment. And no problem. Jeremy's hands were trembling as he tried to eat, making it hard for anyone to believe he was fine. Strangely, he and T consumed much soul power. Whether it was boosting Lu Ji or assisting Lu Meng with her support soul skills, he and T exhausted his soul power, yet his body couldn't take it, and he just lay down before finishing. Moreover, his boosts could be effective for support-type soul skills, which was quite odd. Support type skills couldn't boost other support type skills, otherwise it would backfire. Even food type skills couldn't do so, as technically food type was also a support type. Thinking it through, it made sense. If two supports kept boosting each other, what would that be? Jeremy's case was special. Meng Ye guessed that he was boosting the soul skills directly rather than the soul master himself, thus avoiding this situation. After the meal, everyone gradually dispersed. Lu Yu and the others left, and Jeremy was taken away by Lu Ji. Thank you. Jeremy was taken by Lu Ji, and it felt like he might collapse halfway. Luo Xian was heading home, so she walked toward the academy gate, while Hulaina was going to the Pope's Hall, also heading outside the academy. Xie usually followed Hulaina, and he intended to follow her, but was stopped by her with a glance. "What's your fifth soul ring?" Yin, for some reason, didn't provoke Meng Ye anymore and only asked about his fifth soul ring. Frowning at him, Meng Ye calmly replied, "It's at the 50,000-year level. You don't need to think about it." Oof. Yin's forehead throbbed, clearly still unhappy, but in the soul master world, strength is paramount. There's nothing to say if one is weaker. Not wanting to stay any longer, Yin turned and left, with Xie following him. Thus, about a month passed. Wuhuan Temple Academy was vigorously preparing for the Soul Master competition. Merchants from all over the continent came to Wuhuan City, bringing plenty of news, such as many talented soul masters from various academies gathering in the royal cities of the two empires. Months ago, Wuhuan Temple and the two empires reached an agreement for the Soul Master competition. The preliminary and advancement rounds would take place in the two empires, each having a guaranteed quota, and the top 15 from the advancement rounds would come to Wuhuan City for the finals, including the teams sent by the two empires. There would be 33 teams competing, but the outcome would likely be the royal teams of the two empires facing off against the representative team of Wuhuan Temple. "Boss, I found out that there was a fight on the street that day. A soul king and a soul sovereign were involved. I heard it was quite a commotion, and in the end, a soul, Douluo, intervened, knocking everyone else out. The specifics are unclear. As for that Shrek Academy, it seems it was just renamed. Before it was called Blue Tyrant Academy, and I heard the principal gave the academy away, haha, supposedly to her old lover. Cough cough, just kidding. The Shrek 7 monsters from Shrek Academy are quite mysterious and hard to investigate, but I did find some intel. It seems they are almost breaking through level 40 and are all very young. The Soul Sovereign who fought is one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Boss, do you know them? Wang Shua. Looking at Wang Shua's letter, Meng Ye's gaze narrowed. It was indeed as he suspected. He had intercepted the celestial herb, but Tang San and the others still broke through their bottlenecks in advance. Level 40 was nothing, but without the celestial herb, it was a far-fetched dream for someone with an average age of 15 to break through to level 40. Hulaina and the others were now 21 and 22 and had just recently broken through to Soul King. Hence they were regarded as the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple. It's worth noting that the oldest from Element Academy, Feng Xiaotian, was nearing level 50 but was already 24, almost past the age to participate in the Soul Master competition. The others were mostly around 20, still quite a distance from level 50. Including Meng Ye, who was an outlier. The definition of genius in this era was reaching Soul Master level around 20. Breaking through to Soul Master at 18 was considered an absolute top genius. As for breaking through at 15, it required sufficient opportunities. Otherwise, only a divine-level martial soul could make it happen. Meng Ye's body had been restructured by the system, and his talent was not inferior to a divine-level martial soul. Combined with his accumulated experiences from his past life, he had ample opportunities, which enabled him to reach his current level. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his pen and wrote a letter, sending it back with expedited delivery this time. 9 days later, outside Tiando Royal City, Tiando Royal Academy. Wang Shua, your letter. Even with expedited delivery, it took 9 days for the letter to reach Tiando City, just as the Soul Master competition was approaching. Hey, boss's letter. Thanks for the trouble. In the future, please deliver my letters quickly. This is for you. After receiving the letter, Wang Shua tossed a gold soul coin to the other person. Thank you. The recipient clearly didn't expect such a windfall. Although students at Tiando Royal Academy were either nobles or royal family members, they might not be as wealthy as Wang Shua. Having mingled with Meng Ye in various black markets, soul-fighting arenas, and even auction houses a few years ago, his already decent business acumen quickly developed. His principle was simple. Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. He opened the envelope and started reading. After a moment, Wang Shua's expression turned sour, saying, "Boss, this is going to be difficult for me." "Wang Shua, what is wrong?" At that moment, a cute girl walked over, wearing the Tiando Royal Academy uniform, and directly linked her arm with Wang Shua's, looking affectionate. "It's nothing." Wang Shua stuffed the letter directly into his storage soul guide, not wanting her to see it. "I might need to leave the academy for a bit. I have to ask the education committee for leave." Is there something going on?" "I can ask my father to help you." "Goodbye. Even your father doesn't like me, so I'll go by myself. My boss has given me a tough job, and I have to get it done for him." Chapter 75. Selecting Soul Bones. Wang Shua. Who is your boss? Why do you listen to him so much? The woman obviously felt a bit dissatisfied and frowned. After all, Wang Shua was also a member of the royal family, though not from the Tiando royal family. He should still possess a certain nobility that she found lacking. "Ah, you don't know, my boss is quite impressive. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Anyway, I came back to bring you a gift, so go play." Wang Shua casually brushed her off and walked toward the academy's exit. Although she was somewhat displeased with Wang Shua's attitude, they were indeed in a relationship, so she let it slide with a huff. On the other side, Wang Shua walked down from the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy was located. His exaggerated weight made the descent quite a challenge for his unsteady legs. "Boss, if you make me do this again next time, I swear I'll cut ties with you." He perked himself up and headed towards Tiando City. After about a day in the royal city, Wang Shua returned to the academy, bringing back a cat girl for his girlfriend. "Wang Shua, are you trying to get me killed?" "Spare me, ah." That day, the entire Tiando Academy heard Wang Shua's screams. "What was that about?" "I don't know, that one is an exchange student, said to be a descendant of some noble from Salik. TSK, I wonder what that little princess sees in him. He's rich. Didn't you see that fat guy throwing around gold soul coins everywhere? He'll spend it all eventually, that damn fat guy. Some people live well, and naturally, some are envious. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, where in the world is there so much fairness?" As for Wang Shua throwing money around, that was indeed true. His family held a hereditary title, but primarily engaged in business, making them the richest in all of Salik. Even within the Tiando Empire, there might be quite a few nobles richer than him, but there were not many second-generation rich who could surpass him. After all, nobody's money comes from thin air. Wang Shua's advantage lay in his understanding of how to convert his resources into actual wealth, rather than just waiting for death. About a month later, Meng Ye finally received a reply from Wang Shua. Woo. "Boss, I've suffered a huge loss to help you. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me. Next time we meet, if you don't compensate me, I'll cut ties with you." Meng Ye was taken aback. What did this guy mean? It was just a matter of investigating something. How did he end up losing his girlfriend? Besides, what did it have to do with him? He chuckled and shook his head, continuing to read. It seemed Wang Shua hadn't disappointed him. "Boss, you had me borrow a batch of scouts to investigate that Shrek Academy. That Tang Sin has figured things out, and it seems there really are soul bones there. Moreover, they just came from Soto City half a year ago. Back then, he was still a soul master. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, there are members from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and suspected members of the Star Luo royal family. That Ning Rong Rong is so cute. And Zhu Zhuqing is so big. Ahem. Back to the point, they went to the Sunset Forest to hunt souls 10 days ago. The scouts I found disguised themselves as mercenaries and gathered information. That Tang San is not simple. He, like you, boss, absorbed soul rings beyond his level. But he definitely isn't as strong as you. And, boss, when this letter arrives, the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament should have also started. In a few months, I'll come to Wuhuan City to find you. You must work hard." Smiling as he put away the letter, Meng Ye's expression gradually became calm, even carrying a hint of coldness. He now had a very clear judgment about the so-called fate, and that was that it was almost infallible, like a predetermined program. Even if certain influences occurred, they seemed to be corrected in various ways or patched up. Having come this far, he also gave up on the idea of further influencing Tang San. Rather than paying attention to him, It was better to spend more time making himself stronger. Knock, knock, knock. Meng Ye. The teacher wants us to find her. Creak. Meng Ye opened the door to find Hulaina and directly said, "Let us go." This was somewhat of a troublesome situation, being summoned every few days, which greatly affected his training time and efficiency. When the two arrived at the Wuhuan Hall, they found another unexpected figure there, dressed in a luxurious dark green robe with white hair and beard. This was a normal occurrence. Previously, he should have shown dark green hair due to toxins. Upon seeing Meng Ye, the figure nodded kindly and said, "I have met His Holiness the Pope." "Yes, Meng Ye. Nar, today is the day the Soul Master Tournament begins. I brought you here mainly to let you select suitable rewards," Bibi Dong said with a smile. This smile seemed to be directed not only at Hulaina. Meng Ye felt very uncomfortable under her gaze but couldn't say anything. "Teacher, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Hulaina felt something was amiss. After all, the Soul Master Tournament had not yet concluded. Although these prizes were provided by the Wuhuan Hall, and the intention was more to create momentum for this tournament, and for the few of them, they also had absolute confidence, but such actions would likely attract criticism, especially from the elders within the Wuhuan Hall. Not every one of them had suitable soul bones. Bibi Dong's actions were somewhat disheartening. Wasn't every title Douluo a pillar of the Wuhuan Hall? Yet, Bibi Dong merely shook her head slightly and said, "No problem. This is the result approved by the Elder Hall. I'm just here to let you choose what is suitable." Meng Ye said. He knew Laina's concerns were completely unnecessary. The entire Elder Hall probably didn't dare to oppose Bibi Dong. Those who served, although holding high positions, who among them dared to challenge Bibi Dong other than Douluo, let alone a few soul bones, as long as Bibi Dong didn't touch Qianrenxua. Even if she emptied the Wuhuan Hall's treasury, Douluo wouldn't show up. Like all hereditary families, the inheritance of the six-winged angel, this divine weapon soul, was the foundation of the Wuhuan Hall. "Follow me." Bibi Dong stood up, ready to take the two to the treasury, but then looked at the poisoned Douluo and said, "Poisoned Douluo, do you think I need to personally escort you? I wouldn't dare to trouble your holiness. I take my leave." The poisoned Douluo clasped his fists in salute and then turned to leave the Pope's hall. He had previously kidnapped Meng Ye, so Bibi Dong naturally wouldn't give him a good face. Now, coming here also had a bit of a sense of seeking forgiveness. The Wuhuan Hall was still the official institution for soul masters. Even as a title Douluo, one needed to report here. Even the powerful Sword Douluo, who could become one of the top martial souls engraved in the Elder Hall, would occasionally come here to register their soul power. Of course, for title Douluos, each breakthrough was not easy, so they mostly came only after several years or even decades. In simple terms, if they didn't come here to leave a record, even if they became title Douluos, they might not be publicly acknowledged, let alone officially recognized titles. At most, they would become well-known in the Soul Master Circle and self-designate a title. Reaching the level of title Douluo, besides cultivation, it was mainly about pursuing fame. So it was rare for soul masters to disregard the Wuhuan Hall. 15 minutes later, Bibi Dong led the two into the treasury, filled with soul bones and treasures, with no gold soul coins or banknotes in sight. For the Wuhuan Hall, wealth was merely a lower-tier resource. The value of these items before them could not be measured by wealth. Several shelves standing 5 meters tall were neatly lined with soul bones, each labeled with age and quality, even with sources numbering nearly 100. Deeper inside were jade boxes storing rare materials, and upon estimation, there were likely hundreds of items. In the world of soul masters, soul bones are also known as priceless treasures, which highlights the terrifying foundation of the Spirit Hall. In addition, there are various types of soul guides, secret techniques of the soul master world, and rare treasures. Meng Ye noticed a soul guide stored in the corner. Attracted by a damaged book. Chapter 76, Soul Guidance Device Blueprints. You can freely choose suitable soul bones. Yin and Xiaoyu. I have already selected 2 good quality ones for them. Thank you, teacher. Hulaina walked to the middle of the shelf and began to select. Soul bones are generally divided into 6 categories, with head and torso soul bones being the most precious, followed by limbs, of course, excluding external soul bones. External soul bones mostly do not belong to the human skeletal system, and since they have growth potential, their value is only second to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Meng Ye walked to the corner and picked up a book that was nearly half destroyed. Just glancing at the content made him feel a headache. Complex lines outlined numerous runes and patterns intertwined with each other. Not only could he not understand them, but he also couldn't figure out their meaning even if he tried to separate them. Moreover, the further he went, the more complicated it became. It was almost impossible to determine what exactly it was from the patterns alone. However, he roughly guessed what this thing was. Soul guidance device blueprints. Although many parts were missing, making the later sections completely unreadable, it undoubtedly recorded the lost technology of soul guidance devices. In this era, it is impossible to trace back to when the soul guidance devices circulating in the market first appeared or how they fell into decline and disappeared. However, from the existing soul guidance devices, it is evident that there must have been a glorious era of soul guidance devices that has completely declined for unknown reasons. What? You can understand what's on this? Bibi Dong appeared behind Meng Ye, holding a scepter. I can't understand it, but my disciple is not interested in soul bones. I wonder if I can take this as a reward. Meng Ye directly grabbed the damaged book. A cloud of dust flew up, indicating that it had been sitting here collecting dust for many years. Moreover, it didn't seem to be torn apart. Some parts had signs of being burned. One thing is for sure, although this item is here, no one can interpret it, making it meaningless. If you want to take it away, you can. You can still choose a soul bone. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling Meng Ye to go pick a soul bone. Just as she said, this thing truly cannot be understood by anyone. It's probably just kept here as a cultural relic. Thank you, Your Majesty. Also, I'll choose this one. Meng Ye casually pointed to a soul bone without even looking at it. 20,000-year heavenly soul, tree left arm, soul bone. Bibi Dong walked over to the shelf, thinking Meng Ye would choose a good one, but was surprised it was this one. She frowned and said, this soul bone seems to be an auxiliary soul skill, with average quality. I can let you choose again. No need. The other soul bones may not be suitable either. Meng Ye shook his head. He looked down on the soul bones here. The best ones were only a bit over 50,000 years, and there were only a few 8,000-year ones. But to really say value, he had already scanned with his mental perception when he came in, and there wasn't a single one that truly met his requirements. Perhaps most of them are left over from the title Douluo, which is why they're damaged or have lost soul power, leading to even poorer quality. However, this time the Spirit Hall took out a few soul bones as rewards to create momentum, so he couldn't refuse to choose. Otherwise, he really didn't want this stuff. Bibi Dong obviously saw this point and didn't say anything more. Teacher, I have chosen. Hulaina walked over holding a blue crystal-like soul bone. Spirit condensing wisdom skull. From a 60,000-year blue sea spirit ape. This is one of the best preserved and top quality ones here, and it indeed suits Hulaina very well. Bibi Dong reached out to take it while also collecting the piece Meng Ye casually picked, smiling as she said, I'll hold on to this for you. After the competition, it will be yours. Let's go. Hulaina smiled broadly. Bibi Dong treated her as her own, so she always gave her the best, and this time was no exception. After leaving the Pope's palace, Meng Ye kept thinking about the soul guidance device blueprints, so he didn't speak. Suddenly, a dark green figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Poison Douluo. Hulaina, who was walking with him, became a bit tense upon seeing the newcomer, but quickly regained her composure and respectfully said, Your Grace. Is there something you need? Even though she was a disciple of the Pope, ordinary titled Douluos wouldn't dare to make things difficult for her, but the respect that should be given could not be lacking. After all, titled Douluos possess genuine strength. No matter how strong your background is. It is not your own strength. What use is it? Hee, no need to be polite. I'm here to find him. Douluo smiled and did not put on airs. Among all the titled Douluos, he was the least pretentious, though he was quite famous. Senior I. Hulaina's expression changed, wanting to say something, but Meng Ye raised his hand to stop her. It's fine, I know the senior. He signaled Hulaina not to be nervous, then looked at Douluo and smiled as he clasped his hands. From the looks of the senior, you must be feeling much better now. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. You little rascal are still so clever. Indeed. I came this time to register my rank and to catch up with you. Douluo lest hartiri. In that case, senior, Please follow me. Meng Ye smiled back and led Douluo to a tea house. Hulaina was a bit uneasy, but seeing how familiar the two were, she calmed down a little and didn't follow them awkwardly. Instead, she turned and headed back to the academy alone. In the tea house, Douluo happily told Meng Ye about his situation. He had followed Meng Ye's advice and used the power of the 8 spider lances, not only resolving his own toxins, but also greatly enhancing his cultivation. From level 92, he had risen to level 93 and was now even on the verge of breaking through to level 94. This was the result of the soul power that had been suppressed by toxins for many years, finally erupting. Have you encountered Tang San? Douluo paused as he was about to drink his tea, slightly puzzled. How did you know I met Tang San? Speaking of which, that Tang San has a good affinity with me. Sure enough, it's still the Eye of Ice and Fire. I heard some information about the Sunset Forest by chance. And since Tang San has some knowledge about poison, I thought you should know him. Meng Ye took a sip of his tea and explained. Indeed. Douluo's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, that kid used a book on poisons to exchange for some medicinal materials for my Eye of Ice and Fire. His alchemy skills are truly extraordinary. I almost want to keep him. A book on poisons. Meng Ye was somewhat speechless. Although he could be considered a kind of hand-in-hand deal, since the 8 spider lances originally weren't his, at least he didn't trick Douluo. But that book on poisons was a bit ridiculous. It was merely a required course for the outer disciples of the Tang sect. The key types of deadly poisons, such as the King of Hell's letter, were not even recorded among the many heavenly materials and treasures in the Eye of Ice and Fire. What? Is there something wrong? Douluo noticed Meng Ye's reaction and froze for a moment. Nothing, just hoping the senior is happy. Meng Ye put down his teacup and said, now that the senior has resolved the issue of the biphosphorus snake's poison, perhaps you can consider training with poison. How to train with poison? Douluo did not catch Meng Ye's implication. He indeed lost out with that book on poisons. Meng Ye shared his understanding of martial soul training, which was essentially the training of evil martial souls, with Douluo, as Douluo's biphosphorus snake emperor was indeed an evil martial soul. Of course, he wasn't suggesting he go directly kill people. If the senior is interested, you can find some poison attribute soul beasts as targets. With the characteristics of the biphosphorus snake emperor martial soul absorbing toxins, perhaps the senior's poison can advance further. This method is indeed somewhat unique. All right, I will try it after going back. The more Douluo listened, the brighter his eyes became. He understood that most poisons could kill targets, and the higher the target's cultivation level, the more powerful the poison was. However, he had never heard of a poison attribute that could become stronger. The ability to spread infection and the fact that the poison could be reabsorbed to enhance cultivation made Douluo's martial soul characteristics truly terrifying. Douluo still owed him a favor, so Meng Ye didn't mind helping Douluo become stronger. As for whether he would stand on the side of the Tiando Empire and become an enemy in the future, Meng Ye only needed to keep Douluo neutral, which would be a fortunate thing for the entire continent. Chapter 77. The Secret of Visualization. Soulbone? Before leaving, Douluo was once again asked by Meng Ye about Tang San. After pondering for a moment, he said, strangely enough, he has this external soulbone just like me. It truly is a remarkable occurrence. Take care, senior. After sending off Douluo, Meng Ye couldn't shake off his feelings of unease. This was not just a curious event. It was fundamentally a situation that should theoretically be impossible. It's not that there are so few soul beasts of the same kind. The probability of high-level soul beasts producing soul bones is not low either. It is entirely possible for 2 identical soul bones to occasionally emerge. However, this probability, both theoretically and practically, is pitifully small, almost akin to finding a needle in the ocean. The mere existence of such a probability made him doubt whether it could change the outcome of the Soul Master competition, as this was also an important confrontation that could influence the future landscape of the continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that without this competition, the war wouldn't have accelerated as much. The Spirit Hall would not have adopted the extreme soul hunting plan, directly forcing the destruction of numerous sections. Although the soul hunting operation seems to weaken potential threats, it is actually a strategy of burning bridges, which would cause the Spirit Hall to lose the support of the populace in various senses. Although over 60% of the continent's soul master resources are controlled by the Spirit Hall, in terms of numbers, the population under the Spirit Hall's control cannot compare to either of the two empires. This is not even the actual population under control, but rather a forced suppression of cities and troop withdrawals relying on the advantage in the number of soul masters. To fight one against two, their forces are even less than 70% of either side's. And even with a large number of soul masters, the top-tier stronghold still has the advantage. But that is where it ends. The so-called trend is the direction of public sentiment. The Spirit Hall is essentially going against the heavens. Resisting the trend will naturally not yield good results. War is not simply about winning a battle to claim victory. A month later, Wang Shua's letter arrived again. Boss, things are getting intense over here. The preliminaries are like everyone is on drugs. And those few academies that competed with you earlier are still the strongest. By the way, Shrek Academy is also very impressive, having already defeated several academies. And their main force hasn't even fully appeared yet. I placed a hefty bet. This round should be profitable. In the following days, Wang Shua's letters continued to arrive, informing him of the situation in the Soul Master competition. Meng Ye looked at those letters. Although he hadn't seen the entire competition with his own eyes, he had a good grasp of the situation. Boss, it exploded. Shrek defeated the Tianshui Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy. They seem quite formidable. That Tang San's martial soul doesn't seem to be blue silvergrass. About 2 months passed, and Meng Ye paused slightly while looking at the letter in his hand, then picked up his pen to write a reply and sent it back. Although Wang Shua's strength was average, he had gained a considerable understanding of martial souls through observation. At least much better than an ordinary soul master. He couldn't possibly fail to recognize what the blue-silver grass martial soul was like. After finishing these tasks, Meng Ye headed to the soul fighting arena. 2 months had passed, and all necessary preparations had been completed. Everything was progressing without any surprises. The deployment of Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Ming as the main force was also going smoothly, with their cooperation nearing perfection. Boom! ZZZ. I concede. Meng Ye once again defeated another Soul Saint teacher, and this time it was much easier than before. The increase in the age of his soul rings was too significant, and the enhancement brought by the 5th soul ring was substantial, so during his previous duel with Shi Cheng, Meng Ye had not fully exerted his strength. The most obvious point was that he should be able to control his power freely, rather than accidentally using excessive force. After a bitter smile, the opponent also cupped his fists in salute. This was not an acknowledgement of Meng Ye's identity, but rather of his strength. He was still a ghost leopard soul master. Even though his clone and rapid assault skills would give trouble to any soul saint, he found himself evenly matched in speed against Meng Ye's explosive power. Not to mention the power difference. Meng Ye stopped in time, which also allowed him to recognize the gap in strength, losing with a sense of satisfaction. How is it? Hulaino walked over, handing him fruit. It's about time. The preparations for the competition should be sufficient. Meng Ye nodded, took a bite, and his training was different from others. He had been fighting various soul saints individually. Now he had challenge power type, defense type, and agility type opponents, even battling single attribute developing soul saints. It was only in the Spirit Hall that so many high-level soul masters could be found. As for the soul Douluo, he had not considered it. The reason was simple. A Soul King level exerting the power of a high attack type soul saint was nearly his limit, and it wouldn't last long. Therefore, his battles were quick fights. If he couldn't resolve a battle in about 3 minutes, his condition would start to decline rapidly. Even if he could hold his ground, a soul Douluo could rely on the advantage of soul power to remain undefeated, leaving him with no chance of victory. Buzz. At this moment, Luo Xian also approached. She had been assigned to the reserve team by Meng Ye, after he suggested that Ovis pay more attention to many talented disciples. Several soul respect level or inherently full soul power disciples received more resources. The Spirit Hall had many soul masters, so naturally, there were many talented individuals. Although Lei Zhengyang had not found extreme attributes before, he still discovered 3 geniuses with inherent full soul power from several provinces. This showed that the Spirit Hall's true potential still lay among these fresh blood, waiting to be tapped. For instance, that Jeremy and the Heavenly Mechanism Plate. even if it only maintained its current characteristics without any growth. Once it reaches a high level, it becomes a formidable weapon. It directly doubles the effect of soul skills. Meng Ye had even let him try to amplify his fourth soul skill, extreme attribute enhancement. Although Jeremy fainted from the effort, it was indeed successful. At that moment of extreme attribute sublimation, even Meng Ye nearly couldn't bear it. The terrifying thunder would have flattened the soul fighting arena if it hadn't been controlled by Douluo. Thank you. He took the steam bun that Luo Xian handed over. The characteristics of food-type martial souls allow for achieving fullness and can replenish stamina more effectively than ordinary food. I think I might be practicing incorrectly. There's a slight issue with the visualization method, Luo Xian said with a slight blush. Meng Ye had taught her the visualization method. As a food-type soul master, her combat power was too weak, and it was impossible to work from the physical aspect, but her mental talent was surprisingly good. Meng Ye wanted her to gain some self-defense capability. Mastering this secret method could be comparable to a mental-type martial soul. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye directly raised his hand and tapped Luo Xian's forehead, thinking that she had visualized something incorrectly and preparing to erase it. However, the result surprised him. Zing! A distinct electric arc flashed, and Meng Ye's hand was actually repelled by a force. His pupils constricted. In that instant, Meng Ye felt a strong wave of spiritual power, conservatively estimating it to be close to the level of a soul emperor, already capable of being externalized. What did you visualize? Not daring to rashly continue the attempt, Meng Ye asked. It seems to be me. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brows. The visualization method carries a significant risk, as what one visualizes can easily touch upon deep-seated aspects of one's consciousness. For example, when Hu Liena visualized her martial soul, it caused her to continuously emit an alluring aura. That was not a loss of control, but rather her subconscious activating the martial soul's innate, while her conscious mind struggled to suppress it. Therefore, it is best to start with visualizing inanimate objects, which won't affect oneself. The transition from inanimate to animate is a qualitative change from the entry level to mastery of this secret method. Chapter 78. Another Luo Xian, don't you feel anything uncomfortable? Meng Ye looked seriously at Luo Xian's delicate face. She dodged a bit, her face turning even redder. This was a normal reaction. At least it seemed her consciousness was not affected. No, it's just that according to that secret method, I feel like the sequence is wrong. Meng Ye didn't speak, but directly grabbed her hand, inputting a stream of soul power to carefully check if there was a problem with her soul power. Of course, the sequence was wrong. The practice of visualization was similar to learning to paint. Through mental power, one outlines the shape's prototype, followed by the complex contours and prototypes of objects. Who starts with a portrait? Without sufficient mental control, one would likely visualize something completely off, which could easily distort the practitioner's mind and consciousness. If one is not careful, falling into madness is just a minor issue. Meng Ye had been stuck at this step for at least several years in his previous life. Relax a bit. I'll try to use my mental power to enter your consciousness space and take a look. Don't think too much, Meng Ye said. Noticing Luo Xian's hand was a bit warm and her face was flushed to the roots of her ears. Nodding, Luo Xian tried hard to calm herself down. The mental space is a very secretive place. Typically, people remain wary of unknown creatures within half a meter of themselves. This distance is even where most wild animals would feel threatened and attack. The mental space is akin to direct contact at a negative distance. Pure relaxation cannot dispel this guard. Generally speaking, unless there is a significant difference in mental realm where the other party regards you as a matter of life and death, it is impossible to pass through the mental barrier without obstruction. Bang! A cracking sound echoed in Luo Xian's mind, causing her to nervously close her eyes. Yet she still did not resist. Meng Ye frowned slightly. The ease of the situation was somewhat unexpected. Luo Xian's mental space was vast, much larger than he had anticipated, encompassing a grassland shrouded by a lake, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. This level was not inferior to many Soul Emperors. It wasn't that Luo Xian's mental power matched that of the Soul Emperor, but rather the stability of her mental space. The mental space should ideally be a void, containing nothing but the essence of the mind. Only upon reaching the soul emperor level, as the soul and mental power grow, does the inner world gradually take shape with the essence of the mind hidden away. This is Meng Ye's spiritual body landed on the grassland and saw the entity that Luo Xian visualized. With perfect, fair skin, not a hint of flaw. Her breathtaking curves resembled lines on a canvas, adorned in a black sheer gown. Even with her eyes tightly closed, she could not hide her noble aura. However, why does it look like this? Meng Ye's mind was completely in chaos at this moment. This was no longer a perfected visualization body, but a perfect visualized being. Aura, this kind of thing is formless and elusive. The thunder beast he visualized seemed fierce, but lacked the spirit or charm of a living being, or rather, of a soul beast. According to his deductions, if visualization had reached this point, then it was no longer mere mental power, but life. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly felt a chilling sensation, a wave of cold rushing to his brain. A lazy, soft voice came from beside. Meng Ye's gaze fixed on that Luo Xian and said solemnly, "Who are you?" This could not possibly be created by Luo Xian. She could not have that capability, at least not right now. Buzz. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and Luo Xian's mental space fell into darkness. Meng Ye's mental power was only a thread, and he instantly lost perception of his surroundings. However, he did not panic. This was merely a wisp of his consciousness. Even if it were extinguished, it would just be a bit of mental power not affecting his main body. A warm breath brushed against his ear, and Meng Ye knew something was standing behind him, likely that strange Luo Xian. He did not turn around but continued to ask, "What exactly are you?" Even in his previous life, he had only practiced the visualization method to perfection. He had no idea what a perfect visualization entity beyond perfection would look like. Or rather, it shouldn't exist at all. He merely wanted to create an ideal state of a doppelganger, not a true independent consciousness. Us? The lazy, soft voice came again, and Meng Ye noticed through his peripheral vision that the other person's face was nearly touching his side, almost cheek, to the point where he could feel the warmth. "It was you who awakened me, and it was also your secret method that created me." "What do you mean?" Meng Ye was confused. He did not recall doing anything. "Hey, man, Buzz." The surrounding environment suddenly changed, returning to its original state. The strange Luo Xian standing in front of him, wearing a familiar smile. "You can go back now. I won't harm her, and don't think about destroying me, or she will have problems too." Though there were still many questions, this was Luo Xian's sea of consciousness, and he did not dare act rashly. He could only leave. After Meng Ye's spiritual body disappeared, the strange Luo Xian slowly lay back down on the grass, murmuring in a dreamy tone, "Just a little more. We will meet again." As she fell into a deep sleep, the sea of consciousness seemed to darken a little, as if shrouded in a thin veil. "There's no problem. It's a good thing. Just continue your cultivation." After leaving Luo Xian's consciousness space, Meng Ye did not tell her the actual situation, but comforted her instead. Luo Xian nodded, choosing to trust Meng Ye. Her situation was indeed too strange. Although Meng Ye had some speculations, that bizarre visualization entity still exceeded his understanding. It was definitely impossible to move now. Once the form of the visualization method was completely stabilized, if it were to shatter, it would be no different from severely injuring the essence of the mind. A slight injury could lead to serious harm, while a severe one could directly cause the collapse of the sea of consciousness. "Luo Xian, have you already cultivated to that step?" Hulaina looked at Luo Xian in surprise. She had only barely stepped into the threshold herself. It was uncertain how much time and accumulation it would take to reach perfection. "I don't know," Luo Xian replied. Her relationship with Hulaina was quite good. In the 2 months, there had been no conflicts. Hulaina had even invited her to go shopping, making them decent friends. "You didn't teach her anything else, did you?" Hulaina turned to Meng Ye suspiciously. She did not believe she would be inferior to Luo Xian. "No." Meng Ye answered si tried fordartly. It was indeed the same. Hulaina still seemed unconvinced, but did not continue to press the issue, instead taking Luo Xian aside to chat. Meng Ye was still pondering Luo Xian's situation. This visualization secret method was indeed created by him, so it only fully matched himself. If others wanted to cultivate it to a certain level, they would have to explore it themselves. In other words, it was similar to cultivating soul power. This secret method also depended on talent. It was not impossible for a user to have greater talent than him, the creator. If someone could directly visualize a deity, it would not be impossible to surpass Meng Ye, the originator. Chapter 79, Soul Guidance Device. More than half a month later, Meng Ye finally received a reply from Wang Shua. Boss, this blue silvergrass is amazing. It just won't burn away. After you mentioned it, I took a closer look, and there's a golden part in the middle of the blue silvergrass, which is thicker and has a strong toughness. It's really different from ordinary blue silvergrass. It should be a mutated martial soul. The correspondence had become almost routine. Meng Ye placed the letter aside, frowning. According to Wang Shua's information, the combination of these characteristics could only mean one thing. Tang San had awakened the blue-silver emperor martial soul in advance. This was not good news at all. Any soul beast or martial soul that bore the title of emperor was undoubtedly top tier. No matter how strong the blue silvergrass was, it was still just blue silvergrass. Its controllability would become weaker in the later stages. Moreover, blue silvergrass could not possess high explosive power or lethality. With weak controllability, it would eventually become a low-tier martial soul. The blue-silver emperor was different. Once awakened, it was directly the highest-tier martial soul, and it even had a talent domain. Its control and attack power would not be weak. And even in the later stages, it would not fall short compared to the Haotian hammer, the strongest attack-type martial soul on the continent. Calling it the strongest control-type martial soul would not be an exaggeration. What was even more troublesome was the domain. The Haotian hammer did not have any talent domain. About 10 days had passed since this letter was sent, and the promotion matches had probably already begun, which meant the finals were drawing closer. About another week later, Bibi Dong unsurprisingly summoned Meng Ye, Hulaina, and others. Teacher? What happened? Hulaina noticed Bibi Dong's grim expression and couldn't help but ask. Having spent so much time together, she had rarely seen Bibi Dong show such a demeanor. She had always maintained a noble posture. During this competition, Haotian's remnants have appeared. I want you to kill him on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye was no longer surprised, but rather wore a solemn expression. Tang Hao would definitely come along. And if a conflict erupted, the variables would be too great. Moreover, killing someone on the battlefield, regardless of who died, would put the Spirit Hall, as the organizer, in a morally untenable position. Bibi Dong must have been blinded by anger. Otherwise, she would never have made such a decision. Teacher, who is that person? Hulaina did not oppose Bibi Dong's intention, but directly inquired about the information on the opponent. Tang San, son of the Haotian Da Tang Hao, possesses twin martial souls, with the second martial soul being the Haotian hammer. Her gaze was filled with a chilling, killing intent. This was likely not just directed at the Haotian sect, but rather a misplaced anger. Disciple, Hulaina was about to speak, but Meng Ye stepped forward and said, Disciple thinks this is inappropriate. Bibi Dong's eyes, filled with murderous intent, turned to Meng Ye, not speaking. But her imposing aura was already intimidating. Taking advantage of the fact that Bibi Dong had not completely lost her rationality, Meng Ye forced himself to withstand the pressure and said, The Soul Master competition is a grand event held in the Spirit City. If casualties occur publicly, it will damage the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong fell in a deep thought and did not respond, while Yin, at this moment, was becoming increasingly restless. Yin glared at Meng Ye and said, Are you afraid? What is the Haotian sect even worth? Ignoring Yin, Bibi Dong was also feeling confused with anger. Her mind only fixated on finding a target to vent her frustration. It was acceptable to say such things in front of them. But once this command left the Hall of the Pope, it would be hard to retract. Bibi Dong gradually calmed down, glanced at the 4 people in front of her, and raised her hand, saying, Xiaoyu, you and Yin can leave first. Yin? Yes. Xiaoyu had not spoken throughout, and simply nodded before turning to leave calmly. Speaking may not always be right, but saying less certainly avoids mistakes. After the 2 left, Bibi Dong turned her attention back to Meng Ye and said solemnly, Do you know that our Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect are sworn enemies? We cannot coexist. Disciple understands, but this action cannot annihilate the Haotian sect. It can only cause them to come out early. Meng Ye knew that Tang Hao and his son had long been abandoned by the Haotian sect, but Bibi Dong did not know that. He said this to stabilize Bibi Dong. As expected, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and began to ponder, weighing the pros and cons. She naturally understood. Moreover, at least 90 of her earlier impulsiveness was due to anger towards Yu Xiaojiang. It was a miracle that she could remain calm. You are right. This time, it was my rashness. After a deep look at Meng Ye, Bibi Dong realized she had underestimated his wisdom. Humans are not sages. Meng Ye shook his head. Stabilizing Bibi Dong was just the first step. Next, he needed to address the actual problem and continued. Furthermore, since that Tang Hao son has come, he himself should not be absent either. A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and Bibi Dong felt as if a fog was being cleared away. She was angry only because of Yu Xiaojiang, but she was not completely out of her mind. Meng Ye had already reminded her, even explicitly indicated, if she still could not think of this, then her position as Pope would be in vain. Nana, Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina. Disciple is here. In the future, you can get closer to Meng Ye. Let today's matter be set aside, and the competition can proceed as usual without any concerns. Bibi Dong returned to her usual noble and calm demeanor as she spoke to Hulaina. Disciple obeys. Hulaina bowed, her face slightly flushed, as if she had thought of something. All right, you may leave now. Yes. Leaving the hall of the Pope, Meng Ye did not continue to dwell on Tang San's matter. It was almost certain that Tang San would not die. Rather than plotting against him, it was better to find a way to keep Tang Hao. Meng Ye, what is this? Hulaina curiously looked at the exquisite headdress Meng Ye was holding, as he was currently carving something on it with a small carving knife. It's nothing, just a little trinket. A little trinket? Hulaina did not believe it. This crystalline piece was clearly a soul bone. She just couldn't understand why Meng Ye was carving on it. The value of a soul bone is immeasurable. Isn't it a pity to damage it? In fact, Meng Ye truly did not care. This soul bone belonged to Shinian and had fallen into his hands after he unexpectedly killed it with a mental secret technique. This was a gem-type mental head soul bone of good quality. But Meng Ye genuinely looked down on the soul skill it came with and couldn't think of any practical use for it. Fortunately, he could use it for practice. He could not understand that book filled with soul guidance device blueprints, but he had already deciphered almost all the independent runes. Their specific meanings were unclear. However, not understanding did not mean he couldn't imitate. Imitation was the first step of human learning. Ding! While he was carving, the soul bone suddenly emitted a dreamy light, enveloping Meng Ye's hand. This was a manifestation of the soul power being released from within the soul bone, and the effect of the soul bone was also being activated. Usually, this required directly fusing with the soul bone. Otherwise, even if it was smashed directly, the soul power inside would dissipate, turning into a worthless bone. It's done. Meng Ye looked at his hand enveloped in light, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. What is this? Hulaina looked at this scene in amazement, thinking that Meng Ye had used some kind of soul skill. Chapter 80, Gathering at the Spirit Hall City Buzz. The soul power from the soul bone was released, and its quality would definitely be affected, resulting in some loss. Although it was a bit of a pity, Meng Ye didn't mind too much. He just hadn't found better materials to experiment with. To him, that piece of ice polar divine crystal was worth more than this soul bone. Now he could only give up and see if he could find some suitable rare metals in places like Gongxin City in the future. He noted down this individual pattern, as it could stimulate soul power, which should be a core formation for a soul guide device, and also the key to making soul guide devices. As long as he could decipher all the core formations on that incomplete soul guide manual, he could restore the inheritance of the soul guide devices. Such things might not greatly enhance his combat power, but just a portion of the technology being restored would have epic-making significance for the war and the entire continent's landscape. Let's go. Starting today, we'll slow down the training pace and let others adjust their states. As dusk approached, Meng Ye walked towards the academy. Hulaina nodded and followed closely behind. Although Hulaina was the captain of the academy's representative team, most of the decisions were still made by Meng Ye, and Hulaina had no objections. Although Wang Shua's letter hadn't arrived yet, it should be on its way to Spear Hall City. After all, from Bibi Dong's reaction, It was clear that the participating teams had probably been on the road for some time, with royal guards accompanying them and a large number of people starting from Tiando City and Xinghua City. It would conservatively take at least 20 days to arrive. If they continued the previous high-pressure training during this time, it would only backfire. Now that everything that needed to be done was done, Meng Ye had to ensure that nothing went wrong. At least they couldn't afford to lose this competition. As long as this competition went smoothly, the Spirit Hall could use it as a point to gradually expand and encroach upon the powers of the two great empires, slowly forming a sweeping trend across the world. Instead of forcefully pushing most of the Soul Master sects, families, and academies to the opposing side, as in the original work, even hastily proclaiming an emperor in a rush gave the two great empires a reason to send troops. No matter how nice the excuse for starting a war sounded, it couldn't cover up its brutality, but it was essential. Without a reason, it would be easy to lose the momentum and the hearts of the people. 3 days later, in the early morning, Huff, who? Meng Ye arrived at the entrance of Spirit Hall City, where a carriage slowly drove up and stopped in front of him. Boss, Wang Shua, dressed in a luxurious outfit with a white base and golden patterns, excitedly jumped out of the carriage and leaped towards him. Bang! Meng Ye single-handedly blocked this nearly 200-pound figure and, after absorbing the force, casually pushed him aside, speechless. Looking for a beating? Your letter really arrived just in time. About an hour ago, Wang Shua's letter had arrived, indicating that they were almost at the city gate and asking Meng Ye if he was surprised. It truly was a big surprise. Hee, boss, you're still so strong, like a humanoid soul beast. By the way, Wang Shua scratched his head and smiled, then realized, shouting towards the direction of the carriage, Schwerer, come down, we're here. Meng Ye posed it. He wouldn't casually use spiritual perception when meeting acquaintances, so he hadn't noticed that there were others in the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a delicate, fair jade hand reached out, followed by a small figure dressed in luxurious clothing stepping out. With Wang Shua's assistance, she walked down the carriage gracefully, slightly bowing to Meng Ye. Her etiquette was standard royal protocol. Hello. Meng Ye nodded in return. Although surprised, Wang Shua had mentioned he had a girlfriend, found in Tiando City, so it wasn't too unexpected. However, this girl seemed young, but her demeanor suggested she had an extraordinary background. Hee, boss, this is Xue Ke, my girlfriend. Wang Shua generously introduced her, his face clearly showing a slightly boastful expression. Xue, your highness? Meng Ye paused, and then his expression changed. His first reaction was to think of the surname Xue, and then he realized, isn't this the little princess of the Snow Knight Emperor? He glanced at Wang Shua with a strange expression, wondering what this fat guy had done. Quite capable indeed. Boss, you know. Wang Shua was also taken aback, not expecting Meng Ye to directly state Xue Ke's identity, and quickly leaned forward to whisper, Boss, please don't expose me. I spent a lot of effort sneaking Xue out here. She said she never left the royal city and wanted to see the Soul Master competition. You two snuck out. Meng Ye's gaze towards Wang Shua was no longer strange, but rather shocked. How did they manage that? A national princess sneaking out. What a joke. This isn't a fairy tale. The guards of Tiando City wouldn't slack off, and they wouldn't even pass through the palace's defenses. Inside, the royal guards were all soul masters, at least starting from soul respect and soul sect levels, not to mention the elite troops that patrolled at all times, with many experts at the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint levels. Meng Ye didn't even dare to say he was confident in silently bringing a living person out without permission, let alone directly taking her out of the Tiando Empire. Shoo! Wang Shua's face looked bitter, quickly pulling Meng Ye and saying, Boss, keep your voice down. I'm begging you. I'll send Schwetter back later. She said this is her lifelong request. It's also a once-in-a-lifetime request for me. With one eye slightly closed, Meng Ye wasn't going to expose them. He directly said, I'll help you keep it a secret and arrange for someone to escort you back afterward. But tell me how you did it? As expected of my boss. Deal. After discussing for a bit, Xue Ke couldn't stay exposed for long and returned to the carriage. At this time, there were many soul masters from the two great empires in Spirit Hall City, and they might encounter someone who recognized Xue Ke. If they were sharp-eyed, it would expose them. Huff. Just as the three were preparing to leave, another carriage stopped nearby. Meng Ye hadn't gotten on the carriage yet when he suddenly paused. Turning to look at that carriage, his face was quite interesting. What a coincidence. A sweep with his spiritual power revealed a familiar soul power aura, which informed him of who had arrived, and the other party had already noticed him. A little girl with a ponytail poked her head out of the carriage, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings, revealing curiosity about everything in the world. Then a second girl, who looked at least 70% similar, also poked her head out, appearing lively and eager to jump down. Suddenly, upon seeing Meng Ye, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Meng Ye." The little girl, seemingly unafraid, jumped directly from the 1-meter-high carriage, and Meng Ye could only helplessly step forward to catch her. Of course, unlike Wang Shuo, he caught her with both hands. The little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, looked extremely adorable. After being caught, she affectionately rubbed her cheek against Meng Ye's face and directly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Xiaoling, Xiaoxi, how come you both came too?" After catching the other little one who also wanted to jump down, Meng Ye felt a bit helpless. These two were little ancestors, not easy to serve. "Hee, old Lei said Brother Meng Ye is here, so we came." The petite figure who jumped down first sat on Meng Ye's shoulder, showing a sweet smile as she spoke. The little one behind also chimed in, nodding her head. "Brother." At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was completely pulled open, and Lei Zhengyang came down with a handsome little boy. The boy grumbled softly, and although his expression was somewhat cold, it was clear he had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. "You all, forget it." Meng Ye originally wanted to say something, but seeing they all came, he decided not to say anything and could only smile wryly. "How? Are you confident?" After getting off the car, Lei Zhengyang's first sentence was this. Lei Zhengyang was dressed in the black formal attire of the spirit hall, with his long hair neatly combed back, and an indescribable sense of oppression came rushing towards him. Just his towering figure gave off an intimidating presence without him needing to be angry. "Not a big problem." Meng Ye nodded, then paused, looking at Lei Zhengyang in surprise. "You've broken through?" "Yeah, I broke through a month ago," Lei Zhengyang said, stroking his beard and smiling. A few months ago, when Meng Ye returned to Salikul, he had him take the rare mushroom of heaven, and at that time, he was just one level away from breaking through. After settling down for a month or two, he successfully broke through the bottleneck. Now, he had also successfully obtained a spirit ring and advanced to spirit Douluo,